Chapter 1. Contemplations on Martial Arts. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world 3 years ago, with 5 years remaining until the original storyline commences, I have significantly strengthened myself. Yet, my innate talent pales in comparison to that of the Saiyans. Although this body possesses remarkable potential, rivaling even the strongest Earthling, Krillin, it is still insufficient when relying solely on my own abilities. The speaker is a youth of around 14 or 15, clad in a martial arts uniform that exudes an aura of unwavering determination. His features are marked by a striking charisma, though in reality, he is merely 12 years old. The rigors of martial training have endowed him with a mature appearance, akin to that of an adolescent. His name is Jiang Yun, a denizen of Blue Star. He was elated upon discovering his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. After ascending to the position of a CEO in a publicly traded company, his pursuits extended beyond mere profit. His greatest passion became martial arts. Deeply enamored with the legendary disciplines of national martial arts and chivalric combat, he found himself in a world devoid of such prowess. Nevertheless, years of dedicated training have sculpted him a physique that rivals that of professional boxers. During an excursion to seek enlightenment in the mountains, he met an untimely demise due to an earthquake. My combat power now approximates that of young Goku at the outset of his journey. It is time to establish a faction to aid my training. The path of cultivation demands vast resources. In the original narrative, Vegeta, thanks to Bulma, never lacked for training facilities and was unburdened by financial woes. The concept of wealth, partners, and the environment holds true. Had Goku possessed financial means, Shishi would not have been so opposed to Gohan's training, and the burdens of their married life would not have rested solely on her shoulders. In her devotion to their family, Shishi has made innumerable sacrifices for Goku. Even through their hardships, she ensured he never faced hunger, refraining from seeking help from Bulma. Despite knowing of her wealth, it was Bulma who extended her aid to Goku's family unprompted. Since I have arrived in this world, I must rectify this imbalance, ensuring that Earth does not become a mere stage for the Saiyans while its inhabitants remain relegated to the background. This moment, Jiang Yun's expression is one of utmost seriousness, his demeanor imbued with vigor against the backdrop of a rising sun. The light casts long shadows, creating an atmosphere brimming with optimism. Alas, it is regrettable that I have not located Master Roshi. My personal training seems to be progressing rather slowly. Indeed, Jiang Yun had once sought out Master Roshi, but the old master resides amidst the vastness of the ocean, making him elusive to find. Unlike the narratives of his past life, where characters effortlessly locate Roshi and swiftly become his disciples, or where they easily surpass the martial prowess of the legendary Turtle Hermit, the reality of rigorous training is far more arduous. Having personally experienced the trials of cultivation, it is evident that the notion of casually enhancing one's combat power is utterly absurd. Were it so simple, Vegeta would not have languished for over 2 decades under Frieza's reign, without substantial growth and strength. Though Frieza orchestrated some trivial tasks, the difficulty of genuine power enhancement remains unmistakable. However, the years that Jiang Yun has traversed have not been entirely fruitless. He has drawn upon certain philosophies from the martial arts of his previous life, enabling him to achieve notable accomplishments. In his conjecture, the realms of martial arts, such as Mingjin, Onjin, and Huajing, hold significant meaning. Mingjin represents the process of refining the body, while Onjin embodies a fundamentally different concept. Onjin allows one to project force through the body, enabling him to manifest combat prowess that exceeds his own by twice the measure. What does this signify? In the original narrative, the only technique capable of amplifying one's combat strength is the King Kai Fist, a crucial skill throughout Goku's life. Through his cultivation of Onjin, Jiang Yun has also begun to grasp the threshold of energy refinement. One might argue that Jiang Yun's attainment of such a level is due to his extraordinary talent. While this is indeed a factor, he also possesses a lineage of mentorship. Though he is not lacking in physical training, the passage of time has obliterated many traditions, leaving even the cultivation of energy without any surviving heritage. Jiang Yun speculates that this loss may have stemmed from the destructive actions of King Piccolo centuries ago, which likely resulted in the disappearance of numerous legacies, leaving only the teachings of Master Matedo, which manifest today as the Turtle School and Crane School. His ability to touch upon the threshold of energy is also attributed to his status as a transcendent being, endowed with naturally potent mental faculties and a heightened comprehension that far surpasses that of the average individual. While his innate talent may be comparable to Krillin's, his understanding is significantly more profound. One must not underestimate Krillin, for despite being the strongest Earthling, he is by no means weak. He may appear inconspicuous against adversaries, yet in the grand cosmos, he stands as a formidable opponent. Returning to the realm of Undying, Jiang Yun's training has led him to ponder various aspects of energy cultivation, yielding intriguing insights. His Undying technique involves projecting the body's force in dual streams. Yet this places considerable demands on the body. He speculates that these forces are the source of his amplified combat strength, albeit momentarily, and there remains a substantial gap compared to the King Kai fist. Nonetheless, he is in a process of refinement. His initial mastery of Undying was a serendipitous achievement, but he knows the what, but not the why, theorizing that it may have awakened the energy within him, though perhaps his energy is too feeble for him to fully perceive it, where he remains unaware of the intricacies of energy cultivation. Yet Jiang Yun is resolute in his belief that he possesses the potential to rival the protagonist, him. The Dragon Ball universe is determined primarily by the potency of one's energy, with striking martial techniques being relatively scarce. He perceives a relentless pursuit of combat strength enhancement, often neglecting the exploration of martial arts techniques. In Jiang Yun's perspective, energy forms the foundation, while martial techniques serve as an extension of the human body, akin to weapons. When two combatants possess similar levels of strength and experience, it is invariably the one wielding the weapon who prevails. The underlying reason for such a phenomenon may stem from the fact that the cultivation of martial techniques demands an extensive investment of time, which consequently results in a sluggish progression in the mastery of energy. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong, utilizing a singular technique, the Kamehamehas, able to conquer the world. This suggests that his extensive dedication to martial skills may have rendered his energy cultivation a fruitless endeavor, thus leading him to specialize solely in the Kamehameha. However, in reality, there exists significant potential in the cultivation of martial techniques. Take, for instance, Hit from Universe 6 in Dragon Ball. His mastery of the time skip technique is extraordinarily formidable, prominently showcased in Dragon Ball Super. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's exceptional natural talent in martial arts, deciphering Hit's time skip would have proven exceedingly challenging. Chapter 2. The Emergence of Influence. As for future developments, Jiang Yun had already begun to contemplate his path. He resolved to harness the power of technology in his cultivation, akin to the gravity training rooms depicted in Dragon Ball. This remarkable training apparatus from the original text could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. However, being still in his youth, he deemed it premature to utilize the gravity chamber, for overuse at this stage might hinder his growth. In a few years, however, the situation would be markedly different. By then, he anticipated that his strength would have seen considerable advancement, and he eagerly looked forward to reuniting with Goku. Jiang Yun had also pondered how to establish his own influence. He decided to recruit the young martial artists in his village. Indeed, the martial spirit in his village was robust, likely the legacy of a once prominent lineage of martial artists. The community had long embraced the practice of martial arts, with individuals of all ages possessing remarkable physical vitality. These insights were imparted to him by his late grandfather, who had passed away 2 years prior, rendering Jiang Yun a bona fide orphan. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Yun formulated a plan. He resolved to open a restaurant specializing in Huaxia cuisine, which would serve as a fade for his economic endeavors while providing the sustenance required for martial training. Practitioners of martial arts typically possess substantial appetites. As the saying goes, the wealthy cultivate martial prowess, while the poor focus on scholarship. The injuries incurred during rigorous training often necessitate the use of medicinal herbs for recovery. And not everyone possesses the extraordinary healing abilities of a Saiyan, particularly as Earthlings. In the present world, technology had advanced far beyond that of his previous life. Therapeutic elixirs capable of healing injuries were available, albeit at a steep price, making them primarily accessible to the affluent. Most individuals still relied on hospitals for treatment. Jiang Yun had already initiated his efforts to cultivate the youth a year prior. During his first year in this realm, he had bested many of the village's younger generation, even standing shoulder to shoulder with the elders. Today, the villagers could hardly discern the extent of his prowess. After all, the majority viewed martial arts merely as a means to enhance physical fitness, lacking the spiritual essence of a true martial artist. Nevertheless, a select few persisted in their dedication to martial arts, descendants of those who had survived the battle against the Demon King Piccolo, individuals who truly understood the glory of martial arts. These were the very individuals Jiang Yun sought to recruit, for they were worthy of his mentorship. As Jiang Yun traversed a grove of towering trees, lush and vibrant, He noted the stark contrast to his previous life. In this world, majestic trees flourished abundantly, and industrialization was not as pronounced. Some regions were highly advanced, while others remained entrenched in a primitive agrarian era. Emerging from the forest, Jiang Yun arrived at a modest training ground, which he had established a year ago alongside some of the village's youth. Here, strength was revered, and after he had triumphed over them, the young martial artists of the village revered him as an idol, aspiring to train under his guidance. Upon his arrival, the group that had been diligently training ceased their efforts and turned their attention to him. A boy, appearing to be around 16, rushed over, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Brother Yun, have you come to guide us in our training?" he exclaimed. "Bu Chun, I have something to discuss with you all. Please summon the others as this matter concerns them as well." "Hello everyone." Pause for a moment. Yungu has something to convey. Upon hearing Bu Chen's words, the crowd gathered around him. Looking at the young man before them, admiration flickered in their eyes as they inquired, "Yungu, what brings us here? Is it time for us to advance in our cultivation? We feel our progress has been rather sluggish lately. Can we embark on adventures, just as you mentioned before?" Some, anticipating the answer, hastily chimed in. "Indeed, our elders at home always forbid us from venturing out, insisting that we must first gain your approval." Observing the lively discussions, Jiang Yun raised his hand and proclaimed, "Everyone, please quiet down." At his command, silence fell, underscoring his esteemed status. "The reason I have gathered you today is to propose the establishment of a faction which will facilitate our cultivation. We have reached a relatively stagnant phase in our training, and it is imperative to explore new methodologies." At this point, Jiang Yun couldn't help but reflect on the adversaries who could effortlessly shatter stars. He would not entrust his fate to the Saiyans. His destiny must be in his own hands, further solidifying his conviction in forming a faction. "I intend to establish a faction akin to the Martial Arts Alliance, aimed at promoting martial arts and revitalizing its splendor. This has long been my aspiration, to cultivate the martial prowess of Earth to withstand future upheavals. I also envision venturing into the cosmos, making the establishment of my own faction indispensable." However, one among them voiced skepticism. "But Yungu, can we truly establish a faction with just us?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's brow furrowed, and he retorted, "Silence. Do you possess the spirit of a martial artist? The martial way is in decline. If you believe we cannot succeed, then hope for martial arts will be extinguished. We must not allow the legacy of martial arts to falter in our hands. It shall flourish through us. But is martial arts still relevant? Can it withstand bullets, or fend off cannons and tanks?" Another questioned, causing even more murmurs of uncertainty among the crowd. Though most remained silent, Bu Chun, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed in frustration, "Enough? Bu Fan, your doubts disappoint me greatly. How dare you question Yungu? Even if martial arts cannot withstand bullets or tanks, that is no justification for your insolence." Indeed, this individual was Bu Chen's younger brother, Bu Fan. Hearing Bu Chen's words, Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile. The younger generation in the village did not share the beliefs of their elders, thinking that while martial arts were powerful, they could not compete with modern human technology. Even Bu Chen, who most ardently supported him, did not believe martial arts could rival human advancements. "Since you all regard martial arts with such disdain, allow me to demonstrate its true might today. Martial arts can shatter mountains and split stones, ignite forests and boil seas." With that, Jiang Yun strode purposefully towards a massive boulder, towering at the height of 2 men. Open your eyes wide. Jiang Yun began to summon his inner strength, unleashing 2 powerful dark energies. With his current prowess, he could only manifest 2 such forces, momentarily doubling his combat effectiveness. The half-step crumbling fist. A sound of cracking echoed as the colossal rock was instantly shattered into dozens of fragments, a spectacle that left all present utterly astonished. Even Bu Chun was taken aback. Though he was aware of Jiang Yun's formidable abilities, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary display of power. Truly inhuman. Now, I hope no one will contest my proposal. The faction we are about to establish shall be named the Martial Alliance, signifying a union of martial arts. I understand the challenges of founding a faction, and thus, I shall extend my assistance. Within 5 years, I aspire for the Martial Alliance to become the foremost power in the Western capital. Bu Chun, you will serve as the vice leader of the Martial Alliance, and for the time being, all affairs shall be under your purview. Do not fear the difficulties ahead. Those who perform well shall be entrusted with my cultivation methods, which I am currently refining. I trust you will not betray my confidence." Indeed, the crowd was captivated by Jiang Yun's might, and an overwhelming sense of confidence surged within them. Time flowed swiftly. Chapter 3, An Unexpected Encounter 3 years later. Jiang Yun gazed upon the scene before him, a ripple of emotion stirring within. This was his starting point, as well as the future of Earth. Before his eyes lay an expansive training ground, a domain under the auspices of the Martial Alliance. After 3 years of development, Jiang Yun had swiftly established himself in West City, leveraging the culinary heritage of his past life. By now, his venture had grown into a colossal enterprise, commanding 50% of the city's dining market, a remarkable achievement, considering the culinary richness of West City. The remainder was occupied by various other companies, albeit with the Martial Alliance refraining from excessive suppression. Indeed, the rapidly advancing Martial Alliance and its public-facing entity, Huayan Restaurant, were thriving. Initially, there were plans for the Martial Alliance to expand overtly, but Jiang Yun advised against such haste, insisting that the present focus should be on rigorous cultivation. He often spoke mysteriously of an impending era, one that would herald the rise of martial arts. Although Bu Chun was uncertain of the reasons, his faith in Jiang Yun was unwavering. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Yun's demonstrated capabilities had garnered the respect of all within the alliance. During the early stages of the Martial Alliance's development, it was Jiang Yun's decisive leadership that propelled it towards strength, until he relinquished control a year ago, entrusting the culinary operations to Bu Chun and others. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had entered a year-long seclusion, reportedly reaching a critical juncture in his cultivation. Indeed, Jiang Yun's training had advanced significantly over the past 2 years. He had gained a deeper understanding of the application of qi, even developing the sky dance technique from the original narrative. However, he suspected that his mastery of qi had yet to reach the level of Master Rashi, and he might even fall short of Master Crane. Nonetheless, his combat prowess, though only slightly above 100, was formidable enough to rival both masters, especially with the explosive power of his dual energy techniques, capable of overwhelming them in an instant. Moreover, attaining the level of Master Rashi should render the learning of flight techniques, such as sky dance, relatively straightforward, yet Master Rashi had not mastered it. Jiang Yun speculated that this was due to the technique being developed by Master Crane, leading Rashi to dismiss it. As the Saiyan invasion approached, the prevalence of sky dance suggested that Rashi had perhaps set aside his prejudices and embraced adaptability. After all, prosperity often arises from struggle, while complacency can lead to downfall. The martial arts of Master Rashi continued to evolve, reaching unfathomable depths by the time of Dragon Ball Super. The Martial Alliance's growth had naturally incited the avarice of others, yet it remained concealed. Those envious individuals coveted the wealth of Huayan Restaurant. The restaurant had appeared peaceful over the past 3 years, not due to the benevolence of others, but because the Martial Alliance's disciples had stealthily thwarted any encroachment upon it. As it stood, Huayan Restaurant had firmly secured half of West City's culinary landscape, with Buchin contemplating diversification into other sectors. With newfound wealth and strength, resources were abundant, and the pursuit of martial arts had become considerably more accessible. Certainly, the core disciples of the Martial Alliance were not overly concerned with the intricate details of the Huayan Restaurant, instead entrusting its management to a down-and-out merchant. After witnessing Jiang Yun's formidable prowess, they regarded him as a celestial being. Under Jiang Yun's protection, the restaurant flourished in all aspects, undoubtedly aided by the martial support of the Alliance. Over the past 3 years, many disciples within the Alliance have achieved combat powers reaching 70 to 80, thanks to the cultivation methods of qi passed down by Jiang Yun. Do not underestimate such power. In the early days of Dragon Ball, aside from Son Goku and a few others on Earth, this level of strength was virtually unmatched. Although this refers to individual combat prowess, which may not yet contend with national weaponry, the Martial Alliance does not seek conflict with the state, but aims to promote martial arts and potentially collaborate with the government. However, Jiang Yun believes the time for such cooperation has not yet come. Only through experiencing despair can one truly comprehend the might of a martial artist. The Demon King Piccolo is a crucial element of Jiang Yun's plan, as it allows for the comprehensive launch of the Martial Alliance and the advent of a global cultivation era, essential for safeguarding Earth from cosmic threats. The protection of the planet must come from its inhabitants, rather than relying solely on the Saiyans. This reflection brings to mind the Earth of his past life, a nation he cherished deeply, whose national pride was both admirable and inspiring. Contemplating this, a hint of bitterness crept onto Jiang Yun's lips. He realized he could never return. Yet, this world beckoned him with greater allure, and the pursuit of martial arts offered him a joy far beyond the superficial tricks of his previous experiences, which appeared impressive but lacked true combat effectiveness. Given Jiang Yun's current combat strength, there were few threats to him before the plot commenced. Thus, to alleviate his mind, he decided to stroll through West City, adhering to the principle that balance between work and leisure yields the best results. He had been diligently practicing Qi for the past 2 years, leaving him somewhat tense. Breathing in the fresh air, Jiang Yun felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, accompanied by a newfound joy that revitalized his spirit. As he walked along the streets of West City, the ebb and flow of people and the sounds of vendors momentarily transported him back to his past life, reminiscent of his former Earth. If one were to overlook the anthropomorphic creatures on the streets, the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world coexisted peacefully with beastmen, a testament to the marvels of life. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. "Help! Someone save me!" Jiang Yun turned towards the sound and saw 3 thuggish figures in a somewhat secluded alleyway, menacingly demanding money from a blonde woman. This scene prompted Jiang Yun to remark, "Truly, this is the Dragon Ball world. The crime rate is alarmingly high, and even a simple outing can lead to such encounters." However, Jiang Yun had no intention of remaining a mere bystander. He resolved to intervene. "Stop! Let her go!" Upon hearing his voice, the thugs turned around to see a handsome young man approaching them, adorned in fine clothing, with his hands casually tucked into his belt, radiating a warm demeanor and a friendly smile. "May I ask you to release this lady?" Jiang Yun's words momentarily stunned the ruffians, but they soon regained their composure. "How audacious to attempt a heroic rescue alone. He seeks death. Everyone advance. I detest those who possess greater handsomeness than I," declared the ruffian leader, his demeanor reflecting his bravado. "All right, boss. Kid, encountering us is your misfortune. Unless you experience our might, you won't comprehend the true nature of peril. Oh, are you certain you wish to confront me? Such actions will incur a price," Jiang Yun remarked with a playful expression. The ruffians charged at him. With a series of swift strikes, the ruffians were sent hurtling backward. The leader, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "How can you be so formidable? Please spare my life. I shall never dare again." He quickly bowed to Jiang Yun, terrified that any delay might cost him his life. Witnessing this display, Jiang Yun lost interest and waved his hand dismissively. "Begone." He refrained from exerting excessive force, recognizing they were merely ordinary individuals. The 2 ruffians, regaining their senses, hurriedly lifted their incapacitated leader and fled. Once the ruffians had departed, Jiang Yun turned his attention to the woman who had been robbed. The fear that had once graced her features was now replaced by curiosity as she regarded him. "Hello, my name is Tais, and I am a novelist. How did you manage to drive those ruffians away? Are you a martial artist?" she inquired. The name struck a familiar chord with Jiang Yun, yet he dismissed the thought. "I am a practitioner of martial arts, not merely a performer of flashy moves," Jiang Yun explained, gesturing with his hands. "Martial artist." The term piqued Tais's interest, igniting her inspiration as she pondered incorporating it into her novel. She eagerly pressed Jiang Yun for more information, finding her incessant questions tiresome. Jiang Yun turned and began to walk away. "Hey, wait for me," Tais hurriedly called out, racing to catch up. Chapter 4. Jiang Yun's trial. "Wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" Taisi called out, hurrying to catch up. Seeing her approach, Jiang Yun reluctantly slowed his pace and finally remarked, "What exactly do you want?" "I am merely acting on impulse. You need not follow me. You claim to be a martial artist. Could you perhaps share tales of martial artists with me? I wish to incorporate them into my novel, as I am a renowned author." At that moment, Taisi's eyes sparkled with excitement, which caused Jiang Yun a pang of annoyance. This woman was quite bothersome. Though undeniably a striking beauty with a slim waist and long legs, akin to a national goddess in his previous life, his sole focus was on martial arts, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. During his years in the Dragon Ball world, he had observed that this realm was replete with stunning women, perhaps owing to the abundant vital energy present that enhanced their physical prowess. A modicum of training could yield a remarkably fit physique. "I am speaking to you. Are you even listening?" Taisi stood with her hands on her hips, a frown creasing her brow, clearly displeased by Jiang Yun's apparent disregard. "What do you want?" "My time is limited," he replied, genuinely pressed for time, as he had plans to provide further instructions for the Martial Alliance's training upon his return. "I have already expressed my desire to learn the stories of martial artists, as it would enrich my creative endeavors. And of course, I wish to express my gratitude for your timely assistance." Though she voiced gratitude, Taisi's inner thoughts diverged. Even without his help, she could have handled those ruffians, for Bulma had equipped her with several self-defense items. Perceiving her unwavering determination to engage with him, Jiang Yun chose not to argue further, deciding to relax a bit. He then jested, "If you want me to share, you must treat me to a meal." Upon hearing this, Taisi's eyes lit up. "No problem, that's a trivial matter. But you must regale me with stories afterward." She readily agreed. Dining with him seemed harmless, especially given his handsome appearance, so she acquiesced. Tai Si entertained a playful thought. Had it been anyone else, she would have declined, as many wished to dine with her. Had Jiang Yun not saved her, she would have been far less inclined. Besides, her curiosity about him was piqued. Jiang Yun, taken aback by her acceptance, followed her to the restaurant. As they approached the entrance, he couldn't help but chuckle internally. Isn't this my establishment? Indeed, Tai Si had chosen to visit the Huayan restaurant, which was under Jiang Yun's ownership. What a coincidence. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your meal. The courteous server at the entrance greeted them respectfully. This level of service was a hallmark he had implemented from his past life. Having invested considerable effort into ensuring patrons felt comfortable, which was one of the reasons Huayan restaurant enjoyed such popularity. Of course, the delectable dishes were equally indispensable. Though referred to as a restaurant, its scale is anything but modest. It has been transformed into an upscale establishment, soaring to 10 stories. Dining takes place on the first floor, while the upper levels are designated for entertainment. The pinnacle, however, serves as a venue for hosting affluent dignitaries and influential figures. Upon entering, one is greeted by opulent decor that artfully blends vintage aesthetics with modern elements, reminiscent of ancient Chinese architecture, an embodiment of Jiang Yun's personal design, reflecting his deep affection for his homeland. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Hello, could we have a private room? Tai Si inquired with practiced ease, suggesting she had frequented this place numerous times before. Of course, right this way, the server replied, guiding Jiang Yun and his companions to a private chamber. Once the server departed, Tai Si eagerly remarked, this is the most popular restaurant in the West Capital over the past 3 years. Their culinary offerings are renowned, drawing patrons even from other cities. Amused by Tai Si's enthusiastic praise for his own establishment, Jiang Yun chuckled inwardly, imagining her surprise if she were to discover the true ownership of this venture. Hey, what is so funny? Tai Si asked, eyeing Jiang Yun suspiciously. Am I the subject of your amusement? Her thoughts drifted to the notion that he was mocking her, reminiscent of a certain anime character. No, I merely recalled something amusing, Jiang Yun replied, appearing sincere enough to quell her irritation. In the midst of their lively conversation, Jiang Yun shared tales recounted by the village elders, which seemed to captivate Tai Si. Before parting, she handed him a business card. Gazing at the card, emblazoned with the name Universal Capsule Company, Jiang Yun's brow furrowed. Universal Capsule. Wait, isn't that Bulma's sister? He pondered. Indeed, it was her. Though the original narrative had provided scant details about her, primarily focusing on Bulma's adventures in the cosmos, causing Jiang Yun to momentarily forget. Fascinating. He examined the card in his hand, memorizing the details before carelessly discarding it into a nearby trash bin, turning to leave as whispers seemed to follow him. We shall meet again. At the Martial Alliance base. I trust you have sensed a stagnation in your martial progress. Some of you have experienced months without improvement. Therefore, I have decided to organize a trial. Yes, a trial. Jiang Yun understood that martial arts transcended mere physical conditioning. After 3 years of rigorous training, their bodies had reached a certain threshold, and it was now time to embark on the cultivation of the mind. Jiang Yun believed that martial arts should harmonize with nature, ultimately achieving a state of unity between heaven and humanity. This philosophy elucidated why ancient practitioners distanced themselves from worldly distractions, retreating into the depths of the forest to refine their inner selves. True martial development flourished through the trials of life and death. As depicted in the original tale, Sun Wukong grew stronger through relentless battles, his power surging in the face of adversaries, while during peacetime, his growth stagnated due to a lack of external pressure. As a martial artist, one must possess the heart of a warrior. It is often said that there is boundless joy in contending against the heavens, the earth, and mankind. A true martial artist should exhibit courage in grappling with tigers and battling eagles. While they may not attain the serene tranquility of Sun Wukong soaring through the skies or the swift agility of lightning, an exalted state that even Jiang Yun has yet to reach, they can significantly enhance their mental fortitude, ensuring they do not become enslaved by mere physical strength. I require you to dwell in the primordial forest for 3 months, devoid of companionship, reliant solely on yourselves to survive. Engage with the tigers and leopards, confront the eagles, and challenge the dragons. Upon your return, you will discover profound advancements, not merely in physical prowess, but in the evolution of your spirit. I aspire for you to forge a genuine martial heart. Jiang Yun struck his fist against his chest. To endure such trials may seem exceedingly harsh to the average individual. However, Bu Chun, standing beside Jiang Yun, regarded it as entirely justifiable. He had undergone similar training, though the hardships are better left unspoken. For only those who have experienced it can truly comprehend the challenges, facing not only the wolves, tigers, and leopards of the forest, but also the relentless mosquitoes and serpents. Hearing of this training, the crowd displayed skepticism, believing it to be easily surmountable. Buchon observed their expressions with a quiet amusement, thinking to himself, "Ah, dear brothers, the path is narrowing. Soon, you shall relish that joy." Jiang Yun, perceptive to their dismissive attitudes, cautioned, "Do not underestimate the challenge ahead. Should you falter, do not lay blame at my feet. A warrior must remain ever vigilant." At his words, the group stowed their airs of condescension. "Now let us embark." Yes. The assembly dispersed into the wild. Chapter 5. Further cultivation within a secluded training chamber. Jiang Yun conceived a novel perspective on martial arts techniques. The augmentation of combat prowess through martial skills has already been exemplified in the original narrative, notably through the development of the King Kai fist, which was said to enhance one's strength by as much as 20-fold, enabling one to vanquish foes many times more formidable. Such an astonishing notion speaks volumes. Though King Kai may appear somewhat unorthodox, he is undoubtedly a master of martial arts, akin to the esteemed figures in Dragon Ball, such as Master Roshi and the Old Kai. These venerable sages often exhibit eccentric behavior, yet their mental fortitude has reached a level of equanimity, transcending the chaos of honor and disgrace. Their martial cultivation has attained remarkable profundity. One must not be deceived by their outward displays of power. At times, one's mindset can prove more vital than sheer combat ability, as illustrated in the original tale. For instance, the divine teachings imparted by the celestial beings emphasize tranquility akin to the vast sky and swiftness reminiscent of lightning. Consider Goku's encounter with the ancient sage, who seemed to meld with the very fabric of the universe. Although he appeared present, he exuded an essence of ethereality, embodying the harmony of heaven and earth, and drawing close to the natural order. Moreover, the guidance provided by the cat sage to young Goku serves as a testament to the refinement of both technique and mindset. By harnessing their pursuit of power, he adeptly trained them under the guise of the sacred super holy water, resulting in significant, albeit subtle, enhancement of their abilities. As depicted in the original narrative, Goku's comprehension of the ultimate technique, known as the Zai Zai Ji Yi Gong, reveals that he is uniquely suited to grasp this profound secret, whereas Vegeta is not. The crux lies in Goku's childlike innocence and the comprehensive training he received from various mentors. His rapid ascension from a power level of tens of thousands to that of a Super Saiyan on Namek stems from the solid foundation he established, enabling him to master that formidable force. In contrast, during the battle on Namek, Vegeta's arrogance blinded him to the enormity of Frieza's power, leading him to overestimate his own transformation into a Super Saiyan, only to be swiftly humbled. This pattern repeated during the Android Saga, where he disregarded the warnings of his comrades and insisted on allowing Cell to attain his perfect form, ultimately leading to his downfall. This disparity in mindset compared to Goku's is evident, as even future Trunks possessed a superior state of mind, honed through the tribulations of his dystopian world, bearing the weight of hope for an entire universe. However, due to the premature demise of the Dragon Ball warriors in the original narrative, Gohan and Trunks find themselves lacking in martial prowess, stalling at the first stage of Super Saiyan. It was not until the period of Majin Buu that Vegeta's mindset truly matured, as he exhibited a willingness to sacrifice himself in battle against this formidable foe. At that moment, he embodied the Saiyan prince we have come to admire, much like the Vegeta of Dragon Ball Super, who shows profound affection for Bulma, bringing solace to fans of the series. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yun recalled his thoughts on enhancing combat prowess, reminiscent of the Kaioken technique. Although formidable, its drawbacks were too significant, which perhaps explained why the Kai had ceased its further development until it was revived in the hands of Goku. Subsequently, through Goku's modifications, it was even executed atop the Super Saiyan God form. This evoked admiration for Goku's astonishing intuition, as he surpassed years of the Kai's efforts in such a brief period. Although based on the Kai's original technique, it nonetheless attested to Goku's remarkable talent. Reflecting on his own half-step collapse fist, Jiang Yun found himself ensnared in a bottleneck, only capable of achieving a threefold enhancement thus far. Despite his research on Ki leading to further modifications of this martial art, it could only provide a temporary boost, falling short when compared to the Kaioken. Moreover, Jiang Yun discovered that due to his physical limitations, the enhancement multiplier of the half-step collapse fist could no longer be increased. Although its lesser enhancement effect resulted in side effects far milder than those of the Kaioken, the ultimate consequence remained mere exhaustion. Jiang Yun realized that this technique was primarily a fleeting burst of power, leaving him profoundly dissatisfied, despite its extraordinary nature. Over the years of training, he had continuously pondered how to refine martial arts, achieving some results along the way. Contemplating various novels from his past life and the myriad of readers' speculations, he recalled techniques capable of instantly amplifying power by dozens of times, which stirred his imagination. Through his years of research, Jiang Yun made noteworthy discoveries, particularly that most techniques in Dragon Ball involve compressing ki before its release. During Raditz invasion of Earth, Piccolo developed a devastating move called the Special Beam Cannon, renowned for its formidable penetrating ability. In the original story, it could amplify combat powers several times, piercing through both Raditz and Goku, showcasing its immense power. Similarly, Goku's Kamehameha had evolved into his signature move after countless refinements. Recalling the moment he first witnessed Goku's Kamehameha, he could not help but replicate the same motion, the imagery still vividly resonating in his mind. Now, the prospect of facing them in battle filled Jiang Yun with a sense of destiny, evoking an exhilarating fervor within him. Among the techniques in Dragon Ball, the Kikaho utilized by Tien Shinhan left an indelible impression on Jiang Yun, as it managed to temporarily suppress a being with a combat power exceeding 1 billion, such as Cell, despite Tien's own power being only in the tens of millions. The Turtle Hermit had remarked that the Kikaho was executed at the cost of one's life, underscoring its strength despite the considerable repercussions. In his myriad of inspirations, Jiang Yun drew upon the operational model of the Kaioken. This technique involved the temporary ignition of ki within the body to enhance its intensity, manifesting as a red aura. The Kai had once mentioned that this technique demanded significant physical prowess, implying that only Saiyans like Goku could withstand its high multipliers. Jiang Yun, inspired by this, developed his own version of the King of Worlds Fist, which he referred to as the Jiang Divine Body. Indeed, Jiang Yun harbored immense expectations for the Jiang Divine Body, aspiring to become a true deity, not merely achieving a cunning godly realm like Sun Wukong, but reaching a divine state solely through his own efforts. If he were to attain such a realm, Jiang Yun speculated that he might rival the Super Saiyan Blue forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, he acknowledged that he was still far from that level. He surmised that achieving the divine realm required formidable strength, rather than the inherited existence of celestial beings, kings, or divine kings as depicted in the original text. Currently, the Jiang Divine Body he had developed could achieve a 5-fold enhancement, akin to the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Although named the Jiang Divine Body, it was fundamentally a martial technique pertaining to the physical form. After developing the Jiang Divine Body, Jiang Yun began to ponder the origins of the Saiyans in a time long past, questioning whether the legendary Super Saiyan was indeed a product of their cultivation, ultimately engraved within their bloodline and passed down through generations. Jiang Yun was uncertain about this, yet he recognized that those who reached such realms were undoubtedly beyond his imagination. Regardless of the truth, he felt it was not the right time to dwell on such matters. He was merely a martial artist, not a scientist. Jiang Yun chuckled to himself. His thoughts then drifted to the numerous disciples of the Martial Alliance who were still undergoing trials. They must be having quite a delightful time, he mused with a mischievous smile. Meanwhile, Chapter 6, The Suffering Multitude. Meanwhile, deep within the endless forest, the multitude remained oblivious to Jiang Yun's musings. It was only now that they truly grasped the anguish of this trial. In a lush, verdant forest, Bufan lay despondently upon a stone. Indeed, he was Buchun's younger brother. Since the events of 3 years ago, he had gradually transformed from admiration to fervent belief. Convinced that Jiang Yun represented the hope of martial arts, he believed that by following Jiang Yun, he would witness the splendor of martial prowess. However, at this moment, he gazed longingly at the very forest that tormented him, reminiscing about their initial ease and carefree spirit, thinking it was merely a fleeting challenge. Bufan, with his impressive combat strength of 60 points, was undoubtedly a master among ordinary individuals. Yet, he found himself vexed by the relentless swarm of insects that plagued the forest. Upon their arrival, he had been blissfully unaware, casually seeking a place to rest, only to awaken the next day in a state of unbearable itchiness. He had even encountered colorful insects the size of his fist, which had sent him fleeing in terror. Bufan not only contended with the myriad of insects, but also had to remain vigilant against the lurking wolves and leopards in the woods, as well as the attacks from eagles soaring above. Through this period of trial, he felt he had evolved into a wilderness expert, managing to cope with the challenges that the forest presented. Meanwhile, another disciple had quietly fallen into a dire predicament. Those damned wolves, Next time I shall roast you, exclaimed a disciple of the martial alliance. Ahead, a pack of fierce wolves, their eyes glinting with malice, emanated an aura of chilling terror, instilling fear deep within. The ground was littered with several wolf carcasses, evidently slain by this disciple, amidst a spattering of blood, unclear whether it belonged to him or the wolves. Creating a scene fraught with tension, both parties fixed their gazes upon one another, the wolves shifting within their encirclement, neither side willing to make a move. Having clearly suffered losses, they awaited an opportunity, knowing that the first to falter would face a tempest of attacks. In the protracted silence, hunger ultimately overcame the wolves' fear, prompting one or two to launch an assault on the disciple. As the wolves surged forward, the disciple pivoted slightly, driving an elbow into the temple of one wolf, delivering a swift and decisive blow. Another wolf attempted to attack from behind, its claws gleaming ominously. After dispatching the first wolf, he swiftly supported himself with one hand on the ground, propelling his feet towards the attacking wolf, sending it soaring into the air. "Die, you wretched beast," he roared, instantly positioning himself above the wolf, tightening his grip before striking down with force. The ground was dented by the impact, the wolf convulsing within the small crater, ejecting blood. Its anguished cries echoed as it succumbed to death. Yet, the demise of their companion did not instill fear in the remaining wolves. Rather, it ignited their ferocity. The wolves exchanged glances before launching themselves at the disciple in unison. "Damn it, I have no choice but to unleash my ultimate technique," they howled. "Let them all perish." The half-step collapse fist, infused with a formidable strength. The disciple unleashed this technique, a refined version of Jiang Yun's half-step collapse fist, which had been improved to the extent that it could be wielded by the core disciples. Empowered by the half-step collapse fist, he seemed invincible, cutting down the surrounding wolves in mere moments. Yet, fatigue overcame him, and he collapsed to the ground. He understood that he could not succumb to this fate. The stench of blood would inevitably attract nearby beasts, sealing his doom. Thus, he dragged his weary body towards a temporary refuge, a place of relative safety. The twilight's golden rays illuminated him, casting a long shadow until he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Bufan was ensnared in a harrowing chase. Bound by a rubbery apparatus, he found himself pursued by a colossal humanoid creature. No, as its form gradually emerged, it revealed itself to be a dinosaur, indeed, a dinosaur. Recalling the events that led to this predicament, Bufan felt a headache coming on. It all began as he was engaged in his usual training when a tiger suddenly appeared. Overjoyed, he thought, "Dinner is secured for tonight." He swiftly dispatched the tiger. But as he contemplated the carcass, a voice echoed ominously. "You wretched insect, you have slain my prey." Startled, Bufan turned to face the dinosaur. Yet upon recognizing its strength, he quickly regained his composure. With a glint of excitement, he declared, "It was I who killed it. What will you do about it? Care for a spar?" He assumed a stance, provocatively gesturing with his finger. "You insolent insect, I shall devour you." The dinosaur charged at Bufan, its tail sweeping through the air with a thunderous crack. Boom, boom. Bufan attempted to shield himself, only to be ensnared by the tail, which flung him against the rocks with a resounding crash. Dust erupted around him, but he emerged unscathed, stretching his limbs. "Not bad. Come, continue to amuse me." His excitement surged. "You vile insect, I shall make you pay." The dinosaur roared in fury, launching itself at Bufan. Thud, thud. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging blows in a fierce contest that showcased their equal prowess. A commendable opponent. The warm-up is over. Bufan assessed that the dinosaur's strength was slightly inferior to his own, estimating its combat prowess at around 50 points. However, it still held a significant advantage in raw physical power and durability. "But I possess my own secret techniques," Bufan mused, as he unveiled his true abilities. The dinosaur found itself on the defensive, leaping backward. "Prepare yourself, insignificant creature." Rubber cage. The dinosaur tilted its head back and expelled a rubber-like object from its mouth. "What in the world is this?" Bufan thought, maintaining his vigilance. Yet, the rubber ring ensnared him, and Bufan attempted to pry it open, only to discover its formidable resilience. "How unfortunate, I was careless." He observed Jilong approaching him. "Brother, let us converse amiably. Peace is paramount," Bufan implored, addressing Jilong directly. In response, Jilong unleashed a torrent of dragon flames. Bufan swiftly hunched down to evade the fiery assault. Rising, he declared, "I was remiss just now, failing to dodge. If you possess the skill, let us commence anew." What greeted him was yet another fierce breath of dragon fire. "If you persist, I shall unleash my ultimate move." Another blast of flames surged towards him, targeting his lower half. Bufan felt a surge of anxiety, A misstep here could spell disaster. He assumed a defensive posture, leading Zilong to mistakenly believe Bufan was preparing to attack, only to find himself infuriated. In a flash, Bufan darted away, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Zilong gave chase. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit, yet Bufan's nimble physique gradually widened the gap between them. After 2 arduous hours of chasing, Zilong began to relent. "Damn little pest, I hope I never cross paths with you again." Zilong bellowed in frustration before turning away. Bufan, relieved, exhaled deeply. Being encumbered by such an object hindered his abilities. He then began to fiddle with the rubber ring, striving to extricate it. At long last, after considerable effort, Bufan managed to free himself from the rubber encumbrance. It seems one must never underestimate the heroes of the world. Bufan recalled the words of Jiang Yun, who had once imparted wisdom about the existence of those beyond oneself and the humility essential in martial arts. Chapter 7. Out on a journey of cultivation at this moment, Jiang Yun found himself contemplating anew his path to cultivation. Given his current foundation, he realized it was insufficient for delving deeper into the subsequent stages of martial arts. While he possessed considerable knowledge and was acutely aware of the formidable foes that lay ahead, his understanding of martial arts remained woefully inadequate. Jiang Yun sank into deep thought, recognizing that he had reached a minor bottleneck. Should he overcome it, a vast expanse of possibilities would unfold before him. However, failure would lead him into an endless labyrinth of mountains and valleys. Since his arrival in this realm, he had been training alone, and perhaps it was time to venture forth and enrich his experiences. Although he had foresight of future developments, it was ultimately a matter of theory versus practice. Perhaps a visit to the legendary Karen Tower would be beneficial, where the wise cat sage, with centuries of wisdom and insight into the flow of energy, might offer guidance to refine his path of cultivation. Thus, Jiang Yun embarked on his journey of external training. As he traversed the vast Dragon Ball continent, Jiang Yun suppressed his cultivation level, wandering through the expansive land. Along the way, he encountered fierce competition for food with tigers, raced with deer, swam alongside sharks, and even tested his physical strength against elephants. Before him stood a magnificent tiger, its striking stripes imparting a sense of overwhelming power. Its size dwarfed that of any tiger from his previous life, and the distinctive mark upon its forehead proclaimed its status as the king of the forest, exuding an aura of intimidation. At that moment, the tiger had its sights set on a group of zebras frolicking by the water's edge. Unbeknownst to the carefree zebras, who sported their own black and white stripes, danger lurked nearby. The tiger, too, remained oblivious to the presence of Jiang Yun, who was quietly suppressing his aura so as not to startle the creature with which he sought to hone his skills. Indeed, he was engaged in the practice of energy control, striving to seize the tiger's prey without revealing his own presence. Immersing himself in nature and attuning to its rhythms was essential for significant progress, a stark contrast to the confines of urban training, which he typically avoided. Of course, the absence of a gravity training chamber, still in the planning stages, also factored into his decision. The scientists he had recruited could not compare to the expertise of the Universal Capsule Company, highlighting a significant gap in resources. If effective training methods were available, why not utilize them? The magnificent tiger was blissfully absorbed in the thrill of the impending hunt, entirely unaware of Jiang Yun's approach. This illustrated the finesse with which Jiang Yun controlled his energy. His objective was to claim the tiger's catch without the use of energy, relying solely on stealth. Just then, a zebra seemed to sense something amiss and let out a loud whinny. It was the lookout among the group. At the sound, the herd erupted into chaos, and they began to flee. The tiger, too, sprang into action, pursuing a slower zebra, while Jiang Yun swiftly followed, moving with a speed that rivaled that of a cheetah. In the fleeting moment before the tiger could seize its prey, Jiang Yun struck the zebra's head with a precise blow, rendering it unconscious. With his quarry in tow, he dashed away, the impotent roar of the tiger echoing behind him. Following this, he engaged in a race against a deer, where he gleaned insights into how to unleash his speed more effectively. Through his comparison of swimming with sharks, he discerned that minimizing extraneous movements could yield significant advantages, enhancing his speed and execution. This technique undoubtedly mirrors the wisdom imparted by the cat sage to the young monkey king in the original narrative, as he gradually taught this skill through the act of seizing the false, super holy water. It must be acknowledged that these masters of martial arts possess remarkable prowess, truly deserving of the title of ancient sages who have lived for centuries. Moreover, after grappling with an elephant, he realized that although the elephant's attacks were slow, they were formidable in their own right. This bears a striking resemblance to the charge attacks found in Dragon Ball, where power is concentrated at a focal point to unleash a more potent force. Take, for instance, the Crane School's Dodone Ray, which harnesses energy through a single finger, boasting immense penetrating power, even surpassing the Kamehameha in its early stages. The energy required for the Dodone Ray is less than that of the Kamehameha, rendering it superior in the initial phases. It is not to say that it cannot compete later on. Rather, no one pursued its further development. Characters like Tien Shinhan eventually distanced themselves from the Crane School, likely due to the evolution of their martial philosophies, leading to a neglect of the techniques from that lineage. Perhaps ancient individuals gleaned insights into the cultivation of ki through their struggles against wild beasts, for humans on Earth, being inherently weaker, came to appreciate the presence of ki through its amplification. This is in stark contrast to most beings in the universe, who are born with a naturally potent ki and whose development appears rather crude, often relying on power scouters to gauge their combat strength. Jiang Yun resumed his training, embarking on a journey toward the Korin Tower. 6 months later, two individuals sat cross-legged together, feasting on grilled meat. One of them was, of course, Jiang Yun. The other person, somewhat plump, had long hair cascading past his shoulders, appearing rather unkempt, his face betraying an insatiable appetite for the grilled delicacy. At his side hung a katana, suggesting he was a wandering warrior. His stout frame was complemented by small eyes and a spiky hairstyle, donned in a traditional striped kimono. Wooden geta on his feet, an adept in the art of drawing his sword, his voice reminiscent of Krillin's. Indeed, it was the portly Akairobe. Jiang Yun was no stranger to Akairobe, having been profoundly impressed by this character, whose combat prowess was on par with that of the young Monkey King at his debut. His entrance was nothing short of spectacular, executing a masterful sword draw that swiftly dispatched the son of King Piccolo, who sought the Dragon Balls, demonstrating formidable strength. In Jiang Yun's eyes, Akairobe's potential was a source of frustration. He believed this individual possessed innate talents that far exceeded those of Earthlings like Krillin. Despite his seemingly minimal training, his initial power level was quite high, rivaling that of early-stage Monkey King. Later, during the battle against Vegeta, he executed a stealthy maneuver that severed Vegeta's tail, heroically rescuing his companions. This further attests to his combat capabilities, as injuring Vegeta requires a level of skill not just anyone possesses, reflecting his exceptional mastery of the sword-drawing technique. However, despite Akairobe's remarkable gifts, he ultimately became a Senzu courier, squandering his extraordinary talents in the process. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Yun could not help but feel a surge of indignation. It was a sheer waste of talent. This prompted him to consider enticing the man. Mr. Akilib, your martial prowess is remarkable. Why not join our martial alliance? The martial alliance? What is that? I have little interest in joining others. My greatest desire is simply to satisfy my hunger. Akilib replied. Hearing his words, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. Indeed, this could be the key to persuading him. Fear not, Mr. Akilib. The conditions of our martial alliance are quite favorable. We offer an endless array of culinary delights. However, this comes with the expectation of strength and contributions to the alliance. We boast the largest dining establishment in the West City, which will undoubtedly fulfill your needs. Jiang Yun assured him. Is that truly the case? Jiang Yun, can your alliance really provide enough sustenance? I have quite the appetite, Akilib said, his interest piqued. Akilib's voracious appetite was a secret of his own. He had always been a hearty eater since childhood, even exhausting the resources of his village. After the passing of his mentor, he had wandered in search of sustenance, perpetually troubled by hunger, as his body could rapidly assimilate food, leading to his constant quest for more. This might also explain why he remained in Kalinta, as he had consumed the precious resources accumulated by the Kalinta immortal for centuries, showcasing his extraordinary constitution. Recognizing the potential for collaboration, Jiang Yun remarked, You will not be disappointed. We have thousands of individuals dedicated to serving our needs. The two exchanged smiles, each feeling they had gained an advantage. Chapter 8. The Legendary Kalinta Mr. Akalobe. Are you familiar with the legendary Kalinta? Jiang Yun began to inquire about information regarding Kalinta. Do not call me Mr. Just address me by my name. Akalobe replied with a furrowed brow. Kalinta? Are you referring to that peculiar tower? I haven't delved much into it, but I've heard that ascending the tower grants immense power. According to legend, only the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian, has ever succeeded in climbing it. Akalobe shrugged and then picked up a piece of roasted meat. Do you know how to reach Kalinta? Oh, just head north. However, it seems there are guardians stationed there. But I have no interest in that. Akalobe pointed towards the north. Jiang Yun was aware that beneath Kalinta stood guardians adorned in attire reminiscent of Native Americans, known as Beulah, who had rescued the young Wukong in the original tale, only to be slain by Tao Bai Bai. The Beulah clan was tasked with protecting Kalinta. which they referred to as the sacred land of Kalinta, and they also served as a gatekeeper for martial artists. If one could not defeat him, then challenging Kalinta would merely be courting death. The original narrative also indicated that Beulah had attempted to challenge Kalinta multiple times, yet each endeavor ended in failure. Akalob, have you ever attempted to challenge Kalinta? It must be a pursuit every martial artist is passionate about, Jiang Yun said with a smile. Not at all. I have no interest in such thankless endeavors, especially since it is merely a legend. Akalob replied nonchalantly. Jiang Yun frowned, realizing he would need to train this lad rigorously. Such an attitude was unacceptable. Contemplating this, he devised a plan to test Akalob's potential. He then stood up and said, Akalob, I see you carry a blade. Your combat abilities must be considerable. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? At this moment, Jiang Yun felt a surge of interest. Akalob, seated on the ground, looked up at Jiang Yun, pondering for a moment. I sense your strength is formidable. Perfect timing. I've just eaten, and I could use a warm-up. With that, Akalob stood up. Very well, let us proceed to that area. Jiang Yun indicated a nearby open space, and the two moved to the designated spot. They faced each other in silence, their expressions serious, an impressive aura emanating from their bodies. Suddenly, the birds in the forest were startled, taking flight as if sensing a looming dread, while a gentle breeze swept past them. In an instant, a flash of the blade cut through the air. Swift, exceedingly swift. The cold gleam of the blade had already emerged, leaving Jiang Yun astonished. He had anticipated Akalob's speed, yet it surpassed his expectations. Fast, precise, ruthless. This was his immediate impression. Reacting quickly, he withdrew his body to evade the lethal strike. However, a relentless barrage of slashes followed. He utilized both hands and feet to deflect Akalob's blade, then surged forward. Akalob executed several agile backflips, narrowly escaping Jiang Yun's onslaught. Then, the two exchanged glances. In an instant, they sprang into action. Bang, 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 boom, boom. In an instant, several rounds had passed. Their speed was extraordinarily swift, surpassing the realm of ordinary individuals. A common person would struggle to even catch a glimpse. Should a martial artist be present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the profound mastery displayed by these two. At this moment, their prowess was at the forefront of contemporary martial arts training, rivaled only by the likes of Master Rashi, Master Shan, and Tao Pai Pai. Jiang Yun, let us decide the victor with one strike. I sense that you possess a considerable amount of untapped power. I can hardly believe there exists such a monstrous talent as you. Akarobi stated earnestly, albeit with a hint of resignation. Very well, let us proceed. Draw your sword. Akarobi transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Jiang Yun with a swift strike. Half-step, burst fist. Explode for me. Jiang Yun unleashed his own attack, matching Akarobi's strength precisely. The two swiftly passed each other, as if nothing had transpired, the scene momentarily frozen in time. Suddenly, Akarobi crouched down, gasping for breath, his hands trembling uncontrollably, yet he clung tightly to his sword. I have lost. I cannot believe such a creature exists in this world. Akarobi exclaimed in disbelief. Beyond man, there are men. Beyond heaven, there are heavens. I too have reached this level through diligent training, Jiang Yun replied with a subtle smile. Akarobi's abilities were indeed commendable. To possess such power at a young age was impressive. Though he had yet to reach the heights depicted in the original narrative, there were still a few years to go. Nevertheless, he had already achieved a combat strength of around 100 points. As for why his strength might only reach about 150 in a few years, Jiang Yun speculated that perhaps this rotund fellow was either indulging in food or en route to it. Time passed swiftly, and the two made do with a night together. Akarobi, we must part ways here. I am off to challenge Korin Tower and see the legendary martial arts sanctuary, Jiang Yun declared, hands tucked into his pockets as he bid farewell to Akarobi. Farewell then, but I will certainly look into that martial alliance you mentioned, Akarobi replied, turning to wave. Jiang Yun set forth towards Korin Tower. After a brief journey, he finally beheld the towering structure that reached into the clouds. Excitement bubbling within him as he ran towards it. Upon arrival, he found the environment unchanged from the original text. Who are you? Emerged a figure dressed in native attire. Greetings, I am a martial artist here to challenge Korin Tower, Jiang Yun said, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. Bora scrutinized the young man before him. Appearing to be around 17 or 18, quite handsome, yet his physique did not convey strength nor did he exude an air of arrogance. Rather, he emanated a sense of simplicity and authenticity. This realization led Bora to understand that Jiang Yun was not an ordinary individual. Over the years, he had defeated numerous martial artists, able to gauge a person's strength by their aura. However, he felt utterly unable to perceive Jiang Yun's presence, leaving him profoundly astonished and recognizing Jiang Yun as a formidable martial artist. As a guest, why not come inside to rest a while? Replenishing your strength would be advantageous for your challenge at Corin Tower. Bora extended an invitation to Jiang Yun, who pondered for a moment before agreeing. Challenging Corinta is not a matter of urgency. It is prudent to cultivate one's spirit before embarking on such a quest. However, esteemed sir, to challenge Corinta, you must first overcome me. Our lineage has safeguarded the sanctity of Corinta for generations, and we are charged with welcoming those who seek to confront her. Yet, in recent years, many have met their demise beneath Corinta, hence it is imperative that you defeat me first. Despite being aware of Jiang Yun's formidable prowess, Bra still resolved to test his capabilities, as he believed it unlikely that such a youthful individual could possess such strength. I warmly welcome your challenge. My name is Jiang Yun. May I inquire your name? Despite knowing his name, Jiang Yun felt it necessary to ask. After all, one cannot simply ascertain another's name out of thin air. Greetings, Jiang Yun. You may call me Bra, he replied courteously. Then, I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 9. The astonishment of Master Karen. The following day, after decisively defeating Bra, Jiang Yun set his sights on climbing Karen Tower. Rather than employing the sky dance technique, he resolved to ascend the tower using only his bare hands, viewing it as a form of training. With astonishing speed, he propelled himself upward, moving faster than many who sprinted on the ground, his form agile and graceful like a leaping cheetah. If one were to observe the towering pillar from the side, Jiang Yun would undoubtedly resemble a predator hunting its prey, a testament to his formidable strength. What would be an insurmountable challenge for the average person was merely a trivial feat for him, having undergone over half a year of rigorous training. Jiang Yun's combat power remained above 200, reaching approximately 230. Should he unleash his full potential, his prowess could soar to over 1,000, making him the strongest on Earth prior to its contact with the universe. The clouds rushed past him as he ascended, having climbed over 100,000 meters, higher than he had anticipated. Indeed, even in the original tale, Sun Wukong had taken more than a day to reach such heights, which seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, this elevation posed little challenge for Jiang Yun. After another stretch of climbing, he discerned a shadow in the distance, recognizing it as the dwelling of Master Karen. He accelerated once more, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the tower, where he landed before a cat-like being standing upright and wielding a cane. Jiang Yun recognized this figure as Master Karen, who had lived for an impressive 8 centuries. Master Karen regarded the young man before him, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, though inwardly, he was quite perturbed. What an astonishing youth! He had scaled Karen Tower with remarkable swiftness, surpassing even that lad Wu Tian. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, Master Karen was deeply impressed. Observing the unflappable demeanor of the ancient sage, Jiang Yun could not help but think, truly, a being who has lived for centuries, no, a cat, possesses a composure that is not easily matched. From the moment Jiang Yun began his ascent, Master Karen had been aware of his progress. Watching as he effortlessly made his way upward, the scene unfolded in a serene stillness, with no words exchanged. After a brief silence, Master Karen spoke. Young man, I sense a tremendous energy hidden within you. You are already remarkably powerful. Why do you seek to learn martial arts from me? In truth, Master Karen was profoundly impressed by this young warrior, having sensed the immense potential residing within Jiang Yun. Esteemed Master Karen, Jiang Yun replied, the path of martial arts is boundless, is it not? Moreover, there are always greater heights beyond the mountains, and individuals stronger than oneself. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, one can find a mentor among them. I still have much to learn. The words of Jiang Yun left the immortal Carlin profoundly astonished. In comparison to Jiang Yun's formidable power, it was his philosophical realm, or rather, this unwavering spirit towards martial arts and his profound understanding that truly captivated Carlin. It is exceedingly rare for an individual to possess such a mindset alongside immense strength. Of course, Carlin could not fathom that upon learning of the formidable foes that lay ahead, Jiang Yun would not revel in his currently insignificant level of cultivation, despite it being exceptional in the present world. Young man, did you arrive at this insight on your own, or were you guided by another? Carlin inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. In a group of 3, one can always find a teacher. Carlin discerned a deep philosophy in this statement, convinced that the one who uttered it must be a great sage. Master Carlin, this is a principle I have gleaned through my cultivation. I believe every individual possesses qualities worthy of emulation. I aspire to learn from the martial paths of others, thus advancing my own journey. Carlin regarded Jiang Yun with admiration, recognizing him as a promising talent, imbued with a genuine heart, humility, and an astonishing innate ability. When these qualities converge, they inevitably forge an extraordinary individual. And in Carlin's eyes, Jiang Yun's martial prowess was undoubtedly remarkable. Younger one, if your sole purpose here is to seek the super holy water, then it holds little significance, for it is merely ordinary water. Master Carlin, you may call me Jiang Yun. I have come seeking your guidance, not for the super holy water. In my view, the strength cultivated through my own efforts is the only true power. Jiang Yun was well aware that the water was not genuinely capable of enhancing one's strength. The true key lay in Carlin's trials. Carlin felt immense satisfaction with Jiang Yun, sensing the sincerity in his words. He had no apprehension regarding Jiang Yun's intentions, as he felt the aura surrounding him was imbued with righteousness. You must understand, I cannot teach you much, for your inherent strength is already remarkable, Carlin stated earnestly as he gazed at Jiang Yun. I understand, Master Carlin. While my current strength may suffice, the path of martial arts is boundless. I seek your guidance. I implore you. Jiang Yun replied respectfully. Carlin was touched by Jiang Yun's fervor for martial arts. It had been many years since such an exceptional young talent had emerged in the martial world. Perhaps he was the hope for the future of martial arts. Carlin could not help but harbor high hopes for Jiang Yun, recognizing his potential. Now, young one, here are some celestial beans. They will rapidly replenish your stamina and can sustain you for 10 days without the need for food. Carlin tossed a small pouch of celestial beans to Jiang Yun. Upon opening it, Jiang Yun discovered roughly 20 beans. He pondered, the celestial beans are indeed plentiful now. In later times, people would be eager to split one bean into two. At this thought, Jiang Yun felt a pang of resentment towards Achi Luo Bei. It seemed that Achi Luo Bei was destined to toil within my martial alliance for life, for he would have no connection to the celestial beans. I stand by my words. No one shall benefit from them. Master Karen led Jiang Yun into a room that, though appearing small, was surprisingly spacious within, revealing a hidden paradise. Jiang Yun speculated that this was perhaps an application of divine power, as the sanctuary itself was enveloped in a subtle aura of divinity, eluding detection by human technology for many years. From Jiang Yun's perspective, the gods within the Dragon Ball realm should not be underestimated, despite their portrayal as rather feeble in the original narrative. Conversely, the deities beyond the Super Saiyan level in Dragon Ball Super are immensely formidable, not to mention the destroyers. The angels embody the essence of the Ultra Instinct technique, far surpassing the version utilized by Sun Wukong during the Power Tournament. Thus, this world is profoundly intricate, deeper than one might envision. For instance, the dragon god, Salam, who created the eternal dragon, stands as a being comparable to the Omni King, merely glossed over in the original text. Furthermore, consider the legendary demon realm and the demon king, Dapula. Is he truly the mightiest in that world? It is unlikely, as the demon realm, corresponding to reality, cannot be so weak, likely housing several entities of destroyer-level strength. Enough of such thoughts. The future will unfold in due time. As for uncovering the secrets of the Dragon Ball universe, that will be addressed once one's strength has sufficiently grown, for without the requisite power, one is unworthy of certain truths. Resolved to set aside these ponderings, Jiang Yun chose to rest well in the room, preparing to face Master Karen's trials on the morrow. Chapter 10. The Trial of Master Carlin in the Radiant Embrace of the Morning Sun. Jiang Yun commenced his preparations to undertake the trial and guidance of Master Carlin. The anticipation surged within him. Beyond his solitary cultivation, he was finally poised to engage with another master of Qi, an opportunity that filled him with exhilaration. For he was certain that profound insights awaited him from the venerable Carlin. With enthusiasm, he began his warm-up exercises. Observing the eager Jiang Yun, Master Carlin chuckled, "Ah, the vitality of youth. But are you truly prepared?" "Master Carlin, I am ready." Jiang Yun steadied his emotions and respectfully responded. "Excellent. Now, focus on the qi emanating from me, and align your strength to match my level. Your task is to seize this super sacred water from my grasp," Master Carlin instructed. Contemplating that this prodigious young man would indeed require some restraint in his power, he would not admit it was for the sake of the boy's safety. "Precisely. Don this bell. You must procure the super sacred water without allowing it to ring," Master Carlin said, narrowing his eyes. Jiang Yun felt a surge of astonishment. The addition of the bell was an unforeseen challenge. However, upon reflection, he recognized the wisdom of Master Carlin, a being who had lived for centuries. He quickly understood the complexity of the task ahead, which dwarfed the trials faced by the young Monkey King in the original tale. The challenge of snatching the super sacred water while ensuring the bell remained silent was a formidable test indeed. Filled with anticipation, Jiang Yun donned the bell. And with a nod from Master Carlin, the trial commenced. In an instant, he darted forward to seize the super sacred water from Master Carlin's hand. Yet, with a graceful leap, the master evaded Jiang Yun's grasp. Unfazed, Jiang Yun swiftly leaped again, reaching out in a flurry of motion. This time, however, Master Carlin remained still, and Jiang Yun realized his failure when he noticed the bell had chimed. He needed to acquire the water without alerting the bell. Undeterred, Jiang Yun resumed his attempts, only to find himself struck sharply on the head by Master Carlin's staff. Ouch, that hurts, Jiang Yun exclaimed, unprepared for the formidable energy that enhanced the impact of Master Carlin's strike. Minimize unnecessary movements. Though your extraneous actions are few, your approach is rather wild. It seems you have honed this style through your own rigorous practice, Master Carlin remarked, noting Jiang Yun's remarkable progress during his 6 months in the wilderness. Jiang Yun was taken aback by Master Carlin's keen perception. Thus began his arduous training amidst cries of pain and the ringing of the bell. As the sun rose and set repeatedly, the sounds of anguish and the bell gradually diminishing over time. Jiang Yun, you truly are a prodigy. In just 1 week, you have reached this remarkable level, your body exhibiting no extraneous movements, embodying a seamless grace that even I cannot discern any flaw in. Master Carlin expressed his astonishment at the rapid progress of the young man before him. Jiang Yun's understanding of certain teachings has advanced to the point where he perceives the essence of a leaf to deduce the arrival of autumn, grasping a fragment to comprehend the entirety. Even Jiang Yun himself possesses a profound understanding of energy, leaving some of his inquiries astonishing to Master Carlin. Master Carlin, I have arrived. At this moment, Jiang Yun's form had undergone a significant transformation. If he had once been swift, now he moved with an ethereal quality, each gesture silent as a specter. A sharp sound echoed as Jiang Yun's hand struck the super sacred water, a deliberate act symbolizing his acquisition of it. Yet not a single chime of the bell rang out. Master Carlin gazed at the spirited youth before him, exclaiming, "The future belongs to the young." He had long observed Jiang Yun's progress and anticipated his seizing of the super sacred water. However, the speed at which Jiang Yun achieved this was indeed beyond his expectations. You are already quite powerful. The next step is gradual cultivation, and I believe your strength will surely enhance. Master Carlin nodded sagely. Next, you must enter the ocean and, with your eyes covered, capture 10,000 fish to present to me. A flicker of delight crossed his features as he recalled a training regimen not found in the original texts. Jiang Yun felt a pang of concern, thinking, could it be that Master Carlin simply craves fish? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he acquiesced, recognizing the benefits it would bring to himself. Thus, Jiang Yun commenced his training, which proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. On the first day, he failed to catch even a single fish. As he found himself in the depths of the ocean, he had assumed his extraordinary speed would enable him to swiftly complete this task. Yet, he soon discovered the true difficulty of the undertaking. Even before he could approach, the fish would scatter, and the resistance of the water proved formidable. He also had to endure the pressure exerted by the depths, making his task exponentially more daunting. However, the astute Jiang Yun quickly deduced that Master Carlin was testing his perception and control over energy. He needed to learn to contain his aura so that the fish would not sense his presence and flee, while simultaneously mastering his energy perception to catch fish with his eyes covered. Both aspects required exceptional control over his energy. Gradually, through the relentless practice day after day. In addition to fulfilling Master Carlin's trials, Jiang Yun did not neglect his martial arts training. Exploding flame meteor. Boom, boom, boom. A towering column of water erupted, even striking down a seabird soaring in the sky. A figure swiftly ascended from the ocean, with sharp eyes and a noble bearing, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Especially under the sun's radiant glow, appearing extraordinarily handsome. He is Jiang Yun. After a month of dedicated training, under the scrutiny of the trial set by the immortal Karen, Jiang Yun devoted all his time to martial arts cultivation, contemplating the creation of a unique technique of his own. If Jiang's divine physique serves as his trump card, then the recently executed technique, the explosive flame meteor, is merely a skill he employs regularly, akin to the turtle school's Kamehameha. As the name suggests, the explosive flame meteor possesses the ferocity of an explosion and the swiftness of a shooting star. Drawing inspiration from the turtle sage's universal earth-shattering palm, Jiang Yun has harnessed the power of explosive flames, which boasts a formidable burning intensity, making it one of the most formidable techniques within its rank. Moreover, It is an instantaneous move. However, one must not underestimate its potential. Disregarding its might could result in fatal consequences, for upon contact with a target, it is capable of triggering a secondary explosion. A moment's carelessness may catch one off guard. The reason it is instantaneous can be traced back to a prior incident, which ultimately compelled Jiang Yun to devise the explosive flame meteor. Chapter 11. Explosive meteor. Previously, as Jiang Yun pondered the development of a combat-ready technique, he sought to harness immense power and drew inspiration from the attributes of the heavenly palm of all nations, ultimately creating the force of explosive flame. However, Jiang Yun found himself somewhat dissatisfied. Drawing from his past experiences in martial arts development, he compressed and oscillated the energy to varying degrees, even engaging in collisions within a limited range. During another experiment, a tremendous roar echoed, sending dust scattering in all directions. The fierce wind swept around, causing destruction comparable to that of a mushroom bomb explosion. As the dust settled, a bloodied figure lay in the crater. Jiang Yun slowly stood up, feeling utterly drained. Damn it, I nearly met my end. If only I hadn't recklessly conducted this experiment. He coughed, blood staining his hands. Fortunately, he had shielded himself with energy at the critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. If he survived, he would be gravely injured. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Yun reflected, thank goodness I didn't have any celestial beings on me, or that would have been troublesome. The energy that had just erupted exceeded 6 times his own, reaching approximately 500 points of combat strength. Indeed, Jiang Yun's combat prowess had soared dramatically during this period, escalating from a mere 230 points to an impressive 410 points, not accounting for his various hidden trump cards. Otherwise, he could rival those with combat strengths ranging from 3 to 4,000. While in the state of the Jiang divine body, he could still employ various ultimate techniques, albeit at a significant cost to his stamina and energy. Regaining his focus, Jiang Yun made his way to a small wooden cabin where he had previously stored his celestial beings. The cabin, though modest and newly constructed, exuded a sense of cleanliness and freshness. Inside, he found a small wooden bed, a stool, and a modest table, along with a few scattered items. Approaching the bed, Jiang Yun retrieved the celestial beings he had placed beneath the pillow. With a satisfying crunch, he consumed them and instantly felt his injuries heal. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, leaving him invigorated, as he had just recovered and felt in excellent condition. The miraculous effects of celestial beings never ceased to amaze him. As long as one was not dead, they could be revived, akin to a golden ticket to survival. With this, I need not fear injury. I shall continue my training, Jiang Yun mused, envisioning the formidable foes that awaited him, which filled him with renewed determination. Without motivation, one could not thrive, especially when faced with such powerful adversaries in the future. Yet, within him surged an indomitable spirit, eager to engage in battle. This was the very essence of his martial journey. In some respects, Jiang Yun bore a resemblance to Wukong, both yearning for encounters with the strong, anticipating the thrill of close combat. In a narrow passage, the brave shall prevail, he thought. A martial artist must possess a sharp and enterprising spirit. Life is lofty and profound. I rise from the depths, having endured the harshest of winters, just as every pine and cypress has weathered the cold. And every individual has experienced growth. In the realm of combat, Jiang Yun has never contemplated retreat. His aspiration to become a formidable force is rooted in the understanding that a delicate flower cannot thrive in the tempest of battle. True strength is forged through conflict. While not every powerful individual emerges solely from battles, those who have endured countless confrontations undeniably possess strength. Unlike Sun Wukong, who seeks mere combat with the strong, Jiang Yun possesses a broader perspective. His ambition is to seize the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm and to illuminate the potential of martial arts for the world, rather than allowing it to devolve into mere trickery, earning scorn through life-risking confrontations. Jiang Yun's ultimate goal is to restore martial arts to its rightful pinnacle on Earth, for humanity must ultimately confront the harshness of the cosmos. With this vision in mind, Jiang Yun's resolve in martial arts solidifies, reflecting on the explosive incident he previously experienced. His eyes glimmer with realization as he discerns a remarkable insight. He recalls the chaotic energy that surged violently in his hands, oscillating and compressing relentlessly, and in hindsight, he acknowledges the recklessness of that moment. It is a stroke of fortune that he escaped unscathed. Nevertheless, he perceives a unique opportunity to develop a technique of immense power. If he could bind that chaotic, compressed energy together, it would undoubtedly resemble a colossal bomb, magnifying its destructive potential exponentially. Moreover, he contemplates incorporating the attributes of this energy, a field of research Jiang Yun has been diligently pursuing, recognizing it as a significant area of study, albeit one that remains somewhat inconspicuous within the Dragon Ball universe, where the prevailing focus is on sheer combat power. Nonetheless, there are a few who delve into the development of martial techniques, such as the original story of Goku arriving on planet Yardrat, where he engaged in specialized martial arts training, honing his skills. This divergence may stem from the Yardratians' formidable mental prowess, leading them down a unique path. Even Goku's instant transmission was mastered there, having saved Earth on numerous occasions. And Yardrat boasts many wondrous techniques. On another extraordinary planet known as Metamor, which may be somewhat unfamiliar to many, the fusion dance performed by Goku and Vegeta, known as the Metamoran fusion technique, is certainly well known. In Jiang Yun's view, this technique is exceptionally powerful. For instance, had Krillin and others mastered this technique during Vegeta's invasion of Earth, it is undeniable that they could have defeated him without Goku's intervention. Provided Vegeta did not transform into a great ape, one could only imagine the strength it would have conferred. Another quintessential example of the Metamoran fusion technique is the fusion of Trunks and Goten, who achieved the third level of Super Saiyan, resulting in an astonishing enhancement nearly 100 times greater. It is evident that the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world place excessive emphasis on combat power, suggesting that the cultivation of martial techniques is far more challenging than merely enhancing power. One must concede that the denizens of the Dragon Ball universe exhibit a certain short-sightedness, though this is perhaps unavoidable given the internal strife and the external pressures exerted by the cosmic real estate mogul, Lord Frieza, who engages in ruthless dealings. Jiang Yun's thoughts once again turned to martial arts, pondering how to effectively apply the developed techniques in actual combat. Primarily, the speed of these techniques must be swift. Being too slow risks evasion, while it is equally essential to maintain their power. Even if the force does not match the explosive might of the past, it should surpass his own combat strength. Otherwise, encountering an opponent of equal prowess would render the effort futile, contradicting Jiang Yun's ideology. Reflecting on the power of the previous explosion, he envisioned achieving a similar effect to the world-shocking palm. The potential would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, due to the feeble energy of the Turtle Sage at that time, the full potential of the world-shocking palm was never realized. This technique not only aimed to lock onto the target, but also sought to restrain and paralyze the adversary, yet the insufficient energy resulted in inadequate electrical intensity. Moreover, mastering this technique requires exceptional control over one's energy, as it necessitates the transformation of energy into an electrical current. At this moment, Jiang Yun believed his control over energy was at least as proficient as that of the Turtle Sage, and he was confident he could convert energy into a force imbued with explosive power. After several days of contemplation and experimentation, the newly developed technique, which he named the Explosive Flame Meteor, came into existence. With a swift motion of his hands, Jiang Yun conjured an energy sphere resembling a meteor, which swiftly launched forth, striking the ocean with such force that it even caused the seabirds overhead to plummet lifelessly to the ground. Today, he finally regarded this technique as a notable achievement. Chapter 12. The breadth of all things. This technique possesses an astonishing velocity, its might capable of reaching threefold one's own strength, surpassing the 1,000 mark, which stands in stark contrast to the Jiang Divine Body. The Jiang Divine Body functions as an overall enhancement of combat prowess, while the Explosive Flame Meteor derives its strength from the transformation and collision of energy. The intrinsic power remains unchanged, however, due to the unique operation of energy. This technique manifests a force far beyond its inherent capabilities. With the presence of explosive flame energy, the Explosive Flame Meteor not only boasts significant power on its own, but, given Jiang Yun's mastery and control over energy, further compression of this energy has reached its limit. Any additional compression would lead to a catastrophic explosion, resulting in self-destruction rather than the intended defeat of an enemy. The chaotic energy within the Explosive Flame Meteor has been manipulated by Jiang Yun into an even more tumultuous form, akin to the Rasengan from Naruto, appearing stable on the surface yet profoundly disordered within. Upon impact with a target, it unleashes devastating force. Furthermore, due to the explosive flame energy acting as fuel, it propels the Explosive Flame Meteor with terrifying speed. It is time to proceed with the trial. The past few days of cultivation have caused a delay. Jiang Yun then blindfolded himself once more and leapt into the ocean. In the days that followed, he grew increasingly adept, gradually overcoming the resistance of the water and mastering the concealment of energy with greater finesse. His sensory perception sharpened, allowing him to detect the currents around him. And even without utilizing energy, he could catch the fish swimming nearby. When employing energy, it felt as though countless points of light surrounded him, each representing a faint, yet undeniable breath of life. While Jiang Yun immersed himself in tranquility, the marine creatures regarded him as merely a stone, perceiving no threat in his presence. Seated at the ocean floor, he appeared to them as a stone adorned with peculiar aquatic vegetation, with his hair mistaken for a special type of seaweed. Gradually, the world around Jiang Yun transformed in his perception, everything seemingly unfolding in slow motion, as if the entire environment fell silent in an instant. At that moment, he entered a state of profound enlightenment. To Jiang Yun's senses, the world seemed to be reimagined in vivid hues. All things appeared imbued with life, expressing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Each entity exuded a unique aura, which Jiang Yun discerned as fundamentally different from energy. It represented a higher essence altogether. If one were to categorize it, Jiang Yun would refer to it as primordial energy. Indeed, primordial energy. In his view, this special essence inherent in all things was undoubtedly the primordial energy mentioned in the original text, a substance of superior nature compared to ordinary energy. In that narrative, Wukong had frequently employed a technique known as the primordial energy bomb, rescuing the Earth from peril on multiple occasions. As long as one gathers sufficient vital energy, it is possible to conquer foes that are exponentially stronger. Jiang Yun speculated that the role of vital energy must extend beyond mere combat prowess. Vital energy serves as the essence of life. All entities are imbued with it. Should vital energy cease to exist, so too would the object in question perish. In contemplating the original text, Jiang Yun recalled a wondrous tree, the spirit tree. The fruits born from the spirit tree are said to significantly enhance a person's combat abilities, rumored to be divine fruits that accidentally fell into the cosmos. However, the spirit tree requires vital energy to flourish. The scarcity of vital energy in the universe has resulted in insufficient nourishment for the tree, compelling it to forcibly extract vital energy for its growth. This explains why cultivating the spirit tree can lead to planetary destruction. In contrast, the realm of deities is abundant in vital energy, sufficient to sustain the tree's needs. The combat enhancement provided by the spirit tree is of little interest to the gods, who merely regard its fruits as a means to quench their thirst, leading to the tree's descent into the mortal realm. As the name suggests, the spirit tree's primary ability is not merely to augment combat power, but to elevate one's mental acuity and even slightly enhance an individual's dimensionality, potentially extending their lifespan. In this moment, Jiang Yun became acutely aware of the presence of vital energy, an extraordinary phenomenon as he entered this remarkable state through a unique epiphany. Sun Wukong had attained this state under the guidance of the King of the Universe, yet Jiang Yun now seemed to embody a more perfected form. He felt as though he could hear the very breaths of all things, each entity emanating goodwill towards him, enveloping him in a sense of rejuvenation as the surrounding vital energy converged toward his being. Remarkably, Jiang Yun was absorbing the power of vital energy. Should the King of the Universe witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for he had only harnessed vital energy to develop formidable energy blasts, while Jiang Yun was now actively absorbing it. Around Jiang Yun, a vortex appeared, swiftly drawing in the dispersed vital energy from the cosmos. Even the energy from the surrounding entities began to gravitate towards him. In a trance, he perceived the collective breath of existence, as if all things possessed life. Just as he commenced the absorption of this universal vital energy, an extraordinarily pure flow surged into his body, far surpassing the scattered vital energy in the environment. Jiang Yun sensed the joyous emotions of all beings, seemingly dancing alongside him. If there were cultivators in this world, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is an omen of spiritual enlightenment." The state Jiang Yun inadvertently entered was, in fact, a form of epiphany. In this state, he fervently absorbed vital energy until, after the passage of an hour, he gradually came to a halt. Awakening from this trance, Jiang Yun was engulfed in overwhelming joy, feeling his body in an unprecedented state of vitality, with his combat power having undergone a significant transformation, now surpassing 1,000. Yet, this was not the greatest boon for Jiang Yun. Rather, his most significant gain lay in the rejuvenation of his body through vital energy, which elevated his innate abilities to an extraordinary level, achieving the status of a super genius. While he may not rival Vegeta, he had certainly reached the heights of Son Goku. One should not underestimate Goku's potential. Despite his initial low battle power at birth, his formidable intellect compensated for this deficiency. establishing a solid foundation from a young age, guided by various esteemed masters. Even after his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his bloodline underwent a revitalization, solidifying his prowess to surpass Vegeta. When considering the disparity between Jiang Yun and the Saiyans, it is undeniably the Saiyans' formidable physique and the enhanced battle power they gain from near-death recoveries that set them apart, a distinction that cannot be overlooked, as their racial gifts are evident. However, when contrasting Jiang Yun with all the inhabitants of Earth, it is indisputable that he possesses the finest innate talent, far surpassing even the current Krillin. With exhilaration, Jiang Yun soared into the sky, swirling in the air as he freely expressed his joy. In that moment, he believed he had finally acquired the means to contend with future formidable foes. His relentless training stemmed from the stark contrast between the potential of Earthlings and the prodigies of the universe. Although he held confidence in his ability to compete, he dared not allow himself a moment of complacency. Now, he felt assured that he could pursue anyone, even anticipating a future confrontation with the legendary Jiren, who is said to surpass the gods of destruction. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun at this moment, his aspirations would indeed come to fruition in the days to come. Chapter 13. The Dilemma and Departure of Master Karen. Greetings, Master Karen. I have successfully completed the training you entrusted to me. After mastering the essence of the breath of all things, Jiang Yun found himself increasingly adept at Master Karen's trials, accomplishing the cultivation tasks in a remarkably short time. As for whether Master Karen harbored a desire for fish, only he could truly know. Jiang Yun, your aptitude is the most astonishing I have ever encountered. Your future may even surpass that of the celestial deity. Upon witnessing Jiang Yun's swift completion of the task, Master Karen realized that the young man before him possessed an extraordinary future, one where transcending the celestial deity was merely a matter of time. Previously, Master Karen could discern some of Jiang Yun's strength, but now he found it utterly inscrutable. Jiang Yun had reached a state of ultimate simplicity, akin to the realm of Sun Wukong when he first returned to Earth after the battle on Namek. Here, it is essential to note that this refers to the realm of martial arts, not mere combat prowess. The celestial deity? Who might that be? A great martial artist? Jiang Yun was certainly aware of who the celestial deity was. However, he had never delved into such esoteric matters before, and to assert knowledge of the celestial deity would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he feigned ignorance. Fool. The celestial deity is not merely a martial artist, but a magnificent divine being. Master Karen's countenance suddenly brimmed with reverence, having never encountered a higher deity. He regarded the celestial deity as the most exalted existence in the world. Little did he realize that he was but a frog in a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world and the cosmos, which represents humanity's future. Amused by Master Karen's profound respect for the celestial deity, Jiang Yun secretly chuckled to himself. If only you knew that there exist beings such as King Yama, the King of Worlds, and even angels, you might be driven to madness. Unbeknownst to Master Karen, Jiang Yun's thoughts wandered as he continued. The celestial deity is the greatest existence in the world. For years, he has safeguarded the earth, ensuring its peace and prosperity. There have been wars that threatened the world, yet the celestial deity intervened to prevent devastation. Jiang Yun felt a twinge of surprise. This was information not mentioned in the original text. Wars that threatened the world. This recalled to him the time during Dragon Ball Super when the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, wagered with Beerus over the fate of Earth. Noting that the Earth of Universe 6 had been destroyed due to internal conflicts among its inhabitants, this reflection stirred deep emotions within Jiang Yun. Considering Master Karen's words, Jiang Yun pondered that perhaps the absence of a celestial deity on Universe 6 had allowed human conflicts to escalate unchecked, leading to its ultimate annihilation. With this thought, he exclaimed, "It is truly fortunate to have the celestial deity." Master Karen, unaware of Jiang Yun's contemplations, assumed he was referencing the very matters he had just discussed. Perhaps, with your abilities, you may one day succeed the celestial deity. The serene Master Karen gazed at Jiang Yun with a smile, remarking, "You jest. My aim is the martial way, and I have no other aspirations for the time being." Jiang Yun was acutely aware that his true ambition was to ascend to the realm of divinity, far beyond the trivial deities of this planet, as well as to cultivate the capacity to confront future crises, rather than ultimately merging with the likes of Piccolo. Master Karen discerned that Jiang Yun was speaking truthfully and chose not to comment further, pondering that perhaps the celestial deity might not take notice of him. Yet, he understood this was an impossibility, for the celestial deity could not overlook the prodigious talent that Jiang Yun currently embodied. Young Jiang, you now possess no further need for my guidance. You have surpassed me entirely, and what remains is solely dependent upon your own efforts. Master Karen held a profound satisfaction in Jiang Yun, recognizing that this lad was far superior to that other fellow, Wu Tian, both in strength and character. You have been away for quite some time. Will you not return to visit? Master Karen, aware that Jiang Yun would eventually depart, noted his hesitance to voice the thought, and thus spoke up. I am immensely grateful for your teachings, Master Karen, for it is through them that I have experienced such remarkable growth. Jiang Yun spoke sincerely, indeed. His journey to Karen Tower had proven to be extraordinarily fruitful, constituting one of the pivotal factors in his future as a formidable warrior. This experience had even bestowed upon him an understanding of the breadth of all things and introduced him to the essence of vital energy. Therefore, Jiang Yun felt a genuine gratitude towards Master Karen. Jiang Yun's humility greatly pleased Master Karen, as such a powerful, intelligent, and diligent individual who also exhibited such modesty and politeness was a rarity. He was far superior to that lecherous Wu Tian, who had not come to visit in quite some time. At that moment, far away on Turtle Island, Master Rashi suddenly sneezed, unaware that someone was speaking of him. Rubbing his nose, he returned his attention to the television, where several youthful women clad in bikinis were performing gymnastics, a sight that stirred excitement within him. The Turtle Master, with a rather inappropriate expression, found himself mimicking their movements. Meanwhile, on Karen Tower, Jiang Yun contemplated the benefits of the magical beans and wished to exchange some with Master Karen before departing. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's desire for the beans, Master Karen was not surprised, as every visitor sought to take a few with them. However, when he saw Jiang Yun directly embrace a jar of the beans, he could not help but feel a pang of dismay. Watching Jiang Yun depart with the aid of the instant transmission technique, he mused, I never anticipated this lad could be so cheeky. The sight of the diminished supply of magical beans caused him a moment of pain. Master Karen, I shall return to visit you, bringing along your favorite fish, Jiang Yun declared loudly. The capsule on the table contained various fish he had caught during his time there, and he hoped that Master Karen would find them delightful. Over the course of their interactions, a bond had formed between the two, and Jiang Yun sincerely wished for Master Karen's well-being. During this period, Jiang Yun came to understand that Master Karen did not solely subsist on miraculous beans. Rather, he had cultivated a garden of his own, where these beans were grown. Master Karen could even conjure fish from a jar, albeit of limited variety. It was only then that Jiang Yun realized how unreliable the tales from his previous life were, which spoke of fish being used to deceive Master Karen of his precious beans. Surely, he must be aware of their value. As he observed Jiang Yun, who had completely vanished into the horizon, Master Karen exhibited a look of perplexity. Although this young man had initially arrived with a striking presence, upon returning from the depths of the ocean, he emanated an overwhelming aura, not of a physical nature, but rather a psychological one. It seemed this youth harbored his own secrets. Master Karen recognized that the training he had devised could not possibly yield such results. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yun would unexpectedly enter a unique state, allowing him to connect with the primordial energy. However, he did not dwell on it too much, for everyone possesses their own mysteries, and the paths to enlightenment are as varied as the individuals themselves. Casting a glance at the universal adhesive capsule left by Jiang Yun, he joyfully placed it behind him, the location of which was unknown, and leisurely proceeded into his chamber. Chapter 14. The Gravity Training Room. Upon returning to the Martial Alliance, Jiang Yun received delightful news. The Gravity Training Room project he proposed a few years ago, which discreetly recruited scientists for its construction, was finally coming to fruition. Others found this endeavor puzzling. While they acknowledged the potential effectiveness of gravity training, they feared that such a significant financial investment might prove unwise. They were oblivious to the advancements of the future. However, Jiang Yun, with his foresight, understood the necessity of early preparations. The Gravity Training Room represented a crucial component in this grand scheme. With its establishment, the disciples of the Martial Alliance would be able to achieve remarkable progress, thereby equipping themselves to face the impending cosmic threats. Moreover, Jiang Yun recognized that the physical constitution of Earthlings paled in comparison to that of the Saiyans. This disparity was evident in why, later on, Son Goku could master the King's fist, while others who had visited King Kai's planet could not. It was not due to the King's reluctance to teach. Rather, it stemmed from the frailty of Earthlings, whose bodies would collapse under the strain of such techniques. The King's fist, ultimately, was too ferocious, whereas Jiang Yun's own developed enhancement techniques had less severe side effects, albeit with potentially shorter durations due to a less volatile energy output. Each technique had its merits, yet the King's fist still held room for further refinement. After Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he ceased using the King's Fist, not from a lack of desire, but because the transformation placed immense stress on his corporeal form. Utilizing the King's Fist in that state would lead to self-destruction, rendering him incapacitated without even engaging an opponent. In Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku was able to employ the King's Fist with significant amplification, not solely due to the divine power augmenting his physique, but primarily because he had improved the technique, mitigating its adverse effects and lowering its requirements. With the establishment of the training room, Jiang Yun could not only enhance his own physical prowess and fortify his cultivation, but also accelerate the training speed of the Martial Alliance's disciples. He sought not invincibility, but rather the strength for them to protect Earth, ensuring they were no longer incapable of handling even minor threats. Jiang Yun believed that under his leadership, they could surpass so-called advanced planets, like the still-existent planet Vegeta, which was indeed formidable among high-ranking celestial bodies. Significantly, the ability to transform into a great ape augmented their combat power tenfold, an astonishing enhancement. Additionally, due to the Saiyans' service to Frieza, their reputation in the universe became infamous, often eclipsing even Frieza himself. Although Frieza was undeniably powerful, he seldom intervened, leading to a greater fear of the Saiyans within the cosmos. Ultimately, Earth must venture into the universe. Should its technology advance to the point of interstellar travel, its own weakened combat prowess could render it vulnerable to predation. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball, it is not that the Earthlings are incapable of venturing beyond their planet. Rather, Bulma's corporation possesses the capability to construct spacecraft. Their reluctance to disclose the methods of such creation stems from a belief that Earth is not adequately prepared to embrace the cosmos, lacking the necessary strength to do so. The Dragon Ball warriors cannot be expected to eternally safeguard them. On Earth, they may find some semblance of safety, but venturing beyond its confines is a perilous endeavor, where they must face their fates alone. They should be grateful for the presence of such guardians, who protect both the planet and its inhabitants. In Jiang Yun's perspective, Goku and his companions have been exemplary in their guardianship of Earth, even after facing catastrophic events that nearly obliterated the planet. Despite enduring numerous tribulations, their memories of these events have been erased, leaving them oblivious to their past, with only a faint recollection of the formidable Piccolo Daimao. However, as time progresses, these memories fade away. The Dragon Ball warriors, who risk their lives for Earth, live in humility, often fearing the gaze of ordinary citizens, and are sometimes dismissed as mere entertainers during crises. Jiang Yun believes that since they bear such burdens, they deserve to be treated with the honor befitting heroes. Goku's family lives in poverty. Goku, it can be said, excels only in martial arts and has little knowledge of other means to earn a living. But can we blame him? Absolutely not. He is a hero of Earth. Heroes deserve the status that accompanies their valor, at the very least. They should not struggle for their livelihoods. Had it not been for financial hardships, Gohan might not have transformed into the academically inclined Gohan we know. As for Chi-Chi, she cannot be faulted either. She does not demand anything in return for Goku's monumental contributions, nor does she seek assistance from Bulma simply due to her wealth. Instead, she encourages Gohan to become a scholar, hoping he can sustain himself on this planet. In summary, the Dragon Ball warriors embody the spirit of justice as martial artists. Aside from Yamcha's occasional frivolity, who ultimately abandoned martial arts, they exhibit no significant flaws. They do not abuse their formidable strength, but seek respectable employment, such as that of a baseball player. It is not entirely Yamcha's fault. Following the defeat of Piccolo Daimao, he endeavored to chase after greatness, striving for martial supremacy. However, faced with increasingly formidable adversaries, he found himself powerless, often facing death with no victories to his name. In his eyes, Earth is safeguarded by Goku and his allies. And no matter how hard he tries, he cannot match their prowess, with Krillin and Tien Shinhan far surpassing him. It is understandable that he chose to abandon martial arts. He has had the misfortune of being the one who perishes time and again. Who would not worry about their fate if one day Goku and the others forgot to revive them? This concern reflects the resilience of others' martial spirits. In Dragon Ball Super, Tien Shinhan, choosing solitude, established a martial arts dojo in the mountains, teaching his disciples. His performance in the Tournament of Power further attests to his commendable strength. Jiang Yun is confident that the future world will be vibrant, dazzling, and glorious. He has resolved to promote martial arts comprehensively in the years to come. Along with his research into martial techniques, with their inherent talents, they may yet rival the Saiyans in the future. Even if they do not, they will not be reduced to mere footnotes in history, even if they can find their way within it. They may not necessarily be destined for the realm of the divine. Jiang Yun, having proactively established the gravity training chamber, believes that the martial arts of Earth can flourish as well. With the emergence of Jiang Yun as a transformative butterfly, it is possible that each individual may embark on a unique life journey in the future. Upon learning of the gravity training chamber's inception, Jiang Yun summoned Bu Chun and advised Bu Chun increase the financial investment in the construction of the gravity chamber. Furthermore, the gravity training chamber shall be available for the core disciples to cultivate, with the contributions provided by the Martial Alliance serving as the currency for training. During the years since the establishment of the Martial Alliance, Jiang Yun understood that relentless giving is not sustainable. Things that come too easily are often not cherished. Thus, he instituted various contribution systems. With the refinement of this system, the Martial Alliance has gained vitality, attracting even wandering martial artists who undertake tasks issued by the Alliance. Of course, these individuals are not core disciples of the Alliance. The Martial Alliance acts as a platform-like organization, which is, without a doubt, part of Jiang Yun's grand design, executed with the Alliance's assistance. As for the motivations behind such actions, Jiang Yun harbors profound intentions. Chapter 15. The Martial Arts Alliance. Why did Jiang Yun establish a martial arts platform? This was part of Jiang Yun's grand design to gradually popularize the existence of martial artists. His approach indeed attracted several martial practitioners, particularly those wandering and lacking financial resources, who began to undertake tasks within the Martial Arts Alliance to earn monetary rewards. Their presence extended beyond the Western region, reaching other cities as well, prompting even the king to send representatives seeking to have the disciples of the Alliance instruct soldiers in the military. Through this method, Jiang Yun published tasks that were challenging for some individuals on the platform of the Martial Arts Alliance, profiting through a service fee, ensuring that both parties benefited. This model naturally brought advantages to many, fostering a thriving development of the Alliance. However, not all tasks could be posted through the Alliance. For instance, assignments involving assassination were strictly off-limits. After all, they were a martial arts alliance, not a guild of assassins. Typically, they accepted tasks such as escorting, bodyguard services, searching for precious herbs, and teaching foundational martial arts, along with various minor tasks. The Alliance classified these tasks according to their difficulty, assigning them a star rating from 1 to 10, with 1 star being the easiest and 10 stars the most challenging. To date, no one had posted a task exceeding 5 stars, as the Alliance took the rating system very seriously. Additionally, individuals lacking the requisite level were prohibited from accepting higher star tasks, which required them to reach a certain standard before being eligible. Inspired by the mercenary guilds depicted in novels from his past life, Jiang Yun fashioned a Dragon Ball-inspired version of a mercenary guild. He even introduced martial arts medals for those undertaking tasks, categorized into bronze, silver, and the current highest, gold medals. As for higher ranks, Jiang Yun had no plans to release them just yet. The purpose of these medals was to prevent individuals from recklessly accepting tasks, which could lead to incomplete missions or even loss of life. To address this issue, the Alliance convened a special discussion meeting. While they were embroiled in heated debate, Jiang Yun presented his own idea, which was met with astonishment and admiration. This method was both simple and practical. By registering individuals as affiliated members of the Alliance, they could join as outer disciples without being bound by the Alliance's constraints, allowing for easier task acceptance. Through this registration, the Alliance could also acquire the identities of these martial artists, preventing potential disruptions while confirming the number of tasks completed by individuals to ascertain their credibility. This information could serve as documentation for the elevation of their martial arts medals. The various levels of these medals allowed for the acceptance of tasks of differing star ratings. Each level of martial arts medal granted task points based on the assignments completed, and upon reaching a certain threshold, individuals could upgrade their medal rank, with different medals corresponding to distinct star ratings. From the 1-star to the 10-star system, should the bronze medal surpass 10 stars, one would be elevated to a silver medal, and similarly for the gold medal. This innovative system received widespread acclaim upon its introduction, effectively curbing the tendency of certain individuals to deliberately exploit tasks, which not only resulted in incomplete assignments but also wasted precious time. Consequently, individuals were compelled to undertake tasks solely based on their abilities, while those with diminished credibility were barred from accepting tasks. This transformation swiftly revitalized the previously murky martial alliance, enabling it to establish a firm foothold and evolve into a lucrative entity. The Martial Alliance, now a formidable presence, attracted an increasing number of individuals seeking to affiliate their challenging tasks with the organization. In a designated training ground, Jiang Yun observed the practitioners and suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Bu Fan, the younger brother of Bu Chun. Remembering how Bu Fan had once opposed him, it was now amusing to see him as a steadfast supporter. Over the years of rapid development, Bu Fan had come to regard himself as a beacon of hope for martial arts. Initially, Jiang Yun found Bu Fan's words somewhat amusing, realizing that he, too, had garnered admirers. The current group of practitioners consisted of those Jiang Yun had previously dispatched for training, who had now returned to become the backbone of the martial alliance. Jiang Yun gestured for Bu Fan to approach, and with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Bu Fan quickly complied. Observing Bu Fan's enhanced strength, Jiang Yun felt a wave of satisfaction. They were destined to be pioneers on Earth's journey into the cosmos. Bu Fan, how has your training been of late? Jiang Yun inquired about their progress. Indeed, following Brother Yun's advice, we constructed the gravity training chamber, which has significantly accelerated our training pace, Bu Fan replied, reflecting on the wisdom of Jiang Yun's suggestion. Initially, some had deemed the creation of the gravity training chamber a waste of time, energy, and hard-earned resources. Yet, the results had proven Jiang Yun's foresight, as he seemed capable of achieving anything. Not only was he a prodigious talent in martial arts, but he was also an elite in management and possessed remarkable wisdom. Bu Fan found it no surprise that such extraordinary abilities resided in Jiang Yun. Only someone of such exceptional caliber could lead the advancement of martial arts. Under Jiang Yun's guidance, Bu Fan witnessed a transformative realm of martial arts, even redefining his understanding of the discipline. In Bu Fan's eyes, Jiang Yun's prowess had transcended that of the legendary predecessors spoken of in his village, even rivaling the mythical Great Demon King, Bick. Yet, unbeknownst to Bu Fan, Jiang Yun had long surpassed Bick and any other individual on Earth. Very well. Has the martial alliance encountered any troubles of late? Jiang Yun instinctively inquired. However, what followed in Bu Fan's response left Jiang Yun slightly astonished. We have indeed encountered some resistance. We faced a group whose strength rivals our own. They claim to hail from the Crane Immortal sect, disciples of the legendary Crane Immortal. Bu Fan respectfully responded. Ah, the Crane Immortal sect, the Crane Immortal. This revelation startled Jiang Yun. He had not anticipated that the martial alliance would come across disciples of the Crane Immortal. However, it made sense, as the establishment of the martial alliance had resulted in the Crane Immortal sect being unable to accept numerous tasks. It is worth noting that the Crane Immortal and the Turtle Immortal are quite different in their approach to discipleship. The Crane Immortal does not take in disciples as sparingly as the Turtle Immortal, who waits years to accept just one. Even Tian Shinhan and Kaiatsu are merely the most talented among his disciples. In fact, the Crane Immortal's brother, Tao Bai Bai, has even become an assassin. In Jiang Yun's eyes, the Crane Immortal has strayed down a dark path, no longer embodying the essence of a true martial artist. This divergence may well explain the animosity between the Turtle Immortal and the Crane Immortal, for it is unlikely that such enmity would arise without some significant conflict between them as fellow disciples. As for the obstruction faced by the martial alliance from the Crane Immortal sect, Jiang Yun intends to refrain from involvement. They must confront this challenge alone in order to grow. Chapter 16. The friction between the martial alliance and the Crane Immortal sect. Damn it. How many times has the Crane Immortal sect harassed our martial alliance? In a conference room, Bu Chun heavily slammed his hand on the table. Jiang Yun was not present. Bu Chun primarily handled the affairs of the martial alliance, while Jiang Yun only needed to periodically stay informed about developments, focusing most of his energy on martial cultivation. The expressions of the few individuals in the conference room were grave. Bu Chun scanned the room and, noticing the silence, sighed inwardly. Although the individuals before him possessed reasonable martial talents, they lacked the ability to strategize and oversee the broader picture. His younger brother also demonstrated decent martial aptitude and exhibited commendable administrative skills. Perhaps he could gradually be entrusted with the affairs of the martial alliance. Ultimately, Bu Chun's ambition was to tread the ultimate path alongside Brother Yun. Among the core disciples of the martial alliance, Bu Chun was the only one with the capability to lead comprehensively. He remained calm and composed, with commendable martial talent. Jiang Yun had previously advised Bu Chun to devote his thoughts entirely to martial cultivation. However, Bu Chun had declined, citing that the martial alliance established by Jiang Yun had yet to stabilize. He intended to shift his focus to martial pursuits once it was on the right track. Of all the disciples, Bu Chun was the one Jiang Yun valued the most. The others were mostly capable, but either had only moderate talent or excelled in specific areas. Bu Chun, however, was well-rounded and could be considered a remarkable talent. Jiang Yun had also shared insights about the ultimate path of martial arts, asserting that only by attaining divinity could one endure in this world? Bu Chun was uncertain how Jiang Yun came to such knowledge, yet he trusted Jiang Yun's words implicitly. Even the disciples of the Martial Alliance regarded Jiang Yun as a reincarnation of an immortal, destined to become the deity of martial arts. As Bu Chun observed the eager faces before him, he recognized their anticipation for his decision and resolved to speak decisively. In the face of the aggressive Crane Immortal sect, our Martial Alliance cannot remain passive. If they dare to strike, we shall not hesitate to sever their claws. The recent decline in task postings indicates that many are merely spectators in this conflict. Let us show them who the true dragon is. Bu Chen's voice resonated with authority and ferocity. At that moment, an incongruous voice broke the tension. Excuse me, Vice Leader Bu Chen, will Leader Jiang Yun not take action? Take action? Huh. If we required Lord Jiang Yun to intervene, what purpose would you serve? The speaker was Bu Fan, who, along with his brother Bu Chen, understood that Jiang Yun would not intervene. He considered this matter trivial. Jiang Yun's absence from the fray was clearly a test for them to resolve the issue themselves. If they could not handle such a minor challenge, they were unworthy of standing by Jiang Yun's side. If every issue necessitated Lord Jiang Yun's involvement, we would not deserve to be in his company. Lord Jiang Yun has taught us to possess a martial heart. If we cannot overcome this small obstacle, what use is there in practicing martial arts or cultivating our energy? We might as well seek a mundane occupation. Bu Fan's words struck deeply, leaving the questioned individual flushed with shame, unable to retort. This individual was later absorbed into the core of the Martial Alliance. He is also a martial artist of considerable talent. Upon encountering the Alliance's knowledge of Qi, he experienced significant progress in his combat prowess. However, he was intimidated by the illustrious history of the Crane Immortal sect and the reputation of its practitioners. Observing the silence that enveloped the crowd, Bu Chun stepped forward to ease the tension. Let us not be overly concerned. Although our adversaries are formidable, we are not to be underestimated. I command that each faction within the Alliance must dispatch core disciples to stand guard. Should they dare to approach, we shall sever their claws and see whether the so-called Crane Immortal remains unperturbed. As long as he possesses a modicum of dignity, he will refrain from harming our juniors. If he truly discards all sense of shame and strikes at them, summon me to handle it. Understood. Dismissed. Wait, Bu Fan, stay behind. As if struck by a sudden thought, Bu Chun called for Bu Fan to remain. Brother, is there something you need me to do? Bu Fan inquired, looking at Bu Chun with confusion after the others had departed. Nothing of the sort. I merely wish to have a heart-to-heart with you. You have grown into a fine young man, and it is time for you to stand on your own. Bu Chun regarded his younger brother, who had always been mischievous. After their parents' passing, Bu Chun had taken on the role of caretaker, embodying both the brother and father figure. Perhaps it was due to his early assumption of familial responsibilities that Bu Chun developed a disposition of steadiness. Before him stood a brother transformed by his acquaintance with Jiang Yun. He too had undergone change. Xiaofan, you have matured. In the future, you may find yourself handling matters of the Alliance. Brother Yun's ultimate goal remains the pinnacle of martial arts, and he will not frequently intervene in the Alliance's affairs, often leaving them to us. In the past, the Alliance had many areas requiring attention, but it is gradually finding its footing, and I am also attempting to follow Brother Yun's lead. Bu Chun expressed with a sense of nostalgia. Brother Yu. Bu Fan hesitated, but before he could finish, Bu Chun continued, I am aware of your enthusiasm for the Alliance's development. You have indeed accomplished much in these past 2 years. However, your temperament still lacks patience. Presently, the Crane Immortal sect poses a significant threat, and our progress has been rather swift. Given a few more years, I am confident that we would not only stand unafraid against the Crane Immortal sect, but against any force on the globe. Yet, we are not the sole target of envy. The Northern Red Ribbon Corps also seeks to carve out a piece from us. Brother Yun entrusting us with this task signifies his faith in our capabilities. Bu Chun lifted a cup of water from the table, taking a sip before continuing. Although Brother Yun will not disregard us, we must not only accomplish this task, but do so with finesse. As for the disciples of the Crane Immortal sect, the Martial Alliance can contend with them. However, when it comes to the Crane Immortal himself, I fear only I may be able to engage him in battle. Yet, his brother, Tao Bai Bai, possesses even more terrifying strength, and I cannot guarantee victory against him. Thus, I require time and seclusion to enhance my martial arts cultivation. In the past, Jiang Yun had mentioned certain martial arts masters to him, such as the god of martial arts from overseas, Master Wu Tian. Also known as the Turtle Sage, the Turtle Sage's fellow disciple, Crane Sage, and even Crane Sage's younger brother, Tao Bai Bai, whose combat prowess was said to surpass that of the other two. Brother, I know you have always taken care of me, and I am aware that my temperament lacks composure. Bufan's voice trembled with a hint of tears cascading down his cheeks. I promise I will not disappoint you. I understand that my talent does not match yours. You once shouldered the weight of the world for me. Now, you can rest assured in your seclusion. I will handle everything, and I will not let you down. Bu Chun gazed at his younger brother with a sense of nostalgia. Realizing that his sibling had indeed grown up, the fledgling eagle must eventually soar. He could not perpetually shield him beneath his wings. A true eagle must confront the life and death of the natural world, enduring the trials of wind and rain. In that realm, the only reliance is upon oneself. With this thought, Bu Chun embraced his brother. In that fleeting moment, words ceased, and they quietly savored the warmth of the occasion. Chapter 17. The schemes of Crane Immortal and Tao Bai Bai. Thus, Bu Chun commenced his seclusion for cultivation. Meanwhile, those aware of his retreat fell into a slight state of disarray. Apart from Jiang Yun, Bu Chun was the pillar of support for everyone. Now, with Jiang Yun entrusting all matters to the Martial Alliance, most relied heavily on Bu Chun's guidance. However, with Bu Chun in seclusion, they found themselves in a predicament. Although Bu Chun had temporarily delegated the responsibilities of the Martial Alliance to Bufan, it was evident that Bufan struggled to win the confidence of the crowd, who inherently placed greater trust in Bu Chun's capabilities. Bufan was acutely aware of his challenge in gaining their trust, yet this did not deter him from issuing commands. He believed that any skepticism directed at him would gradually dissipate in due time. He was determined to demonstrate his own competence, not only to the others, but also to Jiang Yun and his brother. Though Lord Jiang Yun and Deputy Leader Bu Chun have faith in you, Bufan, and we shall momentarily place our trust in your abilities. Should your performance fail to meet our expectations, we cannot be compelled to adhere to your orders. Spoke an elder who had co-founded the Martial Alliance alongside Jiang Yun, having followed Jiang Yun from the beginning and being well-versed in Bufan's previous performance. He offered a forewarning. Indeed, if your management falters, you might as well allow me to take the reins. I concur, another added, Bufan. I sincerely hope you can navigate this responsibility well. It is indeed a substantial burden. The crowd began to voice their concerns in a cacophony of chatter. Bufan, undeterred, stepped forward and declared, while many perceive my brother Bu Chun as exceptionally capable, I wish to convey that we brothers are equally remarkable. I, Bufan, am no lesser in prowess, and I shall prove this to you all. However, should anyone dare to feign compliance while secretly undermining me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that proclamation, Bufan abruptly shattered the table before him, startling the assembly into silence. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Yun observed Bufan, reflecting, this lad knows how to command the crowd's attention. Quite impressive, reminiscent of Bu Chun's style. I hope he can soon stand on his own. He remained concealed, leaving the complications for Bufan to address. When he learned that Bu Chun had entrusted the affairs of the Martial Alliance to Bufan, he felt a twinge of surprise. Although he had consistently urged Bu Chun to focus on martial arts, he understood that Bu Chun would not relinquish control just yet. It was indeed clear that the development of the Martial Alliance could not be divorced from Bu Chun, and the alliance's current stature was deeply intertwined with his contributions. While Bu Chun's perspective often surpassed that of his peers, the Dragon Ball world harbored many sagacious individuals, such as the Bulma family, whose intellect could only be deemed extraordinary. Bulma herself had perused her father's entire library by a tender age. In entrusting the matters of the Martial Alliance to Bufan, Bu Chun evidently sought to foster his brother's independence, reflecting his faith in Bufan's potential. In the days that followed, Bufan effectively managed the Martial Alliance, leading from the front as he repelled several waves of assaults from the Crane Immortal sect, gradually earning the respect and trust of the people. The accursed Martial Alliance has caused the affairs entrusted to us by numerous individuals to be published under their banner, severing financial ties as ruthlessly as if they were slaying one's parents. Notify Tao Bai Bai to return. The immortal Crane, in a fit of rage, crushed the iron ball in his hand into mere scrap. However, would summoning Tao Bai Bai for such a trivial matter not give others the impression that we are bullying the weak? A hesitant disciple of the Crane Immortal voiced his concerns. The visage of Tao Bai Bai, reminiscent of a demon, flashing through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. The Crane Immortal snapped impatiently. Yes. The disciple respectfully withdrew. Soon after receiving the Crane Immortal's message, Tao Bai Bai returned, his appearance striking, a small black hat perched atop his head, hair and beard curling upward, sunglasses shielding his eyes, and clad in a green vest, resembling an ancient scribe. Tao Bai Bai, slender in stature, would flick his braid at anyone he encountered. Sharing a resemblance with the Crane Immortal, dressed in a pink vest, He appeared unimposing, yet he was the unrivaled master of the realm. A demon in the eyes of others, rumored to demand an exorbitant fee of 100 million for a mere appearance. Such a figure was not only terrifying to outsiders, but also instilled fear among the disciples, with some even claiming that he ruthlessly eliminated anyone who dared to comment on his braid. This reputation rendered Tao Bai a figure to be feared within the Crane Immortal sect, yet his prowess was undeniable, purportedly surpassing even his brothers, the Crane Immortal. "Brother, what brings me back this time?" Tao Bai flicked his braid and inquired. "Are you aware of the Martial Alliance?" "The Martial Alliance? The one that has risen to prominence in the past 2 years?" Although they have encroached upon many of the Crane Immortal sect's interests during this time, Tao Bai had not paid them much heed, as they refrained from taking on assassination tasks, thus not affecting him directly. "Yes, precisely them. They have severely threatened our interests over the past 2 years and have adversely impacted our ability to recruit disciples, with those interested in martial arts flocking to the Martial Alliance." The Crane Immortal spoke coldly. "Shall I eliminate them then, leaving none alive?" An aura of murderous intent radiated from Tao Bai, capable of chilling one's blood, hinting at the countless lives he had taken over the years. The disciples nearby trembled, realizing he truly was a demon. Ha ha! The laughter of the two echoed in the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan remained oblivious to the impending crisis, continuing his patrol to prevent any ambush from the Crane Immortal sect, whose members had, under the influence of the Crane Immortal, strayed far from the path of martial artists, embarking instead on a misguided journey. At that moment, a figure descended before the Martial Arts Alliance, soaring through the air. To those who were avid fans of the Dragon Ball series in their previous lives, this scene might seem rather implausible. However, the reality is quite different. In the original narrative, the character Tao Pai, in his pursuit of the young Goku, employed pillars to traverse the skies, not only to showcase his prowess, but also to conserve energy. To fly vast distances in search of Goku would deplete his energy reserves, and should he fall victim to a counterattack, it would be akin to a futile endeavor, resulting in a one-way trip with no return. This misconception has led many to believe that Tao Pai lacks the skill of flight. Yet, as the brother of Master Roshi, how could he be devoid of such an ability? In fact, Tao Pai's strength surpasses that of Master Roshi. As an assassin, he frequently travels far and wide to carry out his missions, making the skill of flight an exceedingly practical asset. This is a world grounded in reality, and the original work only represents a fraction of it. If one genuinely believes that the portrayal in the original text encompasses the entirety of existence, they are bound to face consequences. Never underestimate anyone. Chapter 18. Fan severely injured, Chun enraged. The appearance of Tao Bai instigated a wave of panic among some disciples of the Martial Alliance, while others remained utterly unfazed. The fearful ones were those familiar with Tao Bai's notorious reputation, whereas the unacquainted displayed an alarming calmness, oblivious to the peril they faced. "Stop! Who are you?" Several disciples, unfamiliar with Tao Bai, questioned as he approached, his aura of menace unmistakable, signaling his intent to stir trouble. One astute individual, evidently recognizing Tao Bai, discreetly slipped away to inform Fan. Confronted by Tao Bai's ominous presence, the Martial Alliance disciples, having trained for several years, quickly discerned they were no match for him. Yet, their martial spirits forbade retreat in the face of an approaching adversary. Exchanging glances, they silently reached a consensus, uniting to launch an assault on Tao Bai. "Die!" they shouted as they unleashed a flurry of strikes. In response to their coordinated attack, Tao Bai sneered. The glow of fireflies dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon. In an instant, smack, smack, smack. The sounds echoed as the Martial Alliance disciples were sent hurtling backward, spitting blood. Within mere moments of confrontation, several were gravely injured, and the tide of battle shifted ominously. Astounded, the remaining disciples marveled at Tao Bai's formidable prowess. How could he possess such overwhelming strength, revealing the vast chasm between them? Amidst their shock, Tao Bai himself felt a tumult of emotions. Although the combat abilities of these disciples were far inferior to his, they still exhibited a commendable quality compared to those from Saiyans sect, prompting him to regard them with newfound respect. As Tao Bai rapidly subdued his opponents, a heavy mood settled over the remaining disciples, who nodded in silent agreement to unleash their ultimate techniques. Half-step burst fist, second layer. Prepare to perish, they declared, each invoking the martial skills taught by Jiang Yun. However, due to their inferior cultivation levels, their power paled in comparison to Jiang Yun's. Had the gravity training chamber been constructed earlier, it is likely that even Tao Bai would have struggled against them. Suddenly, Tao Bai Bai sensed a significant surge in their collective aura, exclaiming in astonishment, "You possess such a secret technique, capable of instantly doubling your strength." A glimmer of greed ignited within him. If he could extract this secret method, he would become invincible. Such a miraculous technique could rival energy cannons. Provided its side effects were manageable, it would be worth seizing. The disciples swiftly launched a series of kicks towards Tao Bai Bai, curious about their strength. He attempted to block one strike, but was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed against a wall, only to fall moments later. This was the essence of Jiang Yun's martial philosophy embodied in the half-step burst fist, striking with precision akin to art. However, the fallen Tao Bai Bai emerged unscathed, brushing off his garments, and cruelly declared, "If you can surrender the secret technique that instantly elevates your strength, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, I shall leave no trace behind." His words sent a tremor through the hearts of the few present. Yet years of training under Jiang Yun had ingrained in them a warrior's resolve that would not yield to compromise. Even if they were no match for Tao Bai Bai, they would not betray the interests of the martial alliance, especially with that man standing guard over them. They were certain of their victory. To them, even if Jiang Yun did not intervene, Bu Chun could surely vanquish Tao Bai Bai. One disciple, named Ha Li Chi, boldly stated, "Abandon all hope. We, the disciples of the martial alliance, fear neither life nor death. What is death to us? We pledge to protect the martial alliance with our lives." In Tao Bai Bai's eyes, these disciples, willing to sacrifice their lives for the alliance, were nothing short of foolish. In this world, only power and profit mattered. They alone would not betray you. He saw no point in further discourse, believing that someone would eventually fear death and divulge their secrets. Tao Bai Bai regarded the other's steadfastness to martial ideals as sheer folly, unaware that he had long ceased to be worthy of the title of martial artist. He was merely a somewhat powerful executioner. With no further ado, Tao Bai Bai unleashed his attack, a technique known as the Dong Dong Bow, aiming to annihilate the disciples of the martial alliance. The energy surged toward them, akin to the deadly gaze of a serpent, instinctively warning them of impending doom. Just as disaster loomed, a figure appeared, Bu Fan, who had rushed upon receiving news. He swiftly deflected the attack, marveling internally. "I have employed the martial techniques taught by Brother Jiang Yun, and yet I barely managed to redirect this Tao Bai Bai's onslaught. Truly, a man of his renown is not to be underestimated." Tao Bai Bai, surprised to see someone capable of countering his attack, pondered, "Who might you be? Could you be the enigmatic figure behind the martial alliance?" "I, Tao Bai Bai, extend my greetings." He performed a gesture of respect customary in the martial world. Tao Bai Bai's reputation as a merciless demon had long spread throughout the martial realm, and Bu Fan harbored doubts about the sincerity of Tao Bai Bai's gesture. As expected, Tao Bai Bai's expression shifted, and in an instant, he lunged at Bu Fan, executing a lethal maneuver while concealing another behind his back. Though its power was not overwhelming, being struck would result in either death or severe injury. Bu Fan had anticipated Tao Bai Bai's malicious intent. Sensing the imminent threat, he retreated. Tao Bai Bai seized the opportunity to launch another, but Bu Fan adeptly evaded it. In that moment, Bu Fan felt the energy slice through his hair, dividing it in midair, causing him to break into a cold sweat, realizing what terrifying speed. Such a formidable adversary could only be contended with by Jiang Yun or his brother, who was currently in seclusion. He had already dispatched someone to inform his brother, and surely he would arrive soon. Realizing that only he could contend with Tao Bai Bai, Bu Fan advanced once more, employing the same martial arts techniques to amplify his combat prowess. This newfound strength was not insignificant. In fact, Tao Bai Bai discerned that Bu Fan was but slightly inferior to him. The two engaged in a swift clash, their movements so rapid that onlookers struggled to perceive the unfolding spectacle, as the environment around them was relentlessly ravaged by their formidable power. At that moment, Tao Bai Bai audaciously brandished a knife, and the pressure on Bu Fan, already substantial, escalated dramatically. Given his current physical condition, he was ill-equipped to withstand a blade. Tao Bai Bai hurled the knife towards Bu Fan, who narrowly evaded it. However, he failed to notice that Tao Bai Bai had, in an instant, conjured a piercing wave. By the time Bu Fan became aware, it was already too late. The wave swiftly penetrated his form, and as he collapsed under the triumphant gaze of Tao Bai Bai, a cry of despair echoed through the air. No, it was Bu Chun, who had just arrived. "You wretched fiend, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." Believing Bu Fan to be deceased, Bu Chun radiated an overwhelming aura of vengeance. His demeanor transformed as he directed a gaze filled with fury towards Tao Bai Bai. Chapter 19. The defeat of Tao Bai, Bu Chun gazed at Tao Bai with a murderous intent, as if he could vanquish him merely with his stare. Observing his fallen brother, Bu Fan, he was transported back to the moment when their parents entrusted Bu Fan to his care, imploring him to look after his younger sibling. Under his guardianship, Bu Fan had not only thrived, but had also become lively and mischievous. In Bu Chen's eyes, his brother did not need to be extraordinary. Thus, he refrained from burdening him with excessive expectations. Bu Chun devoted everything to Bu Fan, ensuring that he enjoyed a joyful childhood. Bu Fan's vivacious spirit provided Bu Chun a sense of fulfillment, allowing him to face their deceased parents with pride, knowing that he had taken excellent care of his brother. But now, his brother had been slain, and regret washed over him for allowing Bu Fan to confront a terrifying adversary like Tao Bai alone. What he found most appalling was the sheer audacity of the Saiyans sect, which had resorted to such shameless tactics against a younger generation, utterly lacking the martial virtues expected of a practitioner. Tao Bai, as a senior in the martial world, how dare you openly attack a junior? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Bu Chen thundered. Ridiculed? What is that? Ha! How naive. In this world, power is the ultimate truth. As long as I wield strength, who would dare mock me? They can only fear me. Tao Bai replied frantically. In the martial realm, it is customary for individuals not to strike against juniors unless it is a matter of life and death. However, it was clear that the martial alliance and the Saiyans sect had not reached such a level of animosity. Yet, the fact that the Saiyans sect dispatched Tao Bai to assassinate disciples of the martial alliance was a testament to their utter disgrace. Bu Chun was aware of Tao Bai's complete disregard for boundaries, but he was astonished by the depths of his shamelessness. He decided to cease further dialogue. Recognizing that words were futile, it was time to demonstrate their prowess through action. Watching over his brother, who lay unaware of his fate, Bu Chun impatiently declared, "Do not preach to me your twisted ideologies. Our paths diverge, and we shall settle this with our strength." With a swift movement, Bu Chun closed the distance between them, delivering a powerful punch. Tao Bai, sensing a slight increase in Bu Chun's strength compared to the previous opponent, underestimated him, believing he was still no match. Little did he realize that others could also harness secret techniques to enhance their abilities, just as Bu Chun could. In a blink, they exchanged dozens of blows, the air resounding with explosive force. Although Tao Bai's apparent combat prowess surpassed Bu Chun's, he found it challenging to gain the upper hand. Remembering an underhanded tactic, Tao Bai seized the opportunity presented by Bu Chun's sidekick to create distance between them. As the onlookers reveled in the belief that Bu Chun had gained the advantage, Tao Bai resorted to an old trick. Stealthily retrieving a bomb from his all-purpose capsule, he aimed to obliterate Bu Chun, hurling the explosive towards him amidst the crowd's incredulous gasps. With a thunderous explosion, dust billowed into the air. Ha ha ha! The audacious young man. This is the consequence of provoking me, Tao Bai. With a triumphant laugh, Tao Bai reveled in his perceived victory when suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. Is this all you are capable of? The tone was laced with indignation, clearly enraged by Tao Bai's actions. Had it not been for Bu Chun's sudden surge in combat prowess, doubling his strength in an instant, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. Tao Bai's treachery extinguished any desire Bu Chun had to engage further with him. Initially, Bu Chun intended to slowly dismantle Tao Bai, but the recent events ignited a fierce resolve within him. With all his might, Bu Chun launched Tao Bai into the air with a powerful elbow strike, swiftly appearing above him to deliver a crushing blow with a heavy hammer. Blood erupted from Tao Bai's mouth as he crashed to the ground, motionless. As Bu Chun approached, Tao Bai sprang up in a moment of desperation, attempting to ambush him. However, Bu Chun's vigilance was razor-sharp. He seized Tao Bai by the throat and slammed him down, causing another spurt of blood to escape. After a few exchanges, it was evident that Tao Bai had sustained grave injuries. "Brother," a voice filled with surprise echoed, prompting Bu Chun to turn towards its source, where he beheld Bu Fan. Vibrant and full of life. Tao Bai followed his gaze, astonished. How could that brat, having been struck by my penetrating wave, remain unscathed? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Seizing the moment while Bu Chun was distracted, Tao Bai hurled a smoke bomb to facilitate his escape. However, this act appeared futile in Bu Chun's eyes. To his astonishment, Bu Chun did not move, merely watching as Tao Bai fled. The truth was that Jiang Yun, hidden in the shadows, had witnessed Bu Chun's fury over Bu Fan's peril at Tao Bai's hands and had rushed to confront him, thus allowing Bu Fan a chance at survival. Worried for Bu Chun's well-being, Jiang Yun hastily utilized a miraculous herb to save Bu Fan from the brink of death. This explained the recent sequence of events. But why did Bu Chun remain passive as Tao Baibai escaped? The reason lay in Jiang Yun's secretive communication, urging Bu Chun to withdraw. As for why Jiang Yun permitted Tao Baibai to flee, Bu Chun could not fathom. Surely, Jiang Yun had his reasons. The technique of secretive communication had been developed by Jiang Yun, inspired by various narratives from his previous life. The applications of energy were manifold. If some could utilize it to master telepathy, why could Jiang Yun not employ it to learn a Dragon Ball-inspired method of secretive communication? Leader, you have arrived. We apologize for disappointing you. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Jiang Yun, the group felt overwhelming shame. Despite all the skills Jiang Yun had imparted, they had failed to defeat the enemy, a disheartening reflection of their leader's guidance. You need not say more. You have performed admirably. Your opponent is Tao Baibai, a veteran in the martial arts realm. Your training has been brief, and it is no surprise to fall before him. However, upon returning, intensify your training. Remember today as helplessness. To protect yourself and others, you must cultivate sufficient strength. Do you understand? With a few words, Jiang Yun elevated the atmosphere, providing a lesson to the group. Bu Chun, my decision to let Tao Baibai go was not without reason, and I hope you can comprehend my intentions. Jiang Yun gazed at Bu Chun, who had just emerged from a fierce battle. I trust you. You shall not falter, Bu Chun declared with unwavering conviction. Jiang Yun was taken aback by the depth of Bu Chun's faith in him. The reason he had spared Tao Baibai was that she was a significant trial for the future little Wukong. Although he need not concern himself with such matters, Jiang Yun still hoped to avoid disrupting little Wukong's journey, at least until the confrontation with King Piccolo. As for the reasons behind this, they would become apparent in due course. Furthermore, to all disciples of the Martial Alliance, regarding this incident, we are not to be trifled with. Since the enemy dares to invade, we shall not hesitate to retaliate and drive them out of the Western capital. They shall compensate us for our losses. Additionally, issue a formal notice to the Crane Hermit sect. We can overlook Tao Baibai's transgressions, but they must provide appropriate reparations for the damages incurred by our alliance, 10 billion. Should they fail to comply within the stipulated time, their entire sect shall cease to exist. At this moment, Jiang Yun adopted a resolute stance, and the air resonated with the cheers of the Martial Alliance disciples. Chapter 20. The Compromise of the Crane Immortal, renowned in the martial arts realm. Subsequently, the Martial Alliance swiftly and decisively eradicated the disciples of the Crane Immortal sect in the Western capital and its surrounding areas. The Crane Immortal received the shocking news of Tao Baibai's retreat. This revelation left him astounded. In this world, apart from the major powers that could suppress Tao Baibai with sheer numbers and weaponry, only the old turtle, the Turtle Immortal, could defeat him. Gazing at the injured Tao Baibai before him, an overwhelming fury surged within the Crane Immortal. He vowed that the Martial Alliance would pay dearly for this. Yet he could hardly fathom the extent of their formidable power, suspecting the emergence of a hidden sect. Previously, the Martial Grandmaster had warned them to maintain a sense of reverence, to acknowledge that there were greater beings beyond their own. Yet the Crane Immortal dismissed such notions, believing his sect to be the most powerful entity in existence, dismissing tales of masters and hidden forces as mere fabrications. The emergence of the Martial Alliance compelled him to reconsider the rumors he had once heard. Could the Martial Alliance truly be the legendary hidden force? Unbeknownst to him, the Martial Alliance was merely a faction established by Jiang Yun, a time traveler who possessed knowledge of the Dragon Ball world's progression. Jiang Yun was destined to be their beacon of aspiration. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained unaware of the Crane Immortal speculations regarding the Martial Alliance. Report to the Alliance leader. We have eliminated the stronghold of the Crane Immortal sect in the Western capital and confiscated numerous spoils, a disciple of the Martial Alliance reported, awaiting Jiang Yun's command. Eradicate any forces near our Martial Alliance, regardless of whether they are affiliated with the Crane Immortal sect. A fierce tiger does not allow others to rest upon its territory. Additionally, has the notice been sent to the Crane Immortal sect? Yes, Alliance leader, it has been dispatched, replied a respectful disciple. Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if it could draw one into its depths, exuding an air of inscrutability. The others in the Martial Alliance regarded Jiang Yun with admiration, acknowledging that he truly embodied the essence of a leader. The reason Jiang Yun emanated such an enigmatic aura was primarily due to his recent breakthrough in cultivation, the intensity of his aura leaking forth. During this period, while Bu Chun was in seclusion, Jiang Yun was also engrossed in his own training. Following the construction of the gravity training chamber, he eagerly immersed himself in training. Although the chamber currently only reached a gravity multiplier of 10 times that of Earth, not everyone possessed the exceptional capabilities of the Brief's family. Thus, the gravity levels they could achieve were limited. If the materials were optimal, they could enhance it slightly. Yet it would be an enormous waste, as the same materials could enable the Briefs family to attain 100 times gravity, highlighting the disparity that far exceeded mere multiples. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for now. Many individuals could not even approach the standard of 10 times gravity. Apart from Zhang Yun, none could withstand such gravity. Even Zhang Yun could only barely endure it, still struggling to fully conquer it. Compared to Saiyans, Earthlings were inherently weaker. Yet due to Zhang Yun's physique being refined by vital energy, his capacity to endure gravity far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In the span of merely a month, Zhang Yun's combat strength had doubled, reaching an impressive 2,000, surpassing the power level of Raditz upon his arrival on Earth. However, he still fell significantly short compared to Frieza. The thought of facing Frieza in merely 14 or 15 years sent a shiver of anxiety through Zhang Yun. It is worth noting that Vegeta, under Frieza's command for over 20 years, only achieved a power level of 18,000, albeit due to Frieza's deliberate suppression. This clearly exemplifies the arduous nature of power enhancement. The mere contemplation of Frieza's staggering 120 million power level made Zhang Yun's scalp tingle with dread. This apprehension was precisely why Zhang Yun had long been formulating plans. After all, this was a tangible world. The rapid ascension of Son Goku from a mere few hundred to an astounding 15 million in just over a year struck Zhang Yun as profoundly unreasonable. Perhaps this was the essence of being a protagonist. It was precisely because this world was real that Zhang Yun was disinclined to rely solely on the Saiyans. To safeguard the Earth, the Earthlings themselves must grow stronger. As an inhabitant of this planet, it is every Earthling's duty to protect their home and homeland. Given his arrival in this world, he was acutely aware of the potential for unforeseen consequences, or a butterfly effect, if he were to depend entirely on Goku. What if Goku failed to transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek? What then? The thought was chilling. Thus, Zhang Yun had always aspired to conquer adversaries through his own strength, which was the very motivation behind his pursuit of martial arts. Only by steadfastly believing in himself could he ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Nevertheless, Zhang Yun remained confident that within the next decade or so, he could elevate himself to a level where he could contend with Frieza. For the present, however, it was best to remain grounded. Meanwhile, Master Roshi had received a communication from the Martial Alliance, conveyed through an ancient method of correspondence from the martial arts realm. In this modern age, the Turtle School was not entirely disconnected from contemporary technology. Rather, it had evolved with the times, even wiring its premises for electricity. Despite its mountainous location, the living quarters were remarkably luxurious, rivaling those of modern hotels, revealing the substantial profits the Turtle School had accrued through dubious means. Damn it! How dare they demand 10 billion in compensation from us? Master Roshi exclaimed in a fit of rage, shattering vases within the room. Although he threatened the Martial Alliance, he felt a twinge of panic, as his disciples had uncovered that the one who defeated Tao Pai Pai was none other than the vice president of the Martial Alliance. This raised a critical question. How formidable was this little-known Martial Alliance? He did not believe that Zhang Yun, as the alliance's leader, was weaker than the vice president. If even a vice president could best Tao Pai Pai, then the leader would undoubtedly be far more powerful. However, the 10 billion compensation demand felt like an outrageous overreach. The losses they had inflicted upon the Martial Alliance were at most a few million, which was an affront to reason. Tao Pai Pai, what do you suggest we do? It feels as though a tiger has fallen into the plains to be bullied by dogs. Alas, Master Roshi grimaced in frustration, his mustache twitching in agitation. He had never considered that the Martial Alliance had merely been responding defensively all along. That accursed Buchun dared to leave me in such a state. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be sought in haste. We shall endure this grievance for now. In due time, we shall seek retribution. The Crane Immortal and Tao Bai Bai, truly treacherous individuals, have the audacity to present their capitulation in such a grandiloquent manner, as if they were the aggrieved party. The Crane Immortal understands that this is indeed the most prudent course of action. Should they refuse to yield, the formidable might of the Martial Alliance would render their efforts futile, forcing them to bide their time for revenge. Consequently, he dispatched disciples to inform the Martial Alliance that the Crane Immortal sect acquiesced to their demands, pledging to withdraw from the Western capital and to compensate the Alliance with a sum of 10 billion. Upon the dissemination of this news, the martial world was thrown into an uproar. The once dominant Crane Immortal sect had indeed capitulated. The word spread far and wide, reaching even those unfamiliar with the enmity between the Martial Alliance and the Crane Immortal sect, stirring admiration for the rise of a significant power. Even the king contemplated inviting members of the Martial Alliance to serve as instructors in the military. In summary, the Martial Alliance gained prominence. Thereafter, an increasing number of individuals sought to post tasks within the alliance, and awareness of the Martial Alliance burgeoned, igniting a fervent enthusiasm for martial arts. Chapter 21. The Martial Alliance has suddenly gained prominence, leaving many outside the martial arts community perplexed. To them, the Martial Alliance seems akin to those institutions that merely teach martial arts, lacking the gravitas of genuine combat sports. Nevertheless, the ordinary populace perceives the surge in its popularity as justified, leading many to blindly follow the trend and seek to learn martial arts. Even some elderly individuals have joined in the excitement. Jiang Yun, aware of this development, finds the situation both amusing and exasperating. However, if others wish to learn, the Martial Alliance is more than willing to instruct. Under the banner of the Martial Alliance, several fitness centers have been established, providing exercise regimens that promote health and vitality. This is more than adequate for the elderly, who view martial arts simply as a means of physical enhancement, utterly unaware of its profound potential. Yet, the ability to bolster one's health suffices for many, as this is precisely what they seek. At that moment, a young boy was diligently practicing, delivering kicks to a sandbag, sweat streaming down his cheeks. He muttered to himself, 237, 238, 239. With his tousled hair and a visage that could easily pass for someone in their 20s or 30s, he appeared remarkably mature for his age. Mark, come quick. A chubby boy shouted excitedly as he rushed towards him, only to trip and fall face first onto the ground. Yet, he quickly bounced back to his feet, waving enthusiastically at Mark. Mark, look at this. The chubby boy eagerly handed a newspaper to Mark. Upon receiving it, Mark glanced at the headline, which proclaimed, "The Martial Alliance sponsors the world's premier martial arts tournament. Prize money significantly increased. The first place winner will receive 50 million, second place 30 million, third place 10 million, and every competitor in the top 8 will be awarded 1 million. Mark's attention was immediately captured by the prize money. He paid little heed to the rest of the article. His knowledge of the Martial Alliance was recent, as his focus had always been on the combat sports arena, showing little interest in other matters. His ambition was to become the undisputed champion of the fighting world. This, he believed, was the true calling of a man. Yet, before he could achieve that status, he still had to navigate life. His eyes sparkled with visions of wealth, and he couldn't suppress a greedy chuckle as he envisioned himself defeating competitors, claiming second place, and ultimately seizing the grand prize of 50 million, followed by marrying a beautiful heiress. Observing Mark's gluttonous grin and the drool escaping his lips, the chubby boy thought to himself, is he losing his mind? He promptly rolled his eyes and nudged Mark with his hand. Mark snapped back to reality, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and turned to the chubby boy, saying, "Lotta, what are you showing me?" Seeing Mark's hesitation, Lotta chuckled and replied, "Mark, don't you want to be a fighter? Becoming a martial artist is just as good, and the rewards are exceedingly generous." Lotta continued without pause, stating, "Recently, the Martial Alliance issued a notice seeking to recruit disciples under the age of 16. Those who demonstrate exceptional talent will not only receive generous rewards, but may even become core disciples of the Alliance. Although the exact duties of core disciples remain unclear, their status within the Alliance is undoubtedly elevated. However, we lack the necessary funds." Mark lamented, feeling despondent. He mistakenly believed that the Martial Alliance, like other combat organizations, required a financial contribution, leaving him somewhat distressed. The truth is, Mark aspired to become a champion fighter in pursuit of a better life. Relying solely on academics was not an option for him as an orphan. Radha, also an orphan, recognized that this was the only path available to them. He was indifferent to the titles of fighter or martial artist. All his efforts were directed toward survival. Mark felt the weight of life's hardships, particularly after the death of his mentor, who had been brutally murdered for ridiculing a peculiar individual's hair. Consequently, Mark vowed never to harm those he did not know or those who appeared unremarkable. Observing Mark's sorrowful demeanor, Radha, aware of his past struggles, patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry, Mark. The Martial Alliance is different. They do not require money for recruitment. And I have heard that the benefits of joining the Alliance are substantial." There was a case where a former disciple became a core member, and the Alliance not only cured his grandmother's illness, but also arranged housing for them. Mark was taken aback. Shouldn't the Martial Alliance operate like those unscrupulous organizations that exploit their subordinates? Hearing Radha's words, he began to harbor a modicum of fondness for the Alliance. Meanwhile, a disciple questioned the leader, "Why should we sponsor the little-known world's greatest martial arts tournament? We could easily organize a premiere event ourselves. This disciple was perplexed by Jiang Yun's decision to support an obscure martial arts event that paled in comparison to other fighting competitions. Jiang Yun shook his head in silence, gazing into the distance. What this disciple did not realize was that the world's greatest martial arts tournament held an everlasting place in the hearts of every Dragon Ball fan, symbolizing an indelible myth and an unwavering youth. On another front, Mark accompanied Rada to the registration site for the Martial Alliance. When the staff saw Mark and learned he wished to register, they replied, "I am sorry, but we only accept applicants under the age of 16. Mark felt a few black lines form on his forehead. Why must his appearance be a topic of discussion everywhere? I am mature. Mature, do you understand? On the other side, Rada explained, I apologize, sir, but he is my friend and is the same age as I am. He is only 13. 13? Very well. Please fill out this form and then proceed inside. Though spoken kindly, the staff thought to themselves that this child certainly appeared older, resembling someone just a few years older than themselves. After waiting in line for quite some time, it was finally their turn. Satan? Who is Satan? The staff inside called out. I am Satan, Mark declared, having chosen this name to commemorate his former residence in the city of Satan. Come in, Satan. The staff responded, and subsequently, Satan followed them into the room. Although Lada was unaware of the reasons behind Mark's use of a pseudonym, he speculated that there might be some considerations involved. However, he did not dwell on it, as there was no stipulation mandating the use of real names. Moreover, they were not the only ones adopting aliases. He even observed individuals with peculiar nicknames, such as the Cloaked Boy, which were quite bizarre. In the realm of Dragon Ball, many names are indeed strange, with only a select few bearing surnames, much like how Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan share the surname Sun. Upon entering, Mark and Lada encountered a series of peculiar events. They were left questioning whether such experiences could lead to their selection. Unbeknownst to them, these challenges were meticulously devised by Jiang Yun to assess potential. The Martial Alliance does not accept just anyone. Currently, only prodigies can ascend to the status of core disciples. Without this distinction, one would struggle to demonstrate their true abilities and keep pace with the curriculum. What Jiang Yun did not realize was that, under his influence, one individual's life had been irrevocably altered. However, the extent to which his actions would ripple through the world remained an enigma yet to be unveiled. Chapter 22. The beginning of the original plot time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, over a year had elapsed, and unbeknownst to all, the tale of Dragon Ball was on the cusp of unfolding. At this moment, a fateful encounter commenced between a young boy and girl, whose paths converged through a series of unexpected events, thus heralding the inception of a legendary saga. By the way, what is your name? Me? I am called Goku. Son Goku. And you? I am Bulma. Bulma hesitated before uttering her name. Bulma? What a peculiar name, Goku exclaimed, bursting into laughter upon hearing Bulma's name. Amidst Bulma's complaints, they entered Goku's home, where he recounted the story of the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Jiang Yun was en route to visit Dr. Brief, while Goku and Bulma embarked on their grand adventure, marking the genesis of everything, the dawn of dreams. Upon arriving at the Capsule Corporation, Jiang Yun encountered Dr. Brief. The doctor, upon seeing such a youthful visitor, mistakenly presumed him to be a long-lost friend, only to be surprised by the presence of this young man. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Young man, are you here to see Bulma? She seems to have gone out in search of some Dragon Balls due to some strange legends. Dr. Brief casually prepared 2 cups of coffee and pushed one toward Jiang Yun. After taking a sip of the coffee, Jiang Yun remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Esteemed Dr. Brief, I did not come in search of Bulma. On the contrary, I am here for you. My purpose is to inquire whether you possess the technology for spacecraft capable of navigating the cosmos. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Dr. Brief fell into a moment of contemplation, and after a brief pause, he looked at Jiang Yun with a puzzled expression. Indeed, we do have spacecraft technology, but it is limited to travel within the solar system. Venturing into the cosmos is entirely unfeasible. Dr. Brief could not fathom why this young man wished to traverse the universe. Aware of the perils that lay beyond, he hesitated to disclose the technology, as Earth was still ill-equipped to confront the dangers of the cosmos. Unbeknownst to Dr. Brief, the days of facing Frisia were drawing nearer, and Jiang Yun pondered whether he could first explore the universe and simultaneously develop his abilities. With his current strength, should he unleash his full power, he would be regarded as a minor expert within the 7th universe. Though Jiang Yun felt a tinge of disappointment at Dr. Brief's response, he accepted it with grace. For his ultimate goal was not solely to acquire spacecraft technology. Despite the subtle hints in the original narrative suggesting the absence of complete technology, the Brief family, being exceptionally gifted and having connections with Galactic Patrol's Jocko, might possess undisclosed secrets. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun did not dwell on his disappointment and continued, "Greetings, Dr. Brief. I am Jiang Yun, the leader of the Martial Alliance. I trust you are familiar with our organization." Certainly, Brief is aware of the existence of the Martial Alliance. Yet the Alliance operates in a realm distinct from his own, thus he has not paid it much heed. He is perplexed as to why Jiang Yun seeks his assistance. "Dr. Brief," Jiang Yun began, "I would like to request your help in constructing a gravity training chamber, ideally capable of simulating 100 times the gravity of Earth." This was indeed Jiang Yun's intent. Currently, the scientists recruited by the Martial Alliance have reached their limit, managing to create a chamber that achieves tenfold gravity. To attain a greater magnitude, they must seek out others, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. After much consideration, Dr. Brief seemed the most suitable candidate, particularly as he presented himself as exceptionally approachable. Jiang Yun had gathered this information from the original text and was well aware of Dr. Brief's remarkable expertise. "What? Are you insane? Do you comprehend what 100 times Earth's gravity entails?" Dr. Brief exclaimed, visibly astonished. 100-fold gravity equates to the weight of 100 individuals pressing down upon you. Your internal organs, even your very cells, would be subjected to immense pressure, potentially crushing a person to death. "Dr. Brief, it is not as exaggerated as you perceive," Jiang Yun replied. "I am a martial artist, and I have already acclimated to 10 times Earth's gravity. To progress to a higher level of cultivation, I must undergo more rigorous training, and I do not intend to leap to such elevated multiples all at once." Upon hearing that Jiang Yun had adapted to tenfold gravity, Dr. Brief realized that, although it fell short of 100, it was still an extraordinarily formidable level. His physique was akin to steel. Dr. Brief believed Jiang Yun, discerning that he was not being deceived, for he understood that remarkable individuals exist in the world, including the legendary master of martial arts, Wu Tian, who could purportedly shatter mountains. "Doctor, I recognize that this request is quite challenging, but I hope to achieve as close to 100 times as possible. In return, I can offer you a celestial being, procured from an immortal. It possesses miraculous powers, capable of reviving an individual even from the brink of death." Jiang Yun was astute enough to realize that ordinary incentives would not sway Dr. Brief. As for monetary compensation, his family was among the wealthiest in the world and had little interest in wealth. By presenting the celestial being, he could provide something intriguing while also securing the gravity training chamber, an arrangement that promised mutual benefit. Do immortals truly exist? Dr. Brief mused, his earlier shock replaced by a calm demeanor. Is it possible that the celestial being has such remarkable efficacy? Jiang Yun felt a sense of resignation at Dr. Brief's nonchalant nature. Reflecting on his memories of the Brief family, he realized this was indeed their character, and he could not help but develop a fondness for Dr. Brief. After all, it was difficult to harbor ill will towards such an amiable person. Brief was captivated by the wonders of the and could not help but express his interest. He promptly agreed to Jiang Yun's request, advising him to return to the gravity training room in a month. Thus, Jiang Yun departed with 3, while the 4th remained untouched, for he was not in dire need of them at present. Although, from another perspective, they undoubtedly held life-saving properties, it was indeed a profitable venture for him. With a light heart, Jiang Yun exited the Universal Capsule Company, his thoughts drifting to the adventurous journeys of Wukong and Bulma. It seemed they were nearing their fateful encounter, and that godlike man was on the verge of embarking on his legendary path. Reflecting on his past desire to seek out Master Roshi, Jiang Yun pondered whether it would be worthwhile to witness him firsthand. He had once entertained the thought of taking Master Roshi as his mentor. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had surpassed the old master. The twists of fate in life were truly remarkable. Nonetheless, visiting the young Wukong would be delightful. Jiang Yun held a keen interest in Wukong, having known of him, but never having met him in person. With a month ahead, the prospect of visiting was indeed enticing. Excitement illuminated Jiang Yun's face, clearly indicating his enthusiasm for this endeavor. Chapter 23. Jiang Yun's aspirations. Subsequently, Jiang Yun, through Dr. Brief, successfully discerned Bulma's location. He followed the direction indicated, and with his formidable prowess, he located Goku and Bulma in less than a day. However, he chose to remain concealed, shadowing them quietly. Observing the youthful Goku, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Goku he remembered, complete with the same crab-like hairstyle, the iconic power pole, and an equally innocent demeanor. Who could have fathomed that this seemingly ordinary boy from a remote planet would ultimately evolve into one of the most formidable beings in the universe? Upon witnessing Goku returning a sea turtle to the ocean, Jiang Yun surmised that Master Roshi would soon make his entrance. In days gone by, this revelation might have stirred a sense of excitement within him, for he was about to encounter the legendary Master Roshi, the mentor of Goku, who would later assume a pivotal role in the unfolding saga. Yet, at this juncture, Jiang Yun's state of mind had matured to such an extent that few events could significantly perturb his inner tranquility. Before long, the sea turtle indeed brought Master Roshi along, expressing gratitude for Goku's act of kindness. Amidst a comical exchange, Master Roshi finally unveiled Goku's early mode of transportation, the flying Nimbus. This sight evoked memories of his time at Korin Tower and the teachings of Master Korin. Achoo! Achoo! Far away at Korin Tower, Master Korin sneezed twice, pausing his activities to scratch his head. Who is speaking of me? It couldn't be that rascal Jiang Yun, could it? I wonder how he is faring. He must still be diligently training, he mused, reminiscing about Jiang Yun's fervent commitment to his practice, marveling at his unyielding dedication. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained oblivious to Master Korin's significant reaction. Gazing at the flying Nimbus summoned by Master Roshi, he recalled how Master Korin once intended to gift him a Nimbus, which Jiang Yun had declined, citing his proficiency in flight. After some commotion, Master Roshi discovered that Goku was, in fact, the grandson of his disciple, Gohan. Noticing Goku's exceptional talent, he felt a surge of admiration and expressed a desire for Goku to train alongside him. However, due to his quest with Bulma to seek the Dragon Balls, Goku temporarily declined Master Roshi's invitation, promising to return to him as a student after their journey. Unbeknownst to Goku, Jiang Yun had been eavesdropping on their conversation. With his current capabilities, neither Goku nor Master Roshi could perceive his presence. If anyone on Earth were to sense him, it would undoubtedly be the deities residing in the Heavenly Palace, namely the God of Earth and Mr. Popo. Nevertheless, Master Roshi sensed a peculiar feeling of being watched, a sixth sense inherent to a martial artist. Yet, he brushed it off as mere paranoia, convinced that no one could elude his perceptive abilities. Subsequently, having acquired the Dragon Balls, Goku and Bulma continued their quest for further Dragon Balls. During their search, they encountered their first companion, Oolong, a pig with the ability to shapeshift. Although his skills were evidently lacking as he could only maintain his transformations for a mere 5 minutes. Nonetheless, if executed skillfully, even 5 minutes could suffice. Upon discovering the girls held captive by Oolong, they realized that these girls were living quite comfortably in Oolong's villa, to the extent that they no longer wished to return home. Shortly after setting off, they stumbled upon Yamcha, a desert bandit, along with his faithful companion, Puar. After defeating Yamcha, they learned that Puar and Oolong were acquainted, having been classmates who studied supernatural abilities together. However, Puar held Oolong in contempt, as he had been expelled for peeping at girls, which resulted in Oolong failing to fully master his powers. Hence his transformations were limited to 5 minutes. Observing this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but ponder the complexities of this world. Oolong and Puar attended the Southern Shapeshifting Kindergarten, which raised the question, if there exists a kindergarten, might there also be elementary schools and middle schools? Although the original narrative does not delve into this aspect, Jiang Yun believed the situation was far from simple. Moreover, the presence of diviners and deities such as the Grand Supreme Elder suggested that Earth was home to various extraordinary entities. And the absence of such beings on other planets was perplexing. Even the egg that contained the sealed Majin Buu was found on Earth. Unable to unravel these mysteries, Jiang Yun chose to focus on accompanying Goku and the others in their pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Before long, they encountered the legendary and fearsome Ox King, only to discover that he was a fellow disciple of Goku's grandfather, which added a curious twist of fate to their journey. Goku also met Chi-Chi, forging an unbreakable bond with her from that moment onward. The Ox King sought Master Roshi's assistance in extinguishing the flames of Fire Mountain. However, Master Roshi recognized that the Ox King had committed numerous atrocities in his quest to protect his treasures. Seizing the opportunity, Master Roshi took the chance to impart wisdom to the Ox King, using the Kamehameha technique to obliterate the ill-gotten wealth he had amassed over the years. Demonstrating remarkable intuition, Goku astonishingly learned the Kamehameha technique, which had taken Master Roshi 50 years to develop, leaving the master astounded. After Goku promised to visit him at his hermitage, they resumed their quest for the remaining Dragon Balls. During this venture, their Dragon Balls were inadvertently seized by a group led by the formidable king of the rice porridge, compelling them to infiltrate his castle to reclaim their treasures. Just as the rice porridge gang appeared to have secured victory by summoning Shenron, a sudden turn of events unfolded when Oolong sprang into action. Yet, even quicker was Jiang Yun, who appeared before Shenron ahead of Oolong. The others were left bewildered, questioning the sudden appearance of this newcomer. Without time for further contemplation, Jiang Yun boldly declared his wish to Shenron. "O Shenron, grant me the blueprints for the most advanced spaceship in the universe." No one anticipated that their wishes would be snatched away by a stranger. It wasn't until the divine dragon vanished that the crowd, comprising the likes of the mixed rice enthusiasts, began to realize the need for vengeance against the one who had usurped their desires. Jiang Yun, however, remained unmoved, his gaze fixed upon the moon overhead. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air. It was the colossal transformation of Wukong into a giant ape. The titanic beast instinctively recognized Jiang Yun as the true master of this realm and swung its massive fists towards him. With a graceful leap, Jiang Yun evaded the giant ape's onslaught, finding its attacks painfully sluggish in comparison to his agility. Yet, as he glanced at the giant ape's eyes, now ablaze with fury, Jiang Yun delivered a swift kick that sent the creature sprawling far away. The onlookers, including Yamucha, could hardly believe their eyes. Was this a feat achievable by a mere human? The thick-skinned giant ape, however, remained unscathed and continued its assault on Jiang Yun. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Yun had no desire to engage in a prolonged struggle. At the moment the giant ape lunged, he swiftly maneuvered to its tail, delivering a precise strike that severed it cleanly. Before long, the giant ape began to revert back into Wukong. Chapter 24. The encounter with others upon witnessing Goku revert to his original form. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. After all, who could withstand the sudden transformation of an individual into a colossal ape? Just as they began to relax, they spotted Jiang Yun approaching with a leisurely gait, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. This was the very individual capable of subduing Goku in his monstrous state. And to refer to him as a creature of sorts would not be an exaggeration. As Bulma observed Jiang Yun's approach and took in his striking appearance, her tension dissipated momentarily. What a handsome man! She found herself momentarily entranced. Yet, a thought struck her. This was the very man rumored to be a monster in disguise, luring youthful and exceptionally beautiful women only to devour them. The more she contemplated, the more fear gripped her, prompting her to scurry behind Yamcha. Casting anxious glances at Jiang Yun, unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, Bulma's mind was racing with wild imaginings. Had he been aware, he might have playfully questioned, "Have you ever encountered a creature as handsome as I? How narcissistic." Dismissing these inner musings, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to the familiar faces around him. While he recognized them, they were oblivious to his identity. Nevertheless, this moment marked his official introduction to the world of Dragon Ball. "Greetings, I am Jiang Yun, a martial artist driven by curiosity." As he spoke, memories of a certain bald demon king surfaced. Though he had grown stronger, he had not lost his hair, which was indeed a source of joy for Jiang Yun. His spirits were particularly buoyant, having not only witnessed the protagonist's saga, but also discovered a pathway to the cosmos. To the onlookers, Jiang Yun appeared to be no different from an ordinary individual, which eased their tension somewhat. However, they remained on guard. The recent display of Jiang Yun's prowess had left them profoundly shaken. Naturally, the weak harbor fear towards the strong, and they had not forgotten how effortlessly he had overpowered young Goku. "I harbor no ill intent. On the contrary, I am here to assist you. And I am acquainted with Dr. Brief, so there is no need for concern." Sensing their apprehension, Jiang Yun offered this reassurance, the latter part directed particularly at Bulma. "You know my father?" Bulma inquired, her tone a blend of surprise and curiosity upon hearing of Jiang Yun's connection to Dr. Brief. Jiang Yun's words quelled their anxieties to some extent. While full trust had not yet been established, they felt their trepidation lessen. Although Bulma found it curious that her father would know such a young man, she decided to overlook it for the sake of his good looks. Given the frightful ordeal of the day, it must be said, at this juncture, Bulma was quite the romantic, driven by a heart yearning for love as she embarked on her quest for the Dragon Balls. It was through this journey that she encountered Goku, setting in motion the remarkable tales of the Dragon Ball universe, where most of the stories began. Indeed, I hold Dr. Brief's knowledge in high regard, particularly his research in the realm of space. These are the heartfelt words of Jiang Yun. After all, the universal capsule invented by Dr. Brief is truly one of a kind in the world. Such technology does not even exist in the cosmos. The Earth has yet to step beyond the confines of the universe, and if we were to consider the Earth from his previous life, it would be entirely implausible. Reality is not a novel, and to develop a means of utilizing spatial storage before leaving our planet is quite another matter, not to mention selling it across the globe. It seems you are quite perceptive, HM. Upon hearing others praise her father, Bulma could not help but feel a surge of joy, as if all the credit were due to her own efforts. Observing Bulma during this period, Jiang Yun couldn't help but exclaim how truly delightful she was. At this moment, Goku, having expended relatively less energy than before, awakened earlier than in the original narrative. Upon waking, he sensed something was amiss. After further inspection, he exclaimed, "Where's my tail? Where's my tail? Bulma, my tail is gone." While frantically searching, he suddenly declared, "Oh well, if it's not here, then so be it. I'm so hungry. Bulma, when is dinner?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Goku's carefree demeanor. Even with his tail missing, he was still preoccupied with food, which lightened the atmosphere. This man possesses an enigmatic power that instills calm and reassurance in those around him, unknowingly inspiring everyone. As if there were nothing he could not achieve. Jiang Yun's prowess left Yamcha in disbelief. Such strength was astounding. It deeply stirred him, as he had tirelessly trained to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. And now it seemed he had glimpsed that very summit, effortlessly shattering mountains. The legendary Master Roshi embodied such an existence, and Yamcha believed Jiang Yun was similarly extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing Master Roshi, given how easily he bested Goku. Yet, his perspective was too narrow. The potential of martial arts extends far beyond this. The path of martial arts is limitless. Who can fathom the vastness of the journey ahead? Even Jiang Yun himself is still in pursuit of martial mastery. Yamcha knelt and bowed. "Master, please teach me the way of martial arts. I wish to become a powerful warrior like you." At that moment, Yamcha felt he had encountered the greatest opportunity. If he could train under such a formidable figure, surely he would become even more powerful. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After all, this was a being once known as the god of tea in his previous life. How could he be so shameless? Jiang Yun had not contemplated taking on a disciple, at least not for the time being, as he too was navigating uncharted waters. "Please rise. I have no intention of accepting disciples at this moment." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Yamcha remained kneeling, knowing that in such circumstances, one must be tenacious, lest a tremendous opportunity slip away. He continued to insist on his desire for mentorship, stating that he would not rise until his request was granted. This reminded Jiang Yun of the protagonists in his previous life's novels, who were similarly persistent in their pursuits, climbing to the peaks of their lives. Could it be that you are the protagonist, and I am but the old man? This inevitably amused Jiang Yun, for in the original narrative, Yamcha had indeed taken Master Roshi as his mentor. He had no intention of disrupting this fateful connection. "If you wish to pursue martial arts," he suggested, "you may accompany Wukong to seek instruction from Master Wutian. His expertise is commendable. However, do not kneel before me, for I shall not take you as my disciple." Although Yamcha possessed considerable talent, Jiang Yun had no inclination to accept a pupil, as it would merely consume his time, an unworthy exchange. Moreover, allowing Master Roshi to refine Yamcha's character would prevent him from becoming utterly inept later on. Sensing Jiang Yun's unwavering stance, Yamcha realized that further insistence might provoke annoyance. He pondered the dire consequences should Jiang Yun decide to strike him down in frustration. Indeed, Jiang Yun was correct. He could still seek Master Roshi's tutelage, which would be a fortuitous alliance with such a formidable figure. Having resolved to disengage from the matter, Jiang Yun eagerly anticipated returning to showcase his newly acquired techniques to Dr. Briefs, a crucial element of his grand design. After bidding farewell to Bulma and the others, promising to meet again, he hurried back with great urgency. Chapter 25. The excitement of Brief after parting ways with Bulma and her companions. Jiang Yun hastily returned to West City to meet with Dr. Brief, eager to share the information he had acquired. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's arrival, Dr. Brief remarked, "Mr. Jiang Yun, the gravity training chamber you requested has yet to be completed. We've encountered a minor setback, and it is likely to take a few more days." "Dr. Brief, I have come to share something remarkable with you," Jiang Yun replied, producing the data on the most advanced spacecraft he had received from Shenlong. The dragon had directly generated the information in his mind, had it not been for his formidable mental strength. The overwhelming torrent of data would have likely caused him considerable distress. For an average individual, it might have taken 3 days to recuperate, but he only experienced a brief moment of dizziness before recovering. Knowing this, he had to expend significant effort to transcribe the knowledge that resided in his mind. Although the scientific concepts were beyond his comprehension, he managed to document everything. Had it been anyone else, Jiang Yun would never have dared to share such knowledge. For though it pertained to spacecraft technology, it encompassed a wealth of scientific advancements that could deliver a devastating blow to the current state of Earth. The energy technology alone could easily subdue the planet. It was precisely because of his understanding of Dr. Brief's character that Jiang Yun felt confident in entrusting this technology to him. Of course, his own strength was a significant factor in his decision. Dr. Brief slowly accepted the lengthy document, initially indifferent, but as he delved deeper, he became increasingly captivated. The manuscript revealed what seemed to be the most exquisite marvels of time itself. At that moment, the impending destruction of the world was of no concern to him. He was utterly absorbed in the profound impact of the data before him. Even after calling out to Dr. Brief multiple times, Jiang Yun's voice went unheard, until, after what felt like an eternity, Dr. Brief seemed to remember the presence of another. Mr. Jiang Yun, from where did you acquire this information? And are you aware of its immense value? To put it bluntly, possessing this means you hold the world in your hands, Dr. Brief exclaimed with palpable excitement. Although somewhat exaggerated, his words rang true. The technology contained within was light years ahead of Earth's current advancements. If brought to fruition, none could stand in its way. This was not merely a simple piece of spacecraft technology. It was the culmination of an entire civilization's scientific prowess. The realization of this value left Dr. Brief in disbelief that Jiang Yun had so readily entrusted it to him. Doctor, I am well aware of its worth. It embodies the most advanced technology in the world, capable of toppling nations and potentially granting me wealth that could last several lifetimes. Jiang Yun replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the staggering value of the information. Such indifference was inevitable. In this world, technology serves only the strong. Like the researchers serving under Frisia, though endowed with formidable technological prowess, their actual strength is feeble, placing them in a position scarcely superior to that of mere laborers. This encapsulates the sorrow of the weak, which is precisely why Jiang Yun is fervently striving to grow stronger, aspiring to elevate the people of Earth into a formidable race within the cosmos. To empower his homeland and planet is a pursuit deeply ingrained in his very essence from a past life. Witnessing Earth's vulnerability in this world is unbearable for him. Only through self-strengthening can one shed the label of weakness. Individual strength does not equate to the strength of a race. Rather, the might of a race is derived from the strength of each individual. He is diligently working towards this goal, leaving no room for complacency. For it is not only for himself, but also for the sake of Earth. Though humans are not born as strong beings, they possess the latent potential to become powerful. Moreover, this technology does not seem attainable on Earth. Indeed, it is a boon I received from the Eternal Dragon. Jiang Yun sipped his tea, speaking slowly. The Eternal Dragon? Is it the one that Bulma incessantly speaks of? Precisely, Dr. Brief. I have encountered the charming daughter of the Eternal Dragon. A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's face as he recalled the memory. Oh, I see. It is indeed a world for the youth. Dr. Brief observed Jiang Yun's expression and suddenly understood, wearing a knowing look. Jiang Yun, sensing Dr. Brief's misinterpretation, could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. What a situation this is. However, he refrained from providing clarification, knowing well that discussing it further would only complicate matters. By the way, Mr. Jiang Yun. Before Dr. Brief could finish, Jiang Yun interjected. Dr. Brief, please just call me Jiang Yun. My age is similar to that of your daughter, and I do not deserve the honorific title of Mr. Very well, this approach indeed fosters familiarity. Now, what do you intend to do with this information, Jiang Yun? Dr. Brief inquired directly. Since I have entrusted this to you, Dr. Brief, I leave it entirely in your capable hands. However, I do hope you can assist me in constructing a few spacecraft. That is my sole request. Dr. Brief was taken aback by the simplicity of Jiang Yun's demand, reflecting for a moment before continuing. Jiang Yun, I cannot allow you to be at a disadvantage. How about you exchange this for a 20% stake in our Universal Capsule Corporation? Jiang Yun was somewhat astonished by Dr. Brief's offer. He recognized that while the information was indeed worth that price, perhaps even more, he understood the complexity involved in its comprehension. Very few could grasp it fully, Dr. Brief being one of them. Furthermore, while this information holds immense value, its monetization would require considerable time. It is important to note the extensive duration the Universal Capsule Corporation has invested to reach its current stature. Now, being offered a 20% stake for free would be an irresistible proposition for most. However, Jiang Yun did not share this sentiment. He believed that his share of the information was not truly worth the price being asked. Furthermore, as his martial alliance possessed substantial assets, he was far from lacking in financial resources and thus was reluctant to accept the shares. Jiang Yun's refusal took Dr. Brief by surprise. Yet he remained resolute in his insistence that Jiang Yun accept the shares. After much deliberation, they reached a consensus. Jiang Yun would accept 10% of the shares. This decision endeared Jiang Yun to Dr. Brief, who recognized the rarity of such outstanding young talent. Subsequently, Jiang Yun departed from the Universal Capsule Company. As he left, he felt a sense of disorientation, realizing that he had just become the second-largest shareholder of Universal Capsule. The company was wholly owned, which meant that Jiang Yun now held a significant stake. Reflecting on the past, when he toiled tirelessly for a meager income, he found it astonishing that he had so effortlessly ascended to shareholder status in Universal Capsule, now surrounded by immense wealth. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun understood that this newfound fortune was a direct result of his formidable strength, and he recognized that should his power wane, he could easily lose this wealth. This realization further solidified his determination to continue his cultivation. Chapter 26. The astonishing gravity training chamber in the Martial Alliance, the leader remarked. According to the combat power classification you provided, we have a total of 1,000 core disciples whose prowess exceeds 100. Among them, 300 possess combat strength surpassing 200, and even my own power has broken through the 300 mark. Bu Chun joyfully reported to Jiang Yun the developments of the Martial Alliance over the past year. The establishment of the gravity training chamber has propelled the Alliance's growth, resulting in significant enhancements in combat abilities. Well done, yet the journey ahead remains arduous. We must continue to strive. Jiang Yun patted Bu Chun on the shoulder. Though his tone conveyed encouragement for further effort, the delight in his words was unmistakable, clearly indicating that the Alliance's progress brought him immense joy. Indeed, with the current advancements of the Martial Alliance, one could confidently assert that any few selected from their ranks could easily overpower the formidable Demon King Bick, though this assertion pertains solely to the core disciples. And this strength remains known only to Jiang Yun and a select few. Jiang Yun recognized that, despite the gravity training chamber's contributions over the past year, their progress paled in comparison to Klin and his companions, who had achieved an increase of over 1,000 in combat power within a year of training in the original narrative. However, their circumstances differed. Klin and his peers had already embarked on their journeys and developed their own understanding of Qi, although they had grown complacent in their training due to a lack of immediate threats a few years prior. The peril of life and death had driven them to enhance their abilities significantly within just over a year, transforming their accumulated foundation into formidable strength. Thus, the members of the Martial Alliance were diligently learning about Qi while utilizing the gravity training chamber to hone their physical forms. Their comprehension of Qi was still rather rudimentary, prompting Jiang Yun to invest considerable effort in establishing a solid foundation for them. Most of the individuals he previously trained were those who had just begun their journeys and were recruited from the ranks of struggling martial artists with some foundational skills, which allowed them to outpace others. However, this groundwork was essential. To master the martial techniques devised by Jiang Yun, one must possess a certain understanding of Qi. Although he had previously created techniques employing dark energy for attacks, such abilities, while miraculous at lower levels, would falter against more adept opponents. Even if one's attacks reached a comparable level, a lack of speed would render them unable to challenge beyond one's rank. Throughout this year, Jiang Yun, considering the characteristics of this world, speculated on the Realm King Fist and modified his own Jiang Divine Body after 3 months of research. Crafting a version of the Realm King Fist suitable for himself, he significantly reduced its side effects and usage requirements, enabling even those with only a combat strength of 100 to employ it. However, mastering the intricate pathways, methods, and transformations of Qi inherent in this technique was imperative, rendering it a complex endeavor, one that required Jiang Yun's imaginative thinking to develop. Who else would consider such unconventional applications for Qi? In Jiang Yun's view, the potential uses of Qi extend far beyond mere combat applications. When it comes to creativity, he held the utmost admiration for Tenshinhan, who had devised several martial techniques at a young age, albeit with a flair for the extravagant that sometimes compromised their potency. Techniques like Tenshinhan's 4 Witches' Fist and 4 Bodies' Fist. Did he also possess knowledge of Neza? Was he aware of the concept of transforming Qi into the 3 pure ones? Certainly, Jiang Yun is aware that Tianjin Fan's flamboyance is somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Tianjin Fan possesses remarkable talent in martial arts. Jiang Yun contemplated whether he should entice Tianjin Fan to join the Martial Alliance in the future, allowing him to dedicate himself to the creation of martial techniques. This, he mused, is where Tianjin Fan's true calling lies. Moreover, it is evident that Tianjin Fan has yet to fully harness his capabilities. Just as the Saiyans can attain Super Saiyan forms, Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes hold potential. This is reminiscent of the legendary Earthling Shun from Jiang Yun's previous life. a figure capable of contending with the great sage equal to heaven. Yet, Tianjin Fan's three eyes, while granting him enhanced vision to perceive battles of superior strength, seem to lack further abilities, which is quite perplexing. Perhaps this is due to the loss of the lineage of the three-eyed clan. Setting that aside, one must consider Tianjin Fan's four-demon fist, which can manifest two additional arms. As the saying goes, an inch gained is an inch of danger, and indeed, two fists struggle against four hands. The four-demon fist undoubtedly harbors great potential. However, after being defeated by Sun Wukong, it has fallen into disuse. Compared to the formidable energy attacks, this technique seems somewhat lacking and was likely intended by Tianjin Fan to overcome numerical disadvantages before he mastered the manipulation of energy. For Zhang Yun, the concept of energy in the Dragon Ball universe is truly remarkable, albeit diminished in efficacy when faced with formidable foes. For instance, Dandy can utilize energy for healing. Why can some do this while others cannot? This is attributed to the unique nature of the Namekian race, which reproduces asexually through a queen, leading to a division of roles among its members. Piccolo represents the combat-oriented Namekian, while Dandy serves as the healing type, their destinies predetermined from birth. This does not imply that healing techniques cannot be learned. Similar to instant transmission, outsiders can acquire such skills, though few delve into the principles of healing arts. In the Dragon Ball realm, sheer strength reigns supreme. Without formidable power, one's planet could very well fall prey to the cosmic real estate mogul, Frieza. Thus, the chaos of the Dragon Ball world spurs individuals to pursue potent techniques and strength, often neglecting the existence of auxiliary abilities. For Zhang Yun, this is a challenge he must overcome, as he cannot afford significant vulnerabilities within his faction. Consequently, cultivating healing talents for the future is imperative. Reliance on Senzu beans and medical devices is insufficient, given the finite nature of Senzu beans and the slow efficacy of medical technology. Nevertheless, medical devices are essential, for human capabilities are limited, thus placing Zhang Yun in a quandary, prompting him to consider a dual approach. Regarding future developments, Zhang Yun resolved to embrace a diversified strategy, which would greatly benefit the entire cultivation community. After ensuring Bu Chun was well prepared, Zhang Yun recalled the immense effectiveness of the gravity training chamber, reminiscent of the upgraded version constructed by Dr. Brief for him. Although he had previously utilized it, the tenfold gravity training chamber no longer posed a challenge to him. Reflecting on the period spent training in the gravity cultivation chamber, a surge of enthusiasm ignited within Zhang Yun, prompting him to hasten towards the Universal Capsule Company. Dr. Brief did not personally receive him. Zhang Yun surmised that he was likely still enraptured by the knowledge contained within that manuscript, akin to a sacred martial arts tome, possessing an allure of extraordinary power. Under the guidance of an artificial intelligence robot, Zhang Yun encountered Dr. Brief, who was engrossed in his research. The sight of Zhang Yun brought immense joy to Dr. Brief, as the manuscript had bestowed upon him benefits far greater than he had anticipated, even leading him to solve several perplexing issues that had long eluded his understanding. Initially, Zhang Yun refrained from broaching the subject of the gravity cultivation chamber, despite his mounting impatience. Instead, he patiently listened to Dr. Brief's enthusiastic exposition of his inventions, though the complexity of the topics left him somewhat bewildered, akin to deciphering an arcane text. Nevertheless, out of respect, Zhang Yun attentively endured the discourse until its conclusion. Dr. Brief, aware of Zhang Yun's struggles to comprehend, was simply too exhilarated to suppress his desire to share his joy. Chapter 27. Zhang Yun's ambitions after listening to Dr. Brief's lengthy discourse. Zhang Yun finally conveyed his true intentions. In fact, Dr. Brief was already aware of Zhang Yun's purpose. As soon as Zhang Yun began to speak, he pointed towards a spot by the window. What you seek is right there. Zhang Yun turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by Dr. Brief. Assuming that his desired item lay just outside the window, he rose and approached the window, peering outside, yet saw nothing, which puzzled him. Ha! Look at the table. Dr. Brief laughed heartily at Zhang Yun's confusion, urging him to direct his attention to the table. Upon looking at the table, Zhang Yun noticed, apart from a neatly placed vase, a solitary box. He opened the box and discovered 3 universal capsules inside. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. What he sought was contained within these capsules. This revelation left Zhang Yun slightly embarrassed, as he thought to himself, how could I have forgotten about the universal capsules? It was not entirely his fault. Who would have imagined that Dr. Brief had managed to encapsulate the gravity training chamber? Such spacious capsules were not inexpensive on the market, costing over $1 million each. Dr. Brief, my primary purpose today is to retrieve the gravity training chamber. Additionally, I have a humble request. After you complete the construction of the spacecraft, I hope you can assist me in building one as well. The specific funds can be drawn from my share, Jiang Yun articulated, subtly revealing another motive to Dr. Brief. Ah, Jiang Yun, you are now a shareholder in our company. Such trivial matters can be mentioned casually. No need for formality, Dr. Brief responded joyfully. Considering it a mere trifle. Dr. Brief, you are a senior. One must uphold the appropriate etiquette, Jiang Yun replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, doctor, I have brought you the finest delicacies from Huayan Restaurant. I hope you will enjoy them. Upon hearing about the rare delicacies from Huayan Restaurant, Dr. Brief was well aware of their scarcity, as the establishment only prepared 10 exquisite dishes each day. Countless individuals yearned to savor these culinary delights, hoping Huayan would produce more. However, the restaurant remained steadfast in its principles, seemingly uninterested in profit. Consequently, these gourmet dishes became highly sought after by the affluent. Those fortunate enough to indulge in them were regarded as prestigious and distinguished. Securing such a dish during business negotiations could guarantee successful deals. This notion was, of course, Jiang Yun's idea, for as the saying goes, rarity enhances value. Only through scarcity can worth be established. Naturally, the dishes were also exceptionally delectable. Thank you for your gift, Dr. Brief expressed, appreciating the opportunity to savor such a delicacy after his research. Following this exchange, Jiang Yun did not linger for long, returning to the Martial Alliance to experience his new training chamber. He believed that after completing his training, it would be time to embark on a cosmic journey, for he had no rivals left on Earth. Only in the vastness of the universe could he hope to encounter formidable opponents worthy of battle. It is time for Earth to engage with the cosmos, yet he is the first to embark on this journey. Although the universe is fraught with peril, it is also magnificent in its grandeur. The strong remain resilient while the weak falter. Only through relentless pursuit can one endure in this tumultuous world, striving for the pinnacle of martial prowess. Despite his current feeble combat strength, overshadowed by the formidable presence of Frisia, he does not regard Frisia as his ultimate target. His aspiration is to ascend to true divinity, a state of eternal existence, impervious to the ravages of time. To attain this godhood, he must achieve a transcendence that is genuine. Unlike the clever shortcuts taken by Goku and his companions, though their transformation bestows longevity, it resembles merely a transient metamorphosis, imposing constraints that he finds unacceptable. In the realm of Dragon Ball, many have remarked that Goku's transformation is akin to straying from the righteous path, asserting that true strength arises from personal growth. This notion holds a measure of truth. However, with each new adversary growing increasingly powerful, Goku and his allies are compelled to rely on their Super Saiyan transformations time and again. Perhaps for Goku, the thrill of battle is paramount, even at the cost of his life. Indeed, he might fear not death itself, but rather the inability to confront formidable foes. Conversely, Vegeta dismisses notions of right and wrong. To him, any power that enhances his strength is worthy. The Super Saiyan transformation is an inherent force within the Saiyan bloodline, and perhaps they too may find a path to enlightenment through strength. Given the Saiyans' combative nature, this pursuit may indeed be feasible. Regrettably, in the previous incarnation of Dragon Ball Super, the story remains incomplete, with Goku yet to reach his zenith. Jiang Yun has not witnessed Goku's subsequent journey, and the mysteries of the Dragon Ball universe are profoundly intricate, such as the origins of the Saiyan progenitor Yamoshi, the background of the Omni King, and the existence that preceded his reign. Additionally, the enigmatic dragon god, Zalama, has yet to make an appearance. In the original narrative, it is merely mentioned that the ancestors of the Namekians received blessings from Zalama, gaining a fraction of the dragon god's power. Jiang Yun is uncertain whether he resides within the main universe or the world of Dragon Ball GT, yet he yearns to explore these captivating realms. The exalted beings that embody the utmost cosmic authority are those he wishes to encounter and challenge. Thus, Frisia's presence is merely an obstacle on his path. As for traversing parallel worlds, Jiang Yun is aware of 3 potential methods. One involves the time machine used by future Trunks. Another is the time ring worn by the Supreme Kai, and the final method entails breaking the boundaries of space through absolute power. In the original tale, achieving Super Saiyan 3 allows for spatial transcendence. However, this strength is insufficient for dimensional travel. Jiang Yun speculates that perhaps attaining the divine realm would grant him the power to traverse dimensions, yet the spatial turbulence encountered during such journeys presents another formidable challenge. Thus, Jiang Yun conceived a method to comprehend the forces of time and space. In the future world, many dark factions traverse various parallel dimensions. For instance, there exists Fu, a being that roams through different parallel realms, deceiving the powerful into imprisonment on a planetary prison for experimentation. As for grasping the essence of time and space, Jiang Yun currently finds himself at a loss. However, he can harness the strength of the divine dragon to unravel the mysteries of these dimensions. Although the earthly dragon may be perceived as rather ineffectual, its potential to impart knowledge is undeniably valuable. In the original narrative, characters such as Wukong primarily utilized the Dragon Balls for resurrecting individuals or erasing the memories of Earthlings. From Jiang Yun's perspective, this is undoubtedly a squandered opportunity. Rather than erasing memories, it would be more beneficial for people to retain the painful lessons of the past, empowering them to strive for greatness in the future, rather than living in the fabricated peace woven by Wukong and his companions. Ultimately, Earth must confront the vast universe. Chapter 28. The Fruits of Cultivation. Upon acquiring the Gravity Training Chamber, Jiang Yun embarked on an intense regimen of cultivation. Each day, he practiced until utterly exhausted, only to immerse himself in a restorative liquid thereafter. This concoction served to mend the physical injuries sustained during his rigorous training, as high-intensity exertion often resulted in hidden wounds. Jiang Yun was determined not to allow these concealed injuries to impede his physical potential. After all, his physique could not rival that of Saiyans or Namekians, who remained unconcerned about bodily harm, unlike himself who had to be cautious. Even Vegeta, a Saiyan, frequently utilized the gravity training chamber to challenge himself during his training sessions, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion while driven by his pride and the aspiration to surpass Son Goku. It was precisely this belief that propelled Vegeta to closely pursue Goku's footsteps without any external guidance. Thus, if even prodigies exert such effort, what reason did he have to be complacent? To squander one's own talents would be a grave mistake. To ascend to greatness, one must strive diligently, ensuring that their journey through life is worthwhile. In contrast, Piccolo, with his Namekian traits, had no worries regarding hidden injuries. For him, such afflictions were virtually non-existent, merely requiring a modicum of energy for recovery. With the ability to regenerate even severed limbs, the concept of hidden injuries was trivial. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yun continued his training within the gravity chamber, adopting a gradual approach rather than the aggressive methods employed by Son Goku, who had initially ramped up to extreme levels due to his urgency to rescue others. Now, with ample time for cultivation, Jiang Yun chose not to embrace radical strategies. Instead, he meticulously laid a solid foundation, recognizing that a towering edifice must first rise from the ground up. A strong foundation is paramount, directly influencing the heights one can attain. Many falter in their progress due to inadequate groundwork, but Jiang Yun remained patient, diligently establishing his base. When fatigue set in, he engaged in meditative practices, contemplating the development of martial techniques or envisioning a hypothetical adversary for combat training. Over these days, his skills steadily advanced. 6 months later, whoosh, Jiang Yun swiftly evaded an attack from the shadowy figure opposite him. With his hands planted firmly on the ground, he unleashed a burst of energy towards his opponent. The figure countered with a swift hand strike, sending the energy flying, followed by a barrage of explosive flames that propelled Jiang Yun backward. A massive wave of energy radiated outward, the scene frozen for a brief moment before another energy blast surged forth, revealing Jiang Yun completely unscathed. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, employing both hands and feet, their speed astonishingly swift, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. The sounds of punches and kicks reverberated in the silent expanse as they momentarily withdrew, both panting heavily. Subsequently, they clasped their hands together, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Explosive flame meteor. With a simultaneous roar, both launched their attacks, yet in the next heartbeat, neither could overcome the other, their gazes locked in fierce concentration. Just as both parties intended to continue their battle, suddenly, their figures vanished in an instant. The scene shifted, revealing Jiang Yun sitting cross-legged, panting heavily. Clearly, the earlier skirmish was a manifestation of Jiang Yun engaging in combat with a simulated version of himself within his mental realm. Now, due to the excessive depletion of his mental energy, he was unable to proceed with the confrontation. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yun reflected on his gains over the past 6 months. For the majority of this time, he had been immersed in rigorous training, which not only significantly enhanced his combat prowess, but also greatly enriched his battle experience. Although he had not fought against real opponents, his confrontations with his own weaknesses led to a steady accumulation of experiential knowledge through daily practice. Jiang Yun's achievements encompassed more than mere combat capability. His mental fortitude had also seen remarkable enhancement due to incessant meditation and training. Regarding his combat strength, after a period of relentless practice, he had astonishingly reached a level of 50,000. Indeed, you read that correctly. This remarkable ascent was the result of his training in the gravity chamber, combined with his meditative exercises. Zhang Yun had undeniably made a significant leap in strength. Moreover, throughout this process, he had continuously explored the nuances of qi, achieving a deeper comprehension that would greatly benefit his future cultivation. At this juncture, it could be asserted that no one on earth could surpass him in the mastery of qi, not even the deities. As his combat strength increased, his understanding of qi deepened correspondingly. In his research on qi, he aspired to harness it for healing and restoration, drawing inspiration from various medical philosophies of his past life, along with his own insights. Consequently, he successfully unraveled a technique capable of healing injuries. Initially, Zhang Yun attempted to utilize plants for his training. However, the ferocious qi instantaneously obliterated them, rendering any healing effect futile. He endeavored to transform qi into a gentler form, yet the results were minimal, even ineffective. Ultimately, he resorted to employing the extraordinary skill of universal respiration, through which he made a significant discovery. Qi, as it turns out, is a form of life energy. All things possess vital essence, and the human body contains qi. By converting this qi into a gentle energy that resonates with life, one can achieve the restoration of injuries, which fundamentally relies on cellular regeneration and rebirth. Thus, inspired by this revelation, Zhang Yun promptly commenced experimentation. He stimulated the cells with this unique qi to induce cellular regeneration. When he observed the wounds he had inflicted upon the plant beginning to heal, he was filled with exhilaration. Excellent. The experiment was a success. Zhang Yun then laughed joyfully, as he realized that this technique consumed minimal energy. Minimal? No. In fact, the consumption was remarkably low. Suddenly, Zhang Yun perceived that the vital essence within the plant seemed to diminish slightly. Possessing formidable mental acuity, Zhang Yun did not believe he had misjudged the situation. He began to meticulously investigate the issue. Soon enough, he uncovered the problem, which turned out to be rather straightforward. During the course of treatment, this extraordinary healing energy stimulates the plant's inherent capacity for regeneration at a cellular level. However, the rapidity of this regeneration prevents the plant from compensating for the energy expended through nutrient absorption, resulting in a depletion of its own vitality. Thus, Zhang Yun perceives a reduction in his life force. He realizes that after stimulating the plant's self-regeneration, the energy does not dissipate, but rather reverts to its original form. It merely serves to provoke the regeneration process, incurring no significant loss. The depletion observed is merely a byproduct of the transformation process, which does not constitute a considerable drain. Although this effect is commendably effective, particularly in critical moments when it can preserve life, the minuscule amount of life energy expended pales in comparison to the value of existence itself. Nevertheless, Zhang Yun remains unsatisfied. He aspires to achieve the miraculous healing effects depicted in the original narrative without compromising his own life force, leading him into profound contemplation. Chapter 29. The greatest martial arts tournament. In a moment of profound contemplation, Zhang Yun suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as he articulated his conjectures. Indeed, in the original text, Dandy's healing technique required the expenditure of one's own vital energy, unlike my own method, which can be invoked almost limitlessly. The energy utilized in his healing was permanently depleted. Zhang Yun fervently expressed his thoughts, reminiscent of an academic prodigy from a past life solving exceedingly complex mathematical problems. He appeared entranced, continuing to muse aloud. What if the energy I transmute could serve as a substitute for the life force of the individual being treated? Instead of stimulating cellular activity, I could guide cellular regeneration, consuming not the body's energy, but rather the unique energy I have transformed. This would yield a therapeutic effect akin to that of Dandy's technique. Splendid. This is indeed feasible. Zhang Yun promptly commenced his experiments. By employing the transmuted energy, akin to Dandy's distinctive green healing energy, he refrained from stimulating the cells and instead infused the energy to facilitate cellular regeneration. During this process, he discovered that the energy expenditure was tenfold greater than before. However, this was of little consequence, as the previous treatments barely consumed any energy and restored themselves almost instantaneously. After completing experiments on plants, Zhang Yun proceeded to test on animals. He observed that the energy consumed in treating animals was slightly higher than that for plants, and the energy expenditure varied depending on the severity of the injuries. This realization brought to mind the principle of energy conservation. leading him to conclude that his experiment was indeed successful. Next came the human trials, which Jiang Yun deemed essential. Without this critical step, the efficacy of his skill in future applications could be negligible or, worse, perilous. Uncertain of its effects on humans or whether it would provide self-healing benefits to those skilled in energy manipulation, Jiang Yun decisively made a small incision on his arm, blood flowing immediately from the wound. He then enveloped the injury with the transmuted energy, feeling a tingling sensation wash over his arm. After a brief moment, the wound appeared smooth, as if it had never existed. Subsequently, Jiang Yun experimented with several disciples from the Martial Alliance, all of whom were astounded to discover that energy could indeed heal human injuries. Hu Chun exclaimed, "Leader, may we learn this skill? Mastering it would alleviate our fears of injury." Bu Fan scratched his head, sheepishly adding, "I wish to learn as well. Acquiring this ability would eliminate concerns about disabilities." How splendid. Truly an impressive skill. The others echoed their desire to learn, recognizing the immense utility of such a skill. Indeed, all of you may learn. I developed this skill primarily for your benefit. We must cultivate our own medical personnel. Those with lesser talents can specialize in healing roles, with improved compensation. Jiang Yun responded joyfully. We cannot rely solely on celestial beings and medical machines. After all, one cannot carry medical equipment during combat. As Jiang Yun contemplated, his thoughts gravitated towards the words of Bu Fan, who expressed no concern for disability. Indeed, he mused, this skill could temporarily be dubbed healing art. This ability involves guiding cellular regeneration. Even if an arm is severed, he can facilitate its restoration to its original form. However, this process consumes more energy than mere healing, as the regeneration of a new arm entails a considerable proliferation of cells, thereby demanding a greater expenditure of energy. Jiang Yun even envisioned profiting from this skill in the future. No, it is a means of benefiting the masses. Yet, the workforce required for such an endeavor would be substantial. He even contemplated preserving the healing method ex vivo, but that would constitute a significant research project, necessitating collaboration with others. Jiang Yun was momentarily swept away by these future thoughts, yet acknowledged that such matters could wait. There would be time to explore them later. At present, his focus shifted to the imminent commencement of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, where Wukong was set to make his entrance. Moreover, it would serve as an opportunity to train the new generation of the Martial Alliance. While the aim was not necessarily to achieve remarkable results, participation itself and the broadening of horizons were valuable pursuits. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and his companions escorted Wukong and Krillin to the venue, where the two appeared in their tailored suits at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi gazed in awe at the vast arena before him. This year's tournament surpassed all previous ones. Thanks to the promotion by the Martial Alliance, it had evolved into a globally recognized event, attracting not only martial artists but also numerous individuals from the realm of combat, drawn by the allure of substantial prizes. The venue remained on Papaya Island, and the host was the same passionate individual who loved martial arts. In Jiang Yun's view, it would be a pity for someone like him not to study martial arts, prompting Jiang Yun to resolve to invite the host back with him after the event concluded. As Wukong and his companions observed the bustling crowd, Wukong marveled that this was the largest assembly of people he had ever witnessed. Bulma explained that the excitement stemmed from the sponsorship of the Martial Alliance, which had even increased the prize money for the winners. The champion would receive a staggering 50 million. Instantly, the group was captivated by the prospect of such an amount, their imaginations igniting visions of lavish lifestyles post-victory, their eyes seemingly adorned with symbols of wealth. Master Roshi pondered how many of the latest magazines he could purchase with that sum, his face flushing with excitement. Yamcha envisioned himself surrounded by numerous beautiful women, while Krillin imagined himself being chauffeured in luxury cars, with ladies vying for his attention. Come on, little bald head. Observing her companions lost in their daydreams, Bulma exclaimed, Wake up, everyone. What are you all thinking? With hands on her hips, she clearly understood their musings. The group shook off their reveries, with Wukong, perplexed, looking up at Bulma and asking, Bulma, what are you talking about? This is so confusing. He scratched his head, wearing a bewildered expression. Bulma covered her face with her hand, exuding a sense of exasperation as she replied, Leave the adult matters to the grown-ups. The crowd erupted into laughter, leaving Wukong scratching his head in confusion. Returning to the main topic, Bulma began recounting the origins of the Martial Alliance. Initially, the audience paid little heed, assuming it was merely akin to a fighting association, albeit one with a bit of financial backing. However, when Bulma mentioned that the Martial Alliance had once defeated the Crane School, Master Roshi's expression suddenly turned grave. While others may have been oblivious, surely Master Roshi was not. The Crane School was the domain of his old rival, Master Crane, and the fact that the martial alliance could vanquish his cohorts was remarkable, despite their questionable character. Their martial prowess was undeniably commendable. Bulma continued, narrating how the infamous assassin Tao Pai Pai had emerged at that time, indeed managing to fell numerous disciples of the martial alliance. Yet, shortly thereafter, a figure appeared to confront Tao Pai Pai, though he ultimately could not secure victory. It was not until the deputy leader of the martial alliance made a dramatic entrance, sweeping through the fray like autumn winds scattering leaves, that Tao Pai Pai was decisively defeated. It must be said, Tao Pai Pai was rather unimpressive. How could he still dare to call himself the world's #1 assassin? The martial alliance had gained immense popularity in West City, and Bulma, being well informed, had caught wind of some of the news. However, as she was not a part of the martial arts world, she remained unaware of the true significance of Tao Pai Pai's reputation. Chapter 30. The bustling martial arts tournament. The expression of Master Roshi was grave. When did such a formidable force emerge in the martial arts realm? Could it be that a hidden sect had revealed itself? Master Roshi evidently shared the same thoughts as Master Crane. In their view, it was inconceivable for a newcomer in the martial arts world to defeat beings as ancient as themselves. The crowd remained attentive to Bulma's explanation. However, upon noticing the somber demeanor of Master Roshi, Bulma expressed her surprise, asking, "Old Lecher, what's the matter with you?" Hearing Bulma's inquiry, the others also recognized something amiss with Master Roshi and turned their gazes toward him, seemingly eager to inquire further. Observing their expressions, a faint smile graced Master Roshi's lips as he softly began to speak. "In my youth, long before her demise, she was the daughter of my master. Master Crane was also my fellow disciple. We once shared a close bond, but eventually, he strayed onto a dark path, and from that moment, we became adversaries." Master Roshi commenced recounting his past with Master Crane. Although the audience initially listened to his tale of affection for Fong Fong, they remained captivated and moved by his narrative, only to subsequently feel indignation at Master Crane's malevolence. Nevertheless, they marveled at the formidable strength of the martial alliance, for to vanquish Master Crane, a peer of Master Roshi, the alliance's prowess could not be underestimated. After hearing Master Roshi's account, it was clear that the strength of the Crane sect was no trifling matter, and the might of the martial alliance was truly formidable. Could it be that the martial alliance is genuinely that powerful? Bulma asked, astonished. Having witnessed Master Roshi's strength, she understood just how formidable this old man was. If that were the case, could the martial alliance surpass even Master Roshi? So, according to you, the strength of the martial alliance must be quite impressive. I had thought it was merely a fighting organization, but it seems far more formidable, Bulma exclaimed. Following Master Roshi's account, the group began to perceive the martial alliance as an exceptionally powerful entity, far from being a mere footnote. Only Goku appeared somewhat bewildered, excitedly exclaiming, "So, this martial alliance must be incredibly strong. I can't wait to face them." The others couldn't help but sweat at Goku's Navvet. Krillin poked Goku gently, whispering, "The martial alliance refers to an organization, not an individual. It comprises many members." Goku scratched his head, showing no signs of embarrassment, and cheerfully replied, "Then each of them must be quite formidable, right?" Krillin pondered for a moment, uncertain, and replied, "I suppose so. After everything we've heard about their strength, I believe there must be some exceptionally strong characters among them. I truly look forward to facing them." Goku maintained his eager demeanor, inspiring the others with his optimistic spirit, prompting them to exclaim, "Let us go register." As the crowd gathered at the venue, the registration process differed markedly from previous occasions. Due to the overwhelming number of participants and to deter unscrupulous individuals, a strength testing machine was installed, reminiscent of the one used during the era of Majin Buu. Only those who could demonstrate a punching power exceeding 120 were permitted to compete. This threshold left many ordinary contestants exchanging bewildered glances, murmuring amongst themselves about the seemingly unattainable standard, questioning whether anyone could actually qualify. "Step aside, I shall take my turn. Those of lesser caliber need not apply," boomed a brash voice, inciting irritation among the onlookers, who turned to discover the source of such audacity. A towering man, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters, approached the strength tester, his physique exuding a formidable presence that deterred any further remarks, prompting the crowd to discreetly part ways. However, this did not include Goku and his companions, nor the many other formidable beings present, including several familiar faces from the original narrative, alongside a multitude of unfamiliar ones, evidently drawn by the allure of the martial alliance's promotion and the promise of monetary rewards. The burly man clenched his fist and struck the strength testing machine with tremendous force, causing an immediate reaction. Kuyum Wolf, score 158, pass, announced the official from the Martial Alliance. A figure unperturbed by the result, in stark contrast to the astonished gasps from the ordinary spectators. Is that a score achievable by a mere human? Even a champion of combat might struggle to reach such heights. Surely, I must be mistaken. Their incredulity was understandable, as in the original tale. The character Satan had only managed a score of 137. Although Satan had grown complacent following the Cell games, his innate talent was undeniable. A trait passed down to his daughter, Biddy, who surpassed her father at an early age. Yet, a few skeptics were not easily swayed. And soon others began their attempts at the test. Among the ordinary populace, only a select few gifted individuals succeeded, followed by those from the martial arts community and various extraordinary beings, such as the werewolves and dinosaur-like entities from the original saga. At that moment, a dinosaur-shaped contestant achieved a remarkable score, impressing many with the evident restraint he displayed. Jylan, score 516. The announcer proclaimed. What? How could that score be so high? Surely, he must be cheating, shouted one incredulous onlooker. Silence. Do you not see that is Jylan, the legendary man-eater? Upon hearing this, the gossiping individual fell silent, fear gripping him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun began leading the Martial Alliance participants into the competition, and among the entrants appeared a surprising duo, Satan and Raditz, both present for this martial arts gathering. Jiang Yun, upon learning of their participation, felt a mix of astonishment and disquiet, particularly regarding the conniving Satan, who had claimed accolades that rightfully belonged to the Z warriors in the original story. Upon discovering that Satan had joined their martial alliance, Jiang Yun was enveloped in a sense of disbelief. In truth, when Satan was initiated as a core disciple, he experienced a similar astonishment. Witnessing his predecessors effortlessly wielding energy spheres, akin to explosive devices, left Satan utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming that it must be an illusion, a mere trick of the eye. However, he was soon enlightened by his seniors, who merely offered him a lesson to demonstrate that it was indeed no illusion. The moment Satan learned that one could soar through the skies at advanced levels of cultivation, he eagerly embarked on rigorous training. Recognizing that the greatest opportunity of his life lay before him, driven by a desire to distinguish himself, he trained relentlessly and ultimately earned the chance to participate in the prestigious martial arts tournament. When Jiang Yun and his companions made their entrance, Bulma and the others quickly recognized him. Oh, it's that enigmatic older brother. Will he be participating this time? Goku exclaimed joyfully, evidently recalling Jiang Yun and acknowledging his formidable prowess, eager for a chance to spar. Bulma and her companions had informed Goku that it was Jiang Yun who had rescued them, yet they had omitted the detail of his transformation into a giant ape, leaving him unaware of the true extent of Jiang Yun's power. It is indeed that fierce individual, that esteemed senior, echoed within the minds of Bulma and Yamcha. Chapter 31. The contest of Mini-Master Roshi followed the gazes of the crowd, his eyes landing on Jiang Yun. In an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. This young man was far from ordinary. Master Roshi could discern nothing of his true nature. He appeared unremarkable, like an ordinary person. Yet, his instincts warned him not to provoke this youth, lest he face dire consequences. Although Jiang Yun seemed devoid of any visible cultivation, Master Roshi perceived an air of mystery enveloping him, as if his unhurried gait resonated with the very essence of the cosmos. This young man possessed an exalted martial prowess, transcending the realm of his peers. Sensing that he was being observed, Jiang Yun turned and immediately met Master Roshi's gaze, offering him a friendly smile. Master Roshi shivered involuntarily. The young man's perception was remarkably acute. Hearing the crowd acknowledge Jiang Yun, he inquired, "Do you know the origins of this young man?" His tone carried equal parts curiosity and astonishment. "This person once saved us and possesses formidable strength. I even sought to become his disciple, but he declined," Yamcha remarked with a hint of admiration. Krillin, unaware of Jiang Yun's existence, asked, "Just how strong is he?" "I estimate his strength rivals that of Master Wutian. He is certainly on par with our teacher," Yamcha speculated. Due to Jiang Yun's presence, Yamcha had already sought apprenticeship from Master Roshi, and this small butterfly had begun to flap its wings, ushering in unknown changes to the world. Whether these changes were beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. At that moment, Yamcha was oblivious to the true extent of Jiang Yun's terrifying power, mistakenly believing it comparable to that of Master Roshi, as he lacked knowledge of the latter's full capabilities. "No, his strength surpasses mine. I cannot even fathom the depths of his prowess," Master Roshi remarked with profound significance. His words left the group in stunned silence, astonished that Jiang Yun had reached such heights, eluding even Master Roshi's perception. However, Goku felt little concern. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. All right, enough about him for now. Let us proceed to register. Bulma interjected, smoothing over the moment. The group made their way toward the strength testing machine. As they walked, Master Roshi whispered, "Be sure to hold back. Aim for around 200 at most. Why not exert ourselves fully? Shouldn't we strive for our best?" Goku questioned, perplexed. "Fool, we must learn to conceal our true abilities. It is vital to strike decisively at the opportune moment." Krillin chimed in, displaying his cleverness. In truth, Master Roshi merely wished to avoid drawing excessive attention at that moment. A martial artist must learn to remain concealed amidst peaks, without revealing their full brilliance. Look, the group following Jiang Yun is taking the stage. At this moment, Bulma also noticed the disciples of the Martial Alliance preparing to take the test. Among those emerging from the Martial Alliance were all previously selected young disciples, including Satan and 2 others, who were among the more exceptional candidates. Satan scored 200. Radha score 199. Jinza scored 200. Look, their scores are all close to 200. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. These individuals are remarkable. Their control is so strong that they managed to maintain their scores around 200. They must have had exceptional mentors behind them, Master Roshi mused, increasingly convinced of their extraordinary capabilities. Soon after, Goku and his companions began their tests, eliciting gasps of surprise as they gracefully entered the arena. Others were taken aback that such young children could achieve scores beyond their own reach. Upon entering the arena, Krillin suddenly spotted his former brothers from the Dorian Temple, recalling the bullying he had endured in the past, which caused him to tremble in fear. The members of the Dorian Temple also recognized Krillin and took the opportunity to humiliate him before floating away. "Krillin, there's no need to worry. Your strength is formidable, and you have nothing to fear from them," Goku reassured him, sensing that the presence of the previous group was quite weak, and that Krillin could easily best them. Comforted by his friends, Krillin steadied himself, realizing that he was no longer the same person he once was. Now, he was a disciple of Master Roshi. Before long, the competition commenced, and thanks to the promotion and investment from the Martial Alliance, the event was considerably grander, resulting in the expansion of many arenas. Following the original format, Goku and his companions swiftly eliminated their opponents, while Krillin encountered some difficulties as he faced his former brothers. The butterfly effect took hold. Not only did Krillin meet his old brothers earlier than expected, but he also confronted them directly. His brother mocked him first, and as Krillin quaked in fear, a punch was thrown his way. Instinctively, Krillin leapt upward to evade the attack. His brother, taken aback and momentarily dazed, was caught off guard when Krillin swiftly turned and delivered a powerful flying kick to his stomach, sending him soaring hundreds of meters away. Bulma and Oolong even turned their heads in surprise. Krillin could hardly believe this newfound strength. Was this truly the power gained through training? Elated, he realized he was no longer the victim he once was. In this battle, Krillin quickly overcame his inner fears, even launching his opponent out of the arena and smashing a large hole in the wall, undoubtedly solidifying his confidence and leading to a series of victories in subsequent fights. With multiple areas hosting simultaneous matches, the pace of the competition accelerated significantly. However, due to the sheer number of participants, it still took a full day to determine the 16 finalists. In the lounge, several individuals observed those before them, most of the competitors sizing each other up, for they might soon face one another as adversaries. However, their gazes instinctively averted when they fell upon the figure of the small Wukong and his companions. Others closed their eyes in concentration, mentally preparing for the imminent contest. At that moment, a man emanating a repugnant odor caught everyone's attention, prompting them to instinctively distance themselves from him. This man was none other than the notorious barbarian. "Brother Satan, should I encounter this individual, I would concede defeat immediately. I lack the confidence to engage in battle with such a contestant," remarked one disciple from the Martial Alliance, addressing Satan, who possessed the highest cultivation among them. "Ha! No matter the challenge, I shall overcome, for I am Satan." The disciples looked at Satan, brimming with self-assurance, and silently marveled at his confidence, truly befitting of Brother Satan. In reality, however, Satan was internally fraught with anxiety, having merely feigned calmness to avoid embarrassing his fellow disciples. Yet, as he inhaled the lethal stench wafting from the barbarian, he fervently wished to evade a confrontation with him. Then, with a resounding clang, everyone recognized that the time for battle had arrived, and they promptly rose to prepare for their respective fights. Chapter 32. The battle between Satan and Krillin. Before long, The spectators beheld their adversaries. A prearranged board displayed the list of matchups, allowing everyone to clearly identify their opponents. "Let me see who I am to face," exclaimed a female contestant, revealing herself as Lan Fong from the original narrative. As a woman, she naturally exhibited a profound aversion to the barbarian. In truth, any reasonable individual would find it intolerable. Had Krillin not been alerted by Goku to his lack of a nose, he might well have fallen before the barbarian. In reality, the barbarian's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, yet his aggressive tactics were decidedly unfriendly. In lower-tier battles, especially against opponents lacking long-range capabilities, such aggression could render one utterly helpless. Of course, should he encounter a skilled fighter, a mere gust of energy could easily send him tumbling off the stage. It is unlikely anyone would willingly engage such a contender. Much like Master Roshi could effortlessly defeat Yamcha with a wave of his hand. Only Goku possessed the strength to rival him in that arena. As for the members of the Martial Alliance, their training had been relatively brief. Many had yet to master even the Kamehameha, naturally lacking the requisite strength. Jiang Yun had brought them primarily to broaden their horizons and to witness Goku's growth firsthand. Upon discovering that his opponent was the barbarian, one of the Martial Alliance members turned pale with dread. Trembling, he ascended the stage, while several others silently exhaled in relief, grateful they were spared from facing that competitor. As the barbarian took to the arena, the audience reacted with disdain, voicing their sentiments. Does someone like him even deserve to compete? His eligibility should be revoked. However, the barbarian had not breached any rules. Thus his disqualification could not be arbitrarily enacted. And so, the competition commenced. The diligent host from the original work, albeit pinching his nose, dutifully narrated the barbarian's exploits. As the audience learned that the barbarian had never bathed, a collective wave of disgust washed over them. Witnessing such a contestant in battle was indeed a torment. "Referee, I forfeit." A disciple from the Martial Alliance quickly conceded, unable to endure the prospect of combating such an opponent. Without a backward glance, he leaped off the stage. In the shadows, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, musing, "It seems their character still requires refinement. Otherwise, they will be of little use in the future." To Jiang Yun's mind, if that disciple could merely hold his breath temporarily, he could conclude the fight in a matter of moments. Evidently, the disciples of the Martial Alliance needed to cultivate their fortitude. Lacking resilience, they could easily stray from the path, much like Master Krang. Soon enough, several more matches transpired. Yet tragically, two members of the Martial Alliance encountered Goku and his companions and were summarily eliminated. Nevertheless, they could not help but admire Goku's remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. The next match was set, Satan against Krillin. Below the stage, Satan was acutely aware that his opponent was the little bald-headed fighter, a disciple of Master Wutian. He was no longer the same Satan as before. He had diligently absorbed knowledge of the martial arts realm. He understood the formidable nature of Master Wutian and recognized that his disciple should not be underestimated. "Is my opponent that explosive-haired fighter? The one they mentioned, brought by Bulma? He must be quite formidable," Krillin remarked, his confidence wavering as he faced Satan. "Krillin, have faith in yourself. That individual's strength feels comparable to yours. You can do this." Goku earnestly encouraged Krillin, affirming the truth of his words as he sensed that Satan's prowess was indeed on par with Krillin's. Under the rigorous training of the Martial Alliance, although Satan's talent lagged slightly behind Krillin's, the effects of the gravity training chamber had elevated him to this level, albeit he had only been occasionally cast into it. His strength had not yet reached the point of regular training within. "Krillin, give it your all." Goku cheered him on. "Yes, I will," Krillin replied, infused with newfound confidence. He performed a courteous gesture, and when the referee announced the start, he assumed an offensive stance, perfectly embodying the turtle school style. "I shall not be defeated," Satan retorted. With that, the two commenced tentative assaults. Krillin's rapid straight punch was swiftly evaded by Satan. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows at an astonishing pace, fists and feet colliding. The air even crackled with sonic booms, indicating that their strikes had reached supersonic speeds. The intensity of their skirmish left onlookers in awe, prompting the host to exclaim, "What an exhilarating duel." The exchanges between these two competitors are so rapid they are nearly imperceptible. "As fellow disciples, could you enlighten us?" While speaking, the host also beckoned Goku to provide commentary. In a single second, they unleashed 12 punches and 15 kicks, countering each other's attacks. Krillin managed to deflect all of Satan's strikes, landing a blow to Satan's chest. Satan quickly pivoted and kicked Krillin away. Goku meticulously relayed the developments of their bout. The two had exchanged so many blows in just 1 second. Let us anticipate the remarkable clash between these competitors. The golden-haired host could not help but marvel at the ferocity of their battle. On stage, after finding their initial probing attacks ineffective, both Satan and Krillin unleashed their true abilities. Krillin suddenly delivered an elbow strike to Satan's abdomen, catching him off guard and sending him flying. However, Satan quickly retaliated, leveraging his reach to engage in a trading blow strategy with Krillin. Before long, both fighters, panting heavily from their exchanges, halted and locked eyes. If this continues, I will exhaust myself and fall to Satan, Krillin thought anxiously. It was time for swift resolution, otherwise I would be unable to cope. This slippery fellow moves like an eel, adeptly evading my attempts to trade blows. Indeed, Master Wu Tian's disciple should not be underestimated. Satan sought to swiftly conclude the battle, and in an instant, his tactics grew increasingly aggressive. Klin, secretly elated, thought to himself, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. Subsequently, Klin continuously lured Satan into action, feigning a sense of urgency, as if he were being pressed by Satan's aggressive maneuvers. Satan, noticing Klin's impatience, felt a surge of delight. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that this was a deliberate faude crafted by Klin. Jiang Yun also discerned Satan's predicament. It was evident that Klin had devised this strategy, and it was surprising that Satan fell into the trap so easily, perhaps due to his lack of combat experience. Although he temporarily subdued Klin by virtue of his physical advantage, he significantly lagged in skill. One ought to reserve a portion of their strength when striking, maintaining fluidity in their movements. Otherwise, a punch thrown with full force cannot be retracted. It seems that the teachings of the turtle sage still hold value, emphasizing the principle that formlessness transcends form, and that one should not be confined to rigid techniques. Perhaps inviting the turtle sage to impart skills to the disciples of the martial alliance would be an excellent idea, Jiang Yun mused mischievously, his hand resting on his chin. Meanwhile, the turtle sage, disguised as Jackie Chan, suddenly sneezed, entirely unaware that he had attracted the attention of a cunning wolf. Chapter 33. The terrifying sky cross punch Klin observed with a growing sense of delight as Satan gradually intensified his attacks. He recognized that if Satan lost his composure, an opportunity would present itself. Satan, feeling that Klin's strikes were becoming increasingly feeble, could not help but feel a surge of confidence, as if victory was imminent. Suddenly, Satan cornered Klin against the edge of the ring, unaware that this was a trap set by Klin. Klin feigned a distressed expression, which elicited a moment of elation from Satan. With a powerful lunge, he aimed a punch at the cornered Klin, only to notice a mischievous smirk creeping across Klin's lips. In a swift motion, Klin bent down to grasp Satan's arm, intending to execute a shoulder throw that would send Satan tumbling out of the ring. At this juncture, Satan found it impossible to retract his strength, as he had already succumbed to Klin's rhythm during their earlier exchanges. He could only watch helplessly as he was flung from the ring. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, perceiving this encounter as nothing short of exquisite, especially in contrast to the previous bouts which had concluded far too swiftly, leaving them unsatisfied. Congratulations to our competitor Klin for his victory. Let us extend a warm round of applause for him. Klin graciously accepted the adulation of the crowd. Below the stage, Satan acknowledged his defeat, yet rather than feeling disheartened, he recalled the words of a senior in the martial alliance who had once told him that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. A sentiment echoed by the alliance leader. In that moment, the phrase reverberated in his mind like a resounding bell, stirring feelings of remorse within him for his arrogance. Evidently, the principles instilled by Jiang Yun within the martial alliance were profound. He had consistently emphasized that true martial artists do not solely hone their skills in combat, but also cultivate their hearts. A genuine martial artist must possess a spirit of martial integrity, embodying the virtues expected of one. The battles that followed Klin's were markedly different. They ended rather swiftly. Even Wukong encountered the formidable dinosaur, Jiren, who ensnared him within a rubber ring. Had Buffon been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked, "I recognize this technique. Is this not the style of that unprincipled dinosaur?" Fortunately for Wukong, this maneuver did not pose any trouble, as he skillfully dispatched Jiren from the ring with remarkable ease. The semifinals soon emerged, with Wukong facing off against Nanwu. The stakes were high, as the victor would claim the runner-up prize, while the two defeated contenders would battle for third place. Both Wukong and Nanwu wore expressions of determination, acutely aware that neither was a weak opponent. From the outset, Wukong unleashed his phantom fist against Nanwu. Master Rashi, who had been observing, was taken aback. He had never taught Wukong this technique. Could it be that this lad learned it merely by glancing at it? If so, Wukong's talent might exceed even his own expectations. Perhaps, in time, Wukong would indeed catch up to that formidable young man. The figure of Jiang Yun suddenly emerged in the mind of Master Rashi, who, reflecting on the extraordinary talent of Wukong, feared that he might catch up to Jiang Yun, or even surpass him given time. On the stage, Namu soon felt a profound pressure while battling Wukong, struggling to cope amidst a flurry of punches and kicks. Wukong, exhibiting remarkable ease, caused beads of sweat to form on Namu's brow, evidently highlighting the immense strain Wukong's formidable strength imposed upon him. This compelled Namu to exercise greater caution, as he was driven by an undeniable reason to secure victory. However, Wukong was equally astonished, for his phantasm punch had been discerned by Namu. Below the stage, Yamcha and his companions looked on in awe, exclaiming at how effortlessly Wukong had mastered Jackie Chan's technique. Even Master Rashi, disguised as Jackie Chan, was taken aback by Namu's ability to counter his moves. Subsequently, Namu and Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange, one attacking with feet while the other retaliated with hands, neither yielding an inch. Seizing a moment of distraction, Wukong managed to send Namu flying. Yet, to his surprise, Namu rebounded off the wall and brought Wukong crashing to the ground. Wukong, clutching his neck in agony, exclaimed, "That hurts, you rascal. I have a compelling reason to win. So please tumble off the stage." Namu, with a fierce expression, charged back at Wukong, evidently intent on knocking him out of the arena. Little did he expect, Wukong used his tail to trip Namu, gleefully displaying his appendage. "Ha ha, not bad at all." The audience erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "He actually has a tail. A real tail." Cornering Namu, Wukong, in a playful spirit, attempted a spinning attack to knock Namu out of the ring, but unexpectedly, he became dizzy himself, allowing Namu to evade disaster. Jiang Yun, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the similarity to a certain unpredictable individual. The audience, taken aback by such amusing antics, burst into laughter. At that moment, Namu nearly fell victim to Wukong's antics, but seeing Wukong sprawled on the ground, Namu seized the opportunity. "Sky Cross Punch," he declared, leaping into the air to unleash his ultimate technique. The spectators, recognizing the imminent power of this move, urged Wukong to rise. However, in his daze, Wukong failed to evade the strike, which landed heavily on his neck. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, witnessing Wukong gasp for breath, his eyes glazing over before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Namu, believing Wukong was unlikely to rise again, stood upright, clasped his hands in prayer, and refrained from speaking. A profound hush enveloped the arena as everyone stood in stunned silence, with Namu even offering a prayer for Wukong before announcing, "Let the countdown begin." The host, equally incredulous, slowly initiated the countdown, while even Master Rashi doubted Wukong would manage to stand again. Krillin, in disbelief, could hardly accept that Wukong had been defeated in such a manner. After all, this was Wukong. Even Namu firmly believed that Wukong would not awaken, as he was all too aware of the potency of his own technique, even asserting that Wukong would remain unconscious for no less than 10 days. Those present were convinced that Wukong, struck by such a blow, would likely never regain consciousness. Time flowed steadily by, and the countdown approached its conclusion. Observing this, Jiang Yun could not help but think, if Wukong were to fall here, he would cease to be Wukong. Aware of the original narrative, Jiang Yun knew that Wukong could not possibly be defeated at this juncture, yet others remained oblivious. The referee's countdown echoed through the air, and the onlookers' eyes brimmed with anticipation, hoping for his resurgence. 6, 7, 8. At that moment, Wukong's hand twitched, and suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stood upright, leaving even Namu in disbelief that someone struck by his technique could rise again, momentarily questioning if he had miscalculated his aim. Meanwhile, Master Rashi and the others marveled at the indomitable vitality of Wukong. Chapter 34, Namu's Defeat, Wukong's Duel with Master Rashi, as Wukong rose to his feet. The onlookers erupted in joyous cheers, celebrating the indomitable spirit of this tenacious competitor. Namu gazed at the revived Wukong, his expression one of disbelief. He could hardly accept that someone could withstand such a blow and still awaken. "Damn it, I must have miscalculated the strike. It has to be that way." Namu surmised that his attack had indeed gone awry. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would never have been able to endure it. Resolute, he decided that he must deliver another blow. This time, he was determined to ensure that Wukong would not rise again. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Namu was clearly prepared to unleash his full potential. The compelling reason that drove him not to concede echoed within him. He could not afford to lose. Defeat would mean the end of hope. "Ah," he bellowed, Leaping skyward with a vigor that was noticeably greater than before, his power amplified. How would Wukong respond to this challenge? Wukong, witnessing Namu ascend into the heavens, exclaimed with delight, "Wow, I want to learn that too." He too leaped towards the sky. Namu's figure pierced through the clouds, reaching a lofty altitude, rendering him invisible to those below. With a serious demeanor, he gazed down, resolute in his intention to completely vanquish Wukong. Suddenly, he spotted Wukong soaring upward as well. How is this possible? Wukong, realizing he had surpassed Namu, shouted, "Ah, I flew too high." He then descended, reaching an altitude comparable to Namu's. Namu, astonished, could no longer wait to confront Wukong in midair. He intended to finish the battle above. As Namu charged toward him, Wukong chose not to engage but instead dove toward the ground. Seeing this, Namu was elated, for this meant he could execute his sky cross punch. With swift precision, he crossed his arms, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to the descending Wukong. However, just at the moment of impact, Wukong evaded and unleashed a powerful flying kick. By sheer fortuity, or perhaps due to Wukong's formidable combat instincts, his kick landed squarely upon Namu's abdomen. Namu was forcefully propelled out of the ring. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a frenzy of cheers. They expressed gratitude to both Namu and Wukong for their thrilling duel and congratulated Wukong for advancing to the top two contenders, vying for the championship title. The host, brimming with excitement, was clearly exhilarated by the electrifying contest and also congratulated Wukong for entering the finals. As Namu, defeated by Wukong, stepped onto the platform, his somber expression led many to believe he might retaliate against Wukong. However, his true concern was the lack of funds to purchase water. Extending his hand toward the young Wukong, Namu demonstrated the virtues of a true martial artist, accepting his defeat with grace. He genuinely admired the young fighter before him, feeling no trace of jealousy. As for the matter of water, he would have to devise a solution gradually. In the aftermath, the surroundings erupted into a scene of jubilant celebration. Behind the stage, Namu felt a heavy heart, reflecting on his family and friends back home. Recalling how they had pooled their resources to fund his journey, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He felt he had ultimately disappointed their hopes. When Master Wu Tian, disguised as Jackie Chan, utilized his mind-reading abilities to glimpse the depths of Nanwu's soul, he too was profoundly moved by the man's kindness. "Nanwu, carry on." Master Wu Tian tossed an object toward him. It was. Nanwu opened his palm to discover a universal capsule. Puzzled, he wondered why Jackie Chan would gift him such an item. "It contains nothing, yet it can hold water. Plenty of it," Master Rashi remarked slowly. "What? How do you know this?" Nanwu was astonished that Master Rashi could discern his thoughts. "I am Master Wu Tian," Rashi declared proudly. "Then why the disguise?" "Your hair." Nanwu, now aware of Master Wu Tian's identity, no longer questioned his ability to read minds, recognizing that in the martial arts realm, the current Master Rashi was akin to a sage. "I use strong adhesive. My head is feeling a bit itchy now." Rashi chuckled heartily. "Why did you choose to masquerade as Jackie Chan?" "Well, you see, it's for my disciples. After undergoing my training, their strength has exceeded my expectations. To impart the wisdom that there are always greater talents beyond, I had to assume this guise to test them," Master Rashi explained with depth. "Surely you are aware of Goku's wild nature. His power is formidable, and you, having battled him, must understand this well. If Goku were to win the championship at such a young age, I fear he may become overly arrogant, which would be detrimental to his future martial arts journey. Thus, as his master, I intend to temper his pride, preventing him from forgetting the importance of nurturing the spirit." At that moment, Master Rashi shed his usual whimsical demeanor, exuding the gravitas befitting a great master. "Ah, Master Wu Tian, your dedication to your disciples is truly commendable. They are fortunate to have a mentor like you," Nanwu expressed with great admiration. "Master Wu Tian, I must return this to you, as I lack the means to purchase water." Nanwu appeared distressed, likely troubled by the scarcity of water. "Follow me." Master Rashi then led Nanwu to a nearby well, explaining, "Here, the water is abundant and free. If you were to purchase it, you might even be ridiculed." Rashi chuckled heartily once more. "What?" Nanwu was taken aback, astonished to learn that the precious water, so scarce in his homeland, was freely available here. At that moment, the voice of the host resonated, announcing, "Next, we shall witness a duel between contestant Sun Wukong and contestant Jackie Chan. Let us prepare for an even more thrilling battle." Upon hearing the sound, Master Rashi ambled over with his hands clasped behind his back. Namu, gazing at the silhouette of Master Rashi, felt a surge of gratitude wash over him, his eyes welling with tears. Suddenly, Master Rashi dashed back, as if compelled by an urgent matter, and whispered to Namu, "You will." Namu nodded in agreement. On the arena, amidst the cheers of the crowd, the two ascended the stage. Just before stepping onto the platform, Master Rashi encountered Yamcha, who quietly remarked, "You are the martial arts master, aren't you?" Master Rashi, taken aback by Yamcha's persistent inquiry, took a few steps forward, gesturing towards the audience, and said, "Look, isn't the martial arts master right there? I told you I am not the martial arts master." Following his gaze, Yamcha was astonished to indeed spot Master Rashi among the crowd. Could it be that he was truly not the martial arts master? Krillin pondered this revelation, concluding that it appeared Grandpa Chao was not the martial arts master after all. Goku, chuckling, remarked, "Who would have thought that besides Master Rashi, there exists such a formidable expert?" With an eager spirit, Goku then hurried onto the stage, undoubtedly looking forward to the impending battle with Chao. Chapter 35. The astonishing palm of all nations with exuberance. Wukong engaged in his warm-up exercises, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to face off against Jackie Chan. The more formidable the opponent, the greater his excitement. After a series of fierce battles, Wukong found himself on the path to the ultimate championship. Now, let us conduct an interview with the two victorious contenders. At this moment, the host emerged from behind, directing the microphone towards Wukong, who was still engrossed in his warm-up routine, clearly invested in the upcoming battle. "Son Goku, what are your chances of winning this fight?" "Raw garlic? What is that?" The innocent Wukong's response to the host's inquiry elicited laughter from the audience. "I don't know what it is. I'll just do my best." After his reply, Wukong resumed his warm-up exercises. The host, visibly embarrassed by Wukong's answer, reluctantly turned to interview Jackie Chan. "What strategy do you have in mind for this battle, Jackie?" The microphone was now directed towards Master Rashi, who remained silent, his eyes closed, emanating a unique aura that astonished the spectators. However, after a brief moment, an awkward silence ensued as Master Rashi began to snore, unexpectedly falling asleep and thus diminishing the gravity of his presence. The host dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief to mask the awkwardness and remarked, "Who would have thought our Jackie would be so composed that he would fall asleep? He must be quite at ease. But is it calmness or merely the slumber of an elderly man?" The latter part of his comment was barely audible, likely only to himself. The final match commenced. Following the hostess announcement, Master Rashi surprisingly made the first move, launching an attack towards Wukong. Yet, Wukong was faster. Swiftly leaping into the sky, Master Rashi executed several flips in midair, kicking Wukong in the back, sending him hurtling into the distance. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Could it be that Wukong was eliminated just like that? What a fool, thinking he could escape unscathed. Such carelessness. I never imagined winning would be this easy. Had I known, I wouldn't have worried so much. Master Rashi chuckled triumphantly, raising his hands in celebration to the audience. And even the host believed victory was in Rashi's grasp. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. Hearing the uproar, Master Rashi glanced skyward. And even Bulma and the others, who assumed Wukong had lost, looked on in astonishment. There, high above, Wukong's tail was spinning rapidly. He had ingeniously flown back using his tail, a triumphant smile adorning his face. He waved at the audience midair and, upon landing, made a playful face at Master Rashi. Master Rashi could hardly fathom that Wukong had returned to the arena in such a shocking manner. Wukong even elucidated that he intended to utilize Master Rashi's Kamehameha to return to the stage, although he would save that technique for later. Upon hearing Goku's remarks, Master Rashi believed that Goku underestimated the intricacies of the Kamehameha technique, which he had devoted many years to mastering. He felt that such a technique would not be easily replicated, and he even nearly revealed his true identity. Goku's relentless probing left him astounded, prompting him to demonstrate the Kamehameha stance. In response, Goku adopted the same posture, and the two engaged in a direct clash of energy waves. Their opposing forces neutralized each other, leaving Master Rashi astounded by Goku's proficiency with the Kamehameha. Subsequently, Master Rashi unleashed the afterimage technique. But Goku misjudged the situation and found himself buried beneath a pile of stones. Remarkably, the attack had no effect on him. In a surprising turn, Goku executed the afterimage technique as well, and to Master Rashi's astonishment, he performed a double afterimage technique. However, Goku had underestimated his own potential, as he unleashed a triple afterimage technique, landing a heavy blow on Master Rashi's head. "You little rascal, how dare you strike your master?" Master Rashi exclaimed in frustration. "But isn't my master you, Master Rashi?" Goku replied, puzzled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Rashi hastily produced a forged family tree, shocking the onlookers. Though their disbelief was palpable, with no other option, Master Roshi diverted everyone's attention back to the battle, and in an instant, he appeared to be intoxicated as he swiftly knocked Goku down. Witnessing Master Roshi employ such a technique, Goku had a sudden inspiration and executed a monkey fist attack, forcing Master Roshi to retreat. However, Master Roshi countered with a hypnosis technique, which intrigued the onlookers, including Goku, who watched curiously. Even Jiang Yun, observing from the shadows, nodded in silent approval. Despite Master Roshi's stagnant combat prowess over the years, his peculiar techniques were numerous. Yet, this particular move had significant limitations, as no one would wait for a slow execution in a life-or-death confrontation. Goku soon felt drowsy and collapsed to the ground, clearly hypnotized. Observers felt that Master Roshi's victory was somewhat unearned, yet the countdown continued as per the rules. Everyone urged Goku to rise, but to no avail. Just as time was about to expire, Bulma shouted, "Goku, it's time to eat." Remarkably, Goku sprang to his feet instantly, leaving Master Roshi astonished that his technique could be so easily countered. Immediately, Goku launched a rock-paper-scissors attack at Master Roshi, only to be thwarted by the latter's superior battle experience. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Goku resorted to a feint, knocking Master Roshi to the ground. However, this maneuver inflicted minimal damage. At that moment, the true climax of their confrontation began, with Master Roshi's demeanor turning serious, while Goku brimmed with excitement. At this moment, Master Roshi pondered whether to employ that particular technique, estimating that Goku would likely withstand it. In his pursuit of allowing Goku to taste the bitterness of defeat, as well as fulfilling his own purpose, Master Roshi resolved to unleash that formidable move. A solemn expression adorned his face as he positioned his hands before his chest, seemingly gathering some unseen energy. Suddenly, sparks of electricity began to emanate from his hands, astonishing everyone present. They were taken aback by the sheer intensity of Master Roshi's power. Even Goku wore an expression of disbelief. The energy in Master Roshi's hands intensified, the electric currents surging with greater potency, leaving the onlookers uncertain of the excruciating impact it would have on a human being. Universal shockwave. Master Roshi bellowed. The currents surged forth toward Goku, instantly ensnaring him in midair, causing his hair to stand on end from the electric charge. Goku's countenance reflected profound agony, underscoring the tremendous power of the technique. The audience gasped in shock, their concern for Goku palpable. Even Bulma urged him to concede, warning that if this continued, Goku might meet his demise. Yet, Goku was filled with an indomitable spirit, characteristic of a Saiyan, refusing to surrender so easily. Despite his reluctance to admit defeat, he persevered against the onslaught of electricity, though it was evident to all that he was nearing his limit, unable to endure for much longer. What fate awaits Goku in this dire moment? Chapter 36. Defeat and news from the Martial Alliance. As Goku struggled desperately, Master Roshi urged him to surrender, fully aware of the devastating power of the technique he was about to employ. Had it not been for Goku's extraordinary talent, Master Roshi would have hesitated to resort to such measures. Yet, for the sake of his disciple's future, he felt compelled to use it, knowing that without this technique, he could not guarantee his victory over Goku. However, Master Roshi underestimated Goku's fierce obsession with triumph. The Saiyans were a warrior race, their combative nature deeply ingrained in their very essence. Oh, Goku let out a painful wail. Despite his vigorous attempts to resist the onslaught, he remained ensnared by the overwhelming current of energy. Such a fearsome attack. If it were to strike me, I would surely perish. A voice among the spectators echoed this sentiment, swiftly garnering agreement. It was astonishing that humanity could wield such terrifying power. Jiang Yun gazed at the moon, faintly visible in the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The true spectacle was about to unfold. At that moment, as Goku fought against the assault, he inadvertently cast a glance at the moon, his expression transforming into one of ferocity, his physique swelling in size. His garments ripped apart as he metamorphosed once more into a colossal ape. Bulma, Yamcha, and the others were taken aback, clearly haunted by memories of past events. As Goku continued to grow, he broke free from Master Roshi's heavenly palm of the nations, leaving Master Roshi in a state of profound shock. Even more so than Goku's transformation into the giant ape. It was worth noting that since Master Roshi had mastered this technique, no one had ever escaped its grasp. The spectators, witnessing this extraordinary display, presumed it to be one of Goku's hidden abilities and erupted into cheers. Now liberated, Goku entered a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks around him. It became apparent to the onlookers that Goku had lost all awareness, his rationality overwhelmed by the primal fury of the giant ape. "Goku, Please revert to your original form, Krillin shouted as he rushed forward, seemingly inciting the beast's wrath. The giant ape came crashing down with immense force. The punch was so powerful that even the debris it sent flying possessed considerable strength, hurtling towards Krillin and the others. The surrounding crowd panicked, wishing fervently for extra legs to escape the chaos. In a similar frenzy, Master Roshi also sprinted toward the edge of the arena in the face of Goku's colossal form. Yet, upon reaching the brink, he abruptly halted. To leap off the stage now would undoubtedly signify his defeat, rendering his efforts to educate his disciple futile. No, I must devise a plan. Master Roshi, Goku transforms upon seeing the moon. The only way to revert him is to sever his tail. Having witnessed Goku's transformation before, the crowd knew precisely how to counter him. After an intense struggle, Master Roshi found himself unable to strike Goku's tail. In the midst of the crowd's bewilderment, Master Roshi shed his outer garment, undergoing a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled as he assumed the stance of the Kamehameha technique. He resolved to unleash all his might. Yet he soon realized that Goku's physical form had grown exceedingly powerful. Regardless of the efficacy of his attack, Master Roshi was reluctant to harm his own disciple. Thus, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A colossal surge of energy surged forth, its blinding radiance obscuring the spectator's vision. When the brilliance subsided, Goku's figure had vanished. How astonishing! I never imagined the Kamehameha technique possessed such formidable power, remarked the dedicated host, who, despite the perilous situation, remained steadfast in his reporting duties. However, Goku's companions could scarcely accept this turn of events. They believed Goku had perished from such a devastating blow, the force of which was evident to all. Goku! Goku! Krillin lamented, his voice thick with sorrow. Having forged a deep bond of friendship with Goku, he found it unbearable to accept this grim reality. Even suspecting that Goku had been slain by Master Roshi. Goku! He has been obliterated! Bulma cried out, her tears flowing freely. Their shared quest for the Dragon Balls had undoubtedly solidified a profound friendship, making Goku's supposed demise all the more heart-wrenching. Yamcha, too, was incredulous. How could Goku have perished in such a manner? Thus, it seems that the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament will undoubtedly be Mr. Jackie Chan, the host announced. What champion is he? He is merely a murderer. Bring back my Goku! Krillin shouted as he raced toward the arena, his face awash with tears. Master Roshi, panting heavily, did not respond to Krillin's outburst, clearly exhausted from the exertion. Closing his eyes to regain composure, he finally spoke. Do not despair. Look over there. The crowd followed Master Roshi's gaze and beheld a tail. As if the surrounding stones sensed their collective hope, they crumbled away, revealing the diminutive figure of Goku. Master Roshi clarified, the Kamehameha wave did not strike Goku, but rather the moon. He pointed to the moon's original position. How wonderful! How wonderful! Bulma exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. The crowd, following Master Roshi's indication, confirmed that the moon had indeed vanished. It is true. The moon is gone, the host proclaimed, astonished. This means Goku will not transform into a monster upon seeing the moon, Master Roshi continued. Jackie Chan has accomplished something remarkable. Observing his incredulous expression, he added, but what shall we do for the Mid-Autumn Festival? There will be no mooncakes or moon-gazing. The werewolf will be unable to transform. We shall no longer enjoy the pleasures of moon-watching. The host, brimming with excitement, addressed the audience with fervor, urging them to hasten the countdown. The turtle hermit, seemingly at a loss for words, pondered whether this was truly the crux of the matter. As the host commenced the countdown, Goku unexpectedly awoke once more, compelling the two to resume their fierce battle. The turtle hermit aimed to capitalize on an opening in Goku's defenses to deliver a decisive blow. Yet he found himself utterly exhausted from his previous errant strike at the moon, rendering him incapable of unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Similarly, Goku, hindered by hunger, could scarcely muster any strength. In that moment, both warriors pushed themselves to their limits, testing the very fabric of their resolve. They exchanged blows, each strike becoming sluggish. Yet neither was willing to concede defeat. Until the final moment, both stood steadfast, embodying the tenacity befitting true martial artists, having surpassed many before them. Ultimately, in the final seconds, the turtle hermit, leveraging his physical advantage, managed to secure victory. The crowd erupted in cheers for this remarkable clash. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Yun smiled softly, reminiscing about his own youthful days. Just then, he received an unexpected message from the Martial Alliance. Chapter 37, The Good News from Dr. Brief. At this moment, Jiang Yun received news from the Martial Alliance that the information he had previously provided to Dr. Brief had led to groundbreaking progress. A finished product had already been developed. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yun hurried back to the martial alliance without delay. The moment he saw Bu Chun, he enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace, clearly overwhelmed with joy. "Let us go meet the doctor right away. I can hardly contain my excitement," Jiang Yun exclaimed, his demeanor crisp and efficient. "All right, since you're so eager, let us hasten our steps," Bu Chun replied, somewhat exasperated by Jiang Yun's enthusiasm. He could not fathom why Jiang Yun was so fixated on the spaceship. Was life on Earth not satisfactory? Yet, it was understandable. Jiang Yun was aware of the future developments and intended to lay the groundwork early. The cosmos represented the most significant aspect of his plans, and the sooner he acted, the more advantageous it would be for him. Moreover, the martial foundation on Earth was no longer sufficient for Jiang Yun's rapid advancement. Time was of the essence, as these years represented a golden period for development. The enemies he faced were not overwhelmingly powerful, and he also yearned to refine his skills in the vast universe. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse ultimately cannot become a formidable force. The path of martial arts requires one to confront countless battles to achieve greatness. Additionally, there exists a wealth of martial knowledge and techniques in the cosmos that Jiang Yun aspired to acquire. If he could master the fusion technique of the Metamorans, even a few 100,000 warriors from Earth could unite and overpower Frisia. The fundamental distinction between humans and beasts lies in human intelligence, which enables the invention of various techniques to combat fierce predators. Faced with a formidable foe like Frisia, it is likely that such a beast would not employ weapons. However, this very mindset is what leads to Frisia's downfall. Despite his immense power, he does not pursue the essence of strength. Lacking worthy opponents and having never faced the harsh realities of society, he fails to cultivate himself diligently, ultimately falling to the Saiyans. Jiang Yun's expedition into the universe is one he deems imperative. As for why he does not rely on the dragon to acquire those legendary skills from the original texts, Jiang Yun has his own considerations. The reason is simple: the consequences are too great. If he learned those skills from the dragon, which it could bestow upon him, it could just as easily reclaim them. Should he reach a certain level in the future and uncover the secrets of the Dragon Ball world, such as the elusive dragon god Salama, he might not find himself aligned with that formidable being. Such a powerhouse would undoubtedly have motives for distributing Dragon Balls. Jiang Yun believes solely in himself. Only that which he cultivates is truly within his grasp. Having arrived in this world, he is confident in his abilities, rivaling anyone. As Jiang Yun walked along the path, he remained silent until he arrived at the Capsule Corporation. During this time, Bu Chun had also learned of Jiang Yun's close ties with the company and had communicated messages from the corporation to Jiang Yun. They successfully met with Dr. Brief, who, to their surprise, was accompanied by his wife. "Oh ho ho, young man, would you care to join me for a date?" spoke Dr. Brief's wife, clearly intrigued. The words caused beads of sweat to form on Bu Chun's forehead as he pondered the audacity of Jiang Yun possibly courting Dr. Brief's wife. Was this not an act of extreme boldness? Jiang Yun, too, felt a rush of unease at the bluntness of the remark. While he was aware from the original text of Dr. Brief's wife's eccentricities, this was a realm of reality, and he wondered if such candor might provoke Dr. Brief's ire. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, with her long, strikingly yellow hair and flawless skin, reminiscent of youth at 18, Jiang Yun mused that Bulma's beauty must surely be inherited from her mother. However, he questioned whether Bulma's infatuation was similarly derived. Observing Dr. Brief, Jiang Yun noted that his expression remained unchanged, evidently unfazed by the earlier comment, leading him to silently admire Dr. Brief's fortitude. Having such a vivacious wife must be a considerable source of both joy and challenge. "Ah, so this is the illustrious Bu Chun." Dr. Brief appeared to recognize Bu Chun as well. In contrast to Jiang Yun's reputation, Bu Chun's was far more pronounced, as he typically handled matters concerning the martial alliance. While Jiang Yun preferred the solitude of cultivation, shunning the limelight. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Brief," Bu Chun said, extending his hand in greeting. He clearly held a deep respect for the eminent scientist, as scholars still commanded a higher status in this world, not to mention someone of Dr. Brief's caliber. Renowned for developing the universal capsule and celebrated as one of the world's most distinguished scientists. "Dr. Brief, I am delighted to hear about the developments you mentioned during your previous call. Have you made significant progress?" Jiang Yun inquired directly. "Ha ha ha. Speaking of that, I cannot help but laugh," Dr. Brief replied, his mirth evident. "I must say, the technology you provided is exceptionally intricate. It took me over 6 months to achieve some advancement. If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Jiang Yun responded, his spirits lifted. "There are no major issues. However, There is a particular metal that does not exist on Earth. If we were to use a substitute from Earth, the flight speed would be reduced by approximately half, as only that specific metal can withstand the pressures of high-speed travel in space. Dr. Brief's face unexpectedly adopted a serious demeanor. For individuals of their ilk approached scientific inquiries with utmost seriousness. Science brooks no negligence. May I inquire what this metal is called? Jiang Yun asked. It is referred to as Edmund metal, Dr. Brief disclosed. What? Edmund metal? Jiang Yun's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement. Oh, have you encountered this metal before? Doctor. Brief's tone became urgent. If Jiang Yun was familiar with this metal, he could swiftly construct the most advanced spacecraft. Not exactly. It just feels somewhat familiar. Jiang Yun replied. Jiang Yun gradually regained his composure, recognizing that it was merely the name of a metal, undoubtedly different from any he had previously encountered. In a universe so vast, it was not surprising to come across metals sharing the same nomenclature. Alas, this was somewhat regrettable. Dr. Brief appeared somewhat disheartened. Sensing his mentor's disappointment, Jiang Yun reassured him, Doctor, there is no need for concern. The reason I seek your assistance in constructing a spacecraft is that I aspire to venture into the cosmos. With my current capabilities, I am more than capable of ensuring my own survival in the universe. Yet, is it not a tad premature to embark on such a journey? Doctor. Brief expressed his worries, as he was aware of certain truths about the cosmos, especially considering that his eldest daughter had already ventured into space. Chapter 38. Undercurrents. After an enlightening conversation with the esteemed doctor, Jiang Yun resolved to embark on a journey into the cosmos. This venture was imperative, and meticulous planning was required for the expedition. Upon returning to the Martial Alliance with Bu Chun, Jiang Yun reminded Dr. Brief to enhance the spacecraft, as he intended to immerse himself in the universe for the next 2 years. Bu Chun, how many formidable warriors does the Martial Alliance currently possess? Jiang Yun inquired, eager to ascertain the current state of the Alliance's martial prowess, knowing he would inevitably venture into the cosmos, bringing along several disciples from the Alliance. It was impractical to personally oversee every trivial matter. Presently, we have 5,000 individuals whose strength exceeds 100, 1,000 surpassing 300, 200 exceeding 500, and a select few, over a dozen, reaching the 700 to 800 range. As for those with strength exceeding 1,000, I am the sole individual, Bu Chun replied, his tone measured and calm, yet the implications of his words could potentially send shockwaves through the martial world. Bu Chun remained humble, aware that aside from Jiang Yun, there were none on Earth who could rival his strength. However, he recalled Jiang Yun's past remarks regarding the cosmos, understanding that in the vast expanse of the universe, such power could merely render one a foot soldier, posing no significant threat. Bu Chun did not question Jiang Yun's insights, for Jiang Yun had proven his wisdom over the years. Although Bu Chun was unaware of the sources of Jiang Yun's knowledge, he respected his leader's secrets, recognizing that everyone harbors their own mysteries. He did not seek to uncover Jiang Yun's enigmatic affairs. After all, it was the duty of a subordinate to support their leader. Throughout the years, he had devoted himself to assisting Jiang Yun in managing the Martial Alliance. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun regarded Bu Chun not merely as a subordinate, but as a friend. Continue to enhance your training. In 1 year's time, I shall lead them into the cosmos. Should our cultivation remain inadequate, survival in the universe will be impossible. This is no mere game. We are not here to frolic. Jiang Yun expressed his dissatisfaction upon receiving Bu Chun's report. He would soon enter the cosmos, and weakness would not be tolerated. Furthermore, we shall establish the Blaze Battle Team. In a year's time, this team will accompany me as we ascend to the stars and conquer the universe. Jiang Yun's words brimmed with ambition. He appeared invigorated, not exhibiting his usual calm demeanor. Having attained a state of tranquility akin to the serene sky and swiftness akin to lightning, Jiang Yun maintained an unflappable mindset. Yet his fervor remained undiminished, his passion for martial arts burning brightly. He yearned for battle, relishing the thrill of combat, aspiring to stand atop the pinnacle of martial prowess. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with ambition, revealing a profound intensity. Bu Chun, observing Jiang Yun, felt a tinge of surprise. It had been many years since he had witnessed this version of Jiang Yun, reminiscent of the youthful leader who had once propelled them forward 5 years prior. In the past 2 years, Jiang Yun has consistently exuded an air of inscrutability, reminiscent of a seasoned practitioner concealed within the depths of a secluded mountain. His remarkably youthful age is easily overlooked. After all, he is but a vibrant youth. Is he finally poised to reveal his true prowess? Such anticipation is indeed exhilarating. Rising to prominence at a tender age, Jiang Yun embodies the spirited vigor befitting his years. The latest announcement from the Martial Alliance declares that a year hence, the Blaze team will be selected. This team represents the pinnacle of the Alliance's elite forces, and those fortunate enough to be chosen will have the opportunity to receive guidance from the Alliance leader, along with generous rewards. This occasion is extraordinary, and all are urged to approach it with the utmost seriousness. Selected individuals will enjoy a five-fold increase in their benefits. Subsequently, Buchun disseminated this announcement within the Alliance, accessible only to its true members. The outer disciples of the Alliance merely serve as superficial operatives. Those who undertake tasks within the Alliance cannot truly be considered part of it. It is merely a relationship of mutual benefit. What? Such a remarkable opportunity to receive guidance from Lord Jiang Yun. You do not comprehend. The Alliance leader is the reincarnation of a martial god, the beacon of hope in our martial world. If Lord Jiang were to impart even a fragment of his wisdom, who knows? I might one day be worthy of the title of senior. My chance has arrived, the Blaze team. Surely, a place awaits me there. Upon hearing the news, the crowd erupted in excitement. All are martial practitioners, each harboring a competitive spirit, unwilling to be outdone. Within a meticulously arranged chamber, an elderly man was engrossed in experimentation. The room was lined with numerous bottles and jars, some filled with formalin, housing various corpses, while an array of mechanical instruments lay scattered throughout. This was undeniably the laboratory of a scientist. Despite the bright illumination, an unsettling chill permeated the air. Dr. Jero, the world's foremost martial arts tournament has concluded. I believe you have need of the materials. A guard entered briskly, saluting as he spoke. Oh, this batch of experimental subjects is far too fragile. I indeed require formidable martial artists to conduct my experiments, Dr. Jero replied in a chilling tone, instilling dread in those who heard him. In a secluded grove, a young man trained diligently, notable for an additional eye position between his brows, a striking feature that set him apart. Beside him stood a small child, pale-faced and diminutive, donning a cap and sporting two crimson marks on his cheeks, resembling a little zombie from Uncle Eng. How infuriating! That old turtle's disciple performed so exceptionally at the world's foremost martial arts tournament. It is none other than the Crane Immortal. I've heard that accursed Martial Alliance sent participants as well. Were it not for them, we would not have fallen to such depths. Once Tianjin Fan matures, I shall surely exact my revenge. The speaker was Tao Bai, whose eyes sparkled with malice and hatred. It is uncertain how the two found themselves lost in this small forest. In truth, the Martial Alliance once spared Tao Bai and his companions. However, as the Martial Alliance gradually grew in power, the spirits of individuals such as the Crane Immortal became increasingly burdened. Initially, he believed that the Martial Alliance would not dare to engage them in conflict lightly. Yet, upon witnessing the unstoppable momentum of the Alliance's expansion, the narrow-minded Crane Immortal made the drastic decision to dissolve the Crane sect. He feared that the Martial Alliance would inevitably eradicate them and thus fled with his wealth. Remarkably, Tao Bai shared this sentiment, truly deserving the title of brothers, for they were indeed two of a kind. Once this disciple matures, our great vengeance shall be avenged. The eyes of the Crane Immortal gleamed with the light of retribution. These two individuals encountered them on their journey, possessing extraordinary talents that far surpassed the ordinary, exceptional martial prowess, and an unwavering dedication to the martial arts. Coupled with a willingness to endure hardship, with a slight temptation, they readily joined his ranks. Unbeknownst to them, in the distance, Jiang Yun and the Turtle Immortal had already become the targets of scrutiny. Chapter 39, Preparations for the Expedition into the Cosmos 1 year later. Report. The Blaze team has assembled with a full complement of 100 members. This elite squad comprises the finest martial artists of the Martial Alliance, each boasting a combat power exceeding 2,000 points. Report concluded. Please direct us, Alliance leader. The report was delivered by Buchun, who, clad in combat attire, exuded an aura of gallantry. As he gazed at the formidable team before him, Jiang Yun felt a surge of immense pride. They were the vanguard of Earth's foray into the cosmos, destined to etch the name of humanity into the annals of the universe. Through the most rigorous training provided by the Martial Alliance, supplemented by advanced recovery devices and gravity chambers, the strength of the Alliance has undergone a profound transformation, a change known only to a select few. Over the past year, the members of the Alliance endured grueling training, often teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet they did not falter. Upon learning that they would march into the cosmos alongside Jiang Yun, they fervently dedicated themselves to their cultivation, each harboring aspirations of territorial expansion. The allure of venturing into the universe is an irresistible temptation for all, Yet this journey has also led to the elimination of many, leaving only the most elite, those with unwavering resolve in their martial pursuits. Among them, Buchun has achieved a remarkable combat power of 8,000 points. Although the Blaze team's strength may appear somewhat modest, akin to mere cannon fodder in the vastness of the cosmos, one must not overlook the enhancements imparted by Jiang Yun's martial techniques. The Jiang King's Fist, continually refined by Jiang Yun, has reached a remarkable level of stability, significantly extending its combat endurance while reducing physical demands. This technique can be likened to an augmented version of the King's Fist, incorporating the utilization of vital energy. Upon activating Jiang King's Fist mode, practitioners inadvertently absorb the ambient vital energy to sustain themselves, which explains the reduced consumption compared to the traditional King's Fist. This unique modification was specifically developed by Jiang Yun for the Martial Alliance, and he does not expect them to comprehend the underlying principles. Explaining how to absorb vital energy would be futile, as they are unable to perceive its presence. Jiang Yun speculates that it may be linked to mental acuity. Thus, after Jiang Yun's deliberate adjustments, activation will inadvertently trigger the absorption of vital energy. Even Jiang Yun's own Jiang Divine Body has undergone further enhancement, capable of absorbing vital energy autonomously. When the Jiang Divine Body is in operation, it not only automatically assimilates vital energy, but can also actively draw it in, placing an inconsequential burden upon him and allowing for astonishing durations of activation. He can now maintain a tenfold enhancement mode for extended periods. And with the support of vital energy, he can achieve an almost inexhaustible state, converting vital energy into combat energy, although converting it directly into combat power remains a challenge. This, however, is a topic for future exploration. In the course of this year's research, recognizing the necessity for combat experience, Jiang Yun enlisted the expertise of Dr. Brief to develop artificial intelligence. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's visionary ideas regarding artificial intelligence, Dr. Brief was astounded, marveling at the ingenuity and forward-thinking nature of this young prodigy. When discussing this, one cannot overlook the technological advancements within the Dragon Ball universe. Much like certain cinematic realms, it appears that the technological trajectory has taken a rather peculiar turn. Here, even Dr. Gero possesses the capability to imbue his robotic creations with emotions. Yet their computational prowess remains at the level of conventional computers, falling short of the existence of true superintelligent artificial intelligence. The technological landscape varies dramatically. Some aspects are exceedingly advanced, while others remain rudimentary, with entities rivaling Iron Man still resorting to primitive forms of explosives, devoid of the sophisticated weaponry one would expect from a high-tech environment. Even energy weapons only emerge later in the timeline, and their potency is disappointingly minimal, lacking any sense of cataclysmic power. Setting this aside, upon hearing of the intention to construct a virtual network based on artificial intelligence, Dr. Brief was taken aback. The concept of transmitting consciousness into a virtual realm, where Jiang Yun envisioned utilizing this for combat between life and death, presented an escape from the fears of mortality within a fabricated world. Dr. Brief contemplated the implications of the additional time afforded by such a virtual existence, effectively extending human life and allowing for further research. Dr. Brief mused that the mind behind this idea must either be a madman or a genius. Clearly, Jiang Yun is not a madman, but rather a prodigy. After absorbing Jiang Yun's exposition, Dr. Brief immediately immersed himself in research. Although artificial intelligence is inherently complex, it pales in comparison to the intricacies of space. Given that he had already developed the universal capsule, he deemed this endeavor feasible. The virtual network necessitated substantial computational power, which could only be sustained through the presence of artificial intelligence. Thus, the first step was to create the latter. For Dr. Brief, developing artificial intelligence was not a daunting task. Guiding human consciousness to create a directive apparatus was child's play. After a period of relentless effort, he swiftly brought these inventions to fruition. Approximately 6 months after the Martial Alliance commenced training, Dr. Brief completed the project. He even tested the time flow within the virtual network, but discovered that when set to 10 times the normal rate, consciousness became unstable, leading to a dissonance between the body and mind. This revelation posed a significant challenge. Would individuals in the virtual realm experience a mismatch between their physical form and consciousness due to the accelerated time flow? Jiang Yun felt a pang of frustration. This simply would not do. However, he reassured himself, it was not as extreme as it sounded. The body merely needed time to adjust to the consciousness. Furthermore, it was not necessary to maintain the tenfold acceleration throughout. This was a considerable strain not only on humans, but also on the artificial intelligence. Through my assessments, I found that the most suitable maximum multiplier for humans is 5 times. This level exerts no adverse effects on individuals, Dr. Brief elucidated. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up at this revelation. 5 times could indeed catalyze rapid development for the Martial Alliance. While it may not rival the capabilities of the Time Chamber, it presents significant advantages, effectively extending lifespan. Numerous martial arts concepts could be explored within this virtual domain, while practical training and validation could occur in reality. Initially, I aim to utilize this to assist the Martial Alliance in honing their practical experience. Yet this virtual network appears to hold numerous applications and even the potential for substantial profit. Dr. Brief, what do you think of naming this virtual network the Virtual Universe? Jiang Yun remarked, gazing at the doctor. Virtual Universe? A remarkably apt name. Perhaps this virtual universe could one day flourish within the cosmos. Dr. Brief seemed quite pleased with the designation, responding with enthusiasm. Dr. Brief, I understand that accommodating the entire population of Earth is indeed a formidable challenge, necessitating significant financial resources. However, we could implement a fee structure. With such a vast global populace, collecting a modest fee from each individual could endow us with wealth rivaling that of nations, surpassing even the Universal Capsule Company. Jiang Yun's voice resonated with a captivating allure, drawing listeners into his vision. We could craft this into humanity's second realm. With the virtual universe, the advancement of mankind would be astonishingly rapid. However, I am aware that you are not motivated by greed, and that gathering funds serves to foster our development. He continued, naturally, my ultimate aspiration is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Financial gain is secondary, as the wealth accrued could be directed towards the betterment of Earth. Dr. Brief was astonished by Jiang Yun's ideas. How many concepts could possibly reside in that mind of his? Doctor, as you know, I am a practitioner of martial arts, and I hope you can assist me in designing a combat module, including matchmaking, ranking, and room creation modes. Additionally, I envision team play and multiplayer modes, which can certainly be incorporated within the earlier frameworks. Jiang Yun elaborated. Young man, you truly possess a wealth of ideas. Dr. Brief marveled at Jiang Yun's innate connection to martial arts, recognizing that he had a unique flair for it. No, this young individual would undoubtedly achieve greatness in whatever endeavor he undertook. Chapter 40. The Dragon Star. As Jiang Yun gazed upon the battle teams before him, he recalled a previous conversation with Dr. Brief. The individuals before him were not only exceptional warriors, but also possessed a wealth of combat experience. The Blaze team, clad in striking red and white battle uniforms, presented an impressive sight, a design personally crafted by Jiang Yun himself. Bu Chun, you're joining us this time. Is everything all right? Jiang Yun inquired gently, casting a glance at the young man beside him. Haha, everything's fine. We are now on the right track. That kid Bufan has already amassed over 3,000 combat power. However, he has chosen not to join the Blaze team, stating that he wishes to provide us with a stable rear guard. Otherwise, he could easily serve as a squad leader within our ranks. Bu Chun beamed with joy, for his younger brother's growth brought him immense satisfaction. Jiang Yun also felt content with Bufan's progress, although still somewhat inexperienced, with a bit of refinement. He could certainly hold his own. As for Bu Chun, Jiang Yun envisioned a future filled with vast potential. All right, everything is ready. Let us depart, Jiang Yun proclaimed, swiftly ushering everyone aboard the spacecraft. The crew boarded the vessel with remarkable composure, a testament to Bu Chun's military training, which Jiang Yun praised for its effectiveness. With everyone settled, the spacecraft surged forward into the cosmos. A sigh escaped the lips of a figure nearby. Heavenly One, what are you observing? Still watching that young man you mentioned? Oh, I hope he does not bring calamity to Earth, the Heavenly One sighed in response. But did you not say he is a righteous youth? Indeed, Bobo. His aura exudes righteousness, devoid of any malevolence, the Heavenly One replied, shaking his head. Yet, despite his lack of wicked intent, I fear he may still bring disaster to Earth. His ambitions are vast. I began to monitor him when he ascended the Karen Tower. I sensed he would bring monumental change to the world, though whether that change is beneficial or detrimental remains unclear. I even contemplated mentoring him for a time. But his rapid progress was astonishing, so much so that he has already surpassed me. Now, as he ventures into the universe, I can only hope he brings good to the world. At least, his current actions are commendable, and he embodies the spirit of a virtuous martial artist. The Heavenly One sighed softly, feeling a long-lost sense of being out of control. Yet, in the face of Jiang Yun, he could only resign himself to the situation, suspecting that the formidable young man might even sense his scrutiny. The same applies here. After Jiang Yun comprehended the breadth of all things and perceived the existence of vital energy, his mental prowess underwent significant refinement, now rivaling that of celestial deities. Thus, he could sense the gaze from above. However, he did not sever this perception, knowing it belonged to a divine being devoid of malice. Otherwise, he would have long since shielded himself from such scrutiny. As Jiang Yun and his companions traversed the starry expanse, they remained unaware of the celestial deity observing their departure. Their destination was Qiulong Star, a planet known for its mercenary activity, making it one of their intended stops. This planet was rife with martial prowess and boasted a multitude of mercenary factions. Throughout the year, Jiang Yun had not merely dedicated himself to cultivation. On the contrary, he had made thorough preparations. Through the connections established by Bulma's family with Jack, he successfully reached out to him and procured star charts of the nearby star systems, acquiring a wealth of information about various planets. Notably, he learned about the renowned planets Adalat and Medamo, both esteemed in the cosmos for their unity and strong martial culture, thus deterring most from harboring ill intentions towards them. With 3 days remaining, Jiang Yun suggested that everyone take a moment to rest. Upon checking the arrival time, he instructed his companions to rejuvenate. In unison, they returned to their quarters to gather their strength for the impending endeavors. The fleeting 3 days passed swiftly. Jiang Yun's spacecraft arrived at Qiulong Star, a mercenary hub equipped with a large docking area. Docking, however, required monetary exchange, not in paper currency, but in gold coins, of which Jiang Yun possessed an ample supply. He had brought a considerable quantity of gold with him, yet in the cosmos, gold was not the sole currency. Even rare cosmic metals could serve as a medium of exchange, though few opted to do so. As they disembarked, the group was momentarily taken aback by the diverse extraterrestrial beings bustling about. Some had a single eye, others boasted 2 heads, and some even possessed triangular-shaped heads, known as triangular beings. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun and his companions, having prepared themselves, marveled at the Creator's ingenuity upon encountering these aliens. However, while Jiang Yun and his companions were astonished, the inhabitants of this planet were in a state of alarm. What? Saiyans have come to this planet in such numbers. Are they here to invade Qiulong Star? Damn it, there are still so many Saiyans. Didn't we hear they were all annihilated by Frisia? Quick, run. The Saiyans are invading. Alert the guard team. Hey, calm down. Take a closer look. They do not possess the Saiyans' distinctive tails. The previously chaotic crowd, upon hearing this, glanced at Jiang Yun and his entourage, and upon noticing the absence of Saiyan tails, settled down. Greetings. I am Shuka, the vice captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. May I inquire where you hail from? At this moment, a being reminiscent of a human emerged, though his complexion bore a striking resemblance to that of rock. He was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, with a scar running across his eyes, a clear testament to the battles he had endured. With a jovial demeanor, he greeted Jiang Yun and the others, appearing quite amiable. However, it was evident that few who survived such fierce and brutal confrontations were truly innocent. Greetings. We hail from the 9 provinces. Alas, I am perplexed as to why the elders of my family have dispatched me to this planet for training. Isn't it far more delightful to lounge comfortably at home? By the way, where do you hail from, my friend? Jiang Yun responded with an air of casual indifference, feigning reluctance. It turned out he was a wealthy scion from a prominent family seeking to hone his skills. Shuka silently scoffed. He had encountered such privileged young masters before. Mere wastrels who had never faced the harsh realities of the cosmos. Oh, my dear brother, I am the vice captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. We are quite renowned in this region. For a modest fee, you can enlist our assistance. I know this area better than anyone, Shuka remarked, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. In that moment, he had mentally branded Jiang Yun as a naive rich boy, believing that with a little coaxing, this individual would willingly part with his money. Chapter 41. The Greed of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. I shall certainly pay a visit to Brother Shioka when the opportunity arises. However, for now, I wish to wander alone. Being a newcomer, it is only natural to indulge in the delights this mercenary life has to offer. Jiang Yun, too, feigned the demeanor of a naive young master. Secretly contemplating, it seems I am viewed as an easy target. Yet, the distinction between sheep and wolves remains to be seen, as a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Alas, another unsuspecting fool appears to be on the verge of being ensnared by Shioka. At that moment, a voice murmured amidst the crowd, "You are courting death. Such words should not be uttered. If Shioka hears you, your life may be forfeit. You must know that the leader of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, Shiosi, is Shioka's brother, a formidable warrior with a combat power of 10,000. A companion, presumably a friend or teammate, tugged at the speaker's sleeve, urging caution. However, their voices were scarcely audible, and few took notice. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, was different. His body had been enhanced by vital energy, granting him extraordinary senses. Although their words were faint, he caught the essence of their conversation. Oh, so Shioka's brother possesses a combat strength of 10,000, does he? Jiang Yun mused internally. Yet, such a figure did not instill fear within him. Rather, he was curious to see what this local tyrant intended to do. Humph, my advantages shall not be easily won. After parting ways with Shioka, Jiang Yun and his companions ventured to a tavern to gather intelligence, as such establishments attract a diverse array of individuals, making them ideal for information gathering. Half a day later, the group reconvened. So, what news have you uncovered? Bu Chun inquired of the others. Captain, we have managed to gather some information. However, the time was too brief to learn much. Nonetheless, we have discerned the basic factions at play, one member reported. I also gleaned some facts after treating an old drunkard to a few drinks. That old fellow is a hard nut to crack. The speaker's face briefly contorted in pain, clearly having fallen prey to the old drunkard's schemes. To be concise, what specific information did you uncover? Bu Chun asked, his brow furrowing in impatience. I shall relay it. This planet is divided into 3 major factions, chiefly the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Rose Mercenary Corps, and the Planetary Sovereign. Among them, the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps is the weakest. However, their leader, Shioka, possesses combat strength exceeding 10,000. Following them is the Rose Mercenary Corps, which is somewhat unique, as they exclusively recruit women. Their leader is also a woman, known as the Black Rose, who has claimed many lives and, it is said, boasts combat power surpassing that of Shioka, rumored to exceed 15,000, though its veracity remains uncertain. Furthermore, the sovereign of this planet represents the most formidable power, demanding tribute from all other factions. His name is Batu, and he is said to possess a combat strength exceeding 20,000. Thus, it seems these individuals should not be underestimated. Bu Chun fell into contemplation, realizing that establishing a foothold on this planet was of utmost importance, all while concealing their true capabilities. How shall this be accomplished? Perhaps we could register as mercenaries. Jiang Yun observed Bu Chun's contemplative demeanor and, seemingly forgetting our original purpose for being here, felt compelled to remind him. Ultimately, it was Earth's limitations that constrained Bu Chun's perspective. However, from Jiang Yun's viewpoint, these concerns were trivial, having been deeply influenced by the web novels of his past life. He had anticipated various scenarios and had long devised a plan for the forthcoming events. Nevertheless, to cultivate Bu Chun's broader outlook, it would be prudent to allow him to ponder this gradually. Indeed, mercenaries are quite prevalent on this planet. We could certainly register as one. Bu Chun exclaimed, as if a revelation had struck him. Has anyone gathered information about mercenaries? He inquired. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up. I have unearthed some details. The largest mercenary organization is the Mercenary Guild, which facilitates the acquisition of mercenary qualifications for others by publishing tasks, collecting a modest commission. This operates similarly to our Martial Alliance's martial arts platform. The individual paused briefly before continuing. It is said that the founder of this mercenary guild possesses formidable strength, and the planetary rulers on this sphere are merely figureheads under his influence. I have even heard that Frisia would not dare to invade this star region unprovoked. Though I am unfamiliar with who Frisia is, it is rumored that he is the sovereign of the universe. Jiang Yun regarded this team member with astonishment. Such talent. In such a short span, he had managed to acquire so much intelligence, some of which even the locals were oblivious to. This was the advantage of power. One need not be involved in every detail. Let us take a moment to rest. We shall register as mercenaries tomorrow, Jiang Yun then declared, desiring to contemplate their next steps after a night's repose. The others readily agreed, as it was growing late. Thus, they made their way to a nearby hotel. After Bu Chun retrieved some funds from the Universal Capsule to pay for their accommodations, they began to prepare for rest. You may also take some time to explore, but do not stay out too late, Jiang Yun advised the members of the Blaze team. Yay, understood, leader. They responded enthusiastically, having just arrived on an alien planet. They were eager to venture out and experience the surroundings. Previously, their focus had been solely on gathering information, and they had not had the opportunity to enjoy themselves. Now, they were filled with excitement. The group promptly departed, leaving behind a few who preferred solitude and were accustomed to training. They were less inclined towards such lively environments, finding their joy solely in the pursuit of martial advancement. Bu Chun, are you not going to join them? Jiang Yun asked with a cheerful expression, aware that Bu Chun harbored some inclination to partake in the festivities. No need, Brother Yun. We just arrived. There will be plenty of time to play later. I would rather return to my room and contemplate our next course of action, Bu Chun replied with a faint smile. Ha, there is no need for such restraint. You should go out and explore. You might gain quite a bit from the experience. Jiang Yun laughed heartily, fully aware of Bu Chen's thoughts and knowing that he too wished to witness the wonders that awaited them. In a brilliantly illuminated chamber, a shadowy figure was reporting something to another. The light cast upon this individual's face revealed a fierce demeanor, and astonishingly, it was Shuka, who had earlier engaged in a lengthy discussion with Jiang Yun. Are you certain you did not err? Shuka inquired incredulously, startling the subordinate. I am certain. I witnessed their group conjuring a substantial bag of gold coins from a small capsule. That capsule is undoubtedly a treasure, the subordinate stammered, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed for the miraculous capsule. Haha, you have performed admirably. Continue to monitor their activities. Shuka exclaimed, patting the soldier's shoulder in commendation. The subordinate joyfully turned to depart, his countenance radiating delight. If he could gain Mr. Sika's favor, his ascent to prominence would be assured. He thought with a silent gasp of exhilaration. Once the subordinate had left, Shuka's expression darkened. That individual had initially appeared to be merely an ordinary scion of wealth. Yet it was evident that he possessed something extraordinary, a spatial capsule capable of storing items. You shall obediently relinquish all your precious possessions. Shuka's laughter reverberated throughout the room. Chapter 42. Who is the wolf? Who is the sheep? At this moment, Jiang Yun and his companions were still engaged in play and leisure, blissfully unaware that their possession of a seemingly innocuous universal capsule had ignited the flames of greed in others. The following day, Jiang Yun and his group arrived early at the mercenary guild, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Is this the same team that came yesterday? Their combat suits look incredibly cool. I wish I had a set. They are heading towards the mercenary guild. I must see what their battle prowess entails. As the crowd observed Jiang Yun and his companions, some even resorted to using detectors to surreptitiously gauge their combat strength. What? All of them possess power exceeding 2,000, with some reaching 3,000 or 4,000. And that cold youth beside the young man boasts an astounding battle strength of 8,000. The sturdy man operating the detector was taken aback. Such levels of combat prowess were exceptionally rare, placing them among the top 10 on their planet. Word of this swiftly spread, reaching the ears of several mercenary leaders. However, with the leader of the Lone Wolf mercenary group away on a long-term mission, the group's affairs were temporarily overseen by his brother, Shioka. Boss, I've heard that the newcomers possess considerable strength. I wonder if they pose a threat to us. They say there are several handsome men among them, and those who claim to hail from the 9 provinces resemble our boss's race quite closely. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't you know that the boss despises any mention of her race? Oops, I momentarily forgot. The 2 women whispered amongst themselves. The newcomers are of little concern. I've heard that Frisia is once again at war with Shrag. Let's keep a low profile for now, spoke a woman clad in red battle armor, her figure statuesque and exuding an air of valor. Her features closely mirrored those of Earthlings, yet her skin was strikingly fair. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled, her elegantly arched brows framing long, fluttering eyelashes. Her flawless complexion glowed with a hint of rosy hue, and her delicate lips resembled the petals of a blooming rose, captivating beyond measure. However, when she mentioned Frisia, a rare glimmer of hatred flickered in her eyes, hinting at a hidden tale of enmity. Meanwhile, at the Planetary Administration Office, I hear an intriguing individual has arrived, Batu remarked from his chair, his back turned to the others. Lord Batu, should we be concerned? One individual hesitantly inquired. There are countless matters in the universe. Must we attend to every single one? As long as they obediently contribute, it benefits me financially, Batu replied, inhaling deeply from a cigarette, his indifference palpable. Understood, Lord Batu. Shoka, those newcomers are formidable. With Captain Shio's absent, perhaps we should refrain from provoking them for the time being, suggested a subordinate. Smack. You imbecile. Who holds the authority, you or I? With a sharp slap, Shioka struck his subordinate's face, his voice laced with anger. Yes. The subordinate cradled his cheek, rendered speechless. I must acquire that object. It may very well be my chance to align myself with Lord Frisia. Shioka's laughter echoed throughout the room. His companions could not help but perceive him as a fool. Were it not for his brother's reputation, they would scarcely tolerate this schemer consumed by his own plots. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his comrades had established a mercenary organization aptly named the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps. They had even accepted a challenging mission from the Mercenary Guild. Though deemed arduous by others, this task posed little difficulty for Jiang Yun and his team. as each member possessed the ability to amplify their combat prowess manifold in an instant. They chose not to conceal their strengths, except for Jiang Yun, whose true power, if revealed, would undoubtedly astonish all in this realm. He maintained his energy around 5,000. The others, however, did not shy away from displaying their capabilities, as they required a visible show of strength to deter any lurking threats. The mission they undertook was classified as high difficulty due to its objective, the elimination of a band of star pirates, whose leader boasted a formidable combat level of 8,500. This cunning pirate leader, known as Hai, did not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, he allowed passage through his territory for a fee. However, the astute merchants, unwilling to accept such extortion, conspired to offer a hefty bounty on the heads of these pirates, collectively known as the Blacklie Bandits. Led by none other than Hai himself, the Blacklie Bandits, incensed by their bounty, raised their fees by 10% each time merchant goods were delivered, and those who refused payment often met with fatal consequences. To ensure their own survival, the merchants had little choice but to acquiesce. Although the pirates were aware of the bounty on their heads, they could not act too ruthlessly, for doing so would undoubtedly provoke the ire of powerful figures. For the sake of long-term interests, they opted to spare some merchants, albeit with increased charges to satisfy their own indignation. Master Shioka, I bring you good news. One of Shioka's subordinates burst into the room, brimming with excitement. Ha! What news could be so delightful? Shioka rose from his seat, intrigued. Do you recall the Blacklie? The subordinate leered at Shioka. Stop looking at me like that. Speak swiftly. Shioka retaliated with another slap, causing the subordinate to tremble, discomfort coursing through him. Yes, Master Shioka. The subordinate, covering his face, wore an expression of deep resentment. However, upon noticing that Shioka's hand was raised once more, he hastily exclaimed, Master Shioka, the group you instructed me to monitor has surprisingly accepted the mission to exterminate the Blacklie Bandits. This is immensely advantageous for us. Are you implying that the Blacklie, lurking near the asteroid belt, has chosen to tread where angels fear to venture? If this is indeed the case, inform Blacklie to capture that young man alive. There are valuable items I desire from him. Shioka's countenance darkened with malice. For the ruthless Blacklie was connected to the Lone Wolf mercenary corps. It was revealed that Blacklie had once been acquainted with Shioka's brother, sharing a bond that bordered on brotherhood. Subsequently, Shioka's brother became a mercenary, while Blacklie descended into the life of a star pirate, engaging in acts of plunder. Both men eventually carved out a modicum of notoriety. However, due to Blacklie's dubious standing, he often found himself the target of mercenary haunts. Consequently, Blacklie sought the assistance of Shioka's brother, requesting intelligence on those who pursued him, promising certain benefits in return. Naturally, Shioka's brother, enticed by the prospect of gain, acquiesced. Thus, the Blacklie Bandits gained renown as infamous star pirates. Although Blacklie's combat prowess was relatively modest, he was not to be underestimated. With Shioka's brother's support, he thrived, evading capture with remarkable ease. Over time, the pursuit waned, as the cost of apprehending him outweighed the potential rewards. Chapter 43. The Arrogance of Hai Lai. Shioka, do you mean for me to assist in capturing a scion of a prominent family? Hai Lai inquired, swirling the wine in his glass before downing it in one swift motion. Your life seems rather pleasant, Hai Lai. Shioka remarked with a playful glint in his eyes, subsequently raising his own glass and draining its contents. Unlike you, Master Shioka, my existence is paid for with my very life. It is you, under the protection of your brother, who lives in comfort. Hai Lai retorted with a hint of derision. Humph. I have no time for idle chatter with you. This time, the profits will be split evenly. Shioka declared, his annoyance evident. He despised being perceived as relying solely on his brother, as it rendered him akin to a mere dependent. No. I shall take 60, you take 40. Hai Lai greedily countered, his tone leaving no room for debate. You. Very well. 60 to 40 it is, but that young man is mine to claim. Shioka seethed, his gaze burning into Hai Lai. Ha! Splendid. I shall ensure the matter is handled to your satisfaction. Hai Lai exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Humph. Let us depart. Stung by the exchange, Shioka hastily led his subordinates away. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as Shioka turned to leave, a faint smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. His true aim was not the wealth embodied by Jiang Yun, but rather the extraordinary capsule technology. Should he master this technique, riches would flow endlessly. Hai Lai believed he had struck an incredible bargain, unaware that he would ultimately be the one outmaneuvered. Ha! Laughter echoed within Shioka's mind. He fancied himself the ultimate victor. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that Hai Lai had already discerned his intentions. Once Shioka had vanished from sight, One of Hai underlings remarked, "Boss, that Shioka is notoriously stingy. How did he agree so readily? You fail to grasp the situation. That lad believes himself clever, yet his wits are hardly commendable. Were it not for his brother's connections, I would not have bothered with him. His eager acquiescence suggests he harbors secrets, and those secrets undoubtedly lie with the young man he mentioned. Once we capture that young man, the mysteries will be ours to unveil." Hailai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed heartily. "Boss, you truly are the boss," one of his subordinates flattered. Laughter and merriment filled the hall as Hailai's band of thieves reveled in their apparent triumph. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions prepared to confront the Hailai bandits. After acquiring intelligence from the mercenary guild regarding the bandits, they set forth. They too possessed the ability to sense presences. As they neared the star systems where the Hailai bandits operated, they would undoubtedly detect their whereabouts. The question remained whether the bandits would flee upon encountering their party. There is no cause for concern. The Black Robbers possess their own detectors, and the surface combat capability of the Blaze team is relatively low, inferior even to that of the Black Robbers. Crucially, the highest combat power among Jiang Yun and his companions is merely 8,000, leading the Black Robbers to perceive Jiang Yun as nothing more than a naive young master. A tiger does not fear a flock of sheep. However, what the Black Robbers fail to realize is that Jiang Yun and his companions are wolves cloaked in sheep's clothing, with Jiang Yun himself being akin to a formidable golden wolf. During the year when the members of the Martial Alliance engaged in their training, Jiang Yun did not remain idle. He utilized the upgraded gravity training chamber designed by Dr. Brief. His combat power escalated from 50,000 to an astonishing 120,000. Indeed, you read that correctly, 120,000. This power level is already comparable to that of Captain Jinyu from the Jinyu Force. Moreover, Jiang Yun possesses numerous hidden cards. Should he unleash his full might, he would likely not fear even those with a combat power nearing 1 million, given the current timeline. As long as he does not encounter the individuals from the original narrative, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of 99 of beings in the universe. However, he must remain cautious, for the universe is vast and unpredictable, and one can never be certain when a formidable entity might emerge. It is worth noting that there are many long-lived races within the cosmos. The Frisia family has only risen to prominence in recent centuries, and their ancestor, Chilled, was merely a cosmic pirate. Jiang Yun cannot place excessive trust in the original storyline. It must serve merely as a reference and not be regarded as absolute truth, for this is a tangible world. Nevertheless, he believes that with sufficient strength, he can withstand any schemes or changes. Sheer power can overcome myriad obstacles. The destination for Jiang Yun and his companions is a small asteroid belt, the primary operational area of the Black Robbers, rumored to be their stronghold, chosen for its extraordinarily complex terrain. However, during combat, they may need to engage in battle amidst the stars, necessitating the use of specialized combat suits. This presents a drawback. If the combat suit is breached by an enemy, one would be exposed directly to the vacuum of space. Jiang Yun has considered this issue, having witnessed Earth frequently being devastated by foes who sought to expose Goku and others to the cosmos, given that Saiyans and Earthlings cannot survive in space. Jiang Yun found this absurd, such powerful beings unable to exist in the void of space. Over the years, he has studied how humanity can survive in the cosmic expanse, aspiring to enhance the physical capabilities of humans, essentially, to facilitate human evolution. Yet, his exposure to knowledge remains limited. He must fortify his foundation, hence this journey through the stars. Although he has yet to achieve the ability to traverse the universe with his physical form, he has developed a method for survival in space. This involves creating a barrier of energy that can transform the dispersed vital energy of the cosmos into the essential substances required by the human body. The essence of vital energy is the source of life, hence its efficacy. This barrier differs significantly from the protective shields depicted in the original narrative. It cannot defend against attacks, but can only form a transparent isolation shield. As Jiang Yun and his companions navigated through the asteroid belt, they suddenly stumbled upon a vast assembly of individuals lying in ambush ahead. However, they feigned ignorance, deliberately proceeding toward the concealed location. Before long, a projectile struck a colossal floating boulder, and the adversaries emerged en masse, surrounding them completely. These fools have fallen into our trap so easily. Let us see how they escape now, boasted one of Black Lie's underlings. So you dare to seek trouble with me, Black Lie? Truly, you are like a newborn calf, unafraid of the tiger. Do you not fear that you may come with your life, but return without it? Black Lie himself chimed in, his demeanor exuding arrogance. As he spoke, A chorus of laughter from his subordinates accompanied him, portraying Jiang Yun and his companions as mere lambs to the slaughter. Young man, if you plead for mercy, I might allow you to suffer less. Black Lai continued, relishing the anticipation of witnessing Jiang Yun's terror. Yet, to his evident disappointment, Jiang Yun remained unfazed, his expression calm, as if he were merely confronting an insignificant insect. The members of the Blazing Flame team mirrored this sentiment. Regarding Black Lai as a fool, their demeanor incited Black Lai's fury, and an intense anger flashed across his face. Tear them apart. Spare this young man. I wish for him to experience profound fear. He commanded. Chapter 44. The astonishing combat power of the Blazing Flame Squad Charge. The moment to achieve greatness has arrived. Capturing that young man will earn the favor of Lord Hai. Ha ha ha. Those wretched ants. Prepare to face your punishment. A relentless stream of minions from the Hai band rushed forward, yet not a single member of the Blazing Flame Squad exhibited a trace of fear. Instead, they regarded these underlings with disdain, and the two sides quickly engaged in battle. The Hai band was overwhelmingly numerous, with no less than tens of thousands in their ranks. Thus, Hai felt no concern about their chances of victory. Although the overall strength of the Blazing Flame Squad surpassed theirs, such prowess was not uncommon within the Hai band. He was utterly unconcerned about allowing Jiang Yun and his companions to escape. With so many adversaries, if they managed to flee, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Hai laughed with great delight, envisioning Jiang Yun before him, weeping and begging for mercy. In the face of such formidable strength, he harbored no thoughts of defeat, nor did he perceive any possibility of success for Jiang Yun and his companions. Around him, his subordinates charged at Jiang Yun and his group like meteors, yet he refrained from intervening, clearly believing that his minions were sufficient to handle the 100 or so individuals led by Jiang Yun. His gaze lingered on Jiang Yun for a moment. Despite the youth's ethereal presence, Hai sensed no imminent threat from him. Instead, he found a sense of danger emanating from the figure of Bu Chun. As for Jiang Yun, he merely noted the refinement typical of one hailing from a prestigious family, skillfully exuding an air of poise. However, in the face of absolute power, all was rendered insignificant. Hai's attention was fixated solely on Bu Chun, clearly regarding him as the strongest combatant among their ranks. Indeed, Jiang Yun's current strength was far too elevated for Hai to detect, given the vast disparity in their realms. Bu Chun's exhibited combat prowess commanded his respect. Yet Hai was not overly concerned. According to the combat power detector, Bu Chun's strength hovered around 8,000. As for himself, outsiders believed his combat power to be approximately 8,500, yet over the past 2 years, he had elevated his strength to nearly 9,800, inching ever closer to the coveted 10,000 threshold. Once his combat power surpassed that of others, those who had once hunted him down would pay the price. This was a secret known only to Hai, unbeknownst even to Shoka's brother, Shiosi. As everyone faced the incoming assailants, they remained unperturbed, engaging in combat with ease. In their eyes, the experience of these opponents was woefully inadequate, their mastery of Qi rudimentary at best, lacking even a fundamental understanding of its concept. They could easily dispatch dozens of adversaries of equal standing, for their life and death trials within the virtual universe had not been in vain. In that realm, there was no need to fear death. The agony of dying, however, was a memory that lingered painfully. After numerous deaths, one might even trigger the system's protective mechanism, temporarily preventing further matches. Therefore, the majority of individuals do not advance to such extremes. They often sustain only severe injuries, or even merely engage in a skirmish. Gradually, as the enemy's numbers swelled, the members of the Blaze team unleashed the King Jiang fist to confront them. In an instant, various energy orbs soared through the air, colliding amidst the chaotic asteroid belt, resulting in an unceasing series of explosions. In that moment, the cosmic expanse erupted with shockwaves of detonation, though silence prevailed. Only the raw energy released could be perceived. The energy attacks of the Blaze team bore the distinctive traits of Jiang Yun, swift, precise, and ferocious. Moreover, Jiang Yun had devised a technique to counter group battles, the explosive shockwave. While it did not significantly enhance combat prowess, its rapid deployment was crucial, as it triggered explosions upon striking the enemy, making it an ideal skill for clearing hordes, albeit unsuitable for one-on-one confrontations due to its vulnerability to counterattacks. As the battle raged on, Hai gradually sensed something amiss. Why had they not yet subdued the 100 or so adversaries before them? He glanced towards an area of explosion and was momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? A cohort of his subordinates had been blasted away hundreds of meters by a being of comparable strength, with one explosion sending a whole group flying. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Moreover, what was the source of this sudden surge in their combat strength? Although he dismissed the increased power of these individuals, the thought that the opponent's strength might also be escalating sent a flicker of apprehension through his gaze as it fell upon Buchon. While Jiang Yun beside him was entirely overlooked, his expression betraying a hint of wariness and tension. You need not look further. Your opponent is me. Buchon observed Hai Lai's movements and discerned that he was likely disoriented by the unfolding situation. Without allowing Hai Lai further contemplation, Buchon prepared to strike. While Jiang Yun harbored no intention of intervening, instead watching the two with keen interest, as if savoring an exquisite duel, Buchon swiftly launched an attack on Hai Lai, whose composure was nearing its breaking point. Damn that Shioka. Such critical information should have been made clear. He seethed, vowing to tear him apart after this encounter. Despite knowing that Shioka might be equally uninformed, the depth of his own predicament ignited a furious resolve within him. Soon, he discovered that Buchon's combat strength was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to Hai Lai, Buchon was merely in his usual state. Yet, the fight proved more challenging than expected, as Buchon managed to hold his ground with a power level around 8,000, skillfully trading blows with Hai Lai. Their battle raged fiercely, shockwaves rippling through the starry sky, with their powerful strikes even affecting the skirmishes of others. Wonderful. Hai Lai is gaining the upper hand. Hold on, as long as Hai Lai prevails. Victory will surely be ours. The captain of Hai Lai's squadron noted his leader's advantage, believing that once Hai Lai triumphed, he would soon be able to lend assistance, and the difficulties they faced would swiftly dissipate. The other members of the Black Lai rejoiced, their spirits visibly lifted. At that moment, Buchon found himself astonished that, with a combat power of around 8,000, he could contend with the Black Lai to such an extent. He had not anticipated their rudimentary grasp of energy manipulation and their lackluster combat techniques, laden with superfluous movements. This was the very foundation that allowed Buchon to engage with the Black Lai at this level. However, he was no longer inclined to prolong the skirmish. Thus, he activated the double Ginger King fist, instantly elevating his combat power to 16,000. In an instant, the Black Lai felt an overwhelming pressure, with a resounding crash. During their next clash, the Black Lai's body was propelled against a floating colossal boulder, sending a cloud of dust into the air, and his form became ensconced within the stone. Buchon hovered in the starry expanse, gazing at the dust-laden area, acutely sensing the decline of his opponent's energy. Yet suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock as a pair of massive hands emerged from the haze, grasping his neck with formidable force, hurling him through several floating stones until he collided with a meteorite several dozen kilometers in size, finally coming to a halt. Damn little insect. How shall I deal with you? I will tear your limbs apart piece by piece. At that moment, the Black Lai's voice bore a somber tone, yet it was tinged with a palpable madness. Chapter 45. The Defeat of Black Lai. Haha, are you truly mad? The sight of Black Lai in a fit of rage instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Grasping the still prostrate Buchon, Black Lai hurled him forcefully against a meteorite, creating yet another deep crater upon impact. Boom. Though no sound echoed, one could almost feel the reverberation. Cough, cough. Buchon cleared his throat, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn, what is happening? His combat power has surged to an unfathomable level in an instant. Buchon struggled to comprehend, for within his perception, Black Lai's combat strength had inexplicably risen to 30,000. 30,000 combat power. How could this be possible? While Buchon wore an expression of disbelief, Jiang Yun, observing from the sidelines, discerned the truth. Amidst the dust that enveloped Black Lai, he had stealthily procured a small black vial, consuming the liquid within when Buchon was caught off guard. Subsequently, Black Lai's body underwent an unknown transformation. Jiang Yun, curious about this development, recognized the significant side effects of such a concoction, one that not only depleted his potential, but also sapped his very life force. Damn that creature. You have exacted such a tremendous price from me. What do you suppose I should do to you? Black Lai roared in fury, charging once more at Buchon. Utilizing his exquisite combat skills, Buchon adeptly evaded Black Lai's onslaught, though Black Lai was now blinded by rage. It was evident that Black Lai's combat power had surpassed Buchon's by a considerable margin. Regardless of Buchon's skill, the overwhelming strength of Black Lai rendered him unable to match the latter's speed. While Buchon's perception kept pace, he found himself struggling to respond effectively to Black Lai's advances. Jiang Yun observed Buchon's reluctance to unleash his full potential, clearly intending to hone his skills. He chose not to intervene, intrigued to see the limits of Bu Chun's capabilities. Currently, Bu Chun's combat strength hovered around 16,000. However, with his profound cultivation, he was capable of contending with opponents wielding around 20,000 combat power. Despite Black Lai's formidable 30,000 combat power, the sudden surge made it difficult for him to control, resulting in a practical output of approximately 25,000. Thus, Bu Chun was effectively battling someone several thousand combat power above him, yet the perilous nature of the encounter was unmistakable. I cannot allow this to continue. Although having such a formidable opponent to refine my skills is rare, this is no trivial matter. The pressure of life and death may expedite my growth, but sacrificing my life is not a wise trade. Bu Chun contemplated inwardly. Such a fitting training partner is indeed hard to come by. With Jiang Yun by his side, Bu Chun felt assured of his safety, fully aware that Jiang Yun's objective was to enhance the cultivation of himself and others. However, during previous training sessions, Bu Chun had already noticed Jiang Yun's significant advancements. If this continues, I will struggle to keep pace even with Yun Ge. Thus, Bu Chun's adventurous actions this time starkly contrast with his usual composure. All of this is to keep up with Jiang Yun's strides. The moment has arrived. Quadruple Jiang Wang Fist. In an instant, Bu Chun's combat prowess surged to an astounding 32,000 points. This power, unlike the crude force derived from potions by He Lai, was entirely within his control. In mere moments, the suppressed Bu Chun seized the upper hand. An energy storm erupted from their clash, sending nearby bandits of He Lai sprawling. The area transformed into a void, where the energy waves from their confrontation shimmered against the starry sky, radiating brilliant light. How is this possible? His combat strength can still escalate? He Lai exclaimed, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. It is critical to note that he had already revealed his trump card, a costly elixir obtained from the Cosmic Trade Union. However, the side effects of this potion were immense, not only diminishing his potential, but also robbing him of a decade of vitality. To have paid such a steep price, yet fail to vanquish Bu Chun, instead finding himself in retreat, was utterly humiliating. They both paused. He Lai, panting heavily, cast a cold gaze at Bu Chun, as if his eyes could rend Bu Chun asunder. He Lai, surrender. Do not engage in futile struggles, Bu Chun declared, arms crossed, regarding the breathless He Lai with a hint of contempt. I, He Lai, have roamed this star domain for decades. Who would have thought that I would be brought low, preyed upon by a dog in the sun? Are you attempting to humiliate me? He Lai's face twisted in madness, as if Bu Chun's words struck a nerve deep within. Oh, to think you possess some spine. Bu Chun was taken aback by He Lai's defiance. It was surprising that the bandit leader exhibited such fortitude. No wonder he had survived unscathed for years, evading extermination. The surrounding bandits, witnessing their leader in peril, stared wide-eyed, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. Lord He Lai has been reduced to this state. Damn it, that person is concealing their true power. They speculated that perhaps they had been hired to eliminate them, enraged by the cunning of those who would send a group of concealers to hunt them down. Come. Let us die together. You think I would surrender? Not for another 10,000 years. He Lai's voice erupted into a terrifying laughter, imbued with a sinister allure that sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, He Lai charged at Bu Chun, radiating a white luminescence. Bu Chun's heart tightened, anticipating that He Lai was about to unleash some formidable technique. Unconsciously, I remained vigilant, bracing myself against the oncoming threat of the Black Lai. As Black Lai charged towards Bu Chun, his brilliance intensified, and his aura became increasingly formidable. Suddenly, Bu Chun seemed to discern something crucial, swiftly turning to exclaim, Flame Brigade. Activate the protective shield. Boom. A flash of white light erupted, as the surrounding meteors were instantaneously obliterated by the immense energy, which engulfed everything in its vicinity. The colossal shockwave extended to the battlefield where the Flame Brigade was positioned, resulting in the demise of several Black Lai thieves who fell victim to the forceful energy. The area where Bu Chun stood was shrouded in a thick cloud of dust. Captain, hurry. Check if the captain is safe. Thanks to Bu Chun's timely warning, the members of the Flame Brigade activated their protective shield, narrowly escaping disaster. However, Bu Chun was not so fortunate. The brigade members hastened towards Bu Chun's location, uncertain if he had sustained any injuries from such a violent explosion. As they arrived, the dust gradually settled, revealing two figures. It was revealed that Jiang Yun had rescued Bu Chun, having anticipated Black Lai's intentions. Jiang Yun had not expected Black Lai to be so resolute in his self-detonation. Bu Chun, unfortunately, had been caught off guard, merely managing to alert his companions. Yet, in that critical moment, Jiang Yun had successfully saved him. Upon seeing that Buchun was unharmed, the members of the Flame Brigade breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes swiftly turning with fury towards the remaining Black Light Thieves. Deprived of their leader, the morale of the remaining Black Light Thieves plummeted, and they began to retreat under the relentless assault of the brigade. Chapter 46. The Fear of Shoka. Following the self-detonation of Hai. The remaining members of the Hai bandits were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, posing no significant threat. The Blaze squad swiftly executed the bandits, their casualties mirroring those inflicted by Hai's own explosion. In truth, Hai had inadvertently alleviated their burden. The members of the Blaze squad, having endured the trials of battle, exhibited a distinct transformation. The stark difference between having taken a life and not was palpable, their morale markedly elevated. Once the last of the Hai bandits had been vanquished, a sense of calm enveloped the group as they turned their attention to Jiang Yun, awaiting his command. Buchun, what say you? Jiang Yun inquired, eager to discern Buchun's thoughts. Brother Yun, I must confess my oversight. I acted impulsively, hoping to seize this opportunity to refine my skills, but I nearly made a grave error. Buchun admitted, his face flushed with shame. Buchun, I recognize your desire to catch up to me, but this is not a matter that can be resolved in a day. Do you not understand that persistence can wear down stone, and the mountains can yield to the chisel? Jiang Yun responded, his gaze steady. Training is a cumulative endeavor. Without the foundation of small steps, how can one reach great distances? The profundity of Jiang Yun's words resonated deeply within Buchun. Buchun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, there is no such thing as instant success. Brother Yun has devoted far more time and effort to his cultivation. How could I possibly hope to match him so easily? Jiang Yun observed Buchun's contrite expression with quiet satisfaction, hoping that he would learn from this experience and avoid similar mistakes in the future. Having been influenced by numerous web novels in his past life, Jiang Yun was acutely aware of the common narrative, the villain who ultimately turns against the protagonist's allies, prompting the protagonist to transform their grief into motivation and ultimately defeat the antagonist. Such tales were all too frequent. Therefore, Jiang Yun never underestimated his adversaries, always retaining several trump cards. In this world where the strong survive, exhausting one's hidden resources equated to nearing death. Thus, one could not afford to be careless. All right, enough of this. It is not a matter of great consequence. Our mission has been accomplished, and it is time to return. Jiang Yun did not overly chastise Buchun, as he had anticipated such an occurrence. However, Brother Yun, the precision with which the Hai bandits ambushed us suggests that someone must have informed them of our whereabouts. Buchun, now composed, reflected on the peculiarities of the situation. How did the Hai bandits know we would come to eradicate them, and how were they prepared in advance? Had it not been for the capabilities of our group, we might have been utterly obliterated. We have only been here for a day, and our only interaction has been with the vice-captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. Jiang Yun's eyes shimmered with insight, as if he possessed the ability to peer into the hearts of men. Let us settle this matter upon our return, Jiang Yun decisively declared, signaling their journey back. Yes. The group remained silent, fully aware that Jiang Yun's word was law. They swiftly boarded the spacecraft, one of which had sustained damage, the very vessel that had brought them here. If an ordinary person were in this situation, there would be no way forward except to repair the spacecraft before proceeding. However, Jiang Yun retrieved another ship from the multifunctional capsule. During their arrival, Dr. Brief had specially prepared 3 spacecraft for Jiang Yun, evidently concerned about the potential damage they might encounter. The spacecraft soared away like a comet, leaving no trace of turbulence in its wake. What did you say? You mean they actually escaped from Hai's grasp? How is that possible? Xiu Ka paced anxiously in the room, his face a portrait of distress. It is true, Lord Xiu Ka. I even visited the battlefield where they clashed. That asteroid belt was utterly obliterated. The member of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps had an expression of awe, illustrating the shock he felt at the scene he witnessed. What if they returned? What about Hai? No, it must be true. They must have escaped from Hai's minions. Xiu Ka's face was etched with disbelief, unable to accept such an outcome. Are you mad? Stop talking. One member seemed ready to speak further, but was restrained by another, indicating a close relationship between them. Xiu Ka clearly cannot accept this news. If you tell him now, he might tear you apart. One whispered. The other, recalling Xiu Ka's usual demeanor, shuddered and fell silent. What are you two murmuring about? Xiu Ka's gaze darkened, fixating ominously on the pair. Nothing, Lord Xiu Ka. We wholeheartedly agree with you. They must have fled in disarray from Hai. The more diplomatic member spoke up. Xiu Ka's spirits lifted at the words, as if his inner fears had considerably eased. Moreover, Lord Xiu Ka, even if they return. They are unaware that it was you who revealed their whereabouts to highlight. This is entirely unrelated to you. This individual skillfully flattered his superior, aligning with Shioka's sentiments. Haha, you are quite perceptive. You shall be my personal guard from now on, accompanying me in my endeavors. Shioka was evidently pleased, patting the man's shoulder. Yes, yes. It is my honor. The man's face paled instantly, yet he dared not oppose Shioka, merely echoing his words while internally cursing the very roots of Shioka's lineage. Brother Yin, do we really need to capture Shioka? But we have no evidence that he is the culprit. Buchun expressed his surprise at this moment. Buchun, remember this. In this universe, as long as your power is formidable, whatever you do will be deemed right. Jiang Yun's gaze drifted into the distance. Reminiscent of the slumbering destroyer whose mere disagreement could annihilate planets, and no one would dare to declare him wrong. Had it not been for the encounter with Wukong, the existence of Earth might have been in jeopardy. Although Beerus, the god of destruction, later formed a cordial relationship with Wukong and his companions. This was merely a reflection of their earned recognition. The essence of this world is simply a manifestation of the survival of the fittest. Remember, to safeguard Earth, one must learn to relinquish the compassion that resides within. The universe is not a mere game of familial play. It is far more ruthless than one can fathom. Jiang Yun's words struck deep within Buchun, illuminating the brutal reality of the cosmos. Proceed with your tasks. This trivial matter is best handled by you. As for the affairs concerning Shioka, weigh your options carefully. With that, Jiang Yun turned to retreat to his chamber for rest, leaving Buchun to ponder in silence. Chapter 47. The Battle of the Vegetable People. After Jiang Yun departed, Buchun found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. Gradually, he raised his gaze toward the ceiling, and suddenly, a cobweb in one corner captured his attention. In this bustling hotel, illuminated by radiant lights, the presence of a solitary spider in such a location seemed remarkably incongruous. Yet no one noticed this diminutive creature. An unexpected curiosity about this small being began to stir within Buchun as he quietly observed the intricate web. Fixating on the minuscule spider, the light streaming through the window illuminated the room. Perhaps under different circumstances, Buchun would have felt a sense of comfort. Yet at that moment, he experienced a chill, even a tinge of oppression. Just then, a mosquito appeared, swaying gently as if it had just feasted on human blood. Reveling in the postprandial bliss, entirely oblivious to the lurking danger that awaited it. The spider, sensing that a meal was approaching, became still, attempting to minimize its presence. In a moment of clarity, Buchun grasped an insight. The mosquito, unwittingly drawn closer to the web, remained unaware of the peril it was heading toward, meandering forward. Inevitably, it collided with the spider's web, and only then did it realize the imminent threat. It struggled desperately, but the spider ensnared it in layers of silk, gradually obscuring its form beneath the thickening threads. Eventually, the mosquito ceased its thrashing, for it had succumbed to the cessation of life. Suddenly, a tumult of chaotic thoughts cascaded through Buchun's mind, akin to a droplet disrupting the stillness of a pond, sending ripples that were both chaotic and orderly. At that moment, it seemed he comprehended Jiang Yun's words. Even in the midst of splendor, peril lurks. After the triumph of victory, tranquility is not assured. Buchun also came to understand that the universe, resplendent and radiant, conceals within its brilliance a ruthless malice. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained unaware of Buchun's reflections. He only knew he would not let him down. Setting aside this matter, Jiang Yun began to ponder anew. Only by witnessing the vastness of the cosmos can one grasp the insignificance of humanity. What is the universe? It is the collective term for the expansive space and the myriad celestial bodies and their diffuse matter within it. It embodies the essence of time and space. And what, then, is humanity? What is qi? What is the essence of cultivation? Everything possesses qi. It is the fundamental essence, the source, the genesis of life, the primordial force of the universe. At this moment, Jiang Yun's mind was flooded with images of celestial bodies, rivers, lakes, and seas, the vastness of the cosmos filling his thoughts. The intangible primordial qi began to permeate Jiang Yun's being, gentle and subtle, silently transforming his physique. It felt as though his very cells were rejoicing. The speed of cellular division slowed, and the cells became invigorated. In this instant, his mental fortitude experienced a tremendous enhancement. Refined and concentrated, even surpassing the spiritual essence bestowed upon a divine being after undergoing the trials of divine power. Now, he can effortlessly achieve what Sun Wukong did in the original text, even surpassing it in speed, as his body is now in perfect harmony with the primordial energy. If the King of Worlds were to witness this, he would surely be astonished, for in the original narrative, he taught Wukong to sense the existence of primordial energy solely through Wukong's innocent heart and pure spirit. The fact that there exists a person who has harmonized with primordial energy to such an extent is something he himself could not accomplish. At this moment, Jiang Yun's physique has begun to exhibit a hint of divinity, significantly extending his lifespan. Upon awakening, Jiang Yun noticed the transformation in his body and felt an overwhelming joy, as he had once again entered that enigmatic realm akin to the legendary enlightenment. He was even drawing closer to immortality, a pursuit he had long yearned for. Aspiring to attain that exalted state where the world crumbles, yet he remains unscathed, where time and causality do not bind him. During this period of Jiang Yun's enlightenment, Bu Chen also commenced his actions. He inquired about the whereabouts of Shouka from those previously dispatched to locate him. Captain, Shouka has gone to participate in the Vegetable People War. One of the members from the Flame Squad respectfully reported. The Vegetable People War? What is that? Bu Chen's face flashed with surprise at the mention of this. Wang Tong, let me explain. Another individual interjected with excitement, seizing the opportunity to speak. This person's name was Wang Tong, and had Jiang Yun been present, he would certainly have remarked on his potential for greatness. Wang Tong continued, the Vegetable People War, as the name suggests, is a battle among the vegetable people. Humph. At this moment, a chorus of scoffs erupted from others. Is it not obvious that this is a conflict among the vegetable people? Do you need to explain further? Exactly. Come on. Stop keeping us in suspense, and just tell us. The others urged impatiently. All right, I will get to it, he said, clearing his throat before elaborating. The vegetable people are not a race. They are vegetables cultivated by humans. What? Are you saying the vegetable people are akin to the vegetables we grow on Earth? Vegetables? How can vegetables fight? That is absurd. Let me clarify. These so-called vegetable people are indeed cultivated by humans. They merely require fertile soil to sprout, and astonishingly, their combat capability is not trivial. They could easily overpower us from a year ago, he continued, his face brimming with astonishment. Bu Chen, upon hearing this, marveled at the wonders of the universe, realizing that such beings as the vegetable people truly existed. Indeed, the cosmos is vast and full of wonders. There are even beings that are grown. In reality, they cannot be considered true beings. We should refer to them as bioengineered vegetable entities, existing as products of human cultivation, obedient to the will of their creators. But what exactly is the Vegetable People War, and how is it related to Shouka? At that moment, an individual posed a question that struck a chord. The speaker, known as Amon Chong, continued to elaborate. The Vegetable Man battle is a recreational activity on this planet, and victors are even rewarded with prizes. This time, the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, represented by Shouka, is set to partake in the upcoming Vegetable Man contest. Amon Chong paused momentarily before stating, the rules of this grand competition dictate that the outcome is determined by the battles fought between the cultivated vegetable men. The contestants' vegetable men are generally of comparable strength. Thus, the decisive factor lies in the quality of the soil in which they are grown. The richer the soil, the more formidable the vegetable men of the same grade become. But isn't that a violation of the rules? Someone interjected, expressing doubt. That falls well within the bounds of the regulations. Many have invested substantial sums to procure soil from other planets specifically for this competition. Amon Chen clarified. Captain, should we also go and take a look? The earlier speaker, Wang Tong, suggested, scratching his head sheepishly. Bu Chen understood their desire to observe, and since their target was also present, he spoke up, we can go and watch. Wait here, I will summon the leader. Bu Chen then made his way toward Jiang Yun's quarters. Chapter 48. The bustling arena. Jiang Yun observed the lively scene unfolding on the streets, where throngs of people were hastening towards a destination ahead. Only moments earlier, he had been unexpectedly pulled out by Bu Chen, who had urged him to witness the so-called vegetable person battle. Jiang Yun was initially bewildered, while he was familiar with the concept of vegetable people. This battle was an enigma to him. However, after listening to Bu Chen's explanation, he could not help but marvel at the whimsical creativity of extraterrestrial beings. As he watched clusters of individuals rushing towards the competition venue, Jiang Yun found himself intrigued by this so-called vegetable person battle. After dedicating so much time to cultivation, a leisurely outing seemed quite refreshing. After all, one must balance work and relaxation. Upon arriving at the site of the battle, they were greeted by a sea of spectators. The raucous cheers resonated with memories of fervent fan gatherings from his past life, surpassing even those experiences in intensity. Sir, do you require tickets? I have some prime seats available. A figure stealthily winked at Jiang Yun, and noticing the cautious demeanor, he quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that scalpers existed even on alien planets. Clearly, this individual intended to capitalize on the vegetable-person battle to make a substantial profit. However, Jiang Yun did not hesitate to spend a bit more for the tickets, as it spared him the time spent in line and granted him better seating, an opportunity too good to pass up. The scalper, not questioning why Jiang Yun purchased over 100 tickets, had observed that Jiang Yun and his companions were a group, making them an ideal target. Selling tickets individually would have been far less entertaining. After concluding the transaction, the scalper moved on to approach other potential buyers. Jiang Yun and his companions entered the venue, which was an immense arena that would undoubtedly be considered a wonder on Earth. Yet, on Qiulong Star, such grandeur was commonplace, as the technological prowess of Qiulong Star far surpassed that of Earth. This advancement permitted the construction of edifices that would be impossible to erect on Earth. The venue was dominated by a colossal semicircular structure soaring thousands of meters high, exuding an aesthetic of technological marvel, with metals manifesting as an unknown alloy. Soon, they spotted the participants of the contest, but the sheer number of competitors made it impossible for them to see Jiang Yun and his friends. To their astonishment, they recognized members of the Rose Mercenary Corps amongst the crowd. Could it be that the Rose Mercenary Corps is also participating? Jiang Yun thought. How exciting this would be. Rumors suggested that the Rose Mercenary Corps had a long-standing rivalry with the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, promising a fierce contest ahead. From the reports he received, Jiang Yun was aware of the deep-seated animosity between these two factions, although the specifics eluded him. Nevertheless, the discord between these two mercenary groups was common knowledge. The arena was bustling with approximately 100 competitors, divided into 5 platforms. The rules were reminiscent of the first martial arts tournament, and due to the nature of matchups, there would inevitably be instances of buys. The competition commenced swiftly, and the crowd began to showcase their unique talents as the vegetable contestants, vividly remembered by Jiang Yun, made their grand appearances. To his surprise, what he initially anticipated to be a tedious event turned out to be utterly captivating. This experience diverged somewhat from what Jiang Yun had observed in his previous life. While the essence remained similar, many participants unveiled specially cultivated soil for the contest. In truth, the prize money for this competition was quite substantial, amounting to a considerable fortune, roughly equivalent to 10 luxurious sets of Tang Chenyi pin. Although such wealth was significant, for someone like him, who possessed considerable influence in the Western capital, money was merely a means to an end. After becoming the second-largest shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company, Jiang Yun's perception of money had devolved into mere digits. Nevertheless, when it came to gold, he found himself lacking, as it served as a universal currency throughout the cosmos. Before long, the atmosphere intensified on the stage. "Xiu Ka, you are truly lacking. How can a man be so feeble?" taunted a commander from the Rose Mercenary Corps, known as Lan Peeling, who held a position just beneath the leader, the Black Rose. "Woman, do not be so smug. You would do well to pray that you do not cross paths with me, for I shall leave you as wretched as a defeated hound," Xiu Ka retorted, his gaze toward Lan Peeling filled with animosity. "Oh, I eagerly await that moment, but I hope you can endure until we meet." With that, she turned away, denying him the chance to respond. As Xiu Ka watched her depart, his eyes glimmered with malice and ferocity. Time passed swiftly, and soon only 5 contestants remained on the stage. Suddenly, the 5 platforms began to shift, revealing their nature as movable stages that soon merged into a colossal arena. The host, microphone in hand, announced with fervor, "Let us congratulate our competitors." A wave of applause erupted, accompanied by cheers from the audience. "Now, allow me to introduce our contestants. First, we have the vice captain of the Poison Wolf Mercenary Corps, Xiu Ka, alongside the contestant from the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps, Kasha. And let us not forget the ever-popular Miss Lan Peeling from the Rose Mercenary Corps." At this mention, the crowd erupted into a fervor, clearly favoring the Rose Mercenary Corps representative. Next, we have Jessica and Jidons from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps. Rumor has it they are brothers, so let us anticipate their thrilling performance. The host's voice was enthusiastic and uplifting, effectively stirring the emotions of the crowd. "Now, let the competition begin. We look forward to the remarkable displays from our contestants. The stage is now theirs." Cheers resonated from all directions, deafening in their intensity. First to take the stage are Kasha from the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps and Jessica from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps. The 2 contenders exchanged silent glances before commencing the cultivation of their vegetable beings, utilizing their own meticulously prepared soil. Each is contained within a small pot resembling a flower pot, clearly showcasing the quality of the earth within. As the vegetable beings sprout from the soil, their growth is remarkably swift. Observing the duel, Jiang Yun is reminded of the exhilarating essence of Pokemon battles. Although the combat is not particularly thrilling, the process itself is undeniably enjoyable. It relies solely on one's own cultivation, akin to an alternative form of nurturing. Before long, the vegetable beings engage in combat, and the two competitors appear evenly matched. However, as time progresses, the nuances of their strategies become evident, likely reflecting the girl's meticulous nature. Ultimately, Kasha triumphs over Jessica's vegetable being by a narrow margin, a journey that incites palpable tension. And the moment of victory releases a rush akin to a roller coaster ride. Kasha advances to the next round. Chapter 49. The shameless Shuka. The victorious Kasha joyfully gestured to the crowd, clearly embodying the spirit of a lively young woman. The audience reciprocated, congratulating her on her triumph. The host clapped his hands twice in celebration of the winning contestant, then spoke. We extend our gratitude to contestant Kasha for the thrilling duel she has presented. Next, we welcome contestant Lon Peeling from the Rose Mercenary Corps to face off against contestant Jidongs from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps. The host glanced at the roster before yielding the stage to the two competitors. As Jiang Yun observed the pair on stage, he couldn't help but think of it as a juxtaposition of Beauty and the Beast. The contrast was striking. If the Rose Mercenary Corps was comprised of spirited young women, then the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps was undeniably a collection of towering, muscular men. While Jiang Yun was assessing the two on stage, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him. Turning to follow the source of the scrutiny, he was surprised to find it belonged to a woman, an extraordinarily beautiful one at that. Despite her veil, her figure revealed much, conforming to earthly standards of beauty. With skin that was exceptionally fair. Logically, such an enchanting individual would attract considerable attention. However, those around her remained engrossed in the competition, seemingly oblivious to her presence, as though she were an ordinary person. What captivated Jiang Yun even more was the revelation that this woman possessed an astonishing combat power of 38,000. Despite her outwardly displayed combat power being around 16,000. Intriguing. Such a formidable woman could only be the legendary leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps, the Black Rose. It was evident she was far from ordinary. Jiang Yun's curiosity piqued at the notion of why the Black Rose would conceal her true combat power. Was it possible that other factions held similar strengths? This contradicted the findings of the Blaze Team's investigation, yet Jiang Yun dismissed the concern. After all, maintaining a few hidden cards was typical in the cosmos. Furthermore, who could say if others had not improved their own capabilities over time? The Black Rose was startled when she noticed Jiang Yun turn toward her. Such potent mental energy. She was equally astonished, for few could detect her scrutiny. Yet this man had effortlessly perceived her gaze, rendering her illusions ineffective. Jiang Yun, in turn, sensed a peculiar energy surrounding her. Was it some form of superpower or the application of mental prowess? Ultimately, Jiang Yun made no overt actions. Instead, he nodded slightly to the Black Rose, extending a gesture of goodwill. The Black Rose appeared momentarily taken aback, then returned the nod, acknowledging his gesture. Turning back to the competition, Jiang Yun focused intently, his thoughts remaining undisturbed. Meanwhile, the Black Rose experienced a ripple of intrigue within her heart. She sensed a hint of familiarity in Jiang Yun, stirring her curiosity. The Black Rose tribe possesses an innate affinity for nature, and a certain aura emanating from Jiang Yun evokes a sense of familiarity within her. This was the impetus for her gaze to linger upon him. However, she was taken aback to discover that her thoughts had been laid bare. Observing Jiang Yun, who was engrossed in the competition, she chose not to dwell further on this revelation and joined him in watching the match. At that moment, contrary to the anticipated tension, the scene unfolded in a decidedly one-sided manner, with Lon Peeling swiftly overpowering her opponent and claiming victory after a brief struggle. The arena erupted in enthusiastic applause. Indeed, a beautiful lady is always a source of admiration. Yet, despite her triumph, Lon Peeling bore no expressions of joy, instead casting a defiant glance at Shoka. This glance ignited a tempest of rage within Shoka. To Jiang Yun, she appeared quite charming, but in Shoka's eyes, she likely took on an entirely different visage. Shoka's appearance bore resemblance to that of Earthlings, yet his skin was a striking shade of red, reminiscent of the bull-headed, horse-faced beings encountered by Wukong in the depths of hell. Unlike Shoka's fury, Lon Peeling reveled in delight, her spirits buoyed by the fact that she had managed to provoke him so thoroughly. Had there not been onlookers present, she might have burst into joyous laughter. Her elation was not unfounded. The rivalry between her team and the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps had deep roots. This animosity stemmed from an incident where Shoka had previously seized a valuable target from the Rose Mercenary Corps, a rare beast with a singular horn, possessing immense medicinal value. Despite its formidable prowess, boasting a combat strength in the thousands, the creature was nearly captured during a hunting expedition. However, Shioka intruded upon their hunt, breaching the unspoken code of conduct within the mercenary world that forbids such theft during missions. This understanding is a tacit agreement among mercenaries. Otherwise, one would be perpetually plagued by the specter of rivals swooping in to snatch their hard-earned achievements. A violation of this code would result in ostracism by the community. As Shioka approached, he scattered a powder that incited the beast's fury, catching the Rose mercenary corps off guard. The rampaging creature claimed the lives of several of Lon Peeling's sisters before breaking free from the encirclement, only to be felled by Shioka on the periphery. Lon Peeling, who had been leading the charge, sought restitution from the Lone Wolf mercenary corps, but they adamantly denied any wrongdoing. They insisted that the beast had merely escaped their grasp and was subsequently killed. Such a claim might have been permissible had the circumstances been different. Yet the shameless Lone Wolf mercenary corps refused to acknowledge their culpability, instead accusing the Rose mercenary corps of instigating conflict with baseless allegations. Naturally, Shioka's brother, the leader of the Lone Wolf Corps, supported him, while other mercenary groups, wary of Shioka's reputation, chose to remain neutral, fully aware that there was likely more to the story than met the eye. The Black Rose, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, was unable to unleash its full potential, while its apparent strength was nearly on par with that of Shio's. Consequently, this matter ultimately faded into obscurity, resulting in an irreparable feud between the two mercenary factions. When Shioka finally took the stage, he swiftly dealt with Kasha from the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps, then turned his gaze towards Lon Peeling, engaging in provocative behavior. Others were well aware of their animosity, and such friction undoubtedly heightened the excitement and anticipation among the spectators. Soon, the moment of confrontation arrived. As the two combatants entered the arena, they exuded their formidable presence, each boasting a combat strength of approximately 6,000. In an instant, they stood on equal footing, with invisible whirlwinds beginning to manifest around them, leading onlookers to believe they were in the midst of a fierce duel. Chapter 50. The Curtain Falls. The death of Shioka. The two individuals on the field gazed intently at one another, yet such unwavering scrutiny could hardly facilitate a fair competition. The host, compelled by the tension in the air, intervened to halt their standoff, allowing the match to proceed normally. The palpable atmosphere dissipated somewhat. Soon, the two began exchanging verbal jabs in hushed tones. Shioka, the deeds you have committed against us shall one day be reckoned with, Lon Peeling declared, her eyes fixed upon him with frosty intensity. Ha! How utterly ridiculous! Shioka scoffed. After all this time, I continue to live my life with ease. Your skills may be lacking, but your tongue is undoubtedly sharp. His disdain was palpable as he continued. Moreover, I distinctly recall the expressions of those who perished at your hands. They were truly amusing. Their incredulity was quite a sight. You shall eventually face retribution, Lon Peeling stammered, her fury rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, she refrained from further retorts as the host declared the commencement of the competition. Being an emissary of the planetary overseer, neither participant dared to defy this directive. Both competitors mentally strategized on how to utterly vanquish and humiliate the other during this contest. They promptly prepared their respective materials for the match. Shioka employed a rare black soil, known as Black Meon II, reputedly originating from planets rich in vitality and exceedingly scarce in quantity, an invaluable substance. Although its hue was dark, it emanated a delightful fragrance. Conversely, Lon Peeling unveiled a striking red soil, referred to as Huoyen II, which flourished on the fringes of volcanoes. However, not all volcanoes could yield this soil. It was exclusively found beneath the revered lava holy tree, which allowed it to nurture vegetation in its vicinity, an extraordinary phenomenon indeed. Yet, determining the superiority of their respective soils remained ambiguous. Only a true contest would reveal the answer. Upon observing the soils presented by both competitors, Jiang Yun discerned that they were imbued with rich primordial energy. Such concentrated energy, if harnessed in his own cultivation, could significantly enhance his progress. He felt a twinge of envy, contemplating how the presence of these two types of soil would expedite his training and that of the Martial Alliance. However, it was disheartening to witness such precious resources being utilized solely for the struggle of mere vegetable beings. After 2 washes of primordial energy, Jiang Yun could distinctly perceive its essence and absorb a modest amount, though the enhancement to his combat prowess paled in comparison to the fruits of his arduous training. He speculated that cultivation was fundamentally the process of uncovering one's potential, drawing upon celestial energy to augment oneself. Why did Wukong often train on King Kai's planet? It was due to the superior primordial energy found there, which far exceeded that of Earth. It was said that the fabled realms of the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction were even more abundant in energy, capable of sustaining the absorption of the spirit tree. In other locales, the energy would have long been depleted in nurturing the fruits of the spirit tree. This is why the fruits of the spirit tree are referred to as divine sustenance. The essence of vitality absorbed by the spirit tree is what enables its fruit to enhance an individual's combat prowess. However, its primary function is to nourish the spirit, even augmenting one's mental fortitude. This effect is less discernible to deities, which explains why the spirit tree ultimately found its way to the mortal realm, culminating in its acquisition by Dales. For mortals, the impact is significantly pronounced, provided that the spirit tree has absorbed ample vitality. Someone like Dales, whose combat abilities are rather modest, may only dare to plant the seeds of the spirit tree on barren, uninhabited planets. This circumstance contributes to Dale's lack of prowess. Although he is still considered a minor adept within the cosmos, his previous gains were even less impressive than a single harvest on Earth, illustrating just how precarious his prior existence had been. Returning to the present, both individuals in the arena commenced planting their vegetable warriors. Zhang Yun keenly perceived that, upon being sown, the nourishing vitality from the soil was swiftly absorbed by the vegetable beings. The vegetable warriors cultivated by Lan Peeling and Shoka exhibited a remarkable robustness, far surpassing those of others, with a single vegetable warrior capable of contending against several of equal rank. While onlookers were captivated by the strength of these vegetable warriors, Zhang Yun was intrigued by the underlying essence of their might. The mere discovery of this vitality-rich soil made Zhang Yun feel his journey was worthwhile. Perhaps this would lead to further exploration in his training. A flicker of delight surged within Zhang Yun. Had he stumbled upon yet another method to attain strength? Should he fully comprehend this technique, it could yield significant advancements for the denizens of Earth. Even if their innate talents fell short of others, they could compensate with resources. As the saying goes, wealth, companions, methods, and land. Zhang Yun lacked for wealth. Any resources he desired from Earth could readily be offered by many within the Martial Alliance. As for companions, he had plans for the future, but that is a matter for another time. Regarding methods, he had already begun to delve into them, achieving some preliminary results. As for land, he possessed a modicum, considering Earth was his domain, though it might not attain the legendary status of a paradise. Nonetheless, having now witnessed the miraculous soil, understanding its principles could very well lead to the creation of such a haven, a topic for another discussion. Back in the arena, the vegetable warriors of the two contenders displayed extraordinary strength, even surpassing that of Raditz, who had descended upon Earth. One could only imagine Raditz's reaction upon witnessing such prowess. The combat between the two was intensely fierce, with both sides exhibiting similar energy levels, rendering it difficult to ascertain superiority in the short term. The audience was enraptured, marveling at the unprecedented spectacle of the vegetable warrior battle, exclaiming that their expenditure was not in vain. While the spectators could not discern who was superior or inferior, even the participants themselves were at a loss. Yet Zhang Yun, with his keen insight, was not so easily deceived. Lan Peeling's vegetable warriors had absorbed the vitality from the Fire Earth, and although the energy in both soils was comparable, her Fire Earth contained a unique energy derived from volcanic forces. Thus, the vegetable warrior's attack was imbued with a trace of volcanic energy, rendering the two fighters nearly equal in strength, one relying solely on physical strikes, while the other enhanced his blows with a subtle force. As time passed, the vegetable warrior, under the command of Shoka, suddenly let out a piercing scream, caught off guard by the opportunity seized by Lan Peeling's vegetable warrior, who delivered a decisive kick that sent him flying off the stage. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, their confusion over the sudden victory overshadowed by sheer exhilaration. Shoka, in disbelief, could hardly fathom his unexpected defeat. Muttering a disparaging remark about his own inadequacy, he turned away without casting a glance at his fallen warrior. Even the host was momentarily taken aback by the outcome, before finally declaring Lan Peeling the victor. Heimei glanced at the triumphant Lan Peeling, offering her a knowing smile. Suddenly recalling something, she turned her gaze towards Zhang Yun's location, only to be taken aback by the realization that he had vanished without a trace, leaving her completely oblivious to his departure. At that moment, Zhang Yun and his companions had set their sights on the departing Shoka, who, consumed by his frustration over defeat, remained unaware of the presence of several individuals before him. It was only when he approached closely that he noticed them. Just as he was about to vent his anger at the obstruction in his path, He lifted his gaze to see Jiang Yun's face, his pupils dilating in shock. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Yun denied him the opportunity, gesturing subtly to Bu Chun, who understood the cue. Addressing Shioka, Bu Chun declared, "In your next life, keep your eyes wide open. There are some individuals you simply cannot afford to offend." Under Jiang Yun's guidance, Bu Chun had come to understand the necessity of being resolute to survive in the universe, given that Shioka would undoubtedly seek to uncover their origins. And should he trace their path back to Earth, it would spell disaster. Thus, it was imperative that he be silenced. Subsequently, a severed head soared into the air, its eyes still reflecting disbelief. Chapter 51. Hatred. The news of Shioka's demise spread rapidly. "What? You mean that lone wolf mercenary Shioka has been killed? His brother is Shiosi. Who would dare to take his life? Alas, you are unaware. It is said that Shioka met a gruesome end, his head severed, his eyes wide open in terror. Truly, it is a blessing. This scourge has received his just deserts. He has long relied on his brother's influence to terrorize others. Had it not been for Shiosi, he would likely have perished long ago. Indeed, who could be the valiant soul responsible? It brings great relief to the heart. Hush, you would court death. If this reaches Shiosi's ears, you shall await your fate." A group of individuals fervently debated Shioka's death, their voices hushed upon hearing the warning. Yet the topic lingered in their discourse. Clearly, this matter would occupy their conversations for some time. Soon, the news reached the Rose Mercenary Corps. Could it be him? The image of Jiang Yun flickered in Black Rose's mind, the enigmatic man who vanished after Shioka's departure. It is highly probable that Shioka fell victim to that man. However, Black Rose was reluctant to divulge this information, for Shioka's demise could very well be a cause for celebration. After all, he had disrupted numerous missions for the Rose Mercenary Corps. Indeed, it was a matter of joy, particularly for Lan Peeling, who felt the greatest elation. As one of those slain in the past was her dearest friend, now that Shioka was dead, she could hardly contain her glee. Although she fantasized about delivering the fatal blow herself, she recognized the improbability of such a scenario. Nonetheless, with Shioka's death, regardless of the perpetrator, it was akin to her being granted a favor. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, the atmosphere starkly contrasted that of the Rose Corps. The faces of its members were shadowed, clearly troubled. "What shall we do? That rascal Shioka has been slain. When the captain learns of this, he will undoubtedly be furious. And we, including myself, shall face his wrath." The speaker was a veteran of the Lone Wolf Corps, an alien with an animalistic appearance, his fury palpable. His concern was not for Shioka's death, but rather the repercussions that would follow when Shiosi learned of his brother's demise. This was what truly troubled him. As for the reckless young man, he held him in no regard whatsoever. The only course of action left was to apprehend the murderer before Captain Shiosi returned and bring him to justice. At that moment, a leader within the Lone Wolf Corps, spoke up. "All of you, go out and search. Do not return empty-handed." The words came from the irritable elder, who had just expelled his subordinates from the premises, clearly at his wit's end. As the others gradually departed, the commanding officer who had previously spoken finally broke the silence, stating, "There is no need to be overly anxious. This matter cannot be laid at our feet, for it is well known that Shioka has offended many, and there are plenty who wish for his demise. He has consistently caused us trouble, and now that he is dead, it brings a sense of relief." Humph. Do not assume it is so simple. You are aware of the commander's temperament. With the death of his brother, he will undoubtedly dig deep to uncover the culprit. Yet, it is indeed our negligence in protection that has led to this outcome. This elder, known as Lu Shan, possessed a temperament as fiery as his name suggested. I understand this, but will this truly appease the commander? Our immediate task is to inform him of Shioka's demise. Otherwise, upon his return, he will surely question why we failed to notify him sooner. Only by doing so can we avoid his wrath. The officer spoke with a calm demeanor. Lu Shan found merit in his words and ceased further protest. He then dispatched a subordinate to report the news of Shioka's death, clearly reluctant to face the commander himself. This indicates that Lu Shan possesses some intellect, not merely brawn. Meanwhile, on a planet not unlike Earth, a man was venting his fury, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated a mountain peak. Yet, his anger remained unquenched as everything around him suffered catastrophic destruction. The individuals nearby exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the cause of his rage. They observed him connecting to his personal communicator, and from the ensuing conversation, it was apparent that he had received distressing news. This man was Shiosi, who had just learned of his brother's murder at the hands of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, igniting a firestorm of wrath within him. They were currently engaged in a long-term mission, tasked with eliminating formidable threats on this planet for a wealthy client. This planet lacked intelligent life and was in a primitive state, inhabited by powerful wild creatures. The mission primarily aimed to eradicate entities with combat prowess exceeding 1,000. The client envisioned transforming this unrefined world into a thriving tourist destination, boasting ownership of several planets. Truly a magnate. His generous remuneration for the task prompted Shiosi to accept, as his mercenary group was the largest among its peers. Utilizing this advantage, he secured the assignment. The task was not overly challenging, as beings with combat power around 3,000 were rare. However, the number of targets to eliminate was considerable. While they could not possibly clear them all, targeting those above 1,000 was feasible. Below that threshold, there were many, while those above 1,000 were exceedingly scarce. This assignment represented a workload equivalent to 3 years for them, yet it could be accomplished in just a few months. For Shiosi, this was undeniably a lucrative venture, promising ample rewards for minimal risk. Initially, he had no intention of attending. However, in order to expedite the completion of the task, he opted to lead the team personally. The primary motivation behind this decision was the exceedingly generous commission associated with the assignment, which left him feeling uneasy. Thus, he took the helm, while Shoka, overwhelmed by the arduous nature of the task, chose to remain behind, indulged by his brother, Shiosi. Unexpectedly, the mission took a tragic turn, leading him to suspect that someone may have deliberately orchestrated events to ensnare him in this assignment, with the intent to harm his brother. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed this notion. If someone truly wished to enact such malice, they would not resort to such an obvious ploy. The gaps in this theory were too glaring. The pressing question loomed: who was responsible for his brother's demise? Could it be Lon Peeling from the Rose Mercenary Corps, who had long harbored a desire for vengeance against his brother? It was a possibility that lingered in his mind. While Shiosi was engrossed in his mission on this planet, he had no inkling that Lon Peeling had once competed alongside his brother in the same arena. It was inconceivable that she would be capable of taking his brother's life. As he pondered further, Shiosi realized that his brother had made too many enemies in his lifetime, complicating the search for the perpetrator of his brother's death. In that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for having indulged Shoka excessively. Nevertheless, regardless of who it was that took his brother's life, he vowed that they would come to regret ever stepping foot in this world. At that moment, a fierce glint of hatred ignited within Shiosi's eyes. Chapter 51. The return to Chio Longstar fueled by vengeance. Shiosi issued a command to return to Chio Longstar. But Captain, our mission remains incomplete. If we abandon it, we shall incur a penalty for breach of contract. A subordinate interjected. We shall discuss this matter upon our return. The one who took my brother's life will undoubtedly pay for his transgressions. Shiosi, clearly impervious to any counsel, insisted on their immediate departure. The others, aware of the storm brewing within Shiosi, chose silence, hastily calling to their companions to prepare for the journey home. Days passed, and unbeknownst to Jiang Yun and his companions on Chio Longstar, Shiosi was already en route to seek retribution against them for his brother's death. At that moment, they were entertaining an unexpected guest. Jiang Yun was hosting a striking woman, her skin as pale as snow and her beauty radiant like a myriad of stars. Her slender waist was adorned with a delicate belt, and her smile possessed an allure surpassing that of the celestial bodies. This enchanting figure was none other than the Black Rose. Jiang Yun was taken aback by her arrival. He had not anticipated that this woman would seek him out. It seemed they had little connection, apart from a brief encounter on the arena. But why would she come to him? Jiang Yun found himself perplexed. Meanwhile, Bu Chun and the others shared knowing glances, subtly suggesting they understood the implications, and made an effort to grant the two some privacy. Jiang Yun couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. We truly have nothing going on. Yet, it was evident that his companions did not share this belief. Greetings. I am He Meigui, the leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps, though you may also call me Xian Linglong. The visitor introduced herself, the name ringing with a distinct elegance. Jiang Yun regarded the stunning woman before him, realizing he was unfamiliar with her name. Indeed, most would be. How could he, having only recently arrived, possibly know her? Nonetheless, Xian Linglong was a name of charm. But why had she sought him out? Jiang Yun pondered. Unbeknownst to him, Xian Linglong had her own motives for approaching him. Finding Jiang Yun was not particularly challenging, as his race bore a striking resemblance to the Saiyans, and many were interested in them, making it easy to ascertain his whereabouts with a little investigation. Hello, you may call me Jiang Yun, he replied softly, meeting Xian Linglong's gaze. Xian Linglong scrutinized the young man before her. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the Saiyans, save for the absence of a tail. His appearance aligned well with the aesthetic standards of her race, and she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his presence. As Xian Linglong appraised Jiang Yun, he too observed her closely. To him, she resembled the legendary elven race, her ears pointed yet not grotesquely so, but rather perfectly proportioned, neither excessive nor deficient. At that moment, Xian Linglong suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang Yun, you are the one who killed Shouka, aren't you? Startled by her assertive tone, Jiang Yun remained silent, gazing at her with a composed demeanor. After a brief pause, he smiled gently and replied, Dear Miss Xian Linglong, what do you think? Jiang Yun refrained from directly addressing her accusation, instead regarding her with a knowing smirk. He was unperturbed by the possibility of others discovering that he and his companions had slain Shouka. In the face of absolute power, all threats were but paper tigers. He understood that even if those present were aware of his involvement, it was unlikely they would disclose it. Although he had not delivered the fatal blow himself, the distinction between Bu Qin's actions and his own was negligible. Xian Linglong fixed her gaze upon Jiang Yun, not responding to his question but rather shifting the topic. Do you know Frisia, Mr. Jiang Yun? Jiang Yun was taken aback, unsure why she had abruptly mentioned Frisia. He was indeed familiar with him, yet he pondered the relevance of this new inquiry. Maintaining his calm, he poured a cup of exquisite tea for both of them, tea he had brought from Earth, believing that the act of drinking tea was beneficial for the soul. Would you like to hear a story? He inquired. I would love to, came her eager response. Once, there was a kingdom known as the Forest of Elves, inhabited by a people who cherished peace and nature, referred to as the children of the earth. In this serene and harmonious realm, one fateful day, they were invaded by a demon. Within the Forest of Elves lived a lively and charming princess. However, upon the demon's arrival, her mother, the queen and ruler of the land, was ruthlessly slain. Xian Linglong's emotions surged, tears glistening in her eyes. At this juncture, Jiang Yun realized that the beloved princess she spoke of was none other than Xian Linglong herself. He chose to remain silent, attentively listening to her tale. Xian Linglong continued her narrative. The demon had mercilessly annihilated all the inhabitants of her kingdom, leaving her as the sole survivor, having escaped at her mother's behest. The demon was unfathomably powerful, rendering even the royal guardian, who boasted a battle power of 100,000, incapable of standing against him. As she recounted these events, Xian Linglong trembled involuntarily, as though the demon were lurking nearby. The princess who fled is you, is it not, Princess Xian Linglong? Jiang Yun interjected suddenly. Upon hearing his voice, her quaking form seemed to stabilize considerably. Do you know why I am sharing this with you? Xian Linglong asked, gazing intently at Jiang Yun. You must be aware of the demon I speak of. He is known as Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. As she uttered Frisia's name, a profound hatred illuminated her eyes, yet deep within them lay a shadow of fear. Observing her expression, Jiang Yun felt no embarrassment in her display of emotion. Upon contemplating Frisia's formidable battle prowess, which exceeds an astounding 100 million, Jiang Yun began to comprehend the profound fear that gripped Xian Linglong. Without awaiting Jiang Yun's response, she continued with fervor. The reason I confide in you is that I sense an intrinsic connection to the forces of nature within you. Our clan has long been rumored to be descendants of the goddess of life, inherently attuned to the natural world, which is why I am able to perceive that extraordinary power emanating from you. Your aura resonates with a deep sense of familiarity. The high priest once proclaimed that should I encounter an individual radiating the essence of nature, that person would be our savior. Jiang Yun looked at her with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. The essence of nature? Could it be the vital energy? Why would the high priest make such a declaration? A savior? Me? How could that be? I am merely struggling to cultivate my skills. Could it be that the high priest possesses some foresight akin to that of the esteemed elder of Mike Star? Indeed, this world is replete with wondrous races. Jiang Yun harbored no doubts about Xian Linglong's sincerity. Her demeanor did not betray any intention to deceive. Chapter 52. The grieving shows regarding the savior spoken of by Xian Linglong. Jiang Yun firmly believes it cannot possibly be him. According to the original storyline, it is meant to be Goku who defeats Frisia. Furthermore, Goku is adept at harnessing ki, thus rightfully embodying the essence of a true savior. In the original narrative, Goku has not only rescued Earth, but has also saved the universe on several occasions. His immense strength, gentle demeanor, and protagonist aura unmistakably mark him as the quintessential savior, flawless in every regard. Miss Xian Linglong, do you not find your assertion rather ludicrous? Do you genuinely believe in the credibility of this prophecy? Jiang Yun is aware that even if her words bore truth, he harbors no interest whatsoever. After all, being labeled as some kind of savior is utterly absurd to him. He has no desire to become a thankless hero. His sole ambition is to grow stronger in silence. rather than allowing others to bestow upon him the title of a hero, becoming a so-called guardian of peace. He simply wishes to protect Earth. While the affairs of other realms are beyond his concern, particularly given the multitude of injustices that plague the universe, which he cannot possibly manage. Moreover, this is a matter for the Kaioshin. If they are unable to oversee it, how could he? Besides, Frisia's cleansing of planets in the universe is also due to the laziness of the god of destruction, Beerus, who has delegated the task of planetary cleanup to Frisia. Frisia, in this context, serves as an employee chosen by him, with the discretion to decide which planets to purge dependent on his whims. This is the reality of a world dominated by the strong. Without power, one cannot even dictate their own fate. Much like the Saiyans. Aside from Frisia's fear of the legendary Super Saiyan, there is also the fact that King Vegeta reserved the most comfortable pillow of the universe for himself, leaving the second best for Beerus. The existence of the Saiyans inherently disrupts the tranquility of the cosmos, placing them within the realm of planets destined for eradication. Coupled with King Vegeta's actions, which displeased Beerus, it was only natural that, under the god of destruction's suggestion, planet Vegeta was obliterated. This is merely Jiang Yun's conjecture. In his past life, many debated this matter, and countless divine speculations emerged. Jiang Yun has naturally drawn conclusions by integrating the thoughts of others. Mr. Jiang Yun, I understand you may be skeptical, but the High Priest's prophecies have never faltered. Furthermore, this prophecy was derived from the High Priest's sacrifice of his own life. At this juncture, Xian Linglong's eyes glistened with sorrow, clearly affected by the death of the High Priest. Mr. Jiang Yun, I realize this may seem unbelievable. Yet this is the reality. Even if you are not the savior now, you will undoubtedly become one in the future. Xian Linglong's voice brimmed with fervor, as she firmly believed Jiang Yun to be the savior. Jiang Yun found himself at a loss for words. Perceiving the woman before him as having transformed into a naive and simple-minded individual, it was evident that earning the moniker Black Rose required a certain level of skill. How could she seem like an entirely different person in his presence? Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, within the Elven Forest, the High Priest held an esteemed status, even surpassing that of the king. In the Elven Forest, there may be no king, but there can never be a lack of a High Priest. The words of the High Priest are to be heeded by all in the Elven Forest. It is said that the High Priest possesses a divine power bestowed upon him. Each High Priest is chosen by the predecessor, typically as their life draws to a close, for their kind often lives for several centuries. However, due to the recent assault by Frisia, the High Priest did not select a successor. Instead, he expended his very life to foretell a prophecy that drained him of all vitality. What Jiang Yun did not know was that Xian Linglong had concealed a significant truth in his dying moments. The High Priest proclaimed that this man would one day become Xian Linglong's husband, and his achievements would rival those of the gods. This was the culmination of the High Priest's life-worn prophecy. Although it was but a fragment of a greater vision, the divine realm is not to be trifled with, especially with the presence of true gods, for a mere mortal glimpsing even a fraction of the divine future is exceedingly rare. As Jiang Yun observed Xian Linglong lost in reminiscence, he suddenly noticed a blush flicker across her face. He found her reaction peculiar, inexplicably shy. Miss Xian Linglong, even if what you say is true, my current strength is insufficient to contend with Frisia. It seems I cannot fulfill your hopes. Jiang Yun interjected, eager to dispel her fantasies and discourage her aspirations of a savior. Mr. Jiang Yun, my lifespan extends to several centuries. I am merely 23 years old now. Compared to the average human lifespan, I can afford to wait. Xian Linglong replied with a gentle smile, regaining her previously aloof demeanor. Farewell, Mr. Jiang Yun. Time will validate my words. Here is my communicator. You may reach me at any time through this. With that, she rose and departed with unwavering resolve, embodying the essence of a true Black Rose at that moment. Jiang Yun stood to watch her leave, acutely aware that only those who had witnessed Xian Linglong's authentic emotions could comprehend that the seemingly fragile Xian Linglong was her true self, while the strong facade she presented was merely a guise of the Black Rose. The anguish of a fallen nation forced her to mature, transforming her from a lively princess into a figure feared by all, the Black Rose. In his heart, Jiang Yun felt a deep sympathy for Xian Linglong in a carefree realm. Her life should have been one of comfort in her mother's embrace. Yet, the agonies of war had compelled her to don a mask, forcing her to grow. As now, she had no one to rely upon but herself. At the tender age of 23, she had established a mercenary group dedicated to recruiting women, achieving fame across the Qiulong Star, which spoke volumes of her remarkable capabilities. Jiang Yun's current accomplishments were largely due to his past experiences. Had he started from scratch, the path would have been exceedingly arduous. Unbeknownst to him, however, Xios had abandoned his mission and returned to Qiulong Star, seeking vengeance against the one who had slain his brother. Investigate everything. Who could have committed such a heinous act against my brother? Investigate everyone who had recently come into contact with him. Upon returning, Xios was overwhelmed with rage upon witnessing the gruesome state of his brother, whose head had been severed and carelessly discarded on the roadside. When the body of Shouka was discovered, the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group meticulously stitched him up and employed the latest refrigeration technology to preserve Shouka's remains. This was the utmost they could accomplish. Failure to do so would undoubtedly invite Xios's ire. Gazing upon his brother's visage, Xios could hardly believe the tragedy that had befallen him. Clearly reflecting a sense of bitter resignation, Xios vowed in his heart to exact vengeance upon the murderer who had taken his brother's life, ensuring that he would accompany Shouka in the afterlife. The bond between the two brothers was profoundly deep, for otherwise, Xios would not have indulged his sibling so dearly. Not all races are as cold-blooded as the Saiyans and the Ice Demons. While the Saiyans possess a semblance of familial affection, the Ice Demon clan is driven solely by frigid self-interest, rendering familial ties utterly laughable in their eyes. Thus, Xios kept vigil over his brother throughout the night, consumed by sleepless anguish. Chapter 54. Robert. 2 days had elapsed in this manner. Xios had yet to uncover the identity of the perpetrator responsible for his brother's murder. Just as his wrath reached its zenith, a subordinate arrived bearing news of a lead, prompting Xios to hasten to the location. Upon his arrival, the investigator reported, "Commander Xios, our inquiries have revealed that you once had a fleeting encounter with an individual who visited the Qiulong Star. Moreover, Lord Shouka had even ventured out in secrecy on one occasion." After a moment of contemplation, the investigator added, "By the way, the Robert who frequently accompanied Lord Shouka seems to have vanished during this period. It appears he has not been seen at all." Xios's gaze sharpened, clearly discerning that something significant had transpired recently, with the crux of the matter lying with Robert. "Find Robert for me. I must ascertain what truly occurred." His tone was frigid, and without further ado, he turned and departed. Soon after, word spread that anyone who located Robert would be rewarded with 5,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this news, the masses became frantic. 5,000 gold. Such a sum would be sufficient to purchase a splendid residence on Qiulong Star or even in other realms. For those who danced on the edge of peril, this reward was undeniably both secure and extraordinarily lucrative. Thus, mercenaries from across the globe sprang into action. "Hey, have you heard? Xios's brother has been murdered, and now there is a hefty bounty on Robert. It is said that Robert knows who killed Xios's brother, but for some reason, he has gone into hiding. Furthermore, I heard that whoever directly identifies the murderer will receive a reward of 20,000 gold coins. 20,000. If I were to obtain that, I would have no need to continue as a mercenary. I could simply buy a house and collect rent. Isn't Robert one of Shouka's men? Why, after Shouka's demise, has he chosen to hide? You see, Robert was Shouka's confidant. With Shouka gone, Robert undoubtedly bears some responsibility, given Xios's temperament. It's likely he fears being torn apart on the spot. Indeed, wouldn't you hide if you were in his position? I see now." Thus, following this uproar, the news of Shouka's death rapidly spread across the globe. Initially, it was confined to a small circle, with distant lands remaining oblivious. However, the bounty propelled the information to widespread notoriety. Before long, with the mobilization of global forces, Robert could no longer elude capture. He was swiftly brought before Xios. Kneeling in submission, Robert trembled, terror etched across his face, fully aware of Xios's formidable methods as Shouka's right-hand man. His decision to flee post-Shouka's death became all too clear. "Lord Xios, I beg you. I will speak. Please spare my family. I do not seek to preserve my own life, but my family is innocent," Robert implored, tears streaming down his face, acutely aware that his own demise was imminent, and his only hope lay in Xios's mercy towards his kin. "As long as you obediently answer my questions, rest assured, your family shall remain unharmed." Susi seized Robert's head and gazed intently at him. Upon hearing Susi's words, Robert seemed to exhale in relief and began to speak. "Indeed, Lord Susi. Lord Shouka has recently fixated on a young master from a family that has just arrived here for training, particularly coveting a certain treasure of his. Initially, the intention was merely to swindle some money from the young master, but that individual possesses a wondrous spatial artifact capable of storing items, which piqued Lord Shouka's interest." With trembling trepidation, Robert dared to glance up at Susi and continued, "Lord Shouka even contacted the black pirates of the asteroid belt. aiming to extort the young master's secrets. However, that young master is no mere dandy. He is akin to a fierce dragon crossing the river, and the black pirates were utterly powerless against him. As for what transpired afterward, after Lord Shoka participated in the Vegetable Man competition, young Master Shoka was killed. Although I cannot ascertain whether it was indeed that group who committed the act, I am 90% certain that they were responsible. Upon concluding Robert's account, Susi affirmed that this group was indeed the perpetrators of Shoka's demise. On this planet, no one dared to brazenly slay their own brother. As for evidence, I am the evidence. Susi's gaze darkened as he looked at Robert, his voice dripping with menace. Robert, why is it that my brother lies dead while you still draw breath? Why? Rest assured, your family will remain well to accompany you. You may now find peace. As Susi spoke, he extended his palm, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, struck Robert's head with a resounding blow. You are not trustworthy. Blood seeped from Robert's head as he murmured incoherently. Ah, Robert, to express my gratitude for imparting this information, I have left you with a complete corpse. As for family, a family should remain whole, should it not? Susi remarked, wiping his hands with a handkerchief as he glanced at Robert. Unbeknownst to all, a glimmer of light flickered in Robert's eyes. Only Robert knew that he possessed a unique talent, a racial gift awakened in but a few. Their lineage, already dwindling in numbers and frail in combat, had nearly vanished. Following Shoka's death, Robert foresaw his brother's thirst for vengeance and promptly fled with his family. The being before Susi was but a true projection of Robert. Should this projection suffer harm or perish, the original would likewise endure damage, potentially affecting its very vitality. Thus, Robert seldom employed this tactic. It had already saved his life thrice. Aware that Susi would not honor his word, he had arranged for his family to depart this planet some time ago. Now, he yearned only for a place where no one recognized him, to live peacefully alongside his family. In truth, Robert did not aspire to become a member of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, in order to survive, he found himself compelled to join this band of mercenaries. Before long, his artful eloquence earned him the trust of Shuka, becoming his confidant. Yet now, Robert would prefer a life of hardship to enduring such torment. Who could have anticipated that he would gain Shuka's favor? This audacious figure, known for his brashness, was someone Robert had no desire to serve. Shuka's malevolence was notorious. He had even resorted to murder to safeguard his secrets, eliminating the individual who had been surveilling Jiang Yun, solely to prevent the news of the all-purpose capsule from reaching others. He was the sole custodian of this knowledge. As for Shoes, Robert spoke no falsehoods. He divulged everything he knew, aware that deception was easily unveiled. Just as Shoes was preparing to confront Jiang Yun, Robert had already embarked on a journey through the cosmos, piloting a spacecraft with his family. As for their destination, Robert had determined to venture to a remote planet, far removed from Qiulong Star. Unbeknownst to him, the very direction he chose to pursue led him to the place where Jiang Yun and his companions had arrived. Chapter 55. The battle with Xios. Just moments ago, Jiang Yun and his companions received a challenge letter, sent by Xios. Despite his deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Yun and his group, Xios refrained from launching a reckless attack, knowing that the ensuing chaos would be intolerable to Batu. Thus, he resorted to this method of confrontation. However, if Jiang Yun and his companions chose not to respond, Xios would have justification for his actions, particularly since he had slain his own brother. The battleground was chosen in the desolate Death Sand Desert, the largest expanse of desert on the Qiulong Star, where not a single blade of grass thrived, rendering it an ideal arena for combat. This location also alleviated concerns regarding significant damage to the urban area. Xios had resolved to annihilate Jiang Yun and his companions, intending to honor the spirit of his deceased brother. Regardless of Jiang Yun's strength, Xios was confident that, apart from a few major powers, his prowess was formidable within the universe. His arrogance was somewhat understandable, in comparison to other universes. The combat power index of the 7th universe was notably lower. With a combat power of 18,000, Xios was, without a doubt, a formidable fighter. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was about to encounter an insurmountable obstacle. Buchun, what are your thoughts on this matter? Jiang Yun casually tossed the challenge letter onto the table, turning to Buchun for his response. Brother Yun, now that Xios is aware of our involvement and has sent a challenge, we must act decisively. The Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps will serve as our stepping stone to ascend. Buchun's tone was chilling, a clear indication of his transformation. Jiang Yun nodded subtly, recognizing that Buchun was beginning to adapt to the harsh realities of the universe. He added, excellent. But our goal extends beyond merely accepting the challenge from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. We must also demonstrate our strength to all the other mercenary groups, large and small. To wield influence on this planet, one must possess formidable power. This principle holds true throughout the universe. Buchan silently acknowledged Jiang Yun's words. During this time, he had gleaned much knowledge about the universe, understanding that conflicts were rampant and the invasion of other planets was commonplace. Fortunately, there still existed law enforcement organizations akin to those on Earth, which managed to maintain a fragile order amidst the chaos. Yet, beings like Frisia were not to be trifled with, as they possessed overwhelming strength. To strive for self-improvement is the guiding principle of a martial artist. We do not seek to bully the weak, but we must possess the strength to protect our own planet. This is the essence of cultivation. Jiang Yun's impassioned declaration invigorated Buchan, enlightening him to the broader significance of martial arts, which transcended mere combat. A day later, Jiang Yun and his companions arrived at the Death Sand Desert as designated by Xios. Upon witnessing their arrival, the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps could not suppress their excitement, astonished that this group truly dared to court death. Having slain Deputy Commander Xiao Ka, they must be audacious, unafraid of the tiger, and thus, how could they possibly hesitate to confront us? Those who dare to strike against our mercenary group must be annihilated. In stark contrast to the clamor of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group, the members of the Blazing Flame Squad stood in perfect formation, not a whisper escaping their lips. As Xiao surveyed the elite gathered before him, he couldn't help but think, they possess some skill, yet in this world, it is combat prowess that reigns supreme. They have a long way to go before they can defeat me. Such bravery in this young man. Were it not for the fact that you took my brother's life, I might have considered recruiting you. However, there is no room for negotiation now. Prepare to meet your end. Xios fixed his gaze on Jiang Yun and, without delay, charged at him, eyes alight with vengeful fury, clearly unwilling to wait any longer. As Xios launched his attack, Jiang Yun effortlessly parried. With a swift kick, he sent Xios hurtling away, then closed in on him. In midair, Xios retaliated with a blast of energy, only to have it deftly deflected by Jiang Yun. Boom. Bang. The air reverberated with explosive sounds as their energy attacks inadvertently struck the ground, creating massive craters in an instant. The sheer force of their colliding fists generated a tremendous pit that spanned over 100 meters, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. Onlookers could only gasp in awe. Yet none dared to intervene. They understood that until the duel between Jiang Yun and Xios concluded, their efforts would be futile. For in high-stakes battles, sometimes a single individual could obliterate them all. Thus, both sides awaited the triumph of their respective leaders. Whether it be Buchan and his companions or the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group, all confident in their leader's impending victory. Behold my strike. The Annihilation Cross Slash. Suddenly, Xios unleashed a formidable attack towards Jiang Yun. Here it comes. The legendary Annihilation Cross Slash. Known for having once felled an opponent with a staggering combat power of 15,000 points. The members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group recognized the move. It was reputed for its speed and sharpness, a formidable technique among its peers. As Jiang Yun observed the intersecting blade of light hurtling toward him, he noted that although Xios had not infused it with energy, its sharpness rivaled that of a super-advanced alloy warblade. While others might perceive this technique as formidable, Jiang Yun considered it inferior to Cleanse Spirit Slash. This move only showcased the condensation of energy, while Cleanse Spirit Slash combined energy refinement with compression and rotation. Indeed, it had even managed to slice through Frisia's tail. Holy Light Shield. Jiang Yun executed a defensive maneuver he had meticulously devised. In his view, if one could utilize energy for defense, why resort to physical confrontation? Among the myriad of attack techniques in Dragon Ball, defensive techniques were regrettably scarce. Although he could employ the android's protective barrier, he lacked the infinite energy to sustain it, leading him to develop this simplified version of a shield. However, due to the reduction of overall defenses, his power was even more formidable in localized protection, which Jiang Yun referred to as the Holy Light Shield. The immense assault triggered a sandstorm in the desert, and the tempest arrived in an instant. Whoosh! The powerful sandstorm was dispersed by Buchan's energy orbs, evoking little emotion. Buchan continued to observe the duel between the two. It was evident to Buchan that neither combatant had yet unleashed their true prowess. While Jiang Yun appeared to be merely toying with his opponent, Jiang Yun intercepted Xios' Annihilation Cross Slash with the Holy Light Shield, prompting a slight frown from Xios before he launched another attack. This was not Xios' most potent technique. It was anticipated that it would be deflected, yet he did not expect it to be repelled so effortlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more energy orbs were directed at Jiang Yun, all of which he deftly evaded, causing the powerful orbs to smash into the ground and send clouds of yellow sand swirling into the air. There was no shortage of sand in this desolate place. Meanwhile, the Rose Mercenary Corps had secretly learned of the battle between the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps and Jiang Yun and his companions. Xian Linglong regarded the reports from her subordinates with concern. The conflict in the Death Desert between the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps and Jiang Yun stirred a sense of apprehension within her, primarily concerning Jiang Yun's safety. Since her departure last time, she had been particularly attentive to Jiang Yun, even developing a peculiar sentiment towards him. Let us go and see. Xian Linglong resolved to witness the confrontation, her heart tinged with worry for Jiang Yun's safety. Yet, she was also aware that he would not be defeated, nevertheless. This served as her justification for attending the battle. Chapter 56. The reluctance of Xios at this moment. Jiang Yun remained oblivious to the fact that someone was concerned for him and had come to witness the battle. Had he known, he would surely have been struck by a myriad of emotions. Observing that his current assaults were ineffective against Jiang Yun, Xios ceased his attacks. While Jiang Yun regarded him with keen interest, Xios clenched his fists, and veins began to bulge on his forehead. After several fierce roars, Xios became serious. Unleashing his full power, his combat strength, originally at 18,000, astonishingly surged beyond 20,000, reaching approximately 23,000. It appeared that 18,000 was merely his baseline strength. Indeed, those who could survive in the cosmos were invariably formidable in their own right. This level of combat power had already met the minimum standard of the Jinyu force under Frisia. However, that was merely a threshold to Jiang Yun. The difference between 20,000 and 30,000 was negligible. Quietly, Jiang Yun also augmented his strength slightly, though still falling short of Xios' current state. Nevertheless, with his mastery over energy and extensive combat experience, he was sufficiently equipped to engage Xios for a time. With his utmost strength unleashed, Xios regarded Jiang Yun with disdain, arrogantly proclaiming, "This is my ultimate power. Have you prepared yourself for your demise?" Jiang Yun, with an expression of bemusement, looked back at him, pondering why villains always became so boastful upon acquiring a modicum of strength. Such characters in television typically met their ends within mere episodes. "I shall see what you can truly do," Jiang Yun retorted nonchalantly. Despite his seemingly dismissive demeanor, he was far from underestimating his opponent, unlike Sun Wukong, who often faltered in critical moments, unable to fully harness his capabilities. Jiang Yun's strength was consistently formidable. Should he encounter an adversary surpassing his own might, it was prudent to activate his strongest state from the outset, lest he be caught unawares. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xios unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, noticeably more potent than before. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast struck Jiang Yun directly, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that obscured his figure. Witnessing this, a smirk crept across Xios' lips. To him, enduring his onslaught, even without succumbing, should have left Jiang Yun wounded. At that moment, Xian Linglong had arrived at the scene, accompanied by a small entourage of merely a dozen individuals. A flicker of concern flashed in her eyes, but was swiftly overshadowed by an icy demeanor. The presence of Xian Linglong caught the attention of the onlookers, who were somewhat taken aback. "Captain, why has this woman come? Is she here to seek out the alliance leader, Jiang Yun?" One team member spoke, evidently recalling her previous visit to find Jiang Yun, his tone tinged with a hint of lewdness. "Enough of that. Focus on the battle between the alliance leader and Xios," another member interjected, though privately. Buchen also believed that this woman had come for Jiang Yun's sake. The members of the Blaze Squad are meticulously selected, possessing undeniable talent, and their mastery over Qi is commendable, although Jiang Yun and his companions' battle could not be fully perceived by mere mortal eyes. They observed the combat through the lens of Qi, gaining invaluable insights from witnessing the prowess of formidable fighters. This was one of Jiang Yun's intentions. Hence he refrained from hastily concluding the duel. At this moment, the thick clouds of dust began to dissipate, slowly revealing Jiang Yun's figure. He was seen propping up the holy light shield with one hand, while Rias's attack struck against it, leaving Jiang Yun unscathed. Observing the unblemished Jiang Yun, Rias understood the gravity of the situation and regarded the holy light shield with a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. In his estimation, had it not been for this peculiar technique, Jiang Yun would have sustained injuries by now. Cursing under his breath, Rias launched himself at Jiang Yun, and the two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, the scenery around them blurring past. Their clash left visible traces in the air, as they battled from the heavens to the earth and back again, their speed creating afterimages in the void. Suddenly, Rias leaped above Jiang Yun, delivering a powerful downward strike. However, to his astonishment, he passed right through Jiang Yun's form. Realizing the dire situation, Rias understood he had fallen into a trap, and indeed, he was swiftly kicked away by Jiang Yun, crashing heavily against a desolate boulder, his body soon buried beneath a cascade of stones. The abrupt turn of events startled the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group, witnessing their leader being hurled away, causing a wave of panic among them. It turned out that Jiang Yun had employed the Phantasm Fist, momentarily deceiving Rias. Gazing at the motionless pile of rubble, Jiang Yun knew Rias was unharmed, as he had kept his combat prowess around 20,000. While such an attack could inflict pain, it was insufficient to cause significant injury. As anticipated, the stones emitted a radiant glow before being forcefully blown away. Rias's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Yun. Through their exchange, he discerned that Jiang Yun's combat strength was inferior to his own, yet Jiang Yun's peculiar techniques and adept fighting skills had allowed him to contend at this level. In reality, this was merely an exhibition of Jiang Yun's capabilities. With a strategic mindset, Rias concluded that if Jiang Yun could reach this point through skill alone, he would employ sheer strength to compel his opponent into a direct confrontation. Rias gathered a massive energy orb between his hands and hurled it towards Jiang Yun. Given Jiang Yun's previously displayed strength, he would have been unable to evade such an assault and would be forced into a head-on clash. However, Jiang Yun chose not to exert excessive power, instead maintaining his earlier strength as he summoned the Holy Light Shield to withstand the energy projectile. The Holy Light Shield collided with the colossal energy orb, resulting in a momentary stalemate before Jiang Yun was propelled backward, carving a deep groove into the ground. Just as the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group believed Jiang Yun was on the brink of defeat, the massive energy orb was suddenly repelled by Jiang Yun, soaring into the vastness of space. This is a profound application of Qi developed by Jiang Yun, particularly after utilizing the Holy Light Shield. Ordinary attacks that strike the shield are repelled. However, this requires additional Qi expenditure. To breach the defense of the Holy Light Shield, one must possess an attacking force that surpasses the shield's limits. Yet, Jiang Yun remains unfazed by typical assaults, confident in the strength of his shield. At this moment, looking at Jiang Yun effortlessly deflecting his attack, Xios was taken aback. He realized that this was not a genuine reception of his strike. Yet the repulsion still constituted a form of defense. Aware of the trickery in Jiang Yun's tactic, Xios understood that it must have its limitations, prompting him to gather Qi once more and form a larger Qi projectile. In truth, this maneuver allows Jiang Yun to confront attacks even stronger than his own. However, its downside lies in its considerable Qi consumption, for while offense is straightforward, defense is arduous, both requiring Qi expenditure. Had Jiang Yun possessed only a modicum of strength, he would surely have fallen victim to Xios' relentless onslaught. Yet, it was evident that Xios' prowess could hardly compel even a fraction of Jiang Yun's abilities. Observing Xios' unscrupulous tactics, Jiang Yun's gaze narrowed, as if something flickered within his eyes. Jiang Yun then unleashed the multiplicative Phantom Fist, creating a multitude of afterimages. Following their previous encounter, Xios discerned that among these phantoms, only one was authentic. He began to clear the field with his Qi projectiles. Eventually, all the phantoms faded away, leaving only one figure standing. Xios, once again, formed a Qi projectile, seemingly prepared to gamble everything. The duration of Qi accumulation was prolonged, and the might of the projectile was significantly augmented compared to before. Just as Xios was about to hurl the Qi projectile, an unexpected pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he discovered a gaping wound the size of a bowl, blood beginning to flow forth. The massive Qi projectile dissipated instantaneously. To Xios' astonishment, Jiang Yun slowly began to fade away, yet in a desperate turn, Xios spun around to find Jiang Yun standing directly behind him, a finger emitting Qi. Indeed, it was the penetrating wave. You ambushed me, Xios faltered as he slowly succumbed to the ground. Chapter 57, The Planet Adralat. You ambushed me. Su Si fell slowly to the ground. Jiang Yun dissipated the energy in his hand and lowered his finger. Su Si's fallen figure was filled with resentment. He believed that Jiang Yun had only managed to kill him through treachery, attributing it all to his own carelessness. In truth, it could only be said that he was simply too weak. Jiang Yun watched as Su Si collapsed, gradually lowering his hand amidst Su Si's resentful gaze. The clone that had just appeared began to fade away. The reason Jiang Yun had successfully deceived Su Si this time was thanks to that clone, which was not merely an afterimage, but a clone composed of energy, possessing a tenth of his own combat power. Moreover, creating this energy clone did not diminish his own strength. Compared to Tian's four-way fist, Jiang Yun's technique was evidently much more effective. Albeit it could only be used to deceive an opponent, it must be said that sometimes it proved to be quite impactful. In critical moments, one could indeed triumph over the strong with cunning. As they witnessed Su Si's downfall, the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group were nearly driven to madness. The leader, whom they considered to be extraordinarily powerful, had been defeated. How could this be? Did I see it wrong? Su Si, their captain, was vanquished just like that. Impossible. Captain Su Si could not have fallen so easily. This person is truly despicable. Jiang Yun ambushed Captain Su Si. If Captain Su Si was defeated, what would that mean for us? This final remark jolted the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group into realization, draining the color from their faces. They scattered in panic, and those who had just been numerous now fled in disarray. The members of the Blazing Flame squad looked to Bu Chun, seeking guidance on what to do. Bu Chun remained silent, merely shaking his head, then turning his gaze toward Jiang Yun. It was evident that the decision was to be left to Jiang Yun. The Lone Wolf mercenary group recognized that they were no match for Jiang Yun and his companions, prompting their hasty retreat. Given that they had brought only a few people this time, fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Bu Chun and the others flew to Jiang Yun's side, inquiring about the next steps. Let them go. They can escape, but the temple cannot. Jiang Yun remarked with a profound meaning. Although he did not articulate it directly, Bu Chun and the others understood his intent. Xian Linglong and her companions also approached Jiang Yun, and he felt a headache coming on. Why had she come? What are you doing here? Jiang Yun asked Xian Linglong. What's wrong? Are you displeased? Spoke Lan Peeling, who had accompanied Xian Linglong. Observing Jiang Yun's unwilling expression, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Do you think we wanted to come? We primarily came for the Lone Wolf mercenary group. After all, we have a grudge against them. We thought we might be able to assist you, and unexpectedly, you seem to possess some skill. Lan Peeling pouted, unafraid of offending Jiang Yun, for in her eyes, Jiang Yun's strength was still inferior to that of her own leader, though that was based solely on Jiang Yun's prior displays. Xian Linglong offered no explanation. Instead, she merely nodded in Jiang Yun's direction, suggesting that her thoughts aligned closely with his. After all, she could not openly admit her concern for his safety as the reason for her visit. Let us leave it at that for now. We should head back, Jiang Yun suggested, leading the group away, for the desert-esque environment was exceedingly uncomfortable. In a lavish room, Jiang Yun and Xian Linglong sat facing each other, separated by a table. Steam wafted from the teapot on the table, and a rare blush graced Xian Linglong's cheeks, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from the warmth or some other cause. Mr. Jiang Yun, I am aware you may not believe my earlier words, yet there is no need for such contemplation. Even if you have not vanquished the demon to become the savior, the future remains unpredictable, does it not? Xian Linglong remarked, sipping the tea Jiang Yun had brewed for her. To her surprise, she found herself quite fond of this beverage known as tea. Though slightly bitter, it lingered delightfully on her palate. Let us set that aside. You need not address me as Mr. Just call me by my name, Jiang Yun replied, observing the woman enjoying her tea, finding her unexpectedly charming at that moment. Very well. You may refer to me as Linglong, she responded, a small thrill of joy fluttering within her. Had their relationship progressed? Miss Linglong, although you regard me as some savior, I must emphasize that one's fate is firmly in their own hands, and destiny is not immutable, Jiang Yun asserted, a conviction resonating within him. The characters from the original tale had all followed a predetermined fate, yet his arrival had begun to shift that trajectory. Their futures, too, were uncertain, which emboldened Jiang Yun to declare that destiny was not fixed. Sometimes, possessing great power could alter one's fate, at least the fate of the weak. When one ascends to strength, the destiny of the weak dissipates, thus signifying a change in fate. Having spoken, Jiang Yun turned to depart, leaving Xian Linglong in contemplation within the room. Her expression fluctuated between furrowed brows and moments of relaxation. Jiang Yun's words struck her profoundly, for she had previously believed that fate was predetermined, with each individual bound to their destiny, and that a savior existed solely to alter that fate. Yet, she had never considered that she could also be her own savior, capable of reshaping her destiny. She had long yearned to change her fate, tirelessly seeking the existence of a savior, and perhaps her struggles over the years had been a rebellion against her own destiny. During this time, the news of Xiuxi's death spread throughout Xiulongstar, causing a frenzy among the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. They were in a state of panic, even proposing compensation to Jiang Yun and others in the form of numerous resources and wealth. However, Jiang Yun declined their offers, declaring that unless the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps disbanded, they would face the wrath of the Blazing Flame team. Moreover, aside from Jiang Yun and his companions, others had also set their sights on the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, as they had made many enemies along the way. Many individuals covet the substantial fortune of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, under the pressure exerted by Jiang Yun, they dare not seize the lion's share, opting instead to trail behind and partake in the spoils, even if it amounts to but a mere fraction sufficient to satiate their needs. Jiang Yun, rather than opposing this, willingly relinquished the majority of the profits to other mercenary groups. This gesture garnered him considerable favor, solidifying the Flame Mercenary Corps as a formidable force succeeding the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. As for his decision to cede the lion's share of the bounty, Jiang Yun understood that his own numbers were scant. The immense profits of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps were beyond their capacity to consume, hence the necessity to distribute the majority of the wealth. Nevertheless, this portion was ample enough for their own growth and expansion. In contrast, the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, beset by pressure, disbanded. Without the elite strength of Xios, they were reduced to a second-tier mercenary group. Even if they held a prominent position among their peers, they could not withstand the onslaught of multiple mercenary groups vying for division of their assets. Thus, after a span of 10 days to half a month, the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps had effectively faded into oblivion, with many members seeking to withdraw. The elders of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps resorted to liquidating their assets, fleeing to other planets to enjoy a life of luxury. Consequently, the Flame Mercenary Corps ascended to fill the void left by the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, rapidly becoming the most sought-after mercenary group on Xiaolong Star. During this time, Jiang Yun embarked on a clandestine journey toward Adrat Star. Chapter 58. 2 years. Jiang Yun's spacecraft settled in a vast, open area, attracting the attention of many. Numerous inhabitants of Adrat Star observed Jiang Yun's vessel, pointing and whispering. Yet none approached. With a soft hiss, the spacecraft gradually opened, revealing a handsome young man. Is this truly Adrat Star? Jiang Yun pondered as he surveyed the locals and the surrounding environment, noting that the greenery here was less abundant and the conditions slightly inferior to those on Earth. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, exuding an air of wisdom and dignity, approached and inquired, "Young traveler, may I ask what brings you to our planet?" "Greetings. I have heard tales of the extraordinary martial arts practiced on Adrat Star, and I wish to witness them," Jiang Yun replied, respectfully bowing with his hands clasped together. "Oh, I see. We do not prohibit outsiders from learning our secret techniques, but it is indeed quite challenging for them to master. Our planet warmly welcomes friends. And for further guidance, you may consult the Grand Elder." The elder's demeanor was amiable, and he sensed no malevolence from Jiang Yun, appreciating the young man's politeness. "Paul, tomorrow, take this young man to meet the Grand Elder," the elder called out, and a youthful figure emerged. Paul, who appeared somewhat naive, likely around the same age as Jiang Yun. As the crowd dispersed at the elder's beckoning, it became evident that although visitors occasionally arrived at Adrat Star, most were merely stranded souls seeking supplies, unlike Jiang Yun, who sought the path of martial arts. Jiang Yun stowed away his spacecraft, transforming the sizable vessel into a universal capsule. Gazing at the capsule in his hand, he felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps he could one day prosper in the cosmos by trading capsules, provided he possessed the strength to safeguard his wealth. Throughout their journey, Paul, clearly unacquainted with the outside world, incessantly bombarded Jiang Yun with questions, brimming with curiosity about the universe. Jiang Yun felt a slight headache. Had he encountered a chatterbox? Paul shared his dreams of exploring the outside world while inquiring about its nature. It seemed that children, upon maturing, inevitably yearned for the unknown. "Paul, the universe is not as idyllic as you envision. It is rife with darkness, conflict, and bloodshed. While many places are indeed beautiful and awe-inspiring, one must understand that the world is not merely simplistic," Jiang Yun explained, wishing to impart wisdom to the youth before him. "Please, don't frighten me like the village elders who constantly discourage me from venturing out. I am grown now," Paul retorted, having learned Jiang Yun's name during their earlier conversation and clearly skeptical of his words. In no time, they arrived at a prominent location. Paul exchanged a few words with the guards outside, then turned to Jiang Yun, bidding him farewell. Moments later, a guard emerged and announced, "The Grand Elder requests your presence." Jiang Yun followed the guard to the residence of the Grand Elder, who subsequently withdrew. Upon entering, Jiang Yun was taken aback by the unexpected youthfulness of the Grand Elder before him. "Greetings, traveler from afar. Please, take a seat." The Grand Elder smiled warmly at Jiang Yun. As Jiang Yun settled down, the Grand Elder elucidated, "Do not be misled by my appearance. In truth, I am considered middle-aged among my kin. Jiang Yun felt as though the Grand Elder could see through his thoughts, reaffirming his esteemed status as the Grand Elder of Outstar. Salutations, esteemed Grand Elder. I have come to learn the martial arts of your esteemed planet, and hope for your gracious consent, Jiang Yun expressed with utmost respect, recognizing the reverence due to someone of the Grand Elder's stature. Young man, do not rush. Stay with us for a couple of days. There will be ample time to contemplate martial arts, the Grand Elder said kindly. We warmly welcome friends, and I shall ensure that Blake attends to you well. Jiang Yun was pleasantly surprised by the Grand Elder's hospitality and nodded appreciatively. The two engaged in extensive conversation, during which Jiang Yun shared his origins from Earth. Subsequently, under Blake's guidance, Jiang Yun explored Outstar, spending considerable time at the martial arts arena. He observed numerous inhabitants practicing esoteric techniques, showcasing an array of bizarre and extraordinary maneuvers. In particular, he witnessed an inhabitant transform into a being that was part human, part animal, prompting him to glance at Blake, eager to inquire about the technique. This is the biological mimicry technique, which allows one to assume the form of various creatures. However, it is evident that his mastery is lacking, as he cannot fully transform, Blake explained. He continued to elucidate the peculiar techniques encountered during their visit. Overwhelmed by the plethora of diverse maneuvers, Jiang Yun marveled at the serendipity of his arrival on Outstar. He even saw individuals practicing teleportation. Though it was clear that such a skill required significant mastery, one practitioner frequently found himself buried in the ground, atop trees, or ensnared within haystacks, indicating his lack of proficiency. This teleportation was among the skills Jiang Yun aspired to cultivate. He had once considered training in it himself, but ultimately abandoned the endeavor due to its formidable difficulty. In the days that followed, Jiang Yun began training in various esoteric techniques alongside Blake. His innate understanding astounded Blake, as techniques that typically required months or even years for others to grasp, Jiang Yun mastered within mere days. Even some of the simpler techniques, once he comprehended the underlying principles, he learned instantaneously. This rapid progression nearly overwhelmed Blake, and soon Jiang Yun no longer required Blake's guidance, having surpassed him in knowledge and skill. The Grand Elder was equally astonished by Jiang Yun's remarkable aptitude, granting him permission to study certain core techniques regarded as essential by the inhabitants of Outstar. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yun encountered even more profound and astonishing esoteric techniques, some of which left him utterly astounded. There exists a mystical technique known as the life-sharing art, which allows individuals to share their vitality, thereby enabling both parties to harness each other's strength, effectively doubling their combat prowess. Remarkably, should one individual perish, the other, provided their life endures, possesses the ability to resurrect the fallen, contingent upon the integrity of their physical form. Excessive damage is prohibitive. However, this implies that the deceased's life force subsequently draws upon the vitality of the surviving individual, resulting in a significant reduction of their lifespan. Such arcane arts are generally prohibited for practitioners, accessible only to a select few. Some perilous techniques exist as well. Yet their adverse effects are so grave that Jiang Yun chose not to pursue them, instead merely recording their principles to enrich his own knowledge. In addition to combat-related techniques, Jiang Yun acquired various practical arts, such as the concealment technique, which creates a personal space for the convenient storage of items, surpassing even the utility of universal capsules. Beyond his studies of these mystical arts, Jiang Yun entered a period of seclusion. Occasionally, he would summon Buchun and others to train alongside him, while members of the Blazing Flame Squad also rotated in their training on the planet Adralat. However, not everyone possessed Jiang Yun's level of comprehension. Most opted for focused training with a select few, as Jiang Yun advised against overextending, prompting Buchun to regard him with a peculiar gaze, considering his demeanor rather ostentatious. He would urge others not to overindulge in learning, yet he effortlessly mastered any art he pursued. Thus, the group engaged in fervent training, and the members of the Blazing Flame Squad received warm hospitality from the Adralat inhabitants. Their diligent efforts inspired a surge of enthusiasm for cultivation among the Adralat people, who even recommended the gravity training chambers to them. In a short span, the gravity training rooms became immensely popular among the Adralat, owing to the substantial benefits they provided. And so, time passed, minute by minute. 2 years later. Chapter 59. Return to Earth. Time flies swiftly, like the flowing waters of youth. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed amidst relentless training. The members of the Blaze team now possess an average combat power exceeding 5,000. Although their increase over the past 2 years amounts to merely 2,000 or 3,000, averaging just over 1,000 annually. These warriors have become a formidable force within the cosmos. As the leader of the Blaze team, Buchun boasts an astonishing battle power exceeding 31,000. The inhabitants of Earth, upon encountering the martial arts of the planet Odrat, have significantly enhanced their foundational skills by integrating their own knowledge, and the gravity training chamber has further amplified their prowess. They now stand as notable experts across the universe. As for Jiang Yun, his combat strength has escalated to an impressive 200,000. Though this modest increase may seem slow given his exceptional talent, his foundational skills are remarkably solid. Over the past 2 years, he has mastered instantaneous movement, which, following his modifications, can now be executed not only through the perception of energy, but also via spatial jumps using coordinates. This advanced technique requires a profound sensitivity to the spatial dimensions, a capability in which Jiang Yun excels. However, with his current energy reserves, he can only perform a few jumps between star systems before becoming exhausted, while traversing between planets remains effortless. As 2 years have elapsed, Jiang Yun muses that the formidable Demon King Piccolo has likely emerged by now. It is time to return and take a look. Additionally, the others have begun to miss Earth, prompting Jiang Yun to convey their intentions to the Grand Elder. Upon reaching the Grand Elder's residence, Jiang Yun articulates his purpose, to which the Grand Elder responds after a moment of contemplation. Very well, it has been 2 years, and it is indeed time for you to return and see how things fare. Should you wish to come back, we will welcome you with open arms, as well as our friends from Earth. These 2 years, though neither long nor short, have seen the people of Earth leave a significant mark on Odrat, particularly in the realm of cuisine. The inhabitants of Odrat expressed dissatisfaction with the local food, leading the Earthlings to share recipes and culinary techniques, allowing them to experience what it truly means to savor the delicacies of Earth. The people of Odrat were thus introduced to authentic gastronomy, forging a deep friendship with Earth. As they were utterly captivated by its culinary offerings, Paul even declared his intention to visit Earth in the future. Upon learning of Jiang Yun and his companion's imminent departure, Blake felt a tinge of sorrow. Over the past 2 years, he had forged a profound friendship with Jiang Yun and the others, having guided them in their cultivation journey. Thus, when he heard the news of their departure, Blake, accompanied by many, came to bid them farewell. He refrained from asking them to stay, understanding that no gathering lasts forever, but instead urged them to return for visits in the future. Jiang Yun assured Blake that the inhabitants of Odrat would henceforth be considered friends, and he provided Blake with the coordinates to Earth for any future assistance they might require. Under the watchful gaze of the Yadalat people, Jiang Yun and his companions boarded the spacecraft, embarking on their journey to Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bu Fan gazed at the starry sky, pondering the well-being of his elder brother and master Jiang Yun. It had been 2 years. He wondered how they fared. During this time, having ascended to a position of power, Bu Fan exuded an aura befitting a leader, and the development of the Martial Alliance had been remarkably swift. Not only in the Western capital, but also in the Eastern, Southern, and Northern capitals, the presence of the Martial Alliance was ubiquitous. Today, the Martial Alliance had become the largest martial arts force in the world, even eclipsing the status of the fighting community, and had emerged as the most influential entity globally. The existence of the Martial Alliance had significantly increased the number of martial arts practitioners on Earth, with even elderly women in parks practicing the fitness routines disseminated by the Alliance, simplified martial arts techniques that Jiang Yun had previously passed down. These exercises proved beneficial for the body, garnering the affection of many seniors. As for the younger generation, numerous individuals flocked to the Martial Alliance's affiliated training halls, where they were instructed in fundamental martial arts rather than mere combat techniques. In the present day, spurred by widespread promotion, most Earthlings frequented the Alliance's public venues to engage in fitness and practice the basic martial arts techniques shared by the Alliance, viewing it merely as a means of physical exercise. Unbeknownst to them, this would prove immensely advantageous for their future, placing them ahead of the curve. Suddenly, Bu Fan felt a hand clap on his shoulder, propelling him 10 meters away, astonished that someone could approach him, the foremost individual on Earth. When he beheld the figure who had tapped him, his eyes brimmed with tears. It was Jiang Yun and his brother returning. "Brother, how have you returned so soon?" Bu Fan's voice was infused with joy yet tinged with confusion. Bu Chun observed his brother, noting the impressive battle power Bu Fan had achieved, 10,000. A sense of pride washed over him as he patted Bu Fan's shoulder. "Xiao Fan, you have done exceptionally well." On their journey, he and Jiang Yun had witnessed the remarkable growth of the Martial Alliance, which had expanded several-fold compared to 2 years prior. It was evident that Bu Fan had excelled, and his martial prowess had not waned. The assistance from the virtual universe was indeed substantial. "Leader, Why have you returned so soon? Bu Fan inquired of Jiang Yun, having anticipated their return would take 5 or 6 years. Yet, here they were after only 2. Bu Fan, do not be so formal. Simply call me Brother Yun. Just as your brother does. Jiang Yun replied, observing how the once innocent Bu Fan had transformed into a figure of authority. The youthful naivety of the past entirely vanished. Now, tell us about the developments of recent years, Jiang Yun requested as the two took a seat, eager to learn about the advancements of the Martial Alliance. Brother Yun, you have no idea. The Martial Alliance has become the most powerful force on Earth. Our students even serve as instructors in the military, and our influence has expanded globally. Bu Fan appeared to be in high spirits, maintaining a facade of composure before others. Yet he completely let his guard down in the presence of Jiang Yun and Bu Chun. The room resonated with the sound of their discussions. On the 7th of May, 753 AJ, after the Great War, the much-anticipated World Martial Arts Tournament was upon them once again. With unwavering confidence, Sun Wukong prepared to participate in the competition, accompanied by the Crane Hermit and his disciple. Initially, the Crane Hermit sought vengeance against Jiang Yun and his companions. However, over the past 2 years, the Martial Alliance had grown increasingly formidable, prompting the Crane Hermit to temporarily abandon his vendetta. This time, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Crane Hermit's objective was to ensure that Tianjin Fan defeated the Turtle Hermit's disciple, while simultaneously seeking retribution against Sun Wukong. As Tao Bai had fallen to Wukong's prowess, thus old grievances and new resentments would converge. As the saying goes, when adversaries meet, tensions run high. Upon their encounter, the Crane Hermit and the Turtle Hermit engaged in a heated exchange, with Tianjin Fan boldly declaring his intentions to make them pay. At that moment, under the Crane Hermit's tutelage, Tianjin Fan naturally bore some of the Crane Hermit's fierce demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, the malevolent King Piccolo, who had wreaked havoc on the world centuries prior, had been unleashed once more, and he was dispatching his son to the World Martial Arts Tournament. In a departure from the original tale, King Piccolo had also sent a child towards the western direction. Amidst all this, Wukong and his companions remained blissfully unaware, their focus solely on the tournament. Meanwhile, the Turtle Hermit experienced an unsettling premonition, though he dismissed it without further contemplation. Chapter 60. King Piccolo. The martial arts tournament unfolded in a manner consistent with the original narrative. Yet a notable difference lay in the fact that Yamcha and Bulma were merely friends, not romantically involved. Additionally, due to Jiang Yun's presence, Goku and his companions exhibited a slight enhancement in their combat prowess compared to the original tale, while Tien Shinhan benefited from Master Roshi's unwavering disdain for the martial arts alliance, resulting in more rigorous training and a significant boost in his abilities. The World Martial Arts Tournament was currently in full swing, while on the side of the Martial Arts Alliance, the minions dispatched by King Piccolo were en route to West City. As they ventured into the vicinity of West City, Jiang Yun and his companions sensed that these minions were oblivious to the formidable adversaries they were about to confront, mistakenly believing their mission to be merely the subjugation of ordinary humans. In their eyes, there was no cause for concern, particularly since King Piccolo had been sealed away for centuries, fearful of the emergence of a figure akin to the legendary martial arts master from centuries past, thus issuing orders to annihilate the martial arts community. Unbeknownst to them, the martial arts community had evolved significantly, and West City now stood as one of the most powerful forces on Earth. Jiang Yun gazed toward the horizon, while Bu Chun and the others wondered about the source of such malevolent energy. Let us proceed and investigate, but do so without alarming the citizens, Jiang Yun suggested as he soared into the sky, with Bu Chun and the others following closely behind, eager to encounter the source of this ominous aura. Although they deemed it inconsequential, as Jiang Yun navigated toward the source of the energy, he pondered how King Piccolo had managed to send his lackeys here. However, it dawned on him that they were indeed the most formidable beings on Earth, unlike in the original story where they were situated on Papaya Island. Thus, it made sense for King Piccolo to dispatch his minions. After a brief flight, Jiang Yun and his companions encountered the henchmen sent by King Piccolo just as they approached West City. The minion, known as Shakira, was a grotesque creature with a greenish hue and wings, resembling a humanoid frog. Upon spotting Jiang Yun and his companions, Shakira was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the very individuals he sought had presented themselves so readily. Despite their ability to fly, Shakira perceived humans as feeble and easily vanquished, and thus launched an attack with little hesitation. However, this feeble attempt was dismissed by Jiang Yun and his companions, who effortlessly deflected the assault. Jiang Yun then unleashed a ki blast, striking Shakira with tremendous force, obliterating him entirely. Having no desire to engage with such a trivial minion, Jiang Yun sent him to oblivion with a single blast. At the moment of Shakira's demise, King Piccolo, who had been in a meditative state, abruptly opened his eyes and hoarsely uttered, "Shakira is dead." Nearby, the mixed group of characters trembled in fear, clinging to one another in terror, fearing that King Piccolo's wrath might befall them at any moment. At this moment, the hodgepodge rice dish lamented having unleashed the demon King Piccolo. For not only had it failed to acquire immense wealth, but it also found its very life now at the mercy of others. Concurrently, the venue for the world's foremost martial arts tournament unfolded much like the original narrative, where Tien Shinhan unexpectedly emerged victorious. Upon returning to the arena, Krillin beheld the demon warriors of Piccolo engaged in lethal acts. Driven by a sense of justice, he rushed forward to halt the slaughter, only for the demon warrior to instantly recognize him as a participant in the tournament and one of its targets. The two clashed fiercely. With his enhanced abilities, Krillin held his own, but the disparity between them remained palpable. Unlike the ruthless demon warrior, Krillin fought with martial techniques, yet each strike from his opponent was deadly, and soon he began to falter, sustaining injuries and even coughing up blood. Just as Krillin teetered on the brink of collapse, a resounding shout rang out, "Stop!" It was Goku, who, having arrived in the nick of time, ensured that Krillin did not meet the grim fate he faced in the original tale. However, had Goku delayed, even slightly, he too might have shared the same tragic outcome. The demon warrior, upon seeing Goku, realized that if one adversary proved challenging, the arrival of another, one he had noted on the participant roster as the tournament's runner-up, would likely be even more formidable. Thus, he retreated, intent on reporting back to the demon King Piccolo about the formidable martial artists that still roamed the human realm. Goku, disregarding the demon, hurried to Krillin's side. Breathing a sigh of relief at Goku's arrival, Krillin succumbed to the ground. "Krillin!" Goku exclaimed anxiously, rushing to embrace him. Witnessing Krillin's grievous injuries ignited a fierce anger within Goku, and tears welled in his eyes. "You will be all right, Krillin. I'll call Master Roshi." In his distress, Goku summoned Master Roshi without hesitation. "Flying Nimbus, I shall not let the villain who harmed Krillin go unpunished." Goku shouted, summoning the Nimbus, while onlookers refrained from intervening, sharing in the outrage at Krillin's condition. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun was elucidating the origins of the demon race to the gathered crowd. These are the minions of the legendary demon King Piccolo, who wreaked havoc on Earth centuries ago, and he has now been resurrected. Piccolo, the demon king. Is he not merely a legend? Buchun expressed his astonishment upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, as the tale of Piccolo had long lingered as folklore in their village. And the reality of his existence was indeed shocking. "Rest assured, he truly exists, and he has returned," Jiang Yun reiterated. The weight of this revelation settled heavily upon those familiar with the tale, for the once fictional demon king had now manifested into their reality. Observing the anxious crowd, Jiang Yun smiled and remarked, "There is no need for excessive concern. Have you all forgotten? You know your own strength, comrades, and the times have changed." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the crowd began to awaken to the truth. Indeed, their combat prowess had surpassed that of their predecessors by an immeasurable degree. Perhaps the legendary Majin Buu was nothing to fear after all. Moreover, this diminutive pawn seemed so feeble that even Majin Buu might pale in comparison. Yet, considering that only a few years ago their own battle power was likely inferior to that of the recently vanquished demon warrior, everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Yun with newfound reverence. It was all thanks to this man. In an instant, the previously tense and oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of ease, joy, and admiration for Jiang Yun. It was because of him that they could stand so strong and witness the splendor of martial arts. Chapter 61. Confrontation with the Demon King Piccolo in his pursuit of the demon warriors. Goku ultimately faced defeat once again, his hunger proving to be his undoing. This failure, without a doubt, granted the Demon King Piccolo a resurgence of vitality. With his rejuvenation, Piccolo's ambition to dominate the world intensified, and his ability to reproduce asexually allowed him to swiftly create a legion of demons to assist in his quest for global supremacy. The whereabouts of Goku remained unknown to the others. This time, he did not encounter Yakirobe. However, his journey was significantly more promising than in the original tale. As he began his ascent towards the legendary Korin Tower, the news of Piccolo's emergence instilled fear in the hearts of many, and Bulma and her companions learned about his origins and the intertwined fates through Master Roshi. In a bid to save the world, Tien Shinhan resolutely decided to learn the Mafuba technique, intending to seal Piccolo once more. With his remarkable talent, Tien, despite having only seen the Mafuba once. Harnessed his unwavering determination to master it, he left his companions behind and set forth alone towards the direction of the Demon King. Meanwhile, Piccolo, now revitalized, had not forgotten the people of West City, who had once taken the life of his offspring. Simultaneously, he disseminated his intent to conquer the world. Piccolo stormed into the capital of Kesarukan, where the beloved king was reveling in the adoration of his subjects. The unwelcome intrusion shattered the jubilant atmosphere, and the king's guards were no match for Piccolo's might. To compel the king's submission, Piccolo demonstrated a devastating energy wave, comparable in destructive power to a nuclear bomb, obliterating a corner of the royal city. Witnessing this devastation, the king, unwilling to see his people harmed, resigned to Piccolo's tyranny. At that moment, Goku was on his quest for the super divine water, hoping to prevail over the Demon King. However, the king was coerced by Piccolo into broadcasting a live announcement to the world. I have been forcibly stripped of my crown. The world shall now be ruled by the Demon King Piccolo. The king's voice, now laden with despair, quickly shifted as he urged the populace, people of the world, rise up. If such a villain is allowed to govern, our world will soon meet its doom. Cast aside by Piccolo, the king approached the camera to proclaim his subjugation, declaring that crime would no longer be deemed unlawful, inviting all the world's miscreants to revel in chaos. Piccolo's very existence plunged the world into turmoil, with brutality and fear permeating the globe. In stark contrast to the world's panic, the headquarters of the Martial Alliance in West City remained a bastion of resistance. Though the citizens were anxious, the guardians of the Alliance ensured their survival amidst the chaos. As the inmates began to stir, they were swiftly quelled by the members of the Alliance. "Leader, shall we not intervene?" inquired a perplexed member. "It is not yet time. The world requires this disaster. If one cannot endure such minor tribulations, how shall they face the impending cosmic crises?" Jiang Yun remarked with a calm demeanor, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. There it was, the direction from which Wukong would arrive. At that moment, Tianjin Fan had already reached the king's capital, intent on confronting the Demon King Piccolo in a battle to the death. However, Piccolo refrained from engaging directly, instead dispatching his demonic warrior, Ram. Even in Piccolo's absence, Ram subjected Tianjin Fan to unbearable torment. Observing the relentless struggle of Tianjin Fan, Piccolo grew somewhat impatient. His eyes glowed with a crimson light as he contemplated delivering a fatal blow, believing humans to be exceedingly troublesome. It was evident that they fought valiantly despite knowing they could not prevail. At this juncture, a deviation from the original narrative unfolded. Unlike the source material, where Piccolo refrained from action, this time he chose to strike. Just as Tianjin Fan was about to be attacked by Piccolo, a figure materialized in an instant, rescuing him. This figure was none other than Jiang Yun, who was reflecting on the authenticity of this world. This was the true reality, where protagonists do not appear at every critical moment. Fortunately, he had mastered instant teleportation. In his perception, Wukong would not arrive for a while longer. His decision to intervene at this moment was strategic, aiming to draw Tianjin Fan into the Martial Alliance, leveraging the favor of saving his life to make the proposition much easier. "Ah, who are you?" Tianjin Fan inquired, bewildered, having witnessed Jiang Yun's timely intervention. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Although he feared not death, the moment of its approach instilled a sense of dread. The king and his retinue also took notice of Jiang Yun's arrival. "This is Jiang Yun, the enigmatic leader of the Alliance. How fortunate he has come." The king's guards expressed their astonishment, recalling their previous encounter with this young man during a royal visit, astonished by his formidable prowess. The king had initially contemplated seeking assistance from the Martial Alliance, but upon reflecting on Piccolo's inhuman destructive power, he abandoned the thought, deeming the Martial Alliance impressive yet not beyond human capabilities. Little did he realize that the members of the Martial Alliance were diligently honing their skills, rarely engaging in battle, with most conflicts occurring within virtual realms. At this moment, Piccolo, surprised to see Jiang Yun intercepting his attack, was taken aback by the presence of a powerful martial artist but dismissed the concern, confident that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Brimming with self-assurance, Piccolo arrogantly declared, "Insect, have you come to meet your demise?" Meanwhile, Ram attempted to eliminate Jiang Yun, but with a mere glance, Jiang Yun effortlessly dispatched Ram with a single energy blast, reducing him to mere fragments. Tianjin Fan, witnessing this spectacle, was nearly astounded. The formidable Ram whom he struggled against was utterly vanquished by Jiang Yun with such ease. At this moment, the expression of the great Demon King Piccolo was somewhat grave, for the combat prowess of Jiang Yun had exceeded his expectations. He pondered why he had not received any prior information regarding this individual. Consequently, he resolved to confront Jiang Yun personally. Young man, you are truly fortunate to have garnered my personal attention. Prepare to embrace your fate in the throes of death, he exclaimed with a loathsome laugh. In an instant, the great demon king Piccolo launched an attack towards Jiang Yun. To an ordinary observer, his assault appeared exceedingly swift. However, to Jiang Yun, it seemed rather mundane. With effortless grace, he parried Piccolo's strikes, leaving onlookers in disbelief. One by one, Piccolo's attacks were neutralized without causing Jiang Yun the slightest inconvenience. In a swift motion, Jiang Yun seized Piccolo's hand and hurled him away, sending him crashing into the structure of a nearby building. The impact buried Piccolo beneath the rubble, but a flash of light soon cleared the surrounding debris. You insufferable wretch! Do not be so arrogant. I have yet to reveal my true capabilities. Piccolo glared fiercely at Jiang Yun, unleashing a primal scream. His aura began to swell dramatically, with visible veins pulsating on his forehead, and even the ground trembled beneath him, stirring up a tempestuous wind. The sheer magnitude of his presence caused Tian Xinhan to tremble. Jiang Yun simply observed Piccolo's movements, awaiting the full manifestation of his power. At that moment, Jiang Yun glanced toward the horizon and noticed a small black dot emerging in the distance. Chapter 62. The Dawn of the World. As Jiang Yun gazed into the distance, he noticed a small dark figure growing larger. It was none other than Wukong, who had arrived, riding on his Nimbus cloud. Wukong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yun in the fray, engaged in combat with the formidable King Piccolo, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Tian Xinhan, witnessing Wukong's arrival, was overwhelmed with excitement and joy, realizing that Wukong was still alive. At that moment, King Piccolo also recognized Wukong's approach. That little brat. I can't believe he is still alive, he sneered, dismissing Wukong entirely, for he believed that even in his elderly state, he could easily overpower him, let alone in his current form. However, what Piccolo did not realize was that Wukong, having consumed the god water at the cost of his own life, had experienced a tremendous surge in power, albeit with significant risk. This power came at a great price, as it was akin to trading one's life for strength. The experience of teetering on the brink of life and death often awakened latent abilities in past lives. Even the frailest of individuals could unleash formidable potential in moments of peril. This phenomenon speaks to the immense terror and extraordinary opportunities that lie within the realm of life and death. The god water merely serves as a catalyst for potential, contingent upon possessing inherent strength and unwavering conviction. Without such potential, any attempt at guidance would merely squander one's vitality. Thus, Jiang Yun held little interest in the god water, finding it far less exhilarating compared to the fruits of the spirit tree, which not only enhanced combat prowess, but also augmented one's potential and spirit, albeit modestly, yet without harm. Wukong, could you grant me the opportunity to face this adversary? I am determined to vanquish this villain who brings harm to us all. He is utterly unforgivable. Wukong, observing Jiang Yun's earnestness, replied with resolve. Jiang Yun, contemplating the legendary journey of this man, nodded and said, very well, Wukong. This world is indeed vibrant because of you. Although Wukong was puzzled by Jiang Yun's words, he understood that Jiang Yun had acquiesced. Meanwhile, King Piccolo reveled in their conversation, secretly elated at the prospect of capturing young Wukong. He believed that if he could seize him, the others would surely capitulate, for he had encountered many martial artists before, and he knew well how to instill fear. They will hesitate, for I am indeed the malevolent demon. King Piccolo chuckled wickedly. In that moment, Wukong launched an offensive against King Piccolo. As the two engaged, Piccolo quickly discerned the formidable weight behind Wukong's punches. The strength he now wielded was astonishing. Their fierce confrontation held everyone in suspense, while Tian Xinhan marveled at Wukong's transformation, recalling how he had once managed to best Wukong in the arena. Yet now Wukong was effectively matching blows with King Piccolo. He hoped fervently for Wukong to triumph over King Piccolo, avenging the fallen Gyoza and Master Roshi. Realizing that physical attacks were futile, King Piccolo resorted to energy-based assaults, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy that swiftly altered the surrounding landscape. At this moment, the king was utterly astonished, never imagining that humanity could reach such heights. He resolved to intensify the training of martial artists. The explosive Demon King Cannon. The formidable Piccolo unleashed a powerful attack upon Goku, a surge of energy that sent shivers down one's spine. In an instant, a massive crater formed in the earth, dust enveloping Goku's figure. However, Piccolo's expression did not waver, for he sensed that Goku's energy had not dissipated. Indeed, Goku burst forth from the dust, delivering a fierce elbow strike to Piccolo's abdomen. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Piccolo's lips. Yet, regaining his composure, he swiftly kicked Goku away with remarkable speed. Blood rained down from the sky as Goku crashed heavily to the ground, but moments later, he rose once more. Both warriors, panting heavily, locked eyes. At that moment, Piccolo clenched his fists, veins bulging on his hands and forehead, his energy beginning to surge. Radiant light began to emanate from his body, clearly indicating that he was forced to unleash his full power. Observing this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but silently mock, noting the excessive wind-up before the attack. Had they been in a cosmic battle, they would have already been defeated. Yet, he recalled their relatively low strength, and that Goku still needed time to regain his stamina, even secretly accumulating energy. Explosive Demon King Cannon. In an instant, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of attacks. Kamehameha Wave. Goku retaliated with his ultimate technique, a brilliant blue energy wave radiating dazzling light. Seeing Piccolo choose to engage in a direct confrontation with Goku, Jiang Yun suppressed a laugh, realizing the path had narrowed, challenging a member of the Sun family head-on. Predictably, in this clash, Piccolo stood no chance against Goku. Wait, I concede. As Goku advanced, Piccolo hastily declared, initially intending to capture Tien to force Goku's compliance. However, Tien was with Jiang Yun, leaving him no opportunity, thus resorting to this desperate measure. Upon hearing this, Goku suddenly halted. Piccolo thought, the opportunity has arrived, wrapping his energy around a stone and striking Goku. Ha! Foolish child, you actually believe my words. I am not here to spar with you. Piccolo jeered, exuding arrogance. Despicable. I can only stake everything on this. Goku gazed at his right hand, slowly tightening his grip, concentrating his energy into his fist. At this moment, it embodied all of Goku's resolve and power, striking fiercely at Piccolo. Thoughts of the deceased Master Roshi and the gravely injured Krillin fueling his strength. This colossal punch pierced through Piccolo, staring in disbelief at the gaping wound in his abdomen. He looked up at Goku and weakly uttered, the roots of evil shall never vanish. They will persist in this world. Avenge me, my child. With that, he condensed the essence of his life force into a single form and expelled an egg from his mouth. This egg embodies the entirety of its essence. Distinct from the warrior demon's birth through the exhaustion of vitality, it serves as a true heir, inheriting all that is its own. Goku, having expended all his strength, collapsed to the ground, only to be effortlessly caught by Jiang Yun. Tianjin Han, witnessing Goku's triumph, couldn't help but break into a joyous smile. At this moment, Jiang Yun gently set Goku down, allowing everyone to revel in this hard-won warmth. With the defeat of the Demon King Piccolo, it seemed as though the world had embraced a new dawn. The king shed tears of joy as the previously rampant criminals were once again confined to prison. Bulma and the others cheered exuberantly, celebrating this arduous victory. The news of the demise of the Demon King Piccolo spread across the world, and the king joyfully announced the reconstruction of the capital. Meanwhile, Goku embarked on the path to resurrect the Eternal Dragon, ushering in a flourishing era for the world. Chapter 63. The king's abdication. Wukong embarked on the path to resurrect the Divine Dragon, while Jiang Yun engaged in conversation with the king. Alas, I never imagined that human effort could achieve such heights. It seems I have greatly underestimated the potential of martial arts. The king gazed out the window, filled with melancholy. At this moment, the king was not in Kaisrujan, but rather in the western capital, as Kaisrujan was still undergoing reconstruction. Observing the spirited youth before him, the king had discerned during their previous encounter that this young man surpassed even Wukong in prowess. In the battle against the Demon King Piccolo, he had toyed with his opponent, exhibiting no signs of exertion whatsoever. Of course, that youth was formidable in his own right. Jiang Yun, I plan to promote martial arts. What do you think? The king humbly looked at Jiang Yun, recognizing that, in their current standings, Jiang Yun's status was arguably equal to, or even slightly superior to his own. Given Jiang Yun's unparalleled strength, he was indeed an invincible force, after all. Even the formidable Demon King Piccolo had been unable to contend with him. Your Majesty, this has always been my endeavor. Moreover, incorporating martial arts into the educational system would be even more advantageous. Jiang Yun expressed his thoughts to the king, seeing this as an opportune moment for the flourishing of martial arts. Indeed, I shall carefully consider this matter. It is a commendable proposal, the king mused, contemplating the potential implications. He recognized it as a promising idea, yet feared it might hinder technological advancement. Nevertheless, he sighed inwardly, reflecting that previous technologies had proven ineffective against the Demon King Piccolo. Perhaps prioritizing martial arts was not an impossibility. Perhaps they could advance side by side. The sparks of their collision might render Earth's development more magnificent and vibrant. The path ahead remained uncertain, but humanity's future lay within their choices. Should they remain stagnant? Or should they forge ahead with courage? Undoubtedly, the king was quite capable, explaining his popularity among the people. He was, after all, an exemplary leader in matters of public welfare. Jiang Yun, can we not take our time with this? The demon King Piccolo has been vanquished, and the world is at peace. Although he concurred with Jiang Yun's perspective, the king was still influenced by the prevailing circumstances, believing that the current focus should be on healing and dispelling the remnants of Piccolo's menace. Implementing martial arts into education at this juncture might further entrench the influence of the Demon King. Furthermore, with your current strength, Jiang Yun, what threats remain to Earth? The people need time to heal their wounds. The king remarked, Your Majesty, you are correct. The world is temporarily at peace. However, what are the threats from the cosmos? How much do you truly know? Do you know where I have been these past 2 years? I traveled to the universe, where powerful entities abound. The Demon King Piccolo is insignificant in comparison, even pitifully weak. Jiang Yun discerned that the king sought a path of stability. However, the current circumstances rendered such an approach insufficient to gradually advance martial arts. When Wukong's brother, Raditz, arrived on Earth, the planet would inevitably plunge into chaos. The adversaries faced would be increasingly formidable, and not every foe could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Could this truly be the case? Presently, it seemed that Earth lacked the capability to construct spacecraft for interstellar travel. The king hesitated, his disbelief evident. While Earth might not possess such technology, Dr. Brief had the expertise. However, the planet had yet to confront the pressures from the cosmos, which was why Dr. Brief had refrained from making the spacecraft's designs public. Jiang Yun's voice resonated with immense authority, tightening the king's heart with palpable tension. His words struck the king's spirit with an undeniable force, leaving him to reflect on the passage of time and the loss of youthful vigor. At that moment, the king harbored no doubts about Jiang Yun's assertions, for a figure of his strength had no need to deceive. I understand now. Please allow me some time to contemplate, the king replied, his tone weary, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Thus concluded their dialogue, and Jiang Yun exited the room, leaving the king to ponder in solitude. The royal city was still under reconstruction, and the king was currently resting in a hotel affiliated with the Martial Alliance. The following day, Jiang Yun received a message from the king. He was astonished at the king's swift response and immediately sought him out. What? You intend to abdicate? Me? This jest is hardly amusing. Jiang Yun was taken aback by the king's unexpected proposition. No. This decision comes after much deliberation. The earth has transformed. While I might govern it well, I lack the capacity to protect it. Humanity has only now awakened to the existence of formidable beings like Piccolo, and we must confront cosmic threats. The king's voice suddenly surged with fervor. I realize that my mindset is no longer suited for the current earth. It requires a visionary, an idealist, a capable leader, someone who is undeniably a hero, and that person is you. The earth desperately needs you. A guard of mine captured footage of your previous battle. Though it may lack clarity, it is still recognizable. With your renown as Earth's savior, ascending to the throne will pose no challenge. The king gazed at Jiang Yun with hope, eager for him to acquiesce to his request. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Once you become king, the promotion of martial arts will be entirely in your hands, making it far more manageable. Furthermore, I can step down to serve as prime minister, handling all your administrative duties, ensuring that your training remains undisturbed. At this moment, the king presented a compelling argument that Jiang Yun found impossible to refuse. Not only would the promotion of martial arts become more feasible, but it would also not encroach upon his training time, which was of utmost importance. Very well, I acquiesce. But let it be clear that I shall solely oversee military affairs while matters of governance will rest in your capable hands, Your Majesty. Jiang Yun consented. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's agreement, the king was overjoyed and promptly bowed in gratitude. Your Majesty, the surrounding guards erupted in cheers, elated by the presence of such a formidable ruler. Announce it forthwith, and prepare for the coronation ceremony of the new king. The prime minister, brimming with excitement, proclaimed. Jiang Yun observed the former king before him, who exhibited no pretense, and recognized his unwavering dedication to the advancement of the realm, evoking a profound respect within him. To relinquish such immense power so readily is a rarity in this world. It must be said that he is an exceptional and responsible monarch. Chapter 64. The ceremony of abdication. As the king prepared for the abdication ceremony, Wukong learned from the cat sage of the existence of immortals. To reach their abode, he would need the power of the golden staff. The others were filled with joy, for the dragon was created by the immortals, who could resurrect it. If that were to happen, both the dumpling and the turtle sage could be brought back to life. While Wukong diligently sought to revive the turtle sage and his companions, Jiang Yun was negotiating with the king about showcasing the battle against the demon King Piccolo. Initially, Jiang Yun insisted that Wukong's footage be edited without his participation. However, the king argued that immense influence was necessary to gain the people's trust, and thus Jiang Yun acquiesced. On the eve of the abdication ceremony, the footage of the battle against the demon King Piccolo was released and broadcast nationwide. Wow! It seems the power of this demon King Piccolo is not so formidable after all. He couldn't even defeat this young man. When the crowd saw Jiang Yun appear, they were skeptical, believing the strength of Piccolo had been exaggerated. Who is this youth, capable of unleashing a blue energy wave? Unbelievable. The capital has been devastated by Piccolo. Yet this young man inflicted such tremendous damage. Am I the only one who noticed that the young man remained unfazed? Indeed, he was the true powerhouse. This was the leader Jiang Yun. A handful of individuals recognized his existence. Although the video was brief, it showcased the true prowess of a martial artist, with destructive power rivaling that of a mushroom bomb. I have made up my mind. I will practice martial arts, protect the earth, and become a hero. The video inspired a sense of ambition among the youth. After the footage concluded, the king initiated a global broadcast. Esteemed citizens, I have an important announcement. I have decided to relinquish the throne, entrusting it to Jiang Yun, while I shall assume the role of prime minister. Most were unfamiliar with Jiang Yun, but they had surely witnessed the young man who faced the demon King Piccolo. Moreover, Jiang Yun was the founder of the Martial Alliance, the creator of the Cloud Restaurant, the innovator behind the martial arts platform, and the second largest shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company. Now, as the leader of the Martial Alliance and soon to be King Jiang Yun, he vowed to disseminate martial arts knowledge widely, aspiring for every individual to flourish like dragons. Under King Jiang Yun's guidance, the earth would undoubtedly thrive and prosper. The king's words were profoundly moving, captivating the audience. As they learned of Jiang Yun's numerous accomplishments, they marveled at his perfection. Instantly, Jiang Yun became the nation's beloved figure, the dream of countless women. Bulma and others watched the king's broadcast, astonished that the man they once knew had achieved such remarkable success, leaving many men feeling a sense of shame in comparison to Jiang Yun's achievements. As for Bulma, he was furiously stamping his feet, for it was only now that he discovered Jiang Yun was, in fact, the second largest shareholder of his family's company. His father had failed to inform him, and had it not been for the king's revelation, few would have been privy to this information. As for Jiang Yun, after becoming a shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company, he had not involved himself in its operations aside from receiving regular dividends. Instead, he dedicated his time to cultivation, while Dr. Brief remained indifferent to monetary matters, viewing wealth merely as a means to facilitate his research. The following day arrived swiftly, and the citizens of West City raised banners in celebration of the new king's ascension. The sounds of various musical instruments filled the air, as people in the streets chanted the new king's name, while even the birds in the outskirts joined in the jubilant chorus, as if celebrating the rebirth of the nation. Cheers for the new era. Jiang Yun ascended to the elevated platform, shaking hands with the king before accepting the crown handed to him. Now, let us invite the new king to speak. The former king relinquished his position to Jiang Yun, who took the microphone and declared, I am deeply grateful for all that our king has accomplished in this world. It is through his tireless efforts that the cruelty in our realm has diminished significantly, allowing us to enjoy the peaceful lives we have today. The events concerning the Demon King Bick have brought us great sorrow, but we must remember that it is our own weakness that has led to this. It is precisely because we are weak that he dares to humiliate us so. With mountains and rivers flowing, and the people strong, a nation thrives when its citizens are empowered and prosperous. Let us strive together towards a future of safety and strength for our country and its people. Furthermore, I have decided to incorporate martial arts into the national education system, with martial arts classes comprising half of the overall curriculum. I urge everyone to work hard and bring glory to our nation. As Jiang Yun surveyed the scene before him, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes, and with fervor, he proclaimed, henceforth, I shall rename our nation to Shinzhou. The title of king shall be elevated to emperor, and I shall be known as the divine martial emperor. Additionally, to expedite the dissemination of martial arts, I will construct large gravity training chambers across the nation and open the virtual universe. I hope you all will strive diligently. The future lies in your hands. Jiang Yun's words ignited a wave of enthusiasm, and fireworks erupted in a spectacular display. The members of the Martial Alliance, amidst the crowd, gazed at the imposing and spirited figure of Jiang Yun. Bu Chen's thoughts drifted back to his childhood, when that tender youth had once voiced grand ambitions, vowing to elevate martial arts to the highest echelons. He had been captivated by Jiang Yun's conviction back then, and now, after all these years, that young boy had become the most powerful figure in the world. Bu Fan's eyes glistened with tears of joy as he finally witnessed the glorious rise of martial arts. Looking at Jiang Yun on the stage, Bu Fan's heart brimmed with emotion. The image of that individual had grown ever more profound and monumental within him. Where has that fellow Jiang Yun run off to? He vanished 2 years ago and has yet to return, spoke Xian Linglong. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Yun's absence had not allowed her to forget him. Instead, his presence had become increasingly vivid in her heart. Indeed, that fellow Bu Chun seems utterly lost. Following Jiang Yun wherever he may lead, Lan Peeling pouted, recalling how she often accompanied Xian Linglong in search of Jiang Yun after his arrival on Yadalat Star. Although they had yet to encounter him, it seemed as though an unspoken connection blossomed between Lan Peeling and Bu Chun. Their interactions grew increasingly frequent, yet both remained ensnared in a haze of nascent affection, with Bu Chun likely less experienced in such matters than Bu Fan. On Earth, it was daytime, while on Xiaolong Star, the night enveloped the landscape. However, the moonlight possessed an extraordinary brilliance, casting a silvery glow upon Xian Linglong's fair skin, imbuing her with an aura of sanctity that rendered her almost untouchable. In that moment, Xian Linglong could not help but recall the prophecy of the High Priestess. Her cheeks flushing crimson, this enchanting visage of hers would undoubtedly captivate even the hearts of women. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Bu Chun, far away on Earth, remained blissfully unaware that the two women on Xiaolong Star were yearning for their presence. On this day, history would remember it as the dawn of a new era in martial arts. Chapter 65, The Temple of Karen Sage. I have obtained the golden staff, exclaimed Wukong with exuberance as he soared on the Nimbus cloud. His excitement was palpable as he shared the news with the Karen Sage. Truly, Wukong was remarkable. It seemed he might one day rival even the greatest of beings. At that moment, the sage's thoughts drifted to Jiang Yun, the exceptionally gifted youth, and he pondered whether Wukong would eventually stand on par with him. The visage of Jiang Yun gradually materialized in Karen's mind, merging with that of Wukong. Shaking his head to dispel the reverie, he informed Wukong of the path leading to the temple and presented him with a bell. Receiving this bell symbolized Wukong's acceptance by the Karen sage and granted him permission to approach the celestial deities. Previously, Jiang Yun had also earned the Karen sage's recognition, yet he was not informed of the route to the temple, as the sage believed the time had not yet come. Moreover, with Jiang Yun's departure from Earth, the matter was left unresolved. Wukong's situation was unique. His quest to resurrect his friends and the dragon compelled him to be granted access to the temple. In truth, Wukong's ascension to the temple was sanctioned by the celestial deity. Before long, Wukong set forth, for the temple resided in a most extraordinary locale, shrouded in divine energy that rendered it undetectable to ordinary mortals unless granted permission by the celestial beings. Otherwise, humanity's technologies would have unearthed its existence long ago, relying solely on the veil of divine power to shield it. While those of insufficient strength could not perceive the temple, ordinary individuals could ascend to it provided they received the celestial deity's endorsement. Indeed, Bulma had once flown to the temple in a plane, an endeavor impossible without divine acknowledgement. However, against formidable foes, the temple's defenses were rendered ineffective. Thus, this realm was inherently one where the mighty reigned supreme. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others were reminiscing about Wukong when the television broadcasted a news report. In honor of the boy who saved the world, the new king decided to bestow upon him the highest honor, a Medal of Valor, to express gratitude for his contributions. Additionally, a monetary reward of 100 million was announced, alongside a 50% discount on purchases under the Martial Alliance, and the bestowal of the title of hero. Let us cheer for this valiant boy. The accolades for Wukong transformed him into a true hero, and considering the financial burdens he might face in the future, Jiang Yun further augmented the monetary reward. At that moment, Wukong arrived at the temple, but instead of meeting the celestial deity, he encountered the deity's servant, Bobo. Wukong was then challenged by Bobo to a contest of skill. As Bobo made his move, he effortlessly subdued Wukong. Every action he took was seamless, with no superfluous motions. In an instant, Wukong found himself unable to counter the onslaught. Ouch! What is this person? Their movements are entirely imperceptible. Wukong lamented, clutching his face in pain. Although Bobo's strikes appeared gentle, they were remarkably painful upon impact. As Wukong and Bobo engaged in amicable conversation, a shadow suddenly appeared before the diligently training Tianjin Fan. Startled, Tianjin Fan recognized the figure as Jiang Yun. He was taken aback by Jiang Yun's unexpected presence, yet felt immense gratitude for the life-saving favor he had once received from him. Tianjin Fan, I have come here for you, Jiang Yun declared before Tianjin Fan could utter a word. For me? Why? Tianjin Fan inquired, bewildered by Jiang Yun's assertion. I am truly grateful for your past assistance. But if you have come merely to pass the time, it is unnecessary. Though confused, Tianjin Fan pondered why Jiang Yun would seek him out. No, Tianjin Fan, I am indeed here for you. Your talent is exceptionally outstanding, and you require more advanced martial guidance. Otherwise, you will merely squander your potential. Jiang Yun spoke earnestly, as he believed Tianjin Fan's abilities were remarkable. He had learned the Kamehameha technique from Master Rashi in just one day, a talent so rare that few on Earth possessed it. Jiang Yun had always intended to recruit Tianjin Fan, and now he was finally putting that plan into action. Have you witnessed Wukong's progress? In a brief span, he has already defeated Demon King Piccolo, and the gap between you two will only widen. Do you wish for the disparity to become as vast as the heavens and the earth? If so, then I shall say nothing further. Jiang Yun gazed at Tianjin Fan with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, you may not be aware that Wukong is a Saiyan, hailing from planet Vegeta, a natural warrior. If you continue to train in solitude, you may never catch up to him, especially now that Wukong is receiving guidance from the Kai. At this moment, Jiang Yun revealed another significant piece of information. You say what? Wukong is an alien, a Saiyan. Tianjin Fan was astounded, unable to fathom that Wukong was indeed an extraterrestrial. Interestingly, your ancestors were also aliens who eventually settled on Earth. This statement was not a fabrication. Jiang Yun had discovered during his cosmic explorations that the three-eyed beings were once a formidable race in the universe, which had gradually declined over time. Presently, very few in the universe were aware of the three-eyed people. After all, most individuals pursued sheer power, while Jiang Yun sought enlightenment through literature, inadvertently uncovering much of the universe's history. You claim my ancestors were also aliens. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that he possessed extraterrestrial lineage. But how do you know all of this? Tianjin Fan suddenly reacted, his curiosity piqued as he questioned Jiang Yun. You may consider it as possessing unique intelligence. Moreover, Tianjin Fan, do you think my influence is limited to Earth? We have long ventured beyond our planet and engaged with the cosmos. You must understand that there are countless formidable entities in the universe. Demon King Piccolo is but an insect in comparison. One must not remain a frog at the bottom of a well. My research on energy far exceeds your imagination, so you must join us to unlock your true potential. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Tianjin Fan hesitated. Initially, he had no intention of joining Jiang Yun's faction, but the information Jiang Yun shared sparked new thoughts within him. With Wukong currently undergoing new training, he yearned to surpass him one day. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, Tianjin Fan harbored these ambitions. Had he been aware, he might have simply dismissed it with a few nonchalant remarks, as if to brush it off. All right, I agree. Tianjin Fan acquiesced to Jiang Yun, thus aligning himself with his cause. Jiang Yun, secretly elated, welcomed another inexpensive laborer into his fold, believing that under his guidance, Tianjin Fan's achievements would undoubtedly exceed his past accomplishments. Excellent. Allow me to show you the place where you shall reside in the future, Jiang Yun exclaimed, seizing Tianjin Fan and, without informing anyone else, instantly teleported away. Meanwhile, on Wukong's end, after a period of time, he successfully encountered the celestial god. His astonishment was palpable upon their meeting, only subsiding once he heard the celestial god's explanation. With clarity restored, he proceeded to fulfill his purpose. In gratitude, Wukong agreed to the celestial god's request for him to remain in the celestial palace for 3 years. The revelation that Demon King Piccolo had left a progeny filled him with excitement, as he eagerly anticipated their next confrontation. Chapter 66. The terrifying effects of the virtual universe. At this moment, Tian Xinhan followed Jiang Yun to the training base of the Martial Alliance. The facility was imbued with a futuristic aura, with patrolling personnel clad in high-tech combat suits, a formidable investment that Jiang Yun had procured at great expense from the Cosmic Trade Union. Thanks to the innovations of Dr. Brief, these combat suits were now capable of mass production, able to withstand all attacks below 1,000 units of battle power. With Dr. Brief's enhancements, they could even mitigate 50% of assaults up to 2,000 units. What does this imply? It is akin to having two entities, each with a battle power of 2,000. One inflicts full damage while the other inflicts half. In this contest of attrition, it is evident that the individual donning the combat suit would emerge victorious. In reality, combat suits are commonplace throughout the cosmos. However, high-end variants cannot be universally equipped. Thus, they can only arm a select few. For instance, the combat suit worn by Vegeta in the original narrative is impervious to the attacks of ordinary individuals, remaining unscathed even during his transformation into a great ape. This is the hallmark of a superior combat suit. As for Raditz, his paltry battle power rendered him unable to afford such an advanced suit. To be frank, Raditz has squandered his innate talents. Although Frieza deliberately assigned Vegeta and others to undertake lengthy, low-difficulty missions, stunting their growth, Raditz's own laziness played a significant role in his stagnation. After extensive development, the Martial Alliance, leveraging the capabilities of artificial intelligence, has significantly enhanced its technological prowess, particularly after scavenging numerous technological tomes on Xiaolong Star and even acquiring some from the cosmos. While many advanced texts remain obscure, the general knowledge can still be purchased with currency, as such materials are quite prevalent. For Earth, this influx could catalyze substantial advancements in its technological capabilities. Aware of the benefits of technology, Jiang Yun placed considerable emphasis on it in addition to martial arts. After all, with technological assistance, the path of martial arts becomes considerably smoother. As Jiang Yun traversed the grounds, the members of the Martial Alliance respectfully referred to him as the Alliance leader. Although he now held the title of Emperor, in the hearts of the Alliance members, the identity of Alliance leader still bore greater weight. Earth may lack a king, but it cannot do without Jiang Yun as its Alliance leader. Jiang Yun brought Tian Shinhan to a designated area where a large screen displayed footage of the Alliance members engaged in combat. The two fighters on the screen moved with remarkable speed, the footage having been processed to allow viewers to appreciate the intricacies of their battle. Observers, including Tian Shinhan, noted the exceptional combat skills on display, where even a mere lapse in focus could result in being struck by an opponent's attack. Hands, feet, elbows, and heads became weapons in their exchanges. Though energy attacks were absent, their techniques proved exceedingly effective, captivating Tian Shinhan, who marveled inwardly. Is this the terrifying prowess of the Martial Alliance members? Among those watching were other members of the Alliance, all present to witness the formidable talents showcased on the large screen, where only the most formidable combatants appeared. Look, the formidable Golden Warriors, Caesar and Doro, indeed waged a terrifying battle, showcasing unparalleled combat techniques. I dare say Caesar possesses greater prowess. No, it is undoubtedly Doro who is superior. Caesar is impressive. Doro is even more so. Suddenly, the two erupted into a heated argument, each steadfastly believing in the superiority of their favored champion. If you have the guts, let us settle this in the arena. Bring it on. Who is afraid? Neither was willing to back down, their rivalry escalating. Jiang Yun, however, refrained from intervening. He did not disapprove of such behavior, believing that competition is the finest catalyst for growth. Moreover, he discerned that the two were acquaintances, merely supporting different contenders, likely fueled by an urge for combat. Tianjin Fan observed their quarrel with curiosity, pondering the nature of these golden warriors. Sensing Tianjin Fan as confusion, Jiang Yun elucidated. The term Golden Warrior refers to the rank they have attained. It is not a matter of real-life dueling, but rather a virtual existence. They utilize consciousness transmitters to immerse their awareness in a virtual network for combat, where both possess equal physical strength. Victory hinges solely on one's combat skills. To prevent a stalemate, it is stipulated that the assessment of their attacks must occur within 2 hours, and they are classified as golden rank. The ranks are categorized as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, star, and king. This system was developed at Jiang Yun's request from Dr. Brief, comprising 2 segments, the Secret Realm and the Combat Module. The Secret Realm primarily simulates various environments, facilitating martial artists' comprehension of diverse settings. Although it cannot replicate the real world with absolute precision, its similarity reaches an impressive 99.9%, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from reality. Engaging with natural environments significantly enhances one's martial arts comprehension, a discovery Jiang Yun made, proving far more effective than conventional meditation. The creation of the Secret Realm, which simulates various environments, alleviates the need for practitioners to seek unique settings themselves. Many cultivators opt to train in secluded mountains primarily because such environments are far more conducive to their enlightenment than bustling urban areas. As the saying goes, the way follows nature, and within nature lies countless principles. The existence of the virtual universe has propelled the prowess of sects like the Martial Alliance to astounding heights. allowing them to enjoy optimal training conditions even within city limits, while the experience is merely a conscious sensation upon returning to reality. A little practice can fully absorb previous insights, although it may not be as effective as genuine environments, given that the body does not physically experience it. One must not overlook the five-fold time flow in the virtual universe, which saves a considerable amount of time. When calculated, it is as if everyone has trained for nearly a decade, even if their bodies have only aged a few years, making the elevation of martial understanding and combat power significantly easier. Furthermore, the existence of gravity training chambers facilitates physical conditioning. Thus, one can only imagine how formidable the martial alliance will become in the future. Listening to Jiang Yun's response, Tianjin Fan appeared outwardly unchanged, yet internally, a tempest of emotions surged within him. What sort of organization have I joined? In Tianjin Fan's mind, the martial alliance seemed to consist solely of Jiang Yun as the singular expert, which was why he had sought to recruit him. However, it now became evident that the martial alliance boasted a multitude of formidable individuals. Just considering the two figures from the recent video, he felt vastly outmatched. Their terrifying combat skills suggested that if his prowess were on par with theirs, he would likely be defeated in mere moments. Were it Jiang Yun, he would likely find this to be entirely normal, for to attain the golden rank, one must reach a state of tranquility akin to the heavens and swiftness reminiscent of lightning. Otherwise, even if one were to achieve speedily, they would still be bested by true masters, for golden matchmaking consists exclusively of golden-ranked opponents, unlike the cross-tier matchups found in previous worlds. Due to the existence of secret realms and battle systems, members of the Martial Alliance find it significantly easier to comprehend such realms compared to Wukong. Wukong's training in the temple relied solely on Bobo's explanations and his own insights, rendering the process considerably challenging. However, he advanced through this state at a pace exceeding that of these individuals by more than tenfold. Thus, while innate talent may fall short, resources can bridge the gap, underscoring their paramount importance. In the world of Dragon Ball, there is scarcely anything that can enhance one's cultivation, making the guidance of individuals in this world exceedingly crucial. The Martial Alliance, thanks to Jiang Yun's presence, would be indispensable. Without it, mere self-exploration may not even suffice for an entry into martial arts. After witnessing all this, Tianjin Fan felt a profound sense of belonging to the Martial Alliance, contemplating that here, he might truly catch up to Wukong. Chapter 67. The first Qi cultivation technique in the world. After spending a day here, Tianjin Fan departed, primarily to convey his decision to Krillin and the others. If possible, he hoped to bring them along, as the resources and cultivation level of the Martial Alliance were quite commendable, having shared trials together. It would certainly be amusing in a few years when Goku witnessed the formidable strength of his companions. Just imagining Goku's astonished expression brought a smile to Tianjin Fan's face. After observing the power of the Martial Alliance, he felt confident that he could catch up to Goku. Tianjin Fan, take this, Jiang Yun said, tossing a mystical bean to Tianjin Fan. Having sustained minor internal injuries during his battle with Ram, Jiang Yun, out of a sense of compassion, could not bear to see Tianjin Fan suffering. Little did Tianjin Fan know that Jiang Yun's intention was to foster a sense of belonging. Tianjin Fan gazed at the green bean resting in his palm, puzzled. What is this? A bean? Do not underestimate this bean, Tianjin Fan. It is a magical bean, cultivated by the great Kirin. It can instantly heal injuries and sustain you for 10 days without hunger, Jiang Yun explained with a smile. Tianjin Fan was even more astonished to learn of such a miraculous object. Gratitude filled his heart, as he felt a burgeoning sense of belonging to the Martial Alliance upon receiving this precious item. Thank you, he uttered, keeping his words brief before setting off. However, he quickly returned, an embarrassed look on his face. May I ask where this place is? I arrived so swiftly that I have lost my bearings. If possible, could you escort me back? Tianjin Fan scratched his bald head sheepishly. Jiang Yun too felt a hint of awkwardness, having transported Tianjin Fan here with instant movement. He had forgotten to send him back. However, as long as he remained unperturbed, the awkwardness fell upon Tianjin Fan. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Jiang Yun nodded at Tianjin Fan and grasped his shoulder. In an instant, they appeared at the Kame house. The moment they materialized, the inhabitants of the Kame house were startled. Great, Tianjin Fan, you have finally returned, exclaimed Kaiotsu. Just yesterday, the dragon god had been resurrected, allowing Master Roshi and Kaiotsu to regain their lives as well. The others turned their gazes towards Tianjin Fan, who had suddenly vanished the previous day, causing much concern. Seeing the revived Kaiotsu and Master Roshi filled Tianjin Fan with excitement. Kaiotsu was not only his companion, but family. while Master Roshi had imparted the true essence of martial arts, serving as his mentor. Tianjin Fan joyfully embraced Kaiotsu, while the shy blonde-haired launch watched him with a mixture of concern and timidity, wishing to check on his well-being but too bashful to approach, lingering by the doorway instead. After embracing the dumplings, he bowed respectfully to Master Roshi, expressing his admiration. Master Roshi, delighted, stroked his beard and mused that this gifted young man was destined to become a true martial artist of justice. Soon after, Master Roshi's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun, who appeared as if he were one with the cosmos. A sense of astonishment gripped Master Roshi, for he realized he was no match for this young man. Reflecting on Goku's triumph over King Piccolo, a thought emerged in Master Roshi's mind. The world truly belonged to the youth. It was a classic case of the younger generation pushing the older aside, with the former perishing on the shores of time. At that moment, Krillin also made his appearance, his torso wrapped in bandages yet exuding a vibrant presence, indicating that he would soon be able to rise from his bed and recover swiftly. The crowd's attention shifted from Tien Shinhan to Jiang Yun, with the exclamation, "It is His Majesty. You should address him as the Emperor," chimed in Puer, who stood beside Yamcha. Subsequently, the two were invited into Master Roshi's abode, although Jiang Yun politely declined, citing other matters to attend to. Before departing, Jiang Yun instructed Tien Shinhan to call him in a couple of days, gesturing with his hand to emphasize his request. Tien Shinhan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. With that, Jiang Yun vanished using instant transmission, a technique that proved to be exceedingly convenient. Tien Shinhan observed with a twinge of envy. Having learned the name of this technique just the day prior, the prospect of potentially mastering it himself filled Tien Shinhan with a sense of hope for the future. Upon returning to the Martial Alliance, Jiang Yun received a notification from the palace regarding the overarching guidelines for martial arts development. He nodded slowly, deeming the initiative commendable. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun perceived it as somewhat conservative and thus decided to allocate additional resources towards educational funding. With numerous enterprises under his command and the support of the Martial Alliance, he believed that while universal martial arts might be unattainable, he could nonetheless ensure the next generation would have a head start. Moreover, a new idea took shape in Jiang Yun's mind. He retrieved a booklet-like object from his drawer, devoid of text, yet adorned with illustrations of individuals performing peculiar movements. Gazing at this peculiar tome, reminiscent of a picture book, Jiang Yun recalled the moment of its conception, when he had become adept at sensing and absorbing vital energy. He wondered why he could grow stronger through it, yet others could not. Thus began Jiang Yun's research into the absorption of vital energy. Through his studies, he discovered that a portion of the absorbed energy transformed into qi, while another segment nourished the physique, enhancing its strength. As his investigations progressed, Jiang Yun found that sitting cross-legged and calming the mind was not the most effective method for absorbing vital energy. Conversely, when individuals performed specific movements, a small fraction of the ubiquitous, free-floating vital energy would enter their bodies, aiding in improving their physical constitution. However, throughout this journey, certain postures proved to be excessively challenging, and the vital energy absorbed varied significantly. After a month of exploration, Jiang Yun meticulously compiled a series of movements, ranging from simple to complex, into this booklet. This compilation, which he aptly named Vital Energy Technique, embodies the essence of nurturing and cultivating one's foundational energy. Although the amount of vital energy absorbed through this technique is minimal, Jiang Yun discovered that upon completing the entire sequence, he could faintly perceive the vital energy lingering in the surroundings. This awareness allowed him to assimilate it into his body, transforming it into a tangible essence. Jiang Yun found himself profoundly intrigued by the question of why vital energy undergoes such a transformation upon entering the human body. This enigma occupied his thoughts for an extended period, ultimately leading him to conclude that it is a unique law of this world. In this realm, power reigns supreme. Yet the absence of coherent laws means that the elevation of one's realm does not necessarily bring about a transformation in the essence of life. Only upon reaching the divine realm does a definitive distinction emerge between the mortal and the divine. This distinction does not merely pertain to combat prowess, but rather to the metamorphosis of energy into divine energy. The concept of divinity encompasses profound mysteries, and thus, the divine lacks a palpable presence. Only beings of a similar divine nature can truly sense each other's formidable essence. Chapter 68. Little Bick steals the Qi cultivation technique. As for those beneath the divine realm, they are utterly oblivious to the presence of deities. However, there exists an exception. The embodiment of strength, as exemplified by Jiren in the original text. With sheer force, he shatters the barriers of divinity. and such beings often possess power that eclipses even that of ordinary gods. The later emergence of Ultra Instinct follows a similar path. Yet this phenomenon also results in a diminished lifespan compared to that of typical divine beings. It is essential to understand that while others may toil for an eternity to achieve godhood, the lifespan of mortals often renders such aspirations unattainable. Those who reach the divine realm are undoubtedly the true prodigies, possessing talents bordering on the extraordinary. Numerous beings of this caliber are present in the original work's tournament of power. However, not a single one can be deemed a true god. The term true god refers to those whose physical form and soul are harmoniously unified, attaining the divine state even in their essence. Upon their demise, their souls do not descend into the underworld. Rather, although their corporeal forms perish, their spirits endure. An example from the original narrative is the old Kaioshin, who bestowed his lifespan upon Goku, resulting in his own death while his soul remained untainted by the underworld, merely adorned with an ethereal halo. This is attributed to his divine nature, granted by the rules of the Omni King, which carries substantial advantages. At this moment, Jiang Yun gazed skyward, contemplating the desirability of even a modest celestial position, thus illustrating the benefits of attaining divinity. The former deities, in their quest for the divine title, forcibly purged their malevolent aspects, ultimately succeeding in their ascension to godhood, which bestowed upon them a lifespan far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. However, the deity is constrained by the aging of Majin Buu, as their origins are intertwined, resulting in a shared deterioration. In contrast to Master Roshi, the deity's lifespan is exceedingly brief. The lifespan of gods is typically measured in millennia, whereas those like the Kaioshins are counted in millions. For instance, East Kaioshin is at least several million years old, still referred to as youthful by the old Kaioshin. As for the old Kaioshin, he is at least 1 billion years old, merely a fraction more than the average human lifespan. Indeed, just a fraction. Jiang Yun pondered this and found no fault in his reasoning. Thus, the pursuit of divinity became Jiang Yun's aspiration, while combat prowess was merely a supplementary aspect of ensuring his own safety. Should such sentiments reach the ears of others, they might be incensed. If your combat strength is merely ancillary, what does that make us? Before long, Jiang Yun's Qi cultivation technique was made universally accessible on Earth, serving as a foundational method for the popularization of martial arts. Time swiftly passed, and within half a month, the widespread dissemination of martial arts was in full swing, with the Qi cultivation technique gaining traction in society. Elderly individuals in parks began to adopt it as a means of physical exercise. Out of curiosity, they tried it for a few days and found it more effective than a month of prior training, exclaiming in awe, "Truly, he is the new king. Oh no, the divine martial emperor. Such a title is fitting for our illustrious and mighty sovereign." In a short span, Jiang Yun garnered a new legion of admirers. Even so, Jiang Yun urged the members of the Martial Alliance to practice the vital energy technique whenever they found themselves with free time. Although they were puzzled, they did not dare to defy his words, as Jiang Yun was regarded as a deity in their hearts. His counsel, undoubtedly, was for their benefit. While the vital energy technique might not offer substantial assistance to those who had already achieved a certain level of mastery, its prolonged practice not only fortified their foundational energy, but also served to temper their roots, gradually enhancing their physical forms. It can be said that although the initial stages of cultivating the vital energy technique might be slow, once a solid foundation was established, their cultivation would soar, propelling them to great heights. This is one of the pivotal reasons why the people of Earth are destined to become a formidable race in the cosmos. At present, Earth is in a constant state of flux. I must say, this vital energy technique truly has its merits. After practicing for a while, my legs no longer ache. My back is free of pain, and my spirits have lifted considerably. Indeed, I now follow this routine daily, and each day I feel invigorated. Oh, is it really as beneficial as you say? I tried it once and found the movements exceedingly challenging, so I abandoned it. Old Wang, you're mistaken. All you need to do is persevere through the initial phase, and it will become much easier afterwards. Yet, I have only just reached the 3rd movement. Old Li, you're doing well. I've only managed to master the 4th movement myself. Although Old Tan was busy praising others, he couldn't help but indulge in a bit of self-aggrandizement. Old Tan, you are being excessive. How did you do it? Allow me to have your sister-in-law prepare a braised pork knuckle for you. Ha! There's no special technique involved. It's merely a matter of my unparalleled talent. Had I chosen the path of a martial artist back in the day, I would have dealt with the great demon King Piccolo myself. Old Tan laughed heartily as the two departed amidst their playful banter. Meanwhile, the young Piccolo, who was practicing alone, noticed that everyone around him was engaged in a peculiar set of movements. Curiosity piqued. He crouched behind a school wall, secretly observing the children as they practiced these actions. Once the children finished, he hid in the forest and attempted to replicate the movements on his own. He had only observed 3 movements, which was already a considerable challenge for the current children, save for those with exceptional talents. With the innate abilities of a Namekian, young Piccolo quickly mastered these 3 movements. He discovered that after performing them, he felt more vibrant, and his strength seemed to have improved just a tad. This was certainly more effective than his solitary endeavors. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, young Piccolo clandestinely practiced the vital energy technique daily from his perch on the wall. In the days that followed, his teacher discovered him. However, she was unaware that this was the child of the great demon King Piccolo. She merely thought of him as a boy who could not afford schooling and occasionally entertained the idea of inviting him to join the children in their play. Yet, whenever she approached, young Piccolo would flee, only to return once she had left. After a few exchanges, the female teacher ultimately gave up, assuming that little Bic was merely afraid of strangers. Consequently, she ceased to pay him any heed. Thus, whenever this teacher came to class, little Bic would stealthily ascend the wall to secretly practice the energy technique, diligently refining the skills he had surreptitiously acquired upon returning home. In this manner, little Bic gradually embarked upon his clandestine learning journey, and the effects of the energy technique began to slowly dissipate the dark energy enveloping him, until one day it vanished entirely. Before long, little Bic noticed a remarkable acceleration in his progress, improving at a rate more than twice that of before, which filled him with exhilaration, bringing him one step closer to avenging his father. He vowed that one day he would defeat Sun Wukong and avenge his father, the great demon King Piccolo, reclaiming dominion over the world. The world had undergone tremendous changes due to Jiang Yun, and so too had Piccolo's life. What kind of storm would the world ultimately unleash? Chapter 69. Krillin's dreamlike journey as the martial arts on Earth began to take shape. Jiang Yun couldn't help but reminisce about the ethereal Xian Linglong, far away on the Qiulong star, wondering how she was faring. An exquisite visage flashed through his mind, a delicate face, a perfect oval, skin as pure as snow, and an aura that seemed untouched by the muck of the world. Utterly captivating. Suddenly, he questioned why he was thinking of her. If martial arts were not his path, what could constitute a home? Shaking his head, Jiang Yun sighed in resignation. In truth, he felt no aversion towards Xian Linglong. However, he understood how formidable his future adversaries would be, and he feared becoming ensnared in the sweet embrace of tenderness. Has there not been a plethora of such tales throughout history? Only Goku and Vegeta, 2 steadfast souls, continued to advance in martial arts, while Yamcha had completely faltered in his endeavors. Tianjin Han secluded himself in the mountains, operating a martial arts school and mentoring his disciples. Even Krillin, under the influence of Android 18, found himself taking on a minor role as a patrolman, a necessity for earning a living. Who could predict what lay ahead? Jiang Yun mused that the current Earth placed considerable emphasis on martial arts, which had essentially become a public affair. What was now deemed most esteemed in the world? Undoubtedly, it was the martial artists. These martial practitioners could command substantial fees for their teaching in martial arts schools. Thus, the powerful martial artist was hardly lacking in wealth. It was unlikely that someone like Krillin would merely become a figure responsible for maintaining order. Jiang Yun pondered whether Tianjin Han had indeed brought Krillin along. Reclining in his specially designed office chair, which allowed him to rest comfortably, he gazed at the ceiling, contemplating whether Tianjin Han had recruited Krillin. Previously, he had refrained from seeking out Krillin, primarily due to the overwhelming number of talented individuals on Earth. Given his status, there was no necessity for him to make a dedicated trip. Tianjin Han would certainly have had such thoughts, not wishing to see his former companions left behind. Meeting again would inevitably create a sense of distance. Furthermore, with Krillin and others training together in the Martial Alliance, Tianjin Han would surely approach his own training with utmost seriousness, as he too would not want to fall behind. As one of the strongest Earthlings of the past, Krillin possessed commendable talent. In truth, Tianjin Han had indeed brought Krillin and the others along. After spending 3 days with everyone, Tianjin Han called Jiang Yun, not requesting that he bring them back, but rather asking for the address of the Shidu Martial Alliance so he could come on his own accord. As he departed, he addressed Krillin and the others. Krillin, I have now joined the Martial Alliance, and I hope you will join me as well. The group was taken aback, surprised that Tianjin Han had aligned himself with Jiang Yun's faction. Tianjin Han, you? Krillin hesitated to respond. Krillin, I understand your concerns. Joining the Martial Alliance does not equate to betraying your master. The Martial Alliance is akin to a large organization. one that does not mind whether its members have a master, as long as they do not engage in actions that would harm the alliance's interests. Moreover, joining the Martial Alliance provides exceptional training and a wealth of resources, even featuring guidance from formidable mentors. The strength of its members surpasses your wildest imagination. However, the Martial Alliance does not offer such cultivation without cost. You must regularly complete various tasks assigned by the Alliance. Yet, this endeavor brings its own rewards, as one can earn not only monetary compensation but also invaluable points that hold the utmost significance. Tianjin Fan pondered over Klein's confusion regarding the Alliance's motives. You are curious as to why the Martial Alliance would invest such substantial resources, are you not? Master Zhang Yun once conveyed to me that all efforts are aimed at the rise of Earth, to elevate humanity. As Tianjin Fan spoke, he recalled Zhang Yun's words from that day. He too had posed a similar question and was filled with reverence upon hearing Zhang Yun's response. Zhang Yun once shared a profound insight. In times of poverty, one cultivates oneself. In times of prosperity, one aids the world. Now that he possesses the capability, why should he not act upon it? Klein was also moved, his heart swelling with aspiration. What kind of force could this truly be? Master Wu Tian. Klein hesitantly glanced at Master Rashi. Without hesitation, Master Rashi waved his hand and declared, Klein, you have embarked on your journey. Your future lies in your own hands. Just remember to occasionally check in on this old man. Filled with joy and tears glistening in his eyes, Klein bid farewell to Master Rashi. Yamucha expressed his desire to accompany Tianjin Fan as well. Delighted by this, Tianjin Fan patted Klein on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, Klein, you shall not be disappointed. The Martial Alliance is home to many charming young ladies. Upon hearing this, Master Rashi perked up, thinking to himself, is it truly that wonderful? He even later transformed into a dragon to join the Martial Alliance, though Tianjin Fan eventually discovered his presence, as the perception of energy was part of the knowledge imparted by the Alliance. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Then, Tianjin Fan set off with Klein and Yamucha, informing Klein along the way that Goku would remain with the gods for training. The gods? Goku is indeed powerful. Reflecting on the days spent training under Master Wu Tian alongside Goku filled Klein's heart with pride. He felt no jealousy, only a sense of honor. Additionally, an overwhelming passion surged within him, for according to Tianjin Fan, training in the Martial Alliance might allow him to rival Goku. Thus, the trio journeyed towards the Martial Alliance, filled with hopeful anticipation. Before long, they arrived at the Alliance, where Tianjin Fan, having previously granted access, smoothly led Klein and the others into the core area, as the outer perimeter was not considered the heart of the Alliance. Recognizing Tianjin Fan's talents, Zhang Yun had specifically bestowed upon him 3 core invitation privileges. Now, Tianjin Fan granted these privileges to Klein, Yamucha, and Jiaozi, hoping to foster greater achievements for Jiaozi as well. Upon entering the core area of the Martial Alliance, Klein and his companions were immediately awestruck by the technologically advanced hall, as if they had stepped into a future world. Tianjin Fan chuckled to himself, reflecting on how he once embodied that very demeanor, and now he finds himself admiring others displaying the same. Do not be astonished. I, too, once bore this countenance. And there are even more wondrous phenomena that you have yet to encounter. Tianjin Fan said, filled with aspiration. Here, we possess a gravity training chamber that significantly enhances one's cultivation efficiency, though one must begin with the lower levels. Moreover, there exists a remarkable entity, seemingly known as the virtual network, where we can hone our combat experience. Even in the event of demise, one need not fret excessively. As for the underlying principles, I am not entirely informed. Tianjin Fan conveyed to Krillin and the others, acknowledging that there were aspects he himself did not fully comprehend, merely relaying bits of information imparted to him by Zhang Yun. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to evoke Krillin's astonishment. The group chatted as they walked, with Tianjin Fan elaborating on the knowledge he possessed, while topics he was uncertain about were deftly sidestepped. This way, let me introduce you to the essence of combat techniques. Tianjin Fan recalled the intense scene he had once witnessed, where the 2 combatants had left him profoundly impressed, a memory that lingered in his mind. Chapter 70. The Blade King, Akairobe Klin and the others followed Tianjin Fan into the chamber designated for observing virtual battles, a space referred to as the combat arena. This venue is specifically designed to showcase spectacular fights, aimed at enhancing the combat skills of disciples within the Martial Alliance. As they arrived, the hall was once again bustling with a vibrant crowd. They entered Hall Number 2, one of 10 similar halls. The lively atmosphere left Klin and his companions somewhat overwhelmed, as most attendees were individuals ranked below gold. Those who achieve gold status are granted access to separate rooms for their viewing pleasure, equipped with screens resembling semi-artificial intelligences, which are derived from the main artificial intelligence. Such a primary AI can replicate itself into countless entities, primarily to benefit those of gold rank. This system serves to motivate others in their training endeavors. Attaining gold status allows one to enjoy exclusive rooms, and the battles displayed therein also yield advantages for gold rank participants, including points and monetary rewards. The points system is utilized for expenditures within the Martial Alliance, allowing members to apply for access to advanced gravity training rooms, among other facilities. While exclusive training rooms require point usage, there is also a communal training area, commonly referred to as the training square, which operates on a schedule, open on odd days, maintained on even days, and closed on Sundays. The training square is expansive enough to accommodate numerous practitioners. However, its downside is the sheer volume of people. Fortunately, in the Dragon Ball universe, there is no risk of training leading to madness, making the establishment of public training facilities feasible. Yet, most individuals still prefer to rent private gravity training rooms using points, often sharing the cost with a few others to maximize efficiency. Overall, the arrangement is commendable. In truth, given the strength of the Martial Alliance, it could construct additional training rooms, but Jiang Yun decisively opted for this approach, understanding the significance of competition. This method ensures that everyone remains motivated. No one desires to be left behind, compelling them to earn points fervently. They toil not merely for him, but for their own advancement. The remaining funds are allocated for research and the construction of spacecraft, with some reserved as rewards for formidable martial artists and incentives for diligent practitioners. This strategy prevents a recurrence of past woes, like Goku's financial concerns due to the Sun family's monetary struggles, which partially led to Gohan's predicament. Thus, Jiang Yun resolved this issue directly, regardless of the circumstances. He profits, as the distribution of points is merely a numerical exercise with no adverse impact on him. Everyone benefits in a win-win scenario. Observing the spectators of the battles, Clint perceived their extraordinary capabilities. Though they exuded no overt aura, their every movement was far from ordinary. This is undoubtedly the case. Those who are able to join the Martial Alliance are certainly individuals of considerable talent. Although their gifts may not rival his, their extensive training has nonetheless rendered them stronger. As he observed the combat displayed on the screen, Clint felt as if he were undergoing a transformation. He had never realized that battles could manifest in such a manner. The intricate and exquisite combat techniques captivated him, drawing him into a state of rapture, a sentiment shared by others as well. In truth, this is not surprising. For with the five-fold time flow of the virtual universe, coupled with the fervor for competitive ranking, the years have witnessed countless battles. Naturally, their combat skills have advanced at an astonishing rate. Akin to the game Honor of Kings, the same individual can exhibit entirely different prowess when faced with various opponents. Furthermore, without the constraints of Honor of Kings, a plethora of techniques emerges, enabling remarkable feats such as defeating 5 or even dozens of adversaries. Each rank represents a distinct realm, devoid of any semblance of dragging oneself upward. If one ascends by fortune, they may just as easily be cast down thereafter. In consideration of the team battle mode, Jiang Yun has incorporated this template, understanding that the universe does not revolve around solitary duels. However, due to the inadequacies of their teammates, they have resorted to inviting familiar faces for team battles, where rewards are genuinely worthwhile. Nevertheless, participation remains limited, as the penalties for failure are quite severe. With the multitude of variables in team battles, players are increasingly inclined towards solo queue modes. Suddenly, a chorus of cheers erupted, as if they had caught sight of an idol. Sword King Akilabe! Sword King Akilabe! Sword King Akilabe! How wonderful! Finally, Akilabe has arrived. I came here solely for him. The surrounding atmosphere was charged with enthusiastic applause, leaving Tianjin Fan and others puzzled about the identity of this celebrated figure. Tianjin Fan grasped the arm of a nearby individual and inquired, "Brother, who is Akilabe? Why is he so adored?" The person glanced at Tianjin Fan, recognizing him as a likely newcomer, and, wishing to befriend someone of such talent, opted to enlighten the novice. Ahem. Speaking of Akilabe, he is nothing short of a legend. Even among the elite of the gold rank, he stands out. As he spoke, Akilabe's opponent was swiftly dispatched by a single, masterful slash, leaving the latter to vanish from the arena with a wry smile. Many spectators failed to comprehend the intricacy of that strike, yet it only intensified their admiration for Akilabe. He has embarked on a path entirely distinct from theirs, a path known as the Way of the Blade. The individual continued to elucidate to Tianjin Fan, while Clint and the others attentively listened. Akilabe wields a sword with unparalleled mastery. Before him, many opponents require but a single strike. Indeed, just one. His blade is as swift as the tempest, wielded with a unique finesse that eludes the comprehension of those who lack the necessary prowess. Renowned for his rapid combat style, his swordsmanship is highly revered among practitioners of the blade. The leader has publicly acknowledged that Akilib has forged his own path. It is precisely due to Akilib's formidable mastery of the sword that he has earned the moniker Sword King. Every individual adorned with such a title is undoubtedly a formidable force. A glimmer of longing flickered in his eyes, revealing his deep envy for those who possess their own titles. Tianjin Fan and his companions also displayed a glimmer of aspiration, murmuring, "One day, I too shall claim my own title." Coincidentally, a nearby individual overheard Tianjin Fan's murmurs and retorted, "It is commendable to harbor such aspirations." Yet many share this sentiment, thousands of them. However, only a mere handful ever attain a title. Moreover, you are but a black iron 1 star. The ranking system ranges from 1 star to 10 stars, after which one may ascend. I, on the other hand, stand as a bronze 8 star, placing me among the upper echelons of the majority. A hint of pride tinged his voice, clearly satisfied with his rank, though a flicker of yearning for higher tiers lingered in his gaze. Tianjin Fan and his companions remained silent, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your enlightening words. May I inquire your name?" "I am Lada. I have a friend who is also a master among the silver ranks. Rest assured, should you encounter any challenges, you may seek my assistance." Coincidentally, this individual was none other than Lada, who had initially entered the martial alliance alongside Satan. Tianjin Fan and his companions were taken aback, surprised to discover he was acquainted with a formidable presence among the silver ranks, which prompted them to regard him with newfound respect. Chapter 71. Return to the Qiulong Star. When speaking of Aki Luobe, he initially believed that his life of luxury had commenced upon being brought back to the martial alliance. Yet, rather than basking in comfort, he found himself subjected to various training regimens and tasks under Jiang Yun's relentless guidance, as many pursuits demanded both money and points. After indulging in the exquisite cuisine offered by the martial alliance on several occasions, Aki Luobe was utterly captivated. However, he lamented that his voracious appetite rendered him unable to simply indulge without consequence, as Jiang Yun had insisted he could not partake in sustenance for free. What had happened to the promised life of ease? Ultimately, there was little he could do, for the culinary delights of the martial alliance were simply too enticing. Thus, he was compelled to complete numerous distasteful tasks under the allure of gourmet food. As time passed, influenced by Jiang Yun's teachings, Aki Luobe began to alter his perception of martial arts and even developed a fondness for it. Nevertheless, he remained devoted to practicing swordsmanship rather than focusing on body refinement like others. The rationale behind this was simple: the stronger one became, the better the treatment received, which would facilitate his leisurely pursuits. When Jiang Yun was selecting members for the Blaze team, Aki Luobe's cultivation had already met the criteria well in advance. However, he pondered whether the dangers of the cosmos could ever compare to the tranquility of Earth. Thus, he decisively chose to remain on Earth. After Jiang Yun's departure, Aki Luobe felt liberated from constraints, and while his combat power had previously exceeded 2,000, it had now dwindled to over 3,000, an underwhelming reflection of his innate talent. Nonetheless, even with this apparent decline, his strength remained among the elite within the martial alliance, with fewer than 5 individuals capable of defeating him. His combat power of over 3,000 was merely his baseline. During casual conversations with Jiang Yun, who boasted about slaying stars with a mere blade, coupled with his past life's exposure to various swordsmanship philosophies through novels, Aki Luobe seemed to embark on an unusual path, frequently chanting, "With my blade, I can sever the sun and moon, and all flora and stone can serve as my weapon." This led Jiang Yun to secretly muse whether this would lead Aki Luobe down an irrevocable path. Regardless, it could only improve his situation. As long as this rotund fellow applied himself, he would not end up as a mere bystander, but perhaps even become a significant figure in the realm of celestial beings. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since he last visited Master Karen. Perhaps he should seize the opportunity to acquire some celestial beings? Jiang Yun mused mischievously, momentarily lost in contemplation. Achoo, who is speaking of me? Could it be that foolish lad Wukong, or perhaps that mysterious fellow Jiang Yun? Master Karen remarked while rubbing his nose. And so, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Now, after years of diligent practice, Jiang Yun's combat power had surged beyond 1 million, reaching an impressive 1,020,000. This remarkable achievement was a result of his training on Yadalat Star. Rigorous sessions in the high-gravity chamber, and the accelerated time flow of the virtual universe. Given the circumstances, such progress was hardly surprising. In fact, Jiang Yun felt it was somewhat slow. Yet, he could sense that his body was gradually being refined by vital energy, enhancing his innate talents. And he anticipated that his future increases in combat strength would be even more rapid. As for Bu Chun and his companions, many have reached an impressive threshold, and Bu Chen's surface combat power has already surpassed 100,000. The members of the Blaze Battle Team have also made significant progress. A notification has been disseminated to select elite teams, comprising approximately 1,000 individuals, for the inevitable trials of war that the pampered must endure. Jiang Yun's gaze was profound. The current state of Earth was excessively tranquil, and the cosmos undoubtedly presented an ideal avenue for rapid advancement. Furthermore, Earth was too diminutive. Its aspirations were set upon the vastness of stars and seas. Indeed, the woman turned and exited. She was the secretary Bu Chun had previously assigned to him, a matter that had once caused Jiang Yun some consternation. However, Bu Chun had suggested that it was prudent to have someone by his side for certain matters, and thus Jiang Yun acquiesced. To his surprise, the woman who arrived was none other than the Violet of the Red Satin Brigade. He pondered the reasons for her becoming his aide, yet he refrained from inquiring too deeply. After all, the Red Satin Brigade had dwindled to Dr. Gro's uncertain whereabouts. Even if he were aware, Jiang Yun had no intention of disrupting his development, for that would be both perilous and opportunistic. Jiang Yun was confident that the treatment within the Martial Alliance was far superior to that of the former Red Satin Brigade, rendering betrayal by Violet unlikely. Moreover, he possessed the strength to maintain his position. If he lacked even that modest ambition, how could he aspire to attain the highest echelon? Soon, Jiang Yun's command was conveyed through Bu Chun, initiating the selection of new elites for cosmic exploration. This endeavor was regarded as a tremendous honor by the Martial Alliance members, as it afforded them the opportunity to accompany Master Jiang Yun in expanding territories. Within a single day, over 1,000 candidates were selected, each significantly more formidable than those from the previous Blaze Battle Team. Nonetheless, the standards for entry into the Blaze Battle Team had been markedly elevated. Yet these individuals were still among the elite of the Martial Alliance. Without taking too many individuals, Jiang Yun was cautious not to compromise the integrity of his stronghold. As for this occasion, Yakalob decisively remained on Earth. Jiang Yun said little. Yakalob's presence served as a form of insurance, enabling him to delay any unforeseen circumstances, thus facilitating his rapid return for support through teleportation. This operation also caught the attention of Tianjin Fan, who was deeply envious of those who would witness the splendor of the cosmos. Is this true? Are they genuinely going to the universe? Krillin questioned in astonishment. As his worldview had long been confined to Earth, the sudden revelation that one could venture into space was almost inconceivable to him. It is true. Master Jiang Yun has long possessed the means to traverse the universe and has even established his own influence therein. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, yearning to explore the celestial realms and witness the might of myriad civilizations. Next time, I shall also be selected. You all must strive hard. His voice brimmed with confidence, encouraging Krillin and the others to push themselves. Indeed, we shall. Krillin's heart was alight with excitement, embodying the vigor of youth. Unlike the apparent setback inflicted by the later Saiyans, Krillin's resolve in the martial arts remained unwavering. He did not abandon his pursuit of mastery. After more than a year of training at the Martial Arts Alliance, Krillin and his companions experienced a transformation that made them feel as though they had emerged from a different era, astonished by the formidable power they now possessed. Through the Alliance's teachings on the perception of energy, they could accurately discern that their combat abilities had surpassed even the formidable King Piccolo, and by a considerable margin. As of now, Tien Shinhan boasts a power level of 1124, Krillin at 987, Yamcha at 862, and Kaiatsu at 623. What remarkable advancement! However, this progress pales in comparison to their original life trajectories and is insignificant within the broader context of the Martial Arts Alliance. During their year of membership, they devoted a substantial portion of their time to absorbing the knowledge of energy cultivation meticulously compiled by Jiang Yun. A dedicated room was even established to house this knowledge. But with the advent of artificial intelligence, Jiang Yun transferred this information to the AI database for communal access. Additionally, the learning of various skills was encouraged. Jiang Yun motivated everyone to upload their own created techniques, which, after evaluation, could earn corresponding points. This led to a flourishing of diverse martial arts skills until Jiang Yun intervened, advising the members to focus more on their personal development, prompting them to pause their frenetic activity. Consequently, the The members of the Alliance adopted a multitude of combat styles, with an endless array of techniques emerging. Chapter 72. Jiang Yun visits Namek. Jiang Yun set forth with his companions, opting not to utilize instant transmission. Covering such a vast distance with numerous individuals would be quite taxing, potentially draining his energy completely. At this juncture, Jiang Yun had yet to attain the formidable combat prowess of a late-stage Goku. Thus, the efficacy of instant transmission was somewhat diminished. The group embarked on their journey with great momentum, equipped more thoroughly than before, and with an even larger company. Tenshinhan and Krillin, along with others, returned with high hopes, eager to dedicate themselves to rigorous training. Meanwhile, in the Divine Temple, the deity closely monitored the transformations occurring on Earth throughout the year. In his eyes, the planet had undergone a revolutionary metamorphosis, all attributed to a singular enigmatic young man. This youth seemed to be enveloped in a veil of mystery, obscuring his true essence. Yet, the deity was certain that this young man brought forth positive changes for Earth, leading him to marvel at such extraordinary talent, a prodigy seldom encountered over millennia. However, his thoughts soon turned to Goku. Under the tutelage of himself and Bobo, Goku had made significant strides, yet the deity recognized that the changes on Earth were evident. And even if the offspring of the Demon King gained prominence, their impact would be limited. This was due to the fact that the young man would not permit the progeny of Piccolo Daimao to wreak havoc on the planet. Nevertheless, the deity was acutely aware of Goku's fated confrontation with Piccolo, and given the current trajectory, it seemed Goku might not stand a chance against the Demon King's heir. At that moment, an object materialized in the deity's hand. It was the energy technique disseminated by Jiang Yun. Through careful observation over time, the deity had discerned that this technique offered substantial benefits to the human body. Following the prescribed methods could rapidly enhance physical capabilities, simplifying the path to martial arts mastery. The deity also noted that the emergence of this technique had significantly lowered the barriers to entry for martial arts training, though he himself had studied it without grasping its underlying principles. If Jiang Yun were to hear the deity's thoughts, he would likely be taken aback. For the technique he painstakingly developed was not easily comprehensible. Understanding its principles required a fundamental perception of energy and a deep comprehension of its essence. Moreover, one needed sufficient insight. For instance, although the North Kai could sense the existence of energy, he merely created a basic energy sphere, lacking the creativity to formulate a true training method. Furthermore, the effects of any technique demand time to manifest. Jiang Yun, too, was navigating his path carefully, progressing step by step, with only time to reveal what the future held. After several days of flight, Jiang Yun and his companions arrived at Xiaolong Star. For many, it was their first visit, and they were filled with awe at the expanse of the cosmos. The spacecraft was equipped with virtual devices, sparing them from tedium. Upon reaching Xiaolong Star, Jiang Yun led his companions to their stronghold on the planet, a site once belonging to the former Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, located in a remarkably prosperous area. During the years of his tranquil cultivation, the strength of Jiang Yun's subordinates has gradually developed under the leadership of Bu Chun. The Blaze Mercenary Corps has expanded significantly, recruiting numerous extraterrestrials and several alien scientists. Although these scientists are regarded as insignificant by others unless they possess exceptional skills, in the eyes of Jiang Yun and Bu Chun, they are undoubtedly treasures. These individuals have contributed to the gravity training facilities on Earth, which are now ready for installation and use. In terms of treatment, they have experienced a rare respect under Jiang Yun's command, naturally willing to exert their efforts for him. Furthermore, Jiang Yun has always been exceedingly generous towards his subordinates. To enhance the reputation of the Blaze Mercenary Corps, he even ordered that during training sessions, several seasoned combatants be dispatched to disseminate combat techniques. This sharing of expertise has immensely benefited the mercenaries, as most other mercenary organizations tend to reserve their valuable knowledge for trusted insiders. Unlike the Blaze Mercenary Corps, which openly shares their combat techniques, these techniques have been honed through countless life and death battles. They believed that the Blaze Mercenary Corps had fully opened their hearts to them, unaware that they possessed a resource known as the virtual universe, where concerns about death are non-existent, allowing combat skills to flourish rapidly. Thus, the Blaze Mercenary Corps began to gain widespread recognition, even being acknowledged across various alien planets. This has led to an influx of individuals choosing to join their ranks. Shortly after Jiang Yun and the others returned, Xian Linglong received news and was preparing to meet Jiang Yun when he suddenly received another message. What? The Namek star has been found? Excellent. Jiang Yun was filled with joy. He had previously dispatched a search for Namek star, but due to its long-standing detachment from external affairs, He had not acquired the star map coordinates of the Namekians and had to rely on discreetly purchased information for his search. Unexpectedly, today he had succeeded. He immediately summoned Buchun and a few others to prepare for departure. Once everyone was settled and connected with the previous personnel, the two set forth on their journey to Namek Star. Brother Yun, what is it about Namek Star that captures your attention? Buchun inquired, noticing Jiang Yun's keen interest. Do you know about the dragon? Jiang Yun asked Buchun. The dragon? Yes, but what does that have to do with Namek Star? Buchun was somewhat puzzled, wondering about the connection. Observing Buchun's confusion, Jiang Yun explained, the dragon on Earth was created by the Namekians. But didn't you previously say that the dragon was made by the celestial gods? Buchun replied, that is indeed what I said, and it holds true. Do you know who the celestial gods are? Jiang Yun continued, are you suggesting? A spark of realization lit up Buchun's eyes, and he bore a look of enlightenment. The celestial gods are Namekians. Exactly. Moreover, there exist larger versions of the Dragon Balls on Namek Star. Jiang Yun smiled as he spoke to Buchun. His journey was not solely for the Dragon Balls. He also sought to learn the martial arts of Namek. Continuous learning was essential for him to traverse this path with greater longevity. Their spacecraft etched a brilliant white streak across the sky, a testament to their remarkable speed. Before long, they beheld a colossal planet, the reports from his subordinates confirming that it was indeed Namek. Upon entering the planet, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings and transformed the spacecraft into a capsule, storing it away. After sensing the energy in the vicinity, he swiftly guided Buchun toward the source of the strongest aura, which resonated with a power level exceeding 30,000, strikingly reminiscent of the character from the original narrative who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. He reminded Buchun to maintain composure upon encountering the Namekians, for they were a race devoted to peace. Subsequently, Jiang Yun fell silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Buchun, somewhat puzzled by Jiang Yun's lack of explanation, chose to remain patient, knowing that clarity would come once they arrived. Little did he realize that Jiang Yun was envisioning the visage of Demon King Piccolo, a sight that would surely astonish Buchun if he were to see it. Chapter 73. The challenge from Namek. The two soon arrived beside a structure, where the bystanders regarded them with wary, penetrating gazes, clearly cautious of their presence. Who are you? And what brings you here? One of the Namekians inquired, suspicion evident in their voice. What? So many Piccolo demons? Buchun exclaimed in disbelief, unable to suppress his thoughts. What Piccolo demons? We are Namekian warriors. The Namekians' expressions darkened further, offended by the association with such a malevolent figure. Their wariness towards outsiders was palpable, for they were often beset by those coveting their Dragon Balls. Do not take another step forward, outsiders. A Namekian glared at Jiang Yun and Buchun, as if ready to strike should they advance. Buchun glanced at Jiang Yun, silently seeking guidance, but Jiang Yun shook his head, suggesting they refrain from impulsive actions. Understanding his intent, Buchun stepped back slightly. Let them in, Garna, they mean no harm. A deep, gravelly voice emanated from within the building. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated but eventually parted, albeit with lingering vigilance in their eyes. Jiang Yun and Buchun entered the interior, which was stark and rudimentary, containing only the essentials, starkly contrasting the lavish abodes of esteemed elders. However, their curiosity was piqued by the imposing figure of the Grand Elder of Namek. Towering above the average Namekian, the Grand Elder appeared somewhat corpulent, likely a consequence of his advanced age. This appearance aligned with Jiang Yun's prior knowledge, though he seemed a touch more vigorous than he had years ago. Greetings, Earthlings. The Grand Elder initiated, his tone cordial. A flash of surprise crossed Buchun's face. How did he know we were from Earth? Jiang Yun maintained his composure, well aware of the Grand Elder's extraordinary foresight. You knew we would come. Buchun's heart sank, a realization dawning upon him. Perhaps their intelligence personnel had betrayed them. Do not fret, young man. I merely possess some unique abilities, the Grand Elder reassured, sensing Buchun's unease. This explanation calmed Buchun, for he recognized that the universe harbored many peculiar powers, and foreknowledge of their arrival was not an outlandish notion. His primary concern was the possibility of encountering an ambush. While their combat prowess rendered them capable of handling most threats, caution was always prudent. Although this instance had unfolded without incident, it served as a stern reminder to avoid recklessness in the future. Greetings, Grand Elder. We hail from Earth, and our primary purpose for this visit is to request the use of the Dragon Balls on your planet. I understand that this request may seem rather presumptuous, yet we are willing to accept the condition within acceptable limits, Jiang Yun said respectfully, displaying no hint of arrogance despite his formidable strength. Humph. Do you really think you can use the Dragon Balls? Do not harbor such delusions. Nailu interjected, his demeanor reflecting a distinct aversion to outsiders. Nailu, refrain from being rude. They harbor no ill intentions, the elder admonished, signaling Nailu to step back. He then turned his attention to Jiang Yun, saying, I am aware of your intentions. The Dragon Balls may be granted to you, but you must first pass the trials set by our tribe's warriors. Indeed, Elder, if we fail to meet the challenges posed by your esteemed tribe, then it would be clear that the Dragon Balls are beyond our reach. Jiang Yun responded confidently, nodding at the Elder. Garna, take them to the other tribes for their challenges. With that, the Elder closed his eyes, evidently preparing to rest, while Jiang Yun and his companion followed Garna out. A few minutes after their departure, Nyla questioned, Elder, have you truly acquiesced to their request without further inquiry? Nyla, the future of Namek faces a calamity, and in my foresight, the Earthlings will prove to be of assistance to us, the Elder replied, not opening his eyes. Falling silent thereafter, I shall guard our planet. We need not rely on others, Nyla asserted, gazing at the Elder, who showed no inclination to respond. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun, accompanied by Garna, made his way to the site of the challenges. Following Garna's explanations, Jiang Yun embarked on his journey of trials. With his prowess, he navigated through numerous obstacles, employing his intelligence to overcome even the more cerebral challenges. Thus, Jiang Yun adeptly conquered 7 trials, successfully passing all challenges, and soon arrived before the Elder's chamber. Nyla was taken aback by their swift success, realizing they possessed some skill after all. Congratulations, you have passed the trials, and you are now qualified to use the Purunga, the Elder announced, gesturing for Garna to lead Jiang Yun and his companion to the Purunga. Wait, while you have triumphed over the trials of others, I do not acknowledge your strength, so I hereby challenge you. Nyla stepped forward, his eyes brimming with combat fervor, directing his gaze at Jiang Yun. This is intriguing, I accept, Jiang Yun replied, soaring into the open ground outside, with Nyla following suit. Jiang Yun landed in a suitable arena, awaiting the others to join him. The Namekians were eager to witness whether their strongest warrior or the Earthling would prevail. Anticipation filled the air, though Buchun knew that Nyla would certainly be no match for Jiang Yun, nonetheless. He watched with keen interest to see how Jiang Yun would maneuver through the encounter. Neru's gaze was fixated on Jiang Yun, his aura gradually intensifying. Garner, who do you believe will emerge victorious? You are the most familiar with Neru, inquired a Namekian to Garner. Garner shook his head and replied softly. It is difficult to ascertain. The strength of this outsider, Jiang Yun, eludes my understanding. In the preceding trials, Jiang Yun had swiftly navigated through the challenges they had established. He had also observed the trials set by other tribes, yet he triumphed over each one. Even Neru would struggle to estimate their difficulty. Thus, he remained uncertain whether Neru could prevail. Ultimately, the outcome would only be revealed through combat. The 2 men held their breath, their immense presence causing the surrounding gravel to tremble, their energies clashing and igniting faint flashes of lightning in the air. In truth, this was the result of their energy colliding. Suddenly, Neru discarded his cloak and surged towards Jiang Yun with fierce determination. Chapter 74, A Fierce Battle. The Clash with Nelu. As Nelu charged forward, Jiang Yun deftly intercepted him, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent Nelu soaring through the air. However, Nelu quickly ascended into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs that bombarded Jiang Yun, creating a massive cloud of dust. Yet, the skirmish was far from over. Nelu charged once more, crashing down upon Jiang Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as several protruding stones shattered under the force of their encounter. And with a swift maneuver, Nelu sent Jiang Yun crashing into a hillside. Nelu conjured an energy orb, intending to hurl it at Jiang Yun. Suddenly, his expression shifted. An energy orb shot forth from the swirling dust, its elliptical form streaking through the air at incredible speed. As Nelu's orb dissipated, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the incoming projectile. The powerful orb struck the lake with a tremendous impact, sending waves surging outward. Yet it did little to deter the fierce battle between the 2 warriors. In an instant, Jiang Yun appeared above Nelu, delivering a fierce kick that propelled Nelu away. Nonetheless, Nelu appeared largely unfazed. With a roar, he shouted, "Ah!" and the 2 engaged in a back-and-forth clash of power. Remarkable. These 2 fighters, indeed, Nelu is formidable. This newcomer is strong as well, managing to hold his ground against Nelu. His name is Jiang Yun, if I recall correctly. The Namekian bystanders watched in awe. They had never witnessed Nelu unleash his full potential before, and they were astonished to see him pushed to such lengths by Jiang Yun. Kid, you possess commendable strength. Nelu acknowledge you. However, The battle must continue, Nella declared, having recognized Jiang Yun's prowess. Haha, you're impressive too, Jiang Yun replied, exhilarated. The combat techniques of the Namekians were worthy of study, and he felt he had gained much from this encounter. Let us continue. Let the battle rage on. Do you think I fear you? Spiral shockwave. Nello unleashed a formidable shockwave at Jiang Yun. In response, Jiang Yun reveled in the fight, instantly teleporting behind Nelu and delivering a powerful punch. Ah, cough, cough. Nelu slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. How did you appear behind me just now? He inquired, perplexed. The speed of his opponent seemed impossible to comprehend. This technique is called instant transmission. Learned on the planet Adrat, it allows for spatial traversal, defying the constraints of distance. Jiang Yun explained, refraining from exploiting the moment to attack. I see. An impressive skill. But do not think it will be so easy to defeat me. Nelu retorted, brimming with determination. Prepare to face my full strength. As the words left his lips, Nilu clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms becoming pronounced, and his aura intensified significantly. The elder within the room sensed the surge in Nilu's energy. Nilu, have you not noticed that your opponent's aura remains remarkably stable? This young man surely possesses even more formidable power yet to be unleashed. Though the elder's own strength has waned with age, his profound spirit and insight lend him a clear understanding of the battle at hand. Simultaneously, he recalled a foreboding vision of impending calamity, 3 sinister auras and shadowy figures, warriors crackling with lightning and champions enveloped in golden flames, clashing with malevolent foes amidst a multitude of silhouettes. The traces of flames engulfed Namek, signaling an immense crisis for the planet. Yet, the figures remained elusive. The elder vaguely discerned a 3-eyed human among them, with only a vague awareness of Earth's presence. Alas, I hope this young warrior can bring hope to Namek. The elder's tone was imbued with a sense of profound sorrow. In the near term, Namek would remain unscathed. May he grow stronger swiftly. The elder gazed out at Namek, his profound eyes seemingly revealing the planet's future. The scene shifted, and Jiang Yun observed Nilu's suddenly heightened energy, swiftly elevating his own aura to match Nilu's. Nilu looked at Jiang Yun, his eyes ablaze with an intense fighting spirit. He launched a punch directly at Jiang Yun. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of their clash reverberated through the air, the energy collisions igniting with blinding brilliance, creating a tremendous wind pressure that kept the weaker beings at bay. Eventually, both combatants came to a halt. Let this final move determine the victor, Jiang Yun. Nyla bellowed. No problem, Jiang Yun replied, eager to conclude the battle. Spiral shockwave. Hellfire. 2 colossal beams of energy surged toward one another, and after a brief stalemate, Jiang Yun's energy attack forcefully collided with Nilu's technique. Nilu widened his eyes, utterly exhausted and unable to evade Jiang Yun's fierce strike. Nilu quickly dodged. Namekians began urging him, their faces etched with anxiety. But just as Jiang Yun's energy was about to strike Nilu, he raised his hands, redirecting the energy skyward. No one anticipated that Jiang Yun could control the trajectory of his energy in such an intense battle. In that moment, Nilu realized he had lost. Observing Jiang Yun's ease, he feared the young warrior had not even exerted his full strength. Jiang Yun approached Nilu and extended his hand. Nilu, taken aback, soon grasped Jiang Yun's hand firmly. In that moment, the 2 formidable men exchanged a knowing smile. Others gathered around the two, and GRNA rushed to Neru's side, anxiously inquiring, Neru, are you all right? You aren't injured, are you? Neru turned to GRNA, and in response to his concern, reassured him, I am fine. Thank you for your care. Subsequently, Neru directed his gaze toward Jiang Yun and stated, You are worthy of an audience with Purunga. Please follow me. Summoning Purunga necessitates the use of the Namekian language, rendering it ineffective for the uninitiated. I shall convey your wishes to Purunga, but I implore you to refrain from making malevolent requests, as I will not relay such wishes to him. Be mindful of your intentions. Jiang Yun regarded Neru, this being reminiscent of Piccolo, and responded, That is only natural. We have no need for wicked powers to augment our strength, so you need not worry. Jiang Yun's words served as a precautionary note to Neru, aligning with his own inner sentiments. Following this, Neru gathered the Dragon Balls that Jiang Yun and Bu Chun had previously acquired. The size of the Dragon Balls was akin to that of a human head, rendering the Earth's Dragon Balls mere miniature versions in comparison to those of Namek. As Neru spoke in a language the two did not comprehend, undoubtedly the Namekian tongue, an ominous transformation enveloped the sky, plunging the area above the Dragon Balls into darkness. Arise, Purunga. Chapter 75. Wukong receives the technique. the demon clan emerges. Captain, where do you think those two have gone? Could it be they want to return for several years? A young maiden, resting her chin upon her hand, gazed at the luminous moon above. I suspect you are merely pining for your beloved. Xian Linglong chuckled, covering her mouth with a hand. Linglong, you are insufferable. With that, the girl raised her small fist and playfully aimed it at Xian Linglong. Though she typically addressed Xian Linglong as captain, in private, they referred to each other by their given names, their bond akin to that of sisters. In that moment, the two of them frolicked under the moonlight, their shadows stretching ever longer. Stop. Don't run away. Not a chance. If you can catch me, then try. Xian Linglong made a face at lawn peeling before soaring into the air. It was only in the presence of those she cherished that she allowed herself to relax. Before outsiders, she remained the aloof and unyielding Black Rose. Meanwhile, far away in the divine temple, the celestial god wrestled with a dilemma. Should he hand over the chi cultivation manual he had acquired to Wukong? Although he was perplexed by its inner workings, he understood the immense benefits it could bestow upon the human body. If he refrained from allowing Wukong to learn it, the young hero might fall behind the new generation of demons. Very well, I shall entrust it to him. It will do no harm to Wukong. And perhaps the future will not be so bleak. The celestial god reached a resolution, determination etched upon his face. Leaning on his staff, he approached Wukong, who was presently undergoing training with Bobo. After observing Wukong for a brief moment, the celestial god spoke to Bobo. Bobo, this is for you. Extending his hand, he presented the chi manual he had received earlier and instructed, Bobo, in addition to the fundamental training, incorporate this into Wukong's regimen. Bobo accepted the tome, glanced at it, and then flipped through its pages before looking up. Celestial god, is this the technique you mentioned that has the potential to transform the world? Indeed, Bobo. Entrusting it to Wukong has been a well-considered decision on my part. The world is undergoing transformation, and we must not cling to convention. The celestial god spoke with profound significance. I understand, celestial god. Bobo comprehended the underlying concerns and nodded in agreement. Once Wukong finishes his training, I shall instruct him on this. For now, I will familiarize myself with it. With that, the celestial god turned his gaze toward the mortal realm, where the transformations were monumental, demanding his constant attention lest he lose grasp of many matters. At that moment on Earth, the winds of cultivation flourished. Overall, societal morals had improved significantly, and crime rates had diminished considerably, primarily due to the elevated prowess of law enforcement personnel. This shift had compelled certain individuals to transition to different careers, contributing to the current positive societal atmosphere. In a dimly lit chamber, voices of conversation echoed. Badu, why has the recent tribute diminished? The speaker, cloaked in a heavy black robe, obscured his figure, revealing only eyes that glinted with a savage intensity. Master, it appears that recent transactions have diminished. Bada's voice trembled with trepidation as he spoke. Next time, the tribute must be doubled, or you know the consequences. I have bestowed upon you such stature, and I can just as easily reduce you back to a mere pawn. Suddenly, a figure emerged before Badu, cloaked in a dark robe, revealing a face that was not merely pale, but ghastly white. Originally, Badu was but a trivial character in the vast cosmos, insignificant and unremarkable, until he encountered this very individual who granted him remarkable power, elevating him to the status of a planetary overlord. The man in the black robe regarded Badu, recalling the initial meeting when he sensed the darkness within Bada's heart. Thus, he harnessed the power of that darkness to amplify Bada's strength, making him his emissary. As Bada gazed upon the imposing figure, memories of that fateful moment flooded back. Ah, is that not Badu? Exclaimed a voice belonging to a lizard-like alien, whose expression was one of mockery. Those around him took delight in assaulting Badu, sending him sprawling to the ground. This reptilian creature, known as Scarface, relished bullying Badu and others weaker than himself, finding amusement in their suffering. In truth, they too were but insignificant beings among the masses, as minuscule as dust, seeking to derive a sense of existence by preying on the vulnerable. Badu, did I not warn you to stay out of my sight? Scarface sneered, his foot planted upon Bada's body, revealing a malevolent grin. By the way, Badu, make sure to pay your protection fee promptly. Do not make it difficult for me. Scarface leaned down, taunting Badu. Crouched on the ground, Bada suddenly raised his head, indignantly retorting, did I not pay a few days ago? You scoundrel. Ha. That was merely the payment from a few days past. This is for the last 2 days. Scarface laughed heartily, a glint of amusement in his eyes. But you previously stated it was for the entire month. Bada stammered, his voice faltering. I dictate the terms. When did it become your place to argue? Beat him. Scarface's eyes gleamed with a sinister mirth. These individuals were nothing but societal refuse, reveling in the false sense of superiority gained by tormenting those weaker than themselves to satiate their own egos and desires for dominance. Once they had finished their assault and emptied Batu's pockets, they departed, oblivious to the seething gaze of hatred directed at them from Batu, whose eyes brimmed with madness and vengeance. Damn you! Once I, Batu, rise in power, you shall meet a most dreadful fate. His heart roared with fury, as the insidious seeds of malevolence and hatred took root within him. Do you desire the power of vengeance? Do you long to no longer be subjected to the whims of others? Merely by surrendering your soul to me, you shall be endowed with formidable strength. The voice was imbued with temptation. Who are you? Batu suddenly turned, inquiring towards the source of the voice. The voice offered no explanation, simply posing the question, are you willing? Batu fell into silence, recalling the humiliations inflicted upon him by Scar. No longer wishing to endure such a fate, he abruptly raised his head and declared with unwavering resolve, I am willing, even if it means selling my soul to a demon. Even if I am destined to descend into hell, I refuse to continue this existence. Ha! Only a tormented soul can withstand the transformation wrought by demonic essence. Let evil spread forth. The enigmatic figure materialized, a crimson light emanating from his hand, directed towards Batu. Ea! Batu's voice was filled with anguish as the dark energy reshaped his body, rendering him ever more powerful. Minutes later, the cries of torment gradually diminished, replaced by the sound of maniacal laughter. Chapter 76. The Elusive Crisis. Kneeling on one knee, the newly empowered Batu addressed the enigmatic figure before him, pledging his service. Transformed by dark energy, Batu appeared remarkably robust, shedding the frail visage of his former self. His combat prowess had undergone a significant enhancement. Once merely possessing a fighting capability of several hundred, he now boasted an impressive strength nearing 28,000, positioning him as a minor expert within the cosmos. Although Batu was unaware of the full extent of his newfound power, he recognized that he had become exponentially stronger than before. This formidable strength filled him with elation, for he could finally seize control of his destiny, albeit partially. Go forth, foolish soul, and pursue your desires, then follow me from this place. Empowered by his newfound might, Batu confronted Scar, the tormentor who had long bullied him, and ruthlessly dispatched him and his minions. The seeds of malevolence were taking root within him. The influence of dark energy rendered him unrelenting in his killings, altering both his character and essence. Following the demise of his oppressors, Batu aligned himself with this new master, serving him faithfully ever since, having already claimed many souls along the way. Yet, he felt no remorse. His soul had long been surrendered to darkness, and he harbored no concern for the afterlife or its existence. Returning to the present, Batu felt compelled to fulfill the commands of the figure before him, for it was due to this allegiance that he had attained his current standing. My lord, I assure you I shall complete the task, he vowed. The dark-cloaked figure, perceiving the madness in Batu's eyes, was confident that the task would be executed, for when Batu exhibited such fervor, he invariably fulfilled his assignments. This was the reason for the figure's fondness for Batu, as well as the reason Batu had survived alongside him, for while many followed the dark-cloaked figure, only Batu possessed the acumen to thrive. A mesmerizing light seemed to emanate from the dark figure's eyes. Ha! I know you will not disappoint me, Batu. Strive diligently. With that, the dark figure vanished instantaneously, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Although the eerie environment still stirred an unsettling chill, Batu slowly exited the chamber, making his way to his usual haunt. Bring someone in, he commanded into the communicator, prompting an individual to enter his quarters. The volume of transactions is insufficient. Send someone to carry out assassinations, double the previous amount. Employ any means necessary. Failure to complete this task will mean you shall not return. Batu's voice was laced with a peculiar eeriness, instilling fear in the heart of the individual who understood the dire consequences of failing Batu's orders. Yes, I take my leave. The subordinate replied hastily, retreating without a moment's pause, as if the room harbored a primordial beast. Peeling, of late, I have been beset by an unsettling premonition, remarked Xian Linglong, placing a hand over her heart and gazing gloomily at Lan Peeling. Oh, you are merely overthinking, Lan Peeling replied with a hint of exasperation, gently tapping Xian Linglong on the head. She then approached the table, seized a drink, and handed it to Xian Linglong, saying, Drink this. Do not dwell on such thoughts, and retire early today. With that, she downed her drink in one gulp and turned to leave. Observing this, Xian Linglong followed suit. Emptying her glass with a heavy thud onto the table, momentarily lost in thought as she stared at it. Alas, perhaps I am being overly anxious, she murmured, before retreating to her room to rest. Unbeknownst to her, their clan possessed a remarkably strong sixth sense, capable of foreseeing danger. Yet much of this knowledge had been lost when the clan was decimated during her youth. Unable to comprehend her feelings, she succumbed to slumber. But this night was destined to be one of unrest. As the days unfolded, the group continued to execute their tasks as usual. Alas, I cannot shake the feeling that the mortality rate has risen recently, one remarked. Now that you mention it, I too have sensed something amiss. Some of the brothers I once knew have recently vanished. Initially, I assumed they perished in the line of duty, for in our profession as mercenaries, loss is inevitable. Speaking of which, I have heard from the nephew of my neighbor's third uncle that many from their mercenary group have been declared dead after failing to return from missions. Another added, have you noticed that most of those who have died lately were either executing solo missions or lacked combat prowess? At this, someone presented a clue they had uncovered. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Now that you mention it, I recall it seeming this way, jested Tai Manzi, eliciting laughter from the others. However, beneath the laughter, a sense of unease lingered. If even the typically dull Tai Manzi sensed something was amiss, then surely something was indeed wrong. My brothers, this matter is undoubtedly suspicious. I shall return to report to the guild, and perhaps we can share a drink another day, declared the speaker, promptly departing to relay the news to the guild. Not everyone could join the mercenary group. Individuals could also register as independent mercenaries, freely forming teams with others, bonding through their shared endeavors. Yet, some opted to join the guild, seeking the security that comes with numbers. Clearly, the revelry of that evening was subdued, an unspoken tension clouded the gathering. As they departed, each was acutely aware of the underlying issues at hand. One individual meandered along the path, when suddenly, a shadow darted past. A glimmer of a blade flashed, and the individual fell, his throat slashed, clearly illustrating an insurmountable disparity in strength. He succumbed slowly, his eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, proclaiming, the 18th. Clad in black armor, the figure's face remained concealed, resembling a ghostly warrior. He produced an enigmatic high-tech device and inserted it into the lifeless body, which instantly transformed into a desiccated corpse. Subsequently, with an effortless flick, he unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the remains, departing with an air of nonchalance. At this juncture, Lan Peeling paced anxiously within the group when she spotted Xian Linglong approaching. With urgency, she implored, Captain, several sisters have reported a recent increase in mortality rates. According to our investigations, there have been some casualties in other regions as well. Do not fret. Take your time and explain in detail, Xian Linglong urged, observing Lan Peeling's distress and encouraging her to find her composure. As Lan Peeling recounted the recent events, Xian Linglong listened intently, gradually piecing together the troubling narrative. A sense of foreboding settled within her heart, confirming her earlier unease. This situation is undoubtedly abnormal. Relay the order to conduct a thorough investigation, Xian Linglong declared coldly, manifesting the decisiveness befitting the Black Rose. Her gaze swept across the assembly, and an oppressive weight filled the air. Indeed, in such a grave matter, none dared to oppose her judgment. Chapter 77. The demon Andrew. In an instant, the various mercenary groups began to stir, a somber atmosphere enveloping the skies of the Chiu Long Star. Captain, lately, there have been continuous murders, clearly orchestrated by malevolent forces. Several members of our Blazing Flame team have also come under attack. A worried report reached the captain. Are our compatriots from Earth unharmed? The captain inquired hastily. Fortunately, they are safe. All of us who came together are elite. Each possesses commendable experience and strength. The deceased are merely those of lesser combat capability, one member expressed. Feeling particularly grateful for Jiang Yun's rigorous training. Have we identified the culprit? Who is behind this? We still lack information. However, our brothers stationed to monitor this situation reported seeing an individual clad in black battle attire, donning a mask, who struck with astonishing speed, most likely an assassin. The captain fell into deep contemplation. What could this group's objective be? Their rampant slaughter surely concealed ulterior motives. Heighten our vigilance. The leader is likely to return soon. Once the leader is back, all malevolence will be rendered insignificant. The captain evidently held profound confidence in Jiang Yun. Within the Rose Mercenary Corps, Captain, we have apprehended a key perpetrator. A woman rushed in, looking weary and evidently overwhelmed with recent activity. Soon after, several women entered the grand hall, escorting a shadowy figure, now devoid of life. The two women who just entered explained, We concealed our own combat abilities. And just as this individual was about to commit the act, we seized them. However, upon capture, the perpetrator resorted to poison and took their own life. Xian Linglong glanced at the scene before speaking. It appears to be an assassin without a doubt. Such entities are often cultivated by formidable powers, yet we lack any significant force here. Captain, this is something we found on the culprit. One woman presented an item, which Xian Linglong took, noticing a storage-like object attached. This is indeed the blood of the deceased. What could their hidden masters possibly be planning? Xian Linglong's heart grew heavier. After eliminating their targets, the enemy collected blood. What could their ultimate objective be? As panic gripped various mercenary groups in a shadowy locale, a dark crimson figure bathed in a pool of fresh blood, resembling a red demon, emanated the sound of demonic laughter. Ha ha ha. Soon. I am on the brink of ascending to Duke. Once I achieve this rank, it will be time for me, Andrew, to exact my vengeance. Ha 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 ha. Badu. Continue your search. Do not fear exposure this time. Once I ascend to Duke, I shall take you back to the demon realm, and you shall become a true member of the demon race. This individual was none other than the mysterious figure behind Badu. He was indeed a vampire demon. To my astonishment, I am to be elevated to the rank of Duke so swiftly. Indeed, this world is a splendid place. Once I return to seek vengeance, I shall certainly return. It turns out that Andrew is a vampire count who, after being wounded by an enemy, unexpectedly found himself in the human realm. The vampire demon clan occupies a high tier within the demon world, where the hierarchy is as follows. The last bloodline, possessing combat prowess below 1,000, is akin to cannon fodder in the demon realm. The Baron, with strength ranging from 1,000 to 10,000, represents the foot soldiers of the battlefield and constitutes the most numerous faction in the demon world, albeit a humble existence in the unforgiving hierarchy of the demon realm. The Viscount, with combat abilities between 10,000 and 100,000, stands between the Baron and the Count. They can assume the role of squad leaders and form the foundational strength of the vampire clan, possessing a modicum of status, yet still lowly in comparison to the dominant forces. The Count, whose power spans from 100,000 to 1 million, serves as the backbone of the vampire clan and can take on leadership roles, emerging as a contender for future responsibilities in the clan's prosperity, enjoying a modest standing within the demon realm. The Marquis, with combat prowess ranging from 1 million to 10 million, is a master among the vampire clan, capable of serving as a general and belonging to the upper echelons of the demon realm, yet not quite reaching the pinnacle of power. The Duke, whose strength lies between 10 million and 100 million, is akin to an elder within the clan, wielding significant influence and capable of governing a territory, commanding respect among the demon clans, and holding a high status in the demon world. Andrew, however, has incurred the ire of a figure akin to a duke. Though not officially titled as such, this individual commands a faction due to their backing, and Andrew's family deemed his worth insufficient to warrant a conflict, thus abandoning him. The prince, with combat strength between 100 million and 1 billion, serves as a pillar of the vampire clan, akin to an ancestor. However, Andrew has only heard of the prince and has never laid eyes upon one, as his status does not permit such an audience. The prince's standing in the demon realm is unparalleled. As for the existence of even higher-ranking beings, Andrew remains oblivious. Whether they exist is uncertain, but perhaps the prince holds that knowledge. Yet, even if aware, it is unlikely that such information would be divulged to one of Andrew's relatively low standing within the clan. In truth, Andrew's vampire clan was once a prominent lineage in ancient times, and indeed, there are higher powers above the prince, a secret known only to a select few. The entities above the prince are referred to as the Blood Ancestor and the Blood God. The Blood Ancestor is said to be the progenitor of the vampire lineage, possessing tremendous strength, and legend has it that they once ruled as the king of the demon realm, surpassing even the current ruler, Dapra. This knowledge is privy only to the clan's leader, regarded as mere legend, and its veracity remains uncertain, a secret too perilous to be shared. Though their family holds a significant status within the demonic realm, it does not rank among the elite. Should this news disseminate, even the likes of Depura would not spare their lineage. According to legend, the Blood Ancestor is the progenitor of vampires, with all vampires being his descendants. However, the supreme entity above the Blood Ancestor is the Blood God. While there may be numerous Blood Ancestors, only one Blood God can exist. This Blood God is said to be an unparalleled being, possessing immortality. The vampire demon clan inherits the Blood God's immortal essence, endowing them with formidable regenerative abilities. A mere sip of fresh blood can facilitate rapid recovery, and even propel them further. Andrew exemplifies this phenomenon. Having sustained injuries in the demon realm, he is swiftly recuperating with Bata's assistance, even advancing further. Nonetheless, Andrew is acutely aware that the human realm still harbors many formidable adversaries, thus he refrains from reckless actions. Instead, he has chosen to empower Bata to aid in the collection of blood. However, with an imminent breakthrough on the horizon, his yearning for advancement has begun to overshadow his rationality. His actions have grown increasingly audacious, and Batu, fully aware that Andrew intends to take him away once the breakthrough is achieved, has likewise succumbed to a frenzy. He brazenly risks exposure by ruthlessly eliminating low-level combatants. Now, the brink of revelation draws ever closer. Chapter 78. The Powerful Vampire Andrew. In recent days, various mercenary groups have observed an alarming surge in the audacity of the killer, who no longer conceals his actions and brazenly engages in murder to extract blood. Following discussions among the prominent mercenary factions, the situation has become widely known, prompting many to take precautions. Nevertheless, the chilling events have instilled a sense of dread, leading some individuals to abandon the mercenary profession altogether. Yet, even those who left have found themselves under attack, illustrating the urgent necessity to eliminate the mastermind behind these heinous acts. Without resolution, peace will remain elusive for all. Consequently, the typically rival mercenary factions have begun to unite, determined to unearth the hidden puppet master. Countless mercenary groups have banded together, resulting in an increasing number of captured black-armored assassins. Within a grand hall, the leaders of numerous mercenary factions convene to deliberate on how to address this crisis. What should we do about this situation? Boomed the hot-tempered leader of the Giant Rock mercenary group as he slammed his palm on the table. Calm down, Lero, responded the composed leader of the Whirlwind mercenary group, the very faction that Cassia belongs to, known for its prowess demonstrated during the vegetable competition. We need to focus on investigating the perpetrator rather than succumbing to panic. Almost all the leaders of the mercenary factions in Mercenary City were present, a powerful stronghold on this planet and the foundation for many. Batu, as the planetary sovereign, resided within this very city. Aside from the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group, nearly everyone else was in attendance. Upon noticing the absence of both the leader and deputy leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group, the leader of the Giant Rock faction unleashed his frustration onto them. I suspect the killer is none other than the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group. Their prolonged absence is suspicious, to say the least. Lero asserted vehemently. I concur. Chimed in the leader of a second-rate mercenary group, who previously had ties with the Lone Wolf faction. Observing the tension directed at the Blazing Flame group, he seized the opportunity to voice his agreement. The atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of voices, resembling a chaotic marketplace. Enough. Is that clear? Xian Linglong commanded with authority, her resounding voice silencing the crowd instantly. Do you truly believe they are the culprits? Have you no sense? Instead of squabbling, we ought to strategize on how to address this issue. Xian Linglong's commanding presence cowed those who met her gaze, compelling them to lower their heads. Others were hesitant to provoke the Black Rose, fully aware that they could not contend with her formidable prowess. In truth, the assembled crowd recognized that the Blazing Flame mercenary group was unlikely to be behind these atrocities, primarily because none of their core members had perished. The casualties were all newcomers. It was mere jealousy that fueled the accusations. Why should some suffer grievously while others remained unscathed? The representative of the Blazing Flame mercenary group observed the unfolding drama with a knowing smile, understanding that the criticisms were empty rhetoric. However, witnessing Xian Linglong's fierce defense of their faction ignited memories of certain whispers that had circulated internally. Rumors have circulated that our guild leader is entangled with the leader of the Rose mercenary corps, the enigmatic Black Rose, their relationship seemingly intimate. While many dismissed it as mere gossip, the current situation suggests otherwise. In his eyes, the exquisite beauty of Xian Linglong is indeed unparalleled, fitting for our guild leader. And a hint of a suggestive smile graced his lips. Yet, no one paid him heed. The crowd was engrossed in hushed discussions about the unfolding matters. At that moment, a companion discreetly approached him, whispering, Captain Carlos, we have discovered the whereabouts of those black-armored assassins, right within the Lord's manor. My brothers have seen them with their own eyes. This individual was a carefully chosen ally, whose training was exceptional, ensuring his stealth was impeccable and undetectable by any scanner. Simultaneously, another report reached Xian Linglong. Big sister, we have located the culprits, thanks to the assistance of Jasmine's extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing this, the knowledgeable Carlos immediately stood forth, declaring loudly, esteemed guests, I bring news. My subordinates have uncovered that the murderer resides within the Lord's manor. Nonsense. How could the Lord be the murderer? Some skeptics retorted. The intel I received also points to the Lord's manor. We shall see for ourselves. Xian Linglong then interjected, acknowledging that Captain Carlos, despite being of a different standing, held might that surpassed all present, save for herself. After all, while Earthlings can conceal their presence, the power he displayed was a mere FAOD of 5,000. In reality, it soared to an astonishing 15,000. Were they assembled to comprehend his true strength, their attitudes would likely shift dramatically. For this world venerates the powerful above all. Inspired by Xian Linglong's words, the assembly resolved to investigate further. They promptly set forth towards the Lord's manor. Along the way, a sense of unease gnawed at Xian Linglong's heart, as if foreboding some monumental event. Just as they arrived at the manor's entrance, a sudden surge of crimson light erupted from within, piercing the heavens. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged forth, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that swept everything in its path. The red pillar of light was both mesmerizing and malevolent, exuding an ominous aura that weighed heavily on their hearts. In that moment, they realized that the murderer must be inside, and the Lord was likely complicit. Damn that fiend! Return my brother's life! Lalo bellowed in fury, charging towards the crimson beam, with others hastily following suit. Upon reaching the source of the red pillar, they beheld a figure laughing maniacally amidst the glow. Ha ha! I, Andrew, have finally ascended to the rank of Duke. Ah ha ha! Prepare to meet your end, Lester. I shall return swiftly. Andrew's deranged laughter echoed. Should anyone employ a power detector at that moment, they would find Andrew's combat strength an astounding 1,200,000. In a fleeting moment, someone activated the detector affixed to their eye, and the displayed values surged rapidly. 15,000, 16,000, 30,000. Bang! The detector could no longer withstand the frenzied escalation of combat power and exploded, as did the others. The combat power detectors were successively destroyed. Within an exceedingly brief period, the detectors were obliterated, yet the onlookers could not fathom that Andrew's combat power hovered around 30,000. It was evidently far more formidable. Although the exact figure eluded them, it was likely exceeding 100,000. Unaware of the true extent of Andrew's might, the crowd remained oblivious. However, Carlos, as a subordinate of Zhang Yun, was acutely aware of Andrew's immense strength, a power he had never experienced before, even surpassing the oppressive aura of the leader himself. He realized that this time, there might be no turning back, but before that, he had to relay the message. He dispatched a comrade to report to the leader, urging him not to return, and to convey that they would fight to the death, hoping to encounter him again in the next life. Carlos whispered his command and resolved to engage Andrew in battle, for he noticed that Andrew's gaze had fixed upon him and his companions, making escape seem improbable. Yet, he remained steadfast in his determination to buy time for his brothers. Blazing Flame Team. No blood shall be spared, the battle shall not cease. Blazing Flame Team. No blood shall be spared, the battle shall not cease. Chapter 79. An extremely dangerous battlefield. Damn, how can this monster be so powerful? Captain Lalo, should we retreat? Faced with the formidable Andrew, some began to entertain thoughts of withdrawal. Retreat? Have you not seen that monster has already set its gaze upon us? How can you possibly escape? You might as well flee with a hammer. Running in front of him would only lead to being picked off one by one, and besides, our foundation lies here. If we do not take the opportunity to vanquish him, shall we wait for him to come to us? Lalo was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It was abundantly clear that this monster was the true mastermind behind it all. How rare it is that Captain Lalo's mind is so clear. The speaker was the leader of the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps. Nonsense. If I could not comprehend such a simple truth, I wouldn't be fit to lead a band of mercenaries. Captain Lalo, seasoned as he was, still spoke with fiery passion. The immediate priority should be to unite with the other leaders to confront this monster. Otherwise, hope would be lost. At that moment, another mercenary leader voiced his thoughts. Everyone turned their gaze, observing that the energy within the monster began to retract. The previously blinding red light was now diminishing, and the sense of scarlet malevolence seemed to dissipate slightly. At the center of the crimson glow stood Andrew, who was no longer shrouded in a black robe. His garments had vanished entirely. Behind him loomed massive wings, enveloping him, with skin as dark as night, and his eyes glowed with a dark red radiance that exuded an enchanting luminescence. He resembled the demonic figure encountered by Wukong at the fortune tellers. Yet his wings were far grander, his physique more robust, and his strength incomparable. The disparity in their auras was akin to that of a firefly and the full moon. The stones and various objects previously swept up by Andrew's overwhelming presence now lay scattered around him, and the red light that had enveloped him had been drawn back into his being. The earlier crimson glow was merely the manifestation of Andrew's overwhelming aura following his breakthrough. As described in the original text, it was an eruption of power. At this moment, Carlos approached Xian Linglong and said, "Captain Xian, you should retreat. The strength of this monster is beyond our capacity to withstand. We have resolved to fight to the death, hoping to buy some time. Miss Linglong, you should leave now, or I will be unable to answer to the leader." Carlos understood that if they fled, perhaps some might escape, but he could not abandon his comrades. The members of the Martial Alliance were his brothers and sisters, his family, and he could not forsake them under any circumstances. In this moment of reflection, Carlos's mind wandered back to the past. He had once been a destitute orphan, barely clothed and starving. It was Jiang Yun who had taken pity on him and welcomed him into the Martial Alliance, allowing him to live a life free from worry. The brothers of the Martial Alliance had treated him with great kindness. Henceforth, he had come to regard the Martial Alliance as his true home. Thus, he devoted himself with exceptional diligence and effort during his training, fully aware that only through relentless practice could he repay Jiang Yun for his kindness. However, just before he could fulfill his promise of gratitude, he found himself ensnared in a dire crisis. Regardless, he was resolute in his determination to protect Xian Linglong. For in the eyes of the multitude, she was undoubtedly the future lady of the Alliance, a beauty worthy of the Alliance leader. The leader had once imparted that death could weigh heavily like a mountain or lightly like a feather. In my past, I struggled to comprehend this notion. But now I understand that shedding blood for my brothers is my honor. Carlos turned to face his steadfast comrades, who had evidently cast aside their fears of life and death. Yet, he failed to notice the peculiar expression on Xian Linglong's face, her neck adorned with a blush, her countenance tinged with a rosy hue. Why do these people believe I share an unspeakable bond with Jiang Yun? Although the high priest had foretold that I would encounter my destined one, I am not yet certain I am willing. Xian Linglong's heart brimmed with embarrassment and indignation. Yet thoughts of Jiang Yun's charm and the warmth he exuded brought her a flicker of delight. Listening to Carlos's words ignited a spark of curiosity within her about Jiang Yun. What manner of person could cultivate such a commendable group? Surely, his mentor must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, the assembled crowd exchanged glances, most of them comprehending each other's sentiments. At this moment, Andrew surveyed the individuals before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid day it was," as it coincided with his ascension to Duke. To him, these people resembled mere insects. Andrew raised his hand, slowly coalescing an energy orb, which he casually flung forth. While its power seemed modest, the energy burst erupted beside the crowd, creating a substantial crater. "Ha ha ha! Delight me, you insignificant little insects." Andrew's laughter echoed, yet it sounded profoundly discordant to the ears of those present. The expressions of the crowd soured, realizing they had gravely underestimated Andrew's combat prowess. However, the sight of their numerous companions offered them a semblance of reassurance. Andrew stepped away from his previous position, where a pool of blood had been entirely absorbed by him. He flapped his wings and leapt into the air. Perched atop a high rooftop, he surveyed the throng below, his spirits soaring as he beheld the various leaders, a gleeful smile gracing his lips. "Shall we engage in a little game?" With that, he unleashed one energy orb after another, swiftly summoning dozens that floated ominously in the sky. "I shall rain down these energy blasts, and you must find a way to evade them or survive. What say you?" Andrew smiled benignly, yet to the onlookers, his grin appeared exceedingly sinister. "Why should we partake in your frivolous game?" A nameless extraterrestrial stepped forth, indignantly expressing his discontent. Whoosh! As the scene shifted, Andrew thrust a finger, revealing that it was his very digit that unleashed a lethal assault, mercilessly extinguishing the life of his adversary. Oh, how unfortunate! Such is the fate of those who dare to be uncooperative. At this moment, Andrew's laughter echoed eerily, reminiscent of Frisia, embodying the essence of a smiling predator as he dispatched another soul. A member of the Blaze squad approached Carlos, whispering, "Captain, what shall we do now? Prolonging the situation benefits us. We must refrain from any hasty actions." Carlos's gaze remained fixated on Andrew, vigilant against any malevolent intentions, for he could not rely on their foes to show them mercy. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of energy orbs descended upon their vicinity like dumplings falling into boiling water. "Quickly, take cover. Drop down. What good will lying down do? Hurry and move aside. Activate the shield." The latter command came from Carlos, encompassing Xian Linglong within their protective barrier. In an instant, the sound of explosions resonated, reverberating across the landscape. Yet, despite their efforts, some were unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast, leaving nothing but remnants of their existence. Chapter 80. A critical moment. Jiang Yun arrives. In a matter of moments, the ground was engulfed in dust and chaos. Surrounding structures had been obliterated, revealing numerous craters of varying sizes, indicating that some energy projectiles had struck the same spot with devastating effect. Dreadful fiend, do they perceive us as mere playthings? This abomination must be vanquished. I have never endured such indignity. This wretched creature is terrifyingly powerful. As the dust began to settle, it became evident that a small portion of the crowd had suffered casualties, some bearing injuries, clutching their arms, clearly affected by energy abrasions. A mere brush had rendered an arm incapacitated. One could only imagine the extent of Andrew's destructive capacity. In truth, this was merely a trifling display of his might. Recently elevated to the rank of Duke, Andrew was in high spirits, engaging in a deadly game with the survivors, the stakes being their very lives. With arms crossed, he scrutinized those who remained, his gaze lingering on Carlos and his companions, who appeared untouched by the chaos, piquing his curiosity. To his surprise, so many had survived. The game would continue. More energy projectiles began to materialize in his hands. Are you ready, pitiful insects? They possessed no sense of direction. Andrew's expression morphed into one of cruel amusement, viewing the gathered individuals as mere toys for his entertainment. He reveled in their fury and helplessness, for such emotions brought him joy and a sense of release. In an instant, the hovering energy orbs began to descend one after another, crashing around the crowd. Andrew relinquished control, allowing them to fall freely. The fate of those struck was left to chance. Indeed, he hoped they would endure longer, for it would prolong his amusement. The sound of explosions rang out once more, accompanied by the anguished cries of the wounded. If this continues, we shall all perish. We must devise a plan. What plan? We charge at him and fight. After all, death is inevitable. We might as well die with honor. Indeed, a noble death is preferable to a coward's end. 18 years hence, one may rise again as a hero. Be brother, why? Why 18 years? A younger member stammered. You fool, why do you stutter? It's because your elder brother will only reach maturity 18 years hence. In our homeland, one is considered an adult at 18, a true man, worthy of the title hero. His brother replied, though his voice faltered, in the next life, I shall never disdain your stutter. Be brother, it matters not. I have grown accustomed. The earnest man, touched by his brother's words, scratched his head, recalling how he had unexpectedly saved this individual during a previous mission, leading them to forge a bond of brotherhood. Uncertain of their fate, the prospect of escape seemed dismal. As the smoke began to dissipate, we prepared to launch our assault. We could no longer endure this state of stagnation and must retaliate, lest we perish in vain. Carlos swiftly rallied his comrades, urging them not to concentrate too heavily, but to disperse. Miss Linglong, seize the opportunity to flee. This place is perilous. No sooner had Carlos issued his commands than a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Damn it! It appeared someone could no longer tolerate Andrew's humiliation and chose to rebel against him. Yet this act undeniably disrupted our collective momentum. In response to the energy blast unleashed by this individual, Andrew merely extended a wing to shield himself, remaining utterly unmoved, as if merely swatted by a mosquito, sustaining no harm whatsoever. The sudden commotion startled everyone, and reluctantly, we resolved to act immediately. Linglong, hearing Carlos's words, remained silent, yet she had no intention of retreating. Recalling the nightmarish voice from the past, she silently vowed, this time, I shall not flee. Absolutely not. In her desperation, Carlos overlooked Linglong's astonishing combat prowess. Her strength had surged to an astounding 50,000, a significant enhancement since the last time Jiang Yun had encountered her, but it was still insufficient to confront Andrew. As the smoke gradually cleared, revealing the figures of the gathered warriors, a flurry of attacks erupted, creating a striking spectacle. However, the meager damage they inflicted was evidently inadequate for Andrew. He simply shielded himself with his wing, lowering it leisurely after a few moments. Is this all you are capable of? Andrew scoffed derisively. Altogether now, someone suddenly exclaimed, prompting an immediate response from the group. Lello charged directly at Andrew, delivering a powerful punch that landed solidly against him. Andrew effortlessly retaliated, sending Lello flying with a single kick, crashing through several walls with ease. One by one, the others followed suit, yet Andrew dispatched them all with just one punch or kick, never requiring a second strike against a single opponent. Fish Zero Missile, Death Beam, Super Spiral Flash, Explosive Shockwave. The remaining warriors unleashed their ultimate techniques upon Andrew, a torrent of blue, white, and yellow energy converging toward him. However, Andrew merely opened his mouth, unleashing an attack that obliterated their onslaught. Now's our chance. Quadruple Jiang King Fist. Everyone, unleash your full power. Cutting Beam, Kamehameha Wave, Chi Element Slash, Explosive Shockwave. Perish. Carlos, seizing the moment of Andrew's vulnerability, initiated a full power assault, revealing their trump cards in a spectacular display. Regarding the techniques, they were previously contributed by Klin and others. The Chi Yuan Slash has already been developed by Klin, and it was recorded in the system earlier to exchange for points. Compared to the Kamehameha, everyone holds higher expectations for the Yuan Chi Slash, as it consumes less energy and possesses formidable cutting ability, making it ideally suited for the current chaotic battle. Andrew observed the incoming attacks with disdain, ready to deflect them with his hand. Yet, upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized that the onslaught from the crowd was significantly more powerful than the previous rabble, and their martial arts techniques were remarkably intricate. He swiftly enveloped himself with his wings. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of impacts resonated as the attacks relentlessly struck against Andrew's wings. Before long, the cacophony ceased, and the attackers began to catch their breath, indicating that the recent assault had not come easily for them. I have lost all desire to play with you. Andrew's voice brimmed with fury, for his most cherished wings had been marred by the attacks of these insignificant insects. His wings, the strongest part of him, were typically used for defense, yet he held a deep affection for them. The fact that they had been breached and injured by such feeble beings was utterly humiliating. Particularly if it were to reach the demon realm, it would surely evoke laughter. Although Carlos and his companions unleashed a combat power reaching tens of thousands, in Andrew's eyes, they were no different from the earlier foes. With a swift movement, he appeared directly before Xian Linglong, but Carlos suddenly interposed himself in front of her. Andrew, without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch that sent Carlos flying, creating a deep crater upon impact. Carlos coughed up blood and fell silent. With Carlos out of the way, Andrew delivered a swift kick that propelled Xian Linglong into the sky, and then a brilliant light erupted from his hand as he charged towards her. Captain Linglong. The moment seemed prolonged, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Andrew's attack was repelled, as a figure emerged, cradling Xian Linglong before the eyes of all. Chapter 81. The might of Jiang Yun. The figure loomed behind the crowd, its cloak billowing in the wind, reminiscent of legendary heroes. Xian Linglong believed her fate was sealed. Under Andrew's formidable assault, her body felt as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Just as she resigned herself to oblivion, a palpable aura of death encircled her. In that fleeting moment, she instinctively closed her eyes, yet the next instant, warmth enveloped her, imparting an unprecedented sense of comfort. Her exquisite lashes fluttered like windshield wipers, and in her lively eyes, the delicate visage of Jiang Yun emerged. The realization that she was cradled in his embrace flushed her cheeks with a deep crimson. With a swift movement, Jiang Yun transported her directly to the base of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps. He then instantaneously returned to the battlefield, his powerful aura erupting with intensity. Though he could not fully comprehend the source of his anger, perhaps it stemmed from Xian Linglong's injury, he felt an unbidden affection for the girl blossom within his heart. The sight of her near demise only fueled the flames of his ire. Who are you, daring to impede my path? Jiang Yun's emergence incited fury in Andrew. Another insignificant insect dared to disturb him, a blatant disregard for life. Andrew remained unfazed by Jiang Yun's manifest energy. In his perception, Jiang Yun's strength was but a fraction of his own. Such combat prowess was trivial to him, yet it provided a modicum of amusement. For how could one showcase their formidable might without a worthy opponent? At that moment, Andrew's ego swelled, having acquired a combat capacity akin to that of a duke. He yearned for an adversary to test his newfound power. The leader of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps possessed remarkable strength. Though his aura did not eclipse that of the monster before him, it far surpassed that of his peers. This combat ability must be in the range of 70 to 80,000. It must be noted that these extraterrestrial beings, having never encountered such elevated combat prowess, severely underestimated Andrew and Jiang Yun's capabilities. Generally, an explosion of fighting spirit would indeed manifest as an aura, but most of that power resided within. Only the members of the Blazing Flame Corps, who could sense the energy, truly grasped the terrifying potential of both men. Yet, a sense of trepidation loomed over them. Although they were aware of their leader's numerous trump cards, Andrew's strength had surpassed Jiang Yun's tenfold, inevitably instilling anxiety within them. "Haha, was it you who thwarted my attack? Quite impressive. If so, come, let us engage in a game," Andrew exclaimed, brimming with excitement, unable to contain his eagerness to test his strength. He hoped Jiang Yun could endure a while longer, for should he fall, the thrill would dissipate. With a swift motion, Andrew vanished, only to reappear above Jiang Yun, leaving a small crater in the ground where he had once stood. With a swift turn, Jiang Yun delivered a powerful kick that sent Andrew flying through the air. However, Andrew emerged unscathed, performing a couple of somersaults before coming to a halt. "Excellent. Just like that. This is truly exhilarating," Andrew exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he charged towards Jiang Yun. "Stop being disgusting, you vile creature," he shouted, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Jiang Yun retaliated with a concentrated burst of energy, instantly propelling Andrew back to the ground, where he crashed heavily, creating a massive crater. Slowly, Andrew rose, his face contorted with rage. "You insignificant pest, you have provoked my wrath," he declared, his formidable aura surging, reaching an astonishing 13 million in strength. Observing Andrew's intention to unleash his full power, Jiang Yun resolved to no longer conceal his own might. "Jiang Divine Body, activate." In an instant, Jiang Yun's aura began to skyrocket. "What?" Andrew gasped in disbelief as Jiang Yun's power surged to the level of a duke. How could this be? Just moments ago, he was merely a weak marquis, and now he had ascended to Andrew's level. After centuries of arduous effort to attain his current strength, primarily due to significant breakthroughs during this earthly sojourn, Andrew found it incomprehensible that this human could reach his realm so swiftly. Impossible. It cannot be. He must have concealed his true power. Yet, judging by the vitality of this young man, who appeared to be under 100 years old, it was evident he was a genius. The thought of the young prodigies in the demon realm, who aspired to surpass centuries of his toil in mere decades, intensified Andrew's discontent. The desire to eliminate Jiang Yun grew stronger within him. Observing Jiang Yun's displayed strength, Andrew sensed that it would not be long before he surpassed him, igniting a murderous intent within him. "Ha! I despise you geniuses the most. Prepare to die." The memory of his own nemesis, also labeled a genius, fueled Andrew's animosity towards Jiang Yun. Death Missile, a massive red energy orb, pulsating with a sinister aura, coalesced in Andrew's hand and hurtled towards Jiang Yun. Holy Light Shield. Jiang Yun summoned the Holy Light Shield, the optimal defense against such an assault. As anticipated, after a brief standoff, the enormous energy projectile was deflected, soaring into the vacuum of space. How is this possible? My death missile was so effortlessly countered? Andrew pondered, sensing something amiss with his attack. If that is the case, let us engage in close combat. Realizing the flaw in his strategy, Andrew decisively closed the distance and initiated a physical confrontation with Jiang Yun. Employing both hands and feet, Andrew soared into the sky with the aid of his wings, then dove down, landing a powerful punch that forced Jiang Yun back. Yet, Jiang Yun quickly closed the gap. And despite being outmatched in sheer power, he showcased his formidable combat skills, ensuring the exchange remained fierce and relentless. Andrew's fist struck Jiang Yun's face, causing blood to instantly flow from the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth. In retaliation, Jiang Yun swiftly countered, landing a blow directly on Andrew's nose, resulting in a cascade of blood. Wiping the blood from his nose, Andrew once more advanced towards Jiang Yun, launching a whirlwind kick. However, Jiang Yun adeptly bent low to evade it, executing a sweeping leg maneuver that sent Andrew crashing to the ground. With a single hand supporting himself, he delivered a powerful kick, propelling Andrew like a meteor into a rocky outcrop in the wilderness. Boom! A massive imprint appeared, with Andrew's entire form embedded within it. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. The realization dawned that Jiang Yun had the capacity to subdue this formidable adversary. Perhaps he could indeed vanquish Andrew. At that moment, hope surged within the hearts of the crowd. If Jiang Yun triumphed over this monster, their own survival would be secured. They gazed at Jiang Yun with eager anticipation, placing all their hopes upon him. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the hollow rock face, followed by Andrew's body, now devoid of his former elegance, covered in scrapes and bruises. Andrew abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon the airborne Jiang Yun. Chapter 82. Reversal and Counter-Reversal. Andrew's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light. One might have thought he was about to unleash a formidable attack. However, to everyone's astonishment, he released a multitude of bats that surged towards Jiang Yunfei. Observing the swarm, Jiang Yun was perplexed by Andrew's intentions. Clearly, there was a purpose behind this maneuver. It was prudent to remain cautious. Thus, he deftly darted backward, avoiding close contact with the bats. Yet, those creatures seemed to possess an uncanny sense of direction, relentlessly pursuing him. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yun conjured a flurry of energy orbs, obliterating the majority of Andrew's bats. While uncertain of their function, exercising caution was undoubtedly wise. Meanwhile, Andrew, watching Jiang Yun's actions, frowned inwardly, though one could not ascertain whether he had eyebrows. He subsequently unleashed an even greater wave of bats, while simultaneously directing a barrage of energy orbs at Jiang Yun. Assessing the incoming bats alongside Andrew's energy projectiles, Jiang Yun determined that the bats posed a lesser threat and prioritized countering the energy orbs first. As he deflected the projectiles, a subtle smirk crept across Andrew's lips. However, upon noticing the encroaching bats, Jiang Yun heightened his vigilance. In a shocking turn, the bats began to emit a crimson glow, and one by one, they charged towards him like moths drawn to a flame. A sense of dread washed over Jiang Yun as he widened his eyes. Comprehending Andrew's sinister strategy, these bats were set to self-destruct. Unfortunately, there was no time to evade. The bats were upon him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resonated in rapid succession, enveloping the battlefield in a thick cloud of dust. Captain Jiang Yun, our leader. The onlookers gasped in alarm. Could it be that Captain Jiang Yun had fallen? No, it couldn't be. If he were defeated, their fates would surely be sealed. Some had already begun to slip away unnoticed. Yet, the majority remained, knowing they could not escape the consequences of this confrontation. They could only await the outcome of the battle. The members of the Blazing Flame team took a moment to compose themselves, for they sensed Jiang Yun's presence. Though his aura wavered slightly, it was evident that he was not gravely harmed. Do not panic, our leader is unharmed. The members of the Blazing Flame team assured the crowd. Though puzzled by their reference to Jiang Yun as leader, some inquired, how do you know? It requires arduous training to perceive such things. Even if we explained, you would not understand. The members of the Blazing Flame team chose not to elaborate, redirecting their focus onto the battlefield. Despite the myriad questions swirling in their minds, the crowd, recognizing the team's reluctance to engage in further explanation, turned their attention back to the conflict. After all, survival was paramount. They could ponder their inquiries once the dust had settled. Andrew was acutely aware that Jiang Yun could not have perished so easily. Thus, he hurled energy blasts towards the location where Jiang Yun had been, relentlessly attacking until a substantial crater was formed. As the dust gradually settled, a vast pit emerged, yet there was no trace of a figure within. Ha! That bastard is finally dead. Damn prodigy, perish. Ha! Andrew laughed heartily, convinced that he had reduced Jiang Yun to mere fragments. Hey, what are you laughing at over there? A voice rang out from a distance. It turned out that Jiang Yun had merely endured a couple of explosions before employing an enhanced version of teleportation to suddenly appear in another location. Observing Andrew's antics like a clown, Andrew and the others turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, only to find Jiang Yun nonchalantly leaning against a stone pillar. How had he traversed such a distance? Only a few members of the Blaze team understood. Jiang Yun had utilized teleportation. Glimpses of envy flickered across the faces of those present at the sight of Jiang Yun. This was indeed a divine skill, whether for traversing vast distances or for life-saving purposes. Upon witnessing Jiang Yun unscathed, rage surged within Andrew. He charged directly at Jiang Yun, exclaiming, "You forced my hand." Blood demon disintegration. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from Andrew as he ignited his own life force. He realized that if he delayed any longer, defeat was imminent. So he unhesitatingly unleashed the secret technique of his vampire clan. Andrew's combat power soared to an astonishing 17 million. Boom. With his full power unleashed, Andrew sent Jiang Yun hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the mountainside before plummeting down. Coughing violently, Jiang Yun spat blood. Acutely aware of the trauma to his internal organs, 5 ribs were broken. The leaders of the various mercenary groups were left in stunned silence. Andrew had a trump card, and in an instant, he had severely injured Jiang Yun. A collective sense of despair washed over the crowd. As Jiang Yun assessed his current state, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This world was indeed starkly real. The villains never wasted words, ultimately falling victim to their own verbosity. It seemed that such privileges were reserved solely for protagonists, whose luminous auras allowed them to seize opportunities for a comeback. Yet, it was precisely because he understood the authenticity of this world that he had always kept a backup plan. Jiang Yun employed spatial storage to produce a miraculous being, instantly restoring himself to full vitality. Immediately thereafter, he clenched his fists. Jiang Divine Body. Thunder mode. The Thunder God descends. Bolts of lightning began to emanate from Jiang Yun, with arcs of blue and white electricity dancing around him. The potent energy even caused his hair to rise slightly, coursing with tiny currents, while arcs of electricity sporadically struck the ground, creating 2 additional craters. At that moment, Jiang Yun was enveloped in a radiant glow of lightning, resembling a deity of thunder, exuding an aura of dominance. This was Jiang Yun's ace in the hole, an enhancement of the ordinary Jiang divine body, transformed into the energy of thunder. From the moment Jiang Yun embarked on his exploration of attribute energy, he contemplated the direct transmutation of his qi into attribute-infused energy, rather than manifesting it solely through techniques. Utilizing the simulation capabilities of the virtual universe and aided by his extraordinary comprehension, he adeptly converted the qi within his body into the formidable power of thunder. However, due to the incomplete refinement of this transformation, he could only activate the Thunder God mode with the assistance of vital energy. During his initial research, Jiang Yun developed a profound fascination with vital energy. When he encountered obstacles in the conversion of qi into its attributes, he endeavored to harness the power of vital energy for transformation, leading to unexpectedly favorable results. The transmutation of vital energy proved remarkably effortless, as it is the essence of all creation, omnipresent in rivers, mountains, lightning, and even within the human body. Vital energy can be seen as the very foundation of the Dragon Ball universe. His physique was already suffused with an abundance of vital energy, laying a solid groundwork for his transformation into Thunder mode, a success he achieved a year prior, though he had kept it a secret. Now, the energy coursing through him was no longer mere qi, but rather thunderous in nature. Entering this state while in the Jiang God form allowed his body to autonomously absorb external vital energy to sustain its operation, thereby providing a solid foundation for the Thunder mode. Jiang Yun tirelessly labored to establish Thunder mode as his default state, recognizing that a constant state is paramount. However, at present, his accumulation remains insufficient, requiring time for further consolidation. As Jiang Yun successfully transformed, he astonished all those present, with Andrew's strength significantly heightened. Jiang Yun's metamorphosis served as a striking counter, leaving everyone in disbelief. To them, Jiang Yun's radiant form, shimmering with the essence of thunder, epitomized transformation itself. Chapter 83. The Origins of Andrew and the Space Rift. Everyone stared in astonishment at Jiang Yun, who at that moment resembled a deity of thunder descending upon the earth, his immense aura rendering those around him breathless. Andrew, observing the transformation in Jiang Yun, felt an extraordinary shock, particularly at the dangerously potent energy radiating from Jiang Yun, which even suppressed his own strength. Currently, Andrew's combat power stood at 15 million, and it was no wonder, for Jiang Yun was enveloped in the power of thunder, which was the bane of creatures from the demon realm. At this juncture, Jiang Yun's combat power soared to 55 million. During the brief span of days spent on Mikexing, Jiang Yun had absorbed the martial essence of the Mikexing people, elevating his combat prowess to 110 million. The Thunder mode, built upon the foundation of the Jiang God body, amplified his strength fivefold, granting him a semblance of divine presence. His combat power was now formidable within the cosmos, yet it still paled in comparison to the enemies and adversaries whose strength would continue to escalate. Jiang Yun gazed coldly at Andrew, and with a flicker, he appeared before him. Andrew hurriedly countered, but Jiang Yun effortlessly materialized behind him. As Andrew struck again, Jiang Yun nimbly dodged, making Andrew's speed seem as sluggish as that of a snail in his eyes. After several repetitions, Andrew realized he could not even graze the hem of Jiang Yun's garment. A wave of fear washing over him. "I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe this," Andrew exclaimed incredulously, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, clearly under immense pressure. He began to throw punches at Jiang Yun, but his attacks lacked any coherence. His mental state had been shattered, leading to what one might describe as a complete breakdown of composure. "I have unleashed my full potential, and yet you still possess an advantage. This is utterly devoid of martial ethics." Thoughts of countless frustrations raced through Andrew's mind. Jiang Yun effortlessly evaded all his attempts, seizing Andrew and slamming him forcefully to the ground. Grasping one of Andrew's legs, he wielded him like a mace, striking indiscriminately. In an instant, Andrew was knocked unconscious. Jiang Yun then lifted Andrew's leg and, after spinning him in the air a few times, hurled him with great force, sending him crashing into the rocks, even penetrating several mountain peaks. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers felt a surge of satisfaction. The monster who had previously tormented them was now reduced to such a pitiful state. It was evident to all that Jiang Yun was toying with Andrew. Andrew regained consciousness, but he would have preferred to remain unconscious, for his body had been shattered by the brutal blows. However, the vampire lineage within him began to mend his injuries, and before long, he was nearly restored. Jiang Yun observed the rapid healing of Andrew's body, although it was not as swift as that of the Mykexing people, nor comparable to that of the demon Bu. It did not diminish his own imposing aura, leaving him somewhat astonished. As he contemplated Andrew's appearance, a thought crossed his mind. Could he be the fabled vampire? Is there truly a race of vampires within the Dragon Ball universe? In truth, Andrew is indeed a vampire, though he is more commonly referred to as a member of the Vampire Demon Clan, a faction of considerable standing within the demon realm. At this moment, Jiang Yun remains unaware of these matters. However, he has developed a curiosity regarding Andrew's origins. With a swift motion, Jiang Yun employed the technique known as the Hollow Wave, immobilizing Andrew's limbs. Subsequently, he conjured a sword of thunder and positioned it against Andrew's neck, grinning as he inquired, "Do you wish to live, or do you prefer death?" Feeling the weight of the thunderous blade upon his throat, Andrew was acutely aware that his neck could not withstand Jiang Yun's assault. In his eyes, Jiang Yun was no mere demon. The sword at his throat, occasionally sparking with lightning and striking his skin, though not inflicting severe harm, caused him considerable discomfort and instilled a sense of dread within him. This was, in fact, Jiang Yun's intention, designed to intimidate Andrew into submission. As anticipated, Andrew began to plead for mercy. "I wish to live. I wish to live. Please do not kill me." Having recently ascended to the rank of Duke, he had yet to exact his vengeance. Upon noticing that Jiang Yun had no immediate intention of ending his life, he promptly commenced his supplication, hoping for clemency. Jiang Yun felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained a facade of sternness, stating, "Your fate depends on your behavior. If you prove yourself worthy, I may yet spare you. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, I understand," Andrew hastily replied, eager to comply. "First, divulge your origins. After all, I have never encountered someone of your kind before." Jiang Yun shook the sword of thunder in his hand, directing his inquiry at Andrew. Gazing at the trembling blade, Andrew swallowed hard, his anxiety palpable as he spoke, fearful that any delay might lead to his demise at Jiang Yun's hands. "I am Andrew, a member of the Vampire Demon Clan, hailing from the demon realm." Indeed, a true vampire, Jiang Yun thought, surprised yet eager to hear more from Andrew. "I have incurred the wrath of a powerful entity and have been pursued relentlessly, which led to my unintentional arrival in the human realm. While our vampire clan is also a significant force, my position within it is not esteemed, overshadowed by another, leading to my abandonment by the family." As he recounted his tale, Andrew's eyes shimmered with hatred, not only towards his enemies, but also towards the clan that had forsaken him. "Continue," Jiang Yun urged. "Yes, yes," Andrew complied, trembling. "My adversary is named Lester, hailing from the Silver Armor clan. Members of the Silver Armor clan are endowed with a natural layer of silver armor, granting them formidable defense and combat prowess. With their silver armor, they can even challenge foes of superior rank, establishing them as a major power within the demon realm, even ranking above our vampire clan. Lester is the grandson of a high-ranking member of the Silver Armor clan, and his combat abilities surpass my own." A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Yun's mind as he contemplated the immense strength within the demon realm. He had not anticipated that a mere descendant could wield such power, even exceeding Andrew's. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, Andrew's reference was to a past era. The combat strength of Lester is merely around 11 million, which pales in comparison to the current Andrew. "Pray, enlighten me about the circumstances in your demon realm." "Indeed, the most formidable factions within our demon realm are the Silver Armored Clan, the Troll Clan, the Earth Spike Clan, and the Stone Demon Clan. Were it not for the decline of our vampire lineage, we would undoubtedly be among the 5 great powers. Among these, the Silver Armored Clan is the weakest of the 4 major factions, while beneath them lies my vampire clan. Beyond this, numerous smaller factions exist. The entire demon realm is governed by Lord Dapra, the Demon King, whose legendary strength far surpasses that of our family's prince." A glimmer of admiration flickered in Andrew's eyes, for among the demon race, the strong are revered. "Since you belong to the demon race, how did you arrive in the human realm?" Jiang Yun inquired at this moment. "I traversed to the human realm through the Abyssal Canyon, where a spatial rift leads to the human world. However, the spatial turbulence within is exceedingly chaotic. Those lacking sufficient power can easily be torn to shreds by it. I, too, was fortunate to have escaped being shredded by the spatial turbulence back then." A look of relief crossed Andrew's face. "Oh, spatial turbulence." Chapter 84. The heartbeat of Xian Linglong, a rift in space? Please enlighten me about this spatial fissure. Upon hearing Andrew mention the rift, Jiang Yun was instantly filled with curiosity and addressed Andrew. Of course, my lord. Andrew, not daring to defy Jiang Yun, nodded eagerly. This spatial rift is located within the abyssal gorge. I fortuitously fell into this fissure and miraculously was not torn apart by it. The abyssal gorge, also known as the Abyss Canyon, is a perilous place for our demonic kind, rumored to be rife with dangers. I was left with no choice but to enter the gorge while being pursued, and by sheer luck, I traversed this rift and arrived in the human realm. I was also fortunate enough to evade the chaotic currents of space. At that moment, a look of relief spread across Andrew's face, clearly indicating the dire nature of his previous circumstances. Oh, and where exactly is this spatial rift located? Jiang Yun inquired. The rift lies above the white dwarf star in the twin star domain. Andrew revealed its location to Jiang Yun. The twin star domain? It doesn't seem too far. With our current spacecraft, we could reach it in 2 days. Perhaps we should pay it a visit. Jiang Yun pondered, eager to witness the rift for himself. Thus, he spoke to Andrew. I can spare your life, but it will depend on your conduct. So far, you have fared well, yet your existence remains a threat to others, necessitating protective measures against you. As he spoke, Jiang Yun sheathed his sword and pointed both hands at Andrew's heart, releasing a surge of energy that flew toward it. Instantly, Andrew felt a chilling force converge upon his heart, overwhelming him with a profound sense of danger. What is this? Andrew asked in fear, trembling uncontrollably. This is a bolt of my thunderous energy, Jiang Yun replied. Should you fail to comply, it will explode within your heart with a resounding boom. You know what you must do. Do not harbor any false hopes. It will reside in your heart for 10 years. For that duration, your behavior will determine your fate. If you perform well, I shall release you. Do you understand? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Andrew gradually regained his composure. Initially fearing that Jiang Yun would betray him, he found solace in the fact that despite the presence of a ticking time bomb, survival was preferable to death. However, the thought of serving under Jiang Yun for 10 years filled him with discomfort. Yet, constrained by his predicament, he resolved to endure the humiliation. 10 years was but a fleeting moment in the long lifespan of their vampire kin. Besides, he had already spent a decade in the human realm. For him, 10 years was hardly significant. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Andrew was an invaluable specimen for experimentation. Faced with such a ruthless being, Jiang Yun felt no remorse, envisioning the prospect of handing Andrew over to Dr. Brief for research. Surely, Dr. Brief would be delighted to work with someone like Andrew. Scientists are perpetually intrigued by peculiar phenomena, particularly by one such as Andrew, a veritable vampire. Jiang Yun promptly released Andrew from his grip. In an instant, Andrew's combat prowess plummeted dramatically, dwindling to just over 10 million. Weak and feeble, he sank to his knees, indicating that the duration of his secret technique had expired. Jiang Yun surreptitiously speculated that Andrew was no match for him. In this state, he could endure for several hours, feeling little strain at all. Jiang Yun soared with Andrew toward the others, landing before Buchun, who was accompanied by a shadowy figure, none other than Carlos, who still clung to life. Buchun addressed Jiang Yun, urging action. Jiang Yun stooped down and administered a heavenly bean into Carlos's mouth, subsequently using his energy to assist Carlos in swallowing it, as Carlos's current condition rendered him incapable of doing so unaided. Instantly, Carlos's injuries vanished without a trace. For Jiang Yun, employing healing techniques would have been too slow. Moreover, retaining a trump card proved advantageous, for one never knows when it might save a life. The onlookers gazed on with envy, astonished at Jiang Yun's possession of such a miraculous item, a veritable lifeline. Yet, they dared not covet Jiang Yun's favor, especially since he had just saved them all. In summary, despite the setbacks encountered during this endeavor, the outcome was favorable, though it was lamentable for the fallen leaders who had perished. Eventually, the group returned, but they did not forget Batu, the mastermind behind Andrew's machinations. With Buchin's assistance, they apprehended Batu and, in a fit of righteous fury, executed him, avenging their slain comrades. However, they dared not lay a finger on Andrew, who had fallen into Jiang Yun's hands. Following this confrontation, Jiang Yun's reputation soared, and with the people's endorsement, he ascended to the leadership of Qiu Long Star. At that moment, Xian Linglong learned of Jiang Yun's triumph over Andrew. After Jiang Yun rescued her by feeding her a heavenly bean, he swiftly returned to the battlefield. Xian Linglong reminisced about the scene of her rescue, the warmth of being cradled in his arms igniting a blush within her. She recalled the prophecy of the high priestess, murmuring to herself, "He is the savior." Reflecting on the High Priestess's words that foretold their destined union, her heart brimmed with thoughts of Jiang Yun. After a day of fervent discussions, tales of Jiang Yun's exploits spread throughout Qiulong Star. Have you heard? The notorious serial killer has been identified, none other than Lord Batu, the planet's master. Bah! Lord Batu is unworthy. He has harmed his own people. It is said that Batu raised a great demon, committing murder to sustain it. Yet he was vanquished by the illustrious and mighty Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun shall ascend as the new ruler of the planet. I also heard that Jiang Yun transformed into a fearsome three-headed, six-armed warrior, overpowering that fiend. Others recounted tales of Jiang Yun, but as they passed through many mouths, the accounts grew increasingly fantastical, speaking of towering heights, a thousand-armed Azura, and an aura of fierce dread. Regardless, the news has spread far and wide. The following day, Xian Linglong paid a visit accompanied by Lan Peeling. The two sat quietly on the sofa, sipping tea, until Xian Linglong finally broke the serene atmosphere. Has the fearsome and formidable Lord Qianshou Azura chosen to remain silent? In stark contrast to Xian Linglong's cheerful demeanor, Jiang Yun was enveloped in a cloud of frustration. Who could have disseminated such absurd rumors? A splendid young man like himself was being portrayed as a ferocious demon, transformed into a grotesque creature with countless hands. The most intolerable allegation was that some claimed he was not a man, but a woman. How could he endure such slander? Any man would find it unbearable. The two engaged in a seemingly oblivious conversation in the deserted living room, punctuated occasionally by Xian Linglong's melodic laughter. As their dialogue progressed, Xian Linglong's smile faded, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. She rose and approached Jiang Yun, gazing intently at his face for a few seconds before saying, "Thank you for saving me." With that, she embraced Jiang Yun tightly, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her graceful form. At that moment, sunlight streamed in from outside, casting a radiant glow upon them, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. In this enchanting setting, the two remained quietly entwined. Chapter 85. Returning to Earth with Xian Linglong. After a period of warmth, the bond between the two significantly deepened, an observation duly noted by the members of the Blaze Mercenary Corps and the Rose Mercenary Corps. Many speculated that there must be some secret relationship between them. However, they all agreed that the couple appeared to be a perfect match, akin to a golden boy and a jade girl. Consequently, the camaraderie between the two mercenary groups flourished, with some brothers even forming families with members of the Rose Mercenary Corps, though that is a tale for another time. After resting for a few days, Jiang Yun contemplated visiting the spatial rift mentioned by Andrew. He called upon Buchun and Andrew, intending to venture together to the White Dwarf Star in the Gemini Star region. Once the two had arrived, the trio set off without any additional companions. Aboard the spacecraft, Jiang Yun inquired of Andrew, "Is it possible for others to traverse the spatial rift you passed through?" "In theory, it is feasible, albeit with a minuscule probability. The chaotic currents of the space one must navigate are quite troublesome. I arrived here quite inadvertently. Reproducing the circumstances of that moment is challenging. As each individual's situation is unique," Andrew replied candidly to Jiang Yun's question. Nodding in understanding, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to the map aboard the ship, noting that it would take an additional day and a half to reach their destination. Checking the time, he turned to Buchun and said, "When we arrive, call me. I will take a rest for now." With that, he turned and walked toward his quarters. Upon reaching his room, what was supposed to be a period of rest transformed into a brief session of meditation. After concluding his meditation, he finally intended to indulge in a proper rest. "Brother Yun, we've arrived." Buchun knocked on Jiang Yun's door, signaling their arrival at the destination. "I understand." Jiang Yun emerged from his meditation, opening his eyes while sitting cross-legged. As he attuned himself to his breath, he felt an increasing harmony between his body and the vital energy. He sensed that the day he could master the thunder mode as a norm was drawing near. As the spacecraft descended gradually, its door slowly opened, and the three stepped out once Jiang Yun stored the ship away. Observing the boundless surroundings, Jiang Yun turned to Andrew. Understanding Jiang Yun's intent, Andrew promptly replied, "The spatial rift is located in a basin at the northwest corner, approximately in that direction." As he spoke, he gestured toward the indicated path. "Let us proceed." Jiang Yun was the first to rise, soaring toward that direction, with Buchun and Andrew closely following. Before long, the trio arrived before the spatial rift described by Andrew. Before them lay a fissure extending several dozen meters, resembling a tear in a fabric, with a swirling silver-gray mist coursing through its center. While it appeared harmless at first glance, the sharp aura emanating from it was palpable, leaving no doubt in their minds regarding the rift's formidable power. Andrew elucidated that this spatial rift, spanning from one end to the other, could be traversed with a mere attainment of the Marquis level, which in your realm is akin to possessing a fighting power of 1 million, while crossing from this side is relatively facile. The journey from the opposite end is fraught with peril, as the tumultuous spatial currents are predominantly sweeping towards the past. To navigate against this flow demands an extraordinarily formidable strength. Andrew conveyed this to Jiang Yun, who pondered thoughtfully. With his current combat prowess, traversing to the other side posed no challenge. However, returning would be considerably daunting, as he could not guarantee he would possess the same fortune that Andrew had at that time, enabling him to survive the myriad dangers of this spatial rift. Though entry into this rift for exploration was not feasible, Jiang Yun received a piece of favorable news. The difficulty for entities from the demon realm to cross over from this point would deter them from causing him trouble for the time being. This respite would afford him the opportunity to enhance his strength. Gazing at the rift before him, Jiang Yun recalled his previous discourse with Dr. Bruce, contemplating whether the doctor could investigate the construction of a spatial teleportation device. Unexpectedly, the doctor remarked that while creating spatial artifacts was relatively straightforward, devising a stable teleportation apparatus was beyond his current capabilities. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yun recognized the disparity in technological advancement within the Dragon Ball universe. He recalled how, in the realm of science fiction films from his past life, teleportation was a commonplace phenomenon, with various cutting-edge technologies emerging. However, those worlds were comprehensively developed. Unlike the Dragon Ball universe, where individual prowess significantly diminished the influence of technology, weapons capable of planetary destruction were scarce, let alone the earth-shattering devices like the two-dimensional foil. Research into spatial capabilities was also exceedingly rare, which explained the absence of spacecraft capable of spatial jumps within the cosmos. This realization only heightened Jiang Yun's appreciation for technological potential. The development of technology still held vast promise. With his assistance, it was conceivable that the inhabitants of Earth could evolve into a formidable cosmic race in both martial and technological realms. Although the rift currently offered him no aid, it might provide inspiration to Dr. Brief. Perhaps it could enable him to gather spatial parameters from the rift, facilitating the creation of a stable spatial device. Such an advancement would undoubtedly accelerate the growth of his influence. With this in mind, Jiang Yun felt a surge of determination to return to Earth. He promptly expressed his excitement to Bu Chun, instructing him to send individuals to routinely monitor the spatial rift, ensuring its protection from any potential destruction. Although Bu Chun did not fully grasp Jiang Yun's sudden fervor, recognizing that the location was desolate and rarely visited, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun's intentions were always meaningful, and Bu Chun understood that each of his actions held significance. Thus, Jiang Yun, accompanied by the two, made their way back, not utilizing a spacecraft, but instead employing instant transmission to swiftly return to Qiulong Star. Previously, the use of teleportation was hindered by the uncertainty regarding the location of the white dwarf that Andrew mentioned. The vast expanse of the Gemini sector harbored numerous white dwarfs, and without specific coordinates, the only means to utilize teleportation for round trips to the locations was to visit Jiang Yun at least once. It must be said that teleportation is indeed remarkably convenient. Consequently, Jiang Yun resolved to return to Earth, intending to bring Andrew to Dr. Brief for research purposes, while also assuming the role of a bodyguard. However, just as Jiang Yun was preparing for his journey back to Earth, the enchanting Xian Linglong unexpectedly paid him a visit. Reluctantly, Jiang Yun received her, and upon learning of his intention to return to his ancestral planet, Xian Linglong joyfully expressed her desire to accompany him. Observing the youthful and vibrant woman before him, Jiang Yun felt no resistance to her presence, and upon hearing her request, he readily acquiesced. After all, whether it was one person or a group, with his current capabilities, traversing such distances with several companions posed no challenge. Thus, after ensuring that Bu Chun was prepared, Jiang Yun set off for Earth with Xian Linglong and Andrew. Andrew was somewhat astonished, realizing that this human possessed such remarkable abilities. Surely, this was the method employed to evade his earlier attack. In an instant, the group materialized at the Wu Alliance base, specifically within Jiang Yun's quarters, where no one was aware of his return to Earth. The first order of business for Jiang Yun upon his arrival was to seek out Dr. Brief. Chapter 86. The conversation between the celestial being and Jiang Yun upon seeing Jiang Yun accompanied by a young lady seeking Dr. Brief. The latter could not help but display an expression of surprise. Over the years, he had heard no mention of Jiang Yun's romantic entanglements. Now, he had brought a woman directly to his presence. Observing Dr. Brief's demeanor, Jiang Yun clarified, "This is Xian Linglong, a friend from the cosmos." Dr. Brief responded with a knowing look, though Jiang Yun could readily discern that the doctor harbored no virtuous intentions. "You understand nothing," he thought. At that moment, Dr. Brief shifted his gaze toward Andrew, who stood beside Jiang Yun. Noticing Andrew, Jiang Yun pulled Dr. Brief aside into a corner. "This individual is named Andrew, hailing from the demon realm. As for his character, you need not concern yourself. Just know he is a nefarious fellow. The primary reason for bringing him here was to allow the doctor to study him, while also serving as a bodyguard. Moreover, he is a vampire." Jiang Yun winked at Dr. Brief, and upon hearing this, a spark of interest ignited within the doctor. Though he was somewhat inexperienced in biological sciences, his lack of expertise was overshadowed by his formidable reputation among others. Approaching Andrew, Jiang Yun instructed, "Your duty is to ensure the doctor's safety and assist him by providing blood samples for research. Just a small amount. It won't be bothersome." Hearing that Jiang Yun expected him to protect such an elderly gentleman and cooperate in blood extraction, Andrew was thoroughly discontented. Yet, under the shadow of life's threats, he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon arriving on Earth, Xian Linglong found herself brimming with curiosity about the unfamiliar surroundings. The essence of this planet resonated with her positively. Its abundant vitality enveloped her in genuine comfort. Subsequently, Jiang Yun shared his discoveries with Dr. Brief. Upon learning of the existence of a natural spatial rift, Dr. Brief's interest was piqued significantly, as it would greatly aid his research into spatial phenomena. The prospect of Jiang Yun sharing this knowledge delighted him further. The exploration of science was his utmost passion. Thus, he promptly resolved to accompany Jiang Yun to the spatial rift for further investigation. They reached an agreement. The concept of spatial transmission was scarcely mentioned in this universe, let alone contemplated. When Dr. Brief grasped Jiang Yun's ideas, he was astounded by the potential to integrate space into everyday life. This research direction was indeed promising, yet based on his current theories, he could not ascertain how many years it would take to bring it to fruition. With the knowledge of the spatial rift's existence, Dr. Brief felt confident in his ability to construct the spatial device Jiang Yun described, provided he could gather relevant spatial data. His years of research in spatial technology would be sufficient to overcome this challenge. In the days that followed, due to the significance of the spatial rift, Andrew found himself sidelined by Dr. Brief, who was engrossed in his studies. In his eyes, the pursuit of spatial research took precedence over all else. Utilizing Jiang Yun's instantaneous movement, he shuttled between two locations, regularly requiring his assistance for transport. Jiang Yun, undeterred by the inconvenience, also encouraged the members of the Martial Alliance to practice this technique. Despite its inherent challenges, the accelerated time flow of the virtual universe significantly aided their progress. Over the subsequent 6 months, several individuals with a natural aptitude for spatial manipulation successfully mastered the skill. It is undeniable that the Martial Alliance, having evolved to its current state, boasts a plethora of exceptional talents. Occasionally, Jiang Yun returned to Qiulong Star, particularly after Xian Linglong, having savored the exquisite cuisine of Earth, transformed into a veritable gourmand, frequently lingering to indulge in culinary delights and mastering the art of shopping like many women. This predicament left Jiang Yun, a renowned figure on Earth, feeling somewhat exasperated. Consequently, he resorted to subtly diminishing their presence using his mental prowess while they shopped, even in face-to-face encounters. His current level of mental cultivation allowed him to render himself nearly invisible to those whose strength was not formidable. As for the governance of Earth, the Prime Minister performed admirably, allowing Jiang Yun to adopt a more hands-off approach. During this period, he gradually relaxed his mind, spending his days enjoying meals with Xian Linglong, which brought him considerable joy. Remarkably, he noticed an unexpected enhancement in his mental strength. Previously, he had been consumed by relentless training, his mind taut and unyielding. Now, with this newfound relaxation, his previously tense mental state had been released, flourishing in the balance between tension and relaxation, ultimately growing even stronger. One day, while accompanying Xian Linglong on their customary stroll, Jiang Yun suddenly heard a voice. "Young warrior, I humbly invite you to the Divine Temple for a discussion." Surprised, he noticed Xian Linglong's awareness of the situation. He turned to her and said, "I cannot accompany you shopping today. Someone has called for me." She nodded obediently, signaling that he need not worry about her. With a swift application of instantaneous movement, he arrived at the Divine Temple. "You indeed know of the temple's existence." The voice of the deity resonated with a hint of acknowledgement. "I am aware of your presence. Do you have matters to discuss with me?" Jiang Yun replied with a composed smile. "Nothing urgent, I merely wish to converse with you." The deity instructed Bobo to escort him to the guest hall, where they began their dialogue. "The rapid changes in the world have left me somewhat bewildered. Under your leadership, I witnessed the world flourishing robustly. I wonder if you might be interested in inheriting my position?" The deity's words were astonishing. Jiang Yun felt a pang of surprise. In the original narrative, the deity sought to pass the divine position to Wukong, yet now it seemed he intended to bestow it upon him. However, Jiang Yun responded, "Deity, I have no desire for your position. I aspire to delve further along the path of martial arts." He continued, "I believe you could comfortably govern for several more centuries. Why the urgency in seeking a successor?" Upon hearing Jiang Yun's refusal, the deity was somewhat taken aback, for he regarded this as an unparalleled honor. Otherwise, he would not have risked everything to separate from the great demon King Piccolo. "Each individual harbors their own aspirations. It is impossible for me to remain on Earth forever. Perhaps the wonders of the universe are equally enticing." Jiang Yun sipped his tea, implying that he yearned to traverse the cosmos, as Earth felt rather diminutive. The deity fell silent for a moment, perceiving an extraordinary ambition within this young man. Yet, reflecting on the accomplishments of the youth before him, he could not help but feel that a broader expanse was indeed worthy of such a promising individual. Alas, it seems the fortunes of youth are distinct. The deity, feeling somewhat helpless, had initially intended to bequeath his position to this young man, only to discover that the latter deemed it beneath his aspirations. "Let us set aside that matter for now and instead discuss the homeland of the great deity," Jiang Yun slowly remarked. "My homeland." Chapter 87. Jiang Yun's wish. The celestial being regarded Jiang Yun's words with a hint of perplexity. His homeland? Was the Namekian Plateau truly that significant? This was a secret known only to himself and Bobo. "Are you referring to the Namekian Plateau?" he inquired, astonished that Jiang Yun had revealed such information. No. It is not the Namekian Plateau, but rather the planet Namek," Jiang Yun asserted, rising from the sofa to meet the celestial being's gaze with an earnest expression, his deep-set eyes seemingly possessing the power to pierce through the soul. "Namek? That name sounds so familiar, yet I feel I have never heard it before." The celestial being felt an inexplicable affinity towards this Namek, even though it was unfamiliar to him. The very sound of it suggested an extraterrestrial origin. Could it be? Indeed. "Namek is your homeland," Jiang Yun proclaimed. Could it be? The celestial being pondered, a flicker of realization igniting within him. "Precisely. You are a Namekian. A great calamity once befell your homeland, forcing you to be sent to Earth," Jiang Yun explained. Observing the celestial being's expression shift from confusion to a mixture of alarm and elation. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's revelations, the celestial being began to believe him. Just the mention of Namek stirred a profound sense of familiarity within him, suggesting that Jiang Yun spoke the truth. "I was fortunate enough to visit Namek and even met the Grand Elder, who welcomed me warmly. There, I encountered many Namekians, most of whom bore a striking resemblance to you. This only reinforces the notion that you are indeed a Namekian," Jiang Yun articulated, striving to elucidate his understanding of the celestial being's heritage, without revealing that he had long been aware of it. After all, this lent a greater sense of credibility to his assertions, did it not? Thus, what began as a conversation initiated by the celestial being transformed into a heartfelt exploration of their ancestral origins. What was intended to be an act of mentorship by the celestial being turned into an overwhelming sense of gratitude from Jiang Yun, who, in turn, inspired profound admiration from the celestial being. Jiang Yun had illuminated for him the truth of not being an orphan, revealing the existence of a true homeland and the knowledge that many others like him existed in the world, filling his heart with exhilaration. "Thank you for allowing me to discover the location of my homeland," the celestial being expressed, his tone tinged with gratitude, unconsciously adopting a more respectful demeanor. "If it is permissible, I would be honored to escort you to Namek," Jiang Yun offered, extending his goodwill to this venerable figure who had contributed so much to Earth, yet had never returned to his own homeland. Perhaps he could assist him in this endeavor. The celestial being fell silent. Grappling with the notion that he might one day reunite with his kin, he was unsure how to confront them. "Let us defer this conversation for now. I may require your assistance in the future," he replied, a touch of melancholy in his voice, before turning to Bobo and instructing, "Bobo, please see our guest out." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yun discerned the complexity of the celestial being's thoughts and thus opted not to intrude further. Addressing Bobo, he remarked, "My apologies for the interruption." Subsequently, he accompanied Bobo out of the guest hall. Once outside, Jiang Yun bid farewell to Bobo and, utilizing instantaneous movement, swiftly returned to the martial alliance. Reflecting on his previous conversation with the celestial being, Jiang Yun reminisced about his life on Namek and recalled the vow he had once made. What wish do you desire for me to convey to Barunja? This was the question posed to him by Neru. Neru, please inform Barunja that my first wish is to learn the language of the gods. Jiang Yun expressed his desire to Neru, who, though slightly perplexed, relayed the message to Barunja. Upon hearing this, Barunja's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. This wish is quite simple. After Barunja's declaration, Jiang Yun felt an influx of knowledge in his mind. The language of the gods had been bestowed upon him. Although Jiang Yun was reluctant to excessively rely on the powers of the divine dragon, he recognized the necessity of mastering this celestial language for future interactions with the gods. Additionally, it was imperative for summoning the mighty divine dragon. The Dragon Balls permeate the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe, and there are times when one must inevitably draw upon their power. Neru, my next wish is to discover how to connect the energies of individuals, forming a formation that allows for mutual borrowing of strength, thereby achieving the effect of a collective force with augmented combat prowess. Jiang Yun conveyed his thoughts to Neru. This was an idea he had contemplated previously. If he could link the energies of many and establish a formation, the vast potential of the martial alliance could be harnessed. However, while the concept seemed straightforward, its execution was undeniably challenging. In the Dragon Ball universe, individual combat power reigns supreme, and the combined strength of many is often deemed insignificant. Jiang Yun firmly believed that the power of energy held far greater potential, yet over time, few had dedicated themselves to its study, relying instead on their inherent talents, a common occurrence throughout the cosmos, where even systematic training methods remain unknown. The cultivation of combat strength can be exceedingly brutal. The myriad applications of energy can heal and achieve various effects. Intertwining with the realms of space and time, its influence is undeniably vast. Yet, solitary contemplation alone was insufficient. Hence, Jiang Yun envisioned enhancing the strength of the collective and broadening their imaginations, rallying the energies of many to assist him, though he harbored personal ambitions. The martial arts library he had previously established was designed to compile the skills and ideas of others, creating benefits for all while simultaneously enriching his own martial pursuits. To realize the desired effect you mentioned, it is essential for the group to possess a profound synergy, with one individual becoming the core of the collective. The flow of energy must remain unbroken, and the formation must not falter. With vitality coalescing, the body must harmonize with the energy, and the energy must unite with the divine. Striking a single thread can set the entire body in motion. To achieve the effect of power accumulation, it is necessary to. Barangawa elaborated extensively, leaving Nilu somewhat bewildered, while only Jiang Yun grasped the essence of his words. Although Barangawa's explanations bore only a slight resemblance to the various formations from his past life, with a bit of understanding and adaptation, they could be fully utilized. Barangawa had already resolved the critical issue of chi connection, and Jiang Yun felt confident in addressing the subsequent aspects himself. Barangawa's explanations were remarkably thorough. Secretly, Jiang Yun committed all that Barangawa had said to memory. He then posed his most pressing concern to Nilu. How can one attain divinity? This question had occupied Jiang Yun's thoughts for quite some time. In the original narrative, it was not mere combat prowess that granted one the status of a deity. Rather, their divine positions were inherited, and their bodies retained the power of qi. Although they could wield divine strength, they were not born as deities. Even King Yinluo was a deity within the royal lineage. The enigma of how deities are achieved lingered in Jiang Yun's mind. As he pondered the possibility of reaching divine status as an ordinary mortal, Nilu conveyed this aspiration to Barangawa. Chapter 88. The Realm of the Divine. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Nilu conveyed the message to Barangia. After a moment of contemplation, Barangia spoke. To achieve divinity, one must either pass the trials and become a deity under the authority of the Omni King, which is the simplest path, or attain godhood independently, comprehending the essence of divine power to become a demigod, thus enjoying an extended lifespan akin to that of a deity. However, this path is considerably rarer, and such deities are often referred to as power gods. Another means to attain divinity is through the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish. Though such wishes come with significant restrictions, categorizing them as wild gods, often unrecognized and generally forbidden. Those who attempt to achieve divinity in this manner face severe repercussions from the supreme deities, often resulting in annihilation upon discovery. Then there exists the true God, who comprehends divine power and achieves godhood in both soul and body, earning the affection of the cosmos and the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. Such gods are esteemed within the Omni King's domain. These are merely the conditions I am aware of. How to achieve them remains a mystery to me. Well, your wish has been granted, and I must take my leave. Barangia appeared flustered, as if fearing that Jiang Yun would pose further inquiries, and hurriedly dissipated into thin air. Jiang Yun, left in bewilderment, realized that he already possessed some of the knowledge imparted by the dragon. Although he had gained some insight, he remained thoroughly perplexed. However, he now understood the stringent hierarchy of the divine system under the Omni King, which tightly regulates the deities and even prohibits the existence of wild gods. As for the power gods, their fleeting lifespans render them incapable of posing a threat to the pantheon, compelling them to align with the greater deities for advancement. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yun, matters concerning the divine are typically shrouded in secrecy, with few possessing such knowledge. Although the dragon's lineage is traced back to the dragon god Salama, its allegiance lies within the realm of the Omni King. Otherwise, the dragon would not exhibit such trepidation towards Beerus within the original narrative. This explains Barangia's cautious demeanor. The regulations compelled him to divulge information regarding the deities, yet he only needed to address Jiang Yun's inquiries in a manner permissible by the rules, albeit lacking in detail. The dragon operates on the power of will. This extraordinary force is intertwined with causality, allowing the dragon to possess extensive knowledge of past events. Anything that has transpired can be traced through the threads of cause and effect. Regarding the existence of the dragon on Namek, it is said that the ancestors once served the dragon god Salama, who bestowed upon them the power of the dragon, thus granting them the ability to create Dragon Balls, leading to the Namekians being referred to as the Dragon Clan. As Jiang Yun pondered the dragon's words, he realized the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Attaining the status of a true god seems no simple feat, and judging by the dragon's implication, it has been ages since a true god has made their appearance. While the prospect of becoming a deity under the Omni King does not particularly concern Jiang Yun, he acknowledges that higher-tier gods, such as the Supreme Kai, signify a certain level of standing, while the destroyers are regarded as some of the most venerated deities within the universe. However, it seems that he fears the might of the god of destruction. The formidable god of destruction has bound his life to that of the Supreme Kai, a notion that Jiang Yun finds utterly unacceptable, connecting one's life with another's. Even a being as powerful as the god of destruction would perish upon the death of the Supreme Kai. This is precisely why Jiang Yun aspires to become a true deity, wandering freely through the realms. As for how to attain divinity and comprehend the essence of divine power, Jiang Yun remains uncertain for the time being. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong ascended to the realm of the Super Saiyan God by harnessing the collective spiritual strength among the Saiyans, which granted him a fleeting glimpse of divine prowess. This state of divinity can be likened to a level of combat power that transcends the ordinary, distinct from the divine roles of the Supreme Kai and the Kaishin. However, the Supreme Kai is not primarily a warrior. Their combat capabilities are merely ancillary. In Jiang Yun's perspective, the realm of the divine possesses various strata. The Supreme Kai is a deity entrusted with the creation of worlds, tasked with maintaining the cosmic balance, while the god of destruction is responsible for annihilating planets that threaten the universe's progression. The equilibrium between these two roles has led to their intertwined fates, as they are fundamentally complementary. In terms of status, both hold similar ranks. Yet the Supreme Kai holds no authority in the presence of the god of destruction due to the latter's overwhelming strength. After all, in this world, power is paramount. If Jiang Yun were to categorize the levels of divinity, he would place the Super Saiyan God at the nascent stage of divine existence, the first tier of the divine realm. In the source material, the god of destruction remarked that Sun Wukong could compel Beerus to utilize 70% of his power. However, this depiction is merely Beerus's interpretation, as Wukong's true strength is vastly inferior to that of Beerus. Jiang Yun speculates that the Super Saiyan blue forms of Wukong and Vegeta have likely reached the second tier of the divine realm. It is worth noting that Whis possesses extraordinary abilities. Under his tutelage, Vegeta managed to catch up to Wukong's previous level of divine prowess within just half a year. Eventually, both progressed together into the second tier of the divine realm, achieving the transformation of Super Saiyan Blue. In the original tale, the old Supreme Kai proclaimed that transformation is a path of darkness, while cultivating one's own strength is the true way. Although this statement holds some truth, transformation undeniably aligns perfectly with the nature of Saiyans. Even within the divine realm, one can still leverage transformations to elevate their status. This is likely a concept that the old Supreme Kai could scarcely fathom. This path undoubtedly represents the most suitable avenue for the Saiyans' evolution. Even Zamasu has devised the Super Saiyan Roast transformation, reinforcing the notion that transformation is indeed the rightful path for the Saiyans. As for the third tier of the divine realm, it corresponds to the deep blue form exhibited in the tournament of power, an imperfect mastery of Ultra Instinct. With the apprentice god of destruction, Topo, also residing within this tier. On the other hand, Wukong's perfected Ultra Instinct belongs to the fourth tier of the divine realm, where most of the gods of destruction operate. Jiren stands as a formidable powerhouse within the fourth tier of the divine realm, approaching the pinnacle of strength. Moreover, Jiren embodies a pure mastery of Ki, having cultivated his energy to a degree that astonishes even the gods. Indeed, Jiren's aura has inspired awe among all who witness it in the original narrative. Wukong cannot be considered merely a deity of pure strength. His presence is elusive and cannot be sensed. It is only upon entering the divine realm that his aura becomes imperceptible, while he does possess a tangible essence in his ordinary state. Regarding the Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT, Zhang Yun posits that it is comparable to the Super Saiyan Blue, yet he believes the potential of the Super Saiyan remains untapped. Its full power likely aligns with the third tier of the divine realm, while the transcendent state of Super Saiyan 4 is speculated to lie between the third and fourth tiers of divine existence. After all, the training duration of Wukong and his companions in Dragon Ball GT surpasses that in Dragon Ball Super. As for the existence of Super Saiyan 5, it is presumed to be akin to that of the god of destruction, with both Super Saiyan 5 and perfected Ultra Instinct exhibiting a silvery hue, suggesting their realms are quite similar. As for Angel Whis, his level of mastery transcends that of the gods of destruction, likely residing within the fifth tier of the divine realm. The realms of angels are generally believed to be within the fifth and sixth tiers of divinity. Concerning the Grand Minister, Zhang Yun speculates that his power is at least above the eighth tier of the divine realm, as he has never revealed his capabilities. The angels serve as both mentors and servants to the gods of destruction, and the relationship between the Grand Minister and the Omni King is of a similar nature, with strength that likely surpasses all expectations. Regarding the Omni King, under the influence of the cosmic laws, he can no longer be measured by the simple standards of divine realms. Chapter 89. The gathering of Krillin and others. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a year had elapsed. During this period, Tien and his companions reunited. They visited the Kame house to pay their respects to Master Roshi. Upon seeing the venerable master again, he appeared unchanged, secretly perusing the latest edition of a magazine. Bulma, having received word of their gathering, hurriedly arrived, her excitement palpable upon encountering Krillin and the others. Yet, lamentably, Goku was absent. Curiously, in this world, Bulma was not in a relationship with Yamcha. Their connection was merely that of friends. Perhaps the presence of Zhang Yun had disrupted the original trajectory of events. Previously, Yamcha resided at Bulma's home, but now he was training with Tien at the Martial Arts Alliance, leaving no room for progress in their relationship. Why has everyone come? But little son is missing? Bulma inquired, her heart filled with longing for Goku, memories of their past days together flooding her mind. Bulma, you know Goku is training with the gods. We are not together at this moment. Krillin interjected, eager to clarify. However, if all goes as planned, you should see Goku in 6 months. We miss him dearly as well. Krillin's next words brought a smile to Bulma's face, as he too reminisced fondly about the days spent training under Master Roshi alongside Goku. Really? Bulma exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Without the emotional entanglement with Yamcha, her feelings for Goku had undoubtedly intensified. Although romance had yet to blossom, who could speculate on what the future held? All right, let us enter in converse. The group began to make their way into the Kame house. Master Roshi observed the four before him, realizing he could no longer discern their levels of mastery. Their training at the Martial Arts Alliance had surpassed his expectations. It seemed that they had completely transcended his own abilities. A wave of melancholy washed over Master Roshi, yet he felt a sense of pride for them, pondering whether he too might embark on a journey of learning. By the way, Tien, is there a particular reason for your return? Bulma asked curiously. Nothing in particular. It has been over 2 years since we last returned, and we thought it fitting to visit Master Roshi. Tien replied, sitting upright with an air of accomplishment. Indeed, this was the truth. During their time at the Martial Arts Alliance, the benefits gained from just a year of training far surpassed what could be achieved in several years elsewhere. Within the Alliance, they had also discovered many previously unknown aspects, such as specialized healing solutions that could mend injuries caused by training, as well as regular mechanical checkups that ensured their potential was safeguarded, preventing issues arising from excessive training. There were even custom medicinal baths designed to strengthen their foundations, complementing the energy techniques, yielding significant rewards for all involved. Simultaneously, the martial alliance incurs considerable expenses, necessitating contributions from its members. For instance, they are required to periodically teach across various regions of the nation. Currently, the number of martial artists nationwide remains insufficient, particularly those with experience, who are even scarcer. Compared to the vast population, the members of the martial alliance are still too few. However, the initial training in martial arts suffices for basic instruction. Yet, when it comes to the later stages of energy cultivation, negligence is unacceptable. Thus, it is imperative to dispatch personnel from the alliance to assist in teaching. Notable figures such as Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Yamcha have made numerous visits, and the novelty of becoming instructors has intrigued them, as they never anticipated imparting martial arts knowledge to others. Witnessing the current flourishing of martial arts fills them with a sense of pride. Initially, they felt awkward, but over time, they grew fond of this new role, relishing the experience of being educators. They shared their experiences from the past 2 years with Master Roshi, who felt immense joy upon hearing of their enriching adventures. Now, Krillin and Yamcha have officially graduated. As their mentor, Master Roshi genuinely rejoices in their success. I truly envy your lives, unlike mine, which is dreadfully monotonous. I scarcely have a friend to converse with. Bulma remarked enviously. Bulma, if you're feeling bored, you might consider logging into the virtual universe recently opened by our alliance. Under the leader's approval, life templates have just commenced, Krillin suggested to Bulma. Upon first learning of the virtual universe, Krillin was utterly fascinated, as it appeared almost indistinguishable from reality. Many martial insights could be experienced as one's consciousness returned to the body. It even allows for the simulation of training environments, yielding remarkable results for comprehending realms, albeit at a slight cost of points. Presently, the group is not lacking in financial resources, especially for those with exceptional talent, as bonuses and subsidies accumulate significantly. Moreover, undertaking various tasks ensures they need not worry about their sustenance. Nevertheless, they do not indulge in a life of excess. And Yamcha has certainly evolved from his former state of abandoning martial arts. Influenced by the current spirit of the martial alliance, Yamcha is unlikely to regress to his previous condition. In the present alliance, members are not only required to practice martial arts, but also to supplement their studies with the liberal arts, ensuring that there are no illiterates among them. Even Dumpling has been compelled to acquire knowledge in the humanities, although his level of understanding remains a source of frustration. Nonetheless, after a period of guidance, the knowledge of the group has significantly improved, with Dumpling experiencing notable progress as well. The rationale behind encouraging the members of the alliance to study martial arts lies in Jiang Yun's intention to disseminate certain principles within the alliance. Indeed, some martial techniques are documented in written form. Gaining knowledge equips everyone with greater wisdom, alleviating concerns about deciphering the written martial techniques. As several individuals shared their experiences, Master Roshi and his companions could not help but feel a sense of admiration for the richness of their stories. When the topic of a globally oriented virtual universe lifestyle arose, Bulma could not suppress a smile. "Oh, I am well aware of that," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with pride. "I played a significant role in its development. It is a collaborative effort between my family and the Martial Arts Alliance. Surely, you are not unaware of this. The leader of the alliance is also a shareholder in my family's venture. That fellow quietly became my family's second largest shareholder, and now he dares to trouble me, the world's most brilliant young woman, to work for him." As she spoke, Bulma pouted, seemingly expressing her dissatisfaction, yet deep down, she felt a swell of pride. The opportunity to partake in such groundbreaking research thrilled her, as it was a chance to etch her name in history. However, having only recently developed it, she found herself too occupied with testing issues to enjoy a proper experience. Furthermore, she was also busy assisting her father with some spatial teleportation device. While her tone carried a hint of discontent, it was evident that she was reveling in her expertise. The martial enthusiasts had no inkling of Bulma's family's connection to the Martial Arts Alliance, and they were taken aback by this revelation. Chapter 90. Pre-match preparations. However, Bulma, is it truly acceptable for you to address the Lord of the Alliance in such a manner? In the hearts of Krillin and the others, there remained a profound respect for Jiang Yun. After all, the significant progress they had achieved was largely attributed to him. I couldn't care less. Bulma turned her head aside, opting for silence. Krillin, though slightly embarrassed, understood Bulma's nature. Her sharp tongue belied a tender heart, a fade of pride. Subsequently, the group indulged in food and drink, seizing the rare opportunity to gather and enjoy themselves. During their feast, Bulma reminisced about Goku. If only little son were here. There is more than enough food for him. The image of Goku's cheerful face and his hearty appetite surfaced in Bulma's mind. Hearing her words, everyone burst into laughter. Krillin picked up a large bottle of juice and filled Bulma's glass, grinning as he said, "I doubt even all this would suffice for him." He continued, "This martial arts tournament is rumored to be quite grand, serving as a test of the strength of our new generation in the Martial Alliance. Goku will be participating as well, so rest assured, everyone misses him." Once Krillin finished speaking, Tien, brimming with determination, declared, "Ha! My current power level will surely astonish Goku. This time, I will not be defeated. I won't be outdone either." Yamcha chimed in defiantly. The group's strength was indeed formidable. Tien, power level 32-39. Krillin, power level 31-28. Yamcha, power level 28-92. Kaiatsu, power level 25-17. This reflected their current prowess, positioning them among the top tier of the new generation within the Martial Alliance. The upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament would see the older generation abstaining from participation, allowing only the new elite to compete. The new generation refers to the core members who joined the Martial Alliance within the last 5 years. To elevate everyone's abilities, Jiang Yun had indeed exerted considerable effort. A year prior, he had entrusted Goku with a gravity training chamber via the deity. He didn't want Goku to lag behind the rest. It would be quite comical if he were to fall short against Kaiatsu. After all, Jiang Yun could not expect Goku to elevate his power level from thousands to millions in just a few months. What if his existence triggered a butterfly effect, causing Goku to never transform into a Super Saiyan? The world had already transformed drastically due to his presence. So enhancing Goku's foundation and strength beyond the original narrative undeniably increased the likelihood of his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Similarly, to ensure Piccolo could keep pace with Goku, Jiang Yun discreetly provided him with a gravity training chamber as well. Although it was not as advanced as Goku's, Piccolo's affinity for the energy control technique was remarkably high. It seemed the two were evenly matched. In preparation for the future of Gohan, Jiang Yun had made numerous sacrifices, despite the fact that this biological father was merely 4 years his senior. As night fell, the gathering of friends organized a bonfire feast, and time flowed gently onward. Half a year later, the promotional posters for the upcoming Martial Arts Championship began to circulate across the nation. Announcement! Announcement! The Ministry of Education has just released a notification stating that this year's Martial Arts Championship will be broadcasted live in its entirety, employing cutting-edge filming techniques and super slow motion to ensure the capture of the most spectacular moments, allowing everyone to witness the prowess of advanced martial artists. The speaker was a teacher from the Martial Alliance, specifically from the high school division, where members of the Alliance take on the role of instructors for students above middle school. By the time students reach university, the number of instructors diminishes, as most have already laid a solid foundation in their martial arts during the preceding years. Unfortunately, many of the recently graduated students express their longing to return for further study. Nevertheless, the Alliance occasionally sends representatives to demonstrate the application of energy techniques. Currently, universities nationwide are buzzing with this news, igniting a wave of excitement among students. Within the Martial Alliance, individuals such as Tianjin Fan eagerly prepare for the upcoming challenge, joined by numerous other disciples who are also readying themselves. Tianjin Fan, let us give it our all, Krillin cheerfully encouraged. Additionally, I believe Goku will be joining us this time. You've been looking forward to this for quite some time, haven't you? Krillin nudged Tianjin Fan with his elbow. Indeed, ever since our last parting, I have been eagerly anticipating the moment I can reunite with Goku. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. I may not share your fervor, but I too look forward to a duel with Goku. Although Krillin did not exhibit the same fervent battle spirit as Tianjin Fan, he too desired to showcase his progress to Goku. Buchun, what do you think of this martial arts championship? Jiang Yun stood atop a platform, gazing at the distant scenery, before suddenly addressing Buchun. I presume you have your own thoughts on this. You seem particularly interested in the boy who defeated Demon King Piccolo. Buchun replied with a smile, his aura entirely restrained. Having reached the same level of composure Jiang Yun had achieved 2 years prior, and his combat power had successfully risen to 200,000. As for Jiang Yun, despite his infrequent training, he had recently been contemplating the applications of soul and energy concerning formations, achieving modest success. However, he found the realm of the soul to be exceedingly challenging and had temporarily abandoned his research. Conversely, his exploration of the synergy between energy and formations yielded significant results. Currently, thanks to his studies, even if beings with combat power in the millions were to invade Earth, Jiang Yun would not need to take action. However, These findings have yet to be disseminated widely, remaining in the experimental phase among select members of the Martial Alliance. His own combat prowess had improved considerably throughout this process, and his understanding of energy had deepened significantly. In response to Buchin's remarks, Jiang Yun turned to face him, contemplating Goku's future achievements, and remarked, "Perhaps he will surpass you in no time." Haha, now that is something I eagerly anticipate. Though he spoke otherwise, Buchun did not believe that Wukong could surpass him anytime soon. Years of dedicated effort could not be eclipsed in a mere moment. While Buchun acknowledged Wukong's exceptional talent, rivaling that of Jiang Yun, he was well aware that growth was no simple endeavor. Jiang Yun observed Buchin's expression and silently mused. You know nothing of the extraordinary potential one possesses. Unbeknownst to him, others perceived him as equally extraordinary. Although the future Wukong would undoubtedly be formidable, Jiang Yun remained unperturbed, having found his own path and solidified his resolve through years of experience. On a vast plain, a green figure materialized, clutching a poster and murmuring, "The World Martial Arts Tournament, is it? Son Wukong, wait for me." It was Piccolo who, despite only 3 years having passed, bore an appearance akin to that of a youthful adolescent. In the temple, "Wukong, are you prepared? Your opponent this time is exponentially more powerful than before." The heavenly god addressed Wukong, noting that the demon King Piccolo had grown immensely stronger, yet took solace in knowing that Wukong had also significantly improved. Over the past 2 years, Wukong's training had been entirely self-directed, leaving little for Bobo to impart after the first year. "Heavenly God, I am ready. I eagerly anticipate reuniting with everyone," Wukong proclaimed loudly. At Kame House, "Old Lecher, I've heard you secretly signed up for the Martial Alliance and were caught by Tianjin Han. Who would have thought that at your age? You'd still be yearning to practice martial arts, perhaps with an eye on the ladies of the Alliance?" Oolong's tone was cheeky as he rolled his eyes at Master Rashi. "Nonsense. How could I be interested in the ladies? I simply wish to see how my disciples are faring," Master Rashi retorted, feeling his defenses crumble. Although only partially true, he had not anticipated that his presence would be recognized by Tianjin Han. Despite being discovered, Master Rashi chose to remain within the Martial Alliance, delving into more profound martial arts knowledge. Chapter 91. The resemblance of Wukong and Bulma to love today marks the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Rashi and his companions have tidied their belongings, preparing to embark on their journey to the grand event. "Launch, Oolong, and Bulma, are you all ready?" Master Rashi announced. Already clad in a tailored suit, his mustache impeccably groomed. At that moment, a pillow was hurled at him. "Wait a moment. Don't you know that girls take time to get ready?" Came Bulma's voice from within the room. "Launch, what do you think of this outfit?" Bulma inquired. Turning to Launch, "I think it looks rather nice." Launch responded, yet Bulma was still dissatisfied. "This one doesn't fit either. I need to try something else." Thus, they dawdled for an entire hour before finally setting off. The group boarded a plane, hastening towards the venue, leaving behind a long trail of white smoke that dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tien, and others were also en route to the destination. Aboard the Martial Arts Alliance's private aircraft, although their pace was slow, it offered a unique charm. Upon Bulma and her companions arriving at the venue, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, the delicate raindrops descending like the willow fluff of spring, soothing the clamor of the earthly realm. Clad in a form-fitting short skirt, Bulma held a light-colored umbrella, her hair impeccably styled, and her crimson lips glistening with allure. The once bustling streets suddenly thinned, as many retreated to evade the rain, seemingly preparing for the competition the following day. Observing the falling raindrops, Bulma felt a ripple of emotion within her. Just then, a balloon floated past her, accompanied by the cries of a little girl. Bulma looked up to see it caught in a tree not far above her head. Noticing the girl's distressed expression, Bulma knelt and gently stroked the child's head, softly reassuring her, "It's all right. I will help you get it." "Really?" The little girl's voice was imbued with both doubt and joy. Bulma rose, standing on her tiptoes, striving to reach the balloon, but it remained just out of her grasp. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and effortlessly retrieved the balloon. "Here you go, Bulma." The tall figure, holding a red umbrella, presented the balloon to Bulma. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Bulma asked, her voice laced with confusion, as she recognized very few apart from her companions. She returned the balloon to the little girl. However, the figure did not answer her query. Instead, he remarked, "It's wonderful that Master Rashi has come back to life." Hearing this, Master Rashi and the others appeared perplexed, failing to recognize the figure, and responded in astonishment, "Grandson?" Master Rashi, Oolong, and Launch were equally taken aback, pondering when they had acquired a grandson. "Who are you?" Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the figure began to elucidate. I am Goku. Do you all not recognize me? As Goku set down his umbrella, a tall figure emerged, his head wrapped in bandages. Perhaps you failed to recognize me due to the bandages adorning my head. Allow me to remove them. Goku slowly unraveled the bandages, revealing his iconic hair. He then inquired, where are Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu? Where have they gone? It is truly Goku. The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished at how Goku had grown so tall and handsome. It is indeed I, Master Roshi. It brings me great joy to see you once again. Goku cheerfully greeted them. Is it really you, Goku? Bulma asked, still somewhat incredulous. In her mind, the small Goku had transformed into this strikingly tall and attractive figure. Gazing at Goku's handsome visage, she felt her heart flutter. It is I, Bulma. Why are your lips so red? Are you unwell? As he spoke, Goku gently touched Bulma's lips. When his hand made contact, Bulma could almost hear her heart racing. She quickly retorted, what on earth? This is lipstick. Just as she was about to chide him for his naivety, she found herself staring in disbelief at Goku's charming face. Could this really be Goku? Launch and Oolong were equally astonished, unable to comprehend that Goku had transformed into such a tall and handsome young man. Why do I feel like you and Bulma have become shorter? Goku scratched his head in confusion. It's you who has grown taller, you fool. Everyone chimed in unison. Master Roshi then suggested they register, and the group chatted animatedly as they gradually distanced themselves amid the sounds of admiration from the onlookers. Upon reaching a corner, they suddenly heard, hey, Master Potato. Turning towards the voice, they spotted Tien, Krillin, and the others standing there. They approached the group. Have you seen Goku? He should have arrived by now, Krillin inquired, puzzled. Who is this? Could he be Bulma's boyfriend? Krillin laughed heartily, though with a hint of seriousness. Absolutely not. Well, perhaps. Bulma's voice was barely audible, her face flushed with embarrassment. Krillin, long time no see. The familiar voice struck Krillin as he exclaimed, could it be you? Goku? You've grown so tall, and you remain unchanged. Goku laughed heartily, ruffling Krillin's hair. Tien and the others marveled at Goku's transformation, impressed not only by his appearance, but also by his evident strength. In their perception, Goku's power had progressed significantly, though the exact extent would only be revealed through combat. This realization elicited admiration for Goku. Amidst laughter, the group set off together to register. Yamcha joyfully lifted Puar, exclaiming, it's been a while, Puar. Yamcha greeted Puar with uncontainable joy. Young master, I have missed you dearly. Puar, equally delighted to see Yamcha again, reflected on the 3 years spent with Oolong and others at Kame House, realizing it had been quite some time since their last encounter. As the group hurried towards the registration area, a shadow silently observed them from a beam above. It was none other than Son Goku. His veins bulging as memories of past grievances resurfaced, for the figure observing was Piccolo. A gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, the figure vanished, as if it had never existed at all. After Goku and the others completed their registration and enjoyed a meal, the evening arrived swiftly. Bulma gazed out the window, her eyes distant, one hand propping her chin as if lost in thought. The memory of her first encounter with Goku was vivid, and the amusing moments they shared during their quest for the Dragon Balls remained clear in her mind. Goku's once naive actions now echoed in Bulma's consciousness. The various images of Goku began to merge into the form he now possessed, and the recollection of Goku touching his lips earlier that day brought a subtle sweetness to Bulma's heart. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Why am I thinking about this? She exclaimed, swiftly lying down on her bed and covering her head with a blanket. In the adjoining room, Goku lay with his head resting on his hands, pondering who knows what, perhaps the upcoming tournament. Yet, at times, the image of Bulma would flicker in his mind, prompting him to murmur, women are truly strange creatures. Chapter 92. The girl named Chi-Chi. The following day dawned exceptionally bright, as if yesterday's light rain had come to herald the arrival of today. The World Martial Arts Tournament had truly established itself as the foremost event on the planet. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with fireworks released by the organizers and the melodies of a professional band. Banners emblazoned with the insignia of various universities adorned the area, as this event drew participants not only from the public, but also from numerous prestigious institutions. It was now the largest competition in the world. Even if one did not win a prize, it offered a chance to witness the skills of the world's martial arts elites. Thus, this tournament was populated by individuals of genuine prowess. The arena itself had been specially crafted by scientists from the universe under Jiang Yun's direction, utilizing the finest metals found in space, capable of withstanding attacks with battle powers in the tens of thousands. Moreover, The latest energy shield technology from the Universal Capsule Corporation had been erected on the stage, all conceived under Jiang Yun's recommendations. Thanks to his influence, Earth's technological advancements had significantly improved, especially after Dr. Brief had produced numerous inventions, astonishing the scientific community with the cosmic technology Jiang Yun had brought back. Goku and his companions arrived near the venue, and the scene left them deeply moved. Wow, Krillin, there sure are a lot of participants this year. Goku remarked in awe. Indeed, there are quite a few serious contenders. Krillin remarked with a sense of nostalgia, continuing, yet there is absolutely no feeling of oppression. I remember when I, along with Tien and the others, faced thousands of formidable opponents. That scene was truly astonishing. He recalled an internal competition held by the Martial Arts Alliance, where the combat power of all participants hovered around 10,000. Thousands of Alliance members gathered to spectate, and during that time, their own combat prowess was merely average, overshadowed by the overwhelming energy emanating from the crowd. However, after 3 years of diligent training, their fighting capabilities had risen to a commendable level among their peers. In the virtual universe, they had ascended to the pinnacle of silver rank and were on the cusp of attaining gold rank, gaining a modest popularity within the Alliance. Unfortunately, their peers, such as Akairobe and others, had already reached diamond rank. Nevertheless, Krillin and Tien remained confident that they would eventually catch up, despite their exceptional talents. The accelerated passage of time in the virtual realm posed a significant challenge, as their comrades within the Alliance possessed remarkably seasoned combat experience. After 3 years of effort, they still fell short of true masters. However, as time progressed, the gap between them narrowed, for the path of cultivation only grew more arduous with each passing day. Goku was aware of Krillin and the others' training over the past 3 years in the Alliance, and recalled the presence of Jiang Yun. Have you been training alongside Jiang Yun? I eagerly anticipate your progress. Goku recognized the formidable strength of that man, thus harboring great expectations for Krillin and his companions. They had indeed made notable advancements in their mastery of Ki. However, without engaging in combat, Goku could not discern their exact strengths. This very ambiguity led him to suspect that their growth was considerable. No, that's not quite accurate. We have merely crossed paths a few times. Yet we have certainly benefited from his guidance. Krillin clarified. Given the original narrative, it was impossible for Jiang Yun to overlook Krillin and his friends, as he had imparted valuable insights to them. After all, they were once the very targets of his aspirations. Hey, Son Goku. During their conversation, Piccolo materialized before Goku. Tien immediately recognized him, and his expression turned serious as he turned to Goku, who nodded in acknowledgement, revealing his own recognition of Piccolo. Piccolo's gaze remained fixed on Goku, and Krillin, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, felt somewhat puzzled, for he had never encountered the Demon King Piccolo in person and thus failed to recognize his identity. Yet, the serious expressions of those around him indicated that this individual was not to be underestimated. Tien regarded Piccolo intently, resolutely vowing to himself, "This time, I shall not be defeated." Meanwhile, Goku silently acknowledged, "This guy has truly come." The dumpling, who had been slain alongside Master Roshi by the Demon King Piccolo, also recognized him. Despite his significantly enhanced combat strength, the fear of Piccolo compelled him to glance at Tien. Tien gently patted the dumpling's head, reassuring him not to be afraid. "Reflecting upon your current prowess, Dumpling, we have indeed evolved." The tone of Tianjin Fan conveyed an air of confidence. Dumpling's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance, soon mirroring that newfound self-assurance. Piccolo, casting a glance at his companions, departed, his gaze solely fixated on Sun Wukong, for he held little regard for anyone else. With a disdainful scoff, Piccolo withdrew to a secluded corner, quietly meditating. Once he had left, the tense atmosphere among the remaining individuals dissipated. Suddenly, someone tapped Wukong on the shoulder. "Sun Wukong." Unlike Piccolo's malice, this voice was filled with delight. Krillin and the others turned to find an exceedingly adorable girl greeting Wukong. "What a charming girl," Krillin exclaimed, nudging Wukong. "Quick, tell me when you met such a lovely young lady." Krillin was taken aback that Wukong had quietly befriended someone so enchanting, stirring a wave of envy within him. "What are you talking about? I don't even know her." Wukong replied, bewildered. It seemed they were not acquainted at all. "Wukong, are you still not being honest? I can't believe you've hidden this so well." Krillin's frustration grew, especially considering his own single status, while Wukong feigned ignorance, intensifying his discomfort. Krillin shot Wukong several reproachful glances. Yet, Wukong reiterated that he truly did not know the girl before him. Though he envied the fact that such a beautiful girl was associated with Wukong, Krillin understood that Wukong was incapable of deceit. However, He pondered why she would recognize Wukong. Could it be that Wukong had forgotten her? Upon hearing Wukong claim he did not know her, the girl's eyes instantly welled with tears. "You fool!" she exclaimed, storming away in anger, leaving a perplexed Wukong behind. Indeed, this girl was Chi-Chi, the one destined to share an intricate bond with Wukong. Yet, at this moment, Wukong had yet to recall who she truly was. This oversight sent Chi-Chi into a fury, as she recalled the promise made that he would marry her when they grew up, only to find herself forgotten now. Following this, Chi-Chi channeled her anger towards the other competitors. Currently, she was under the tutelage of the Ox King, her martial prowess incomparable, a far cry from her original depiction. In fact, Chi-Chi had become the queen bee of her school, immensely popular, and was representing her institution in the competition. Throughout the matches, whenever Chi-Chi vanquished an opponent, she would cast a glance at Wukong, accompanied by a haughty snort, leaving him utterly bewildered.